Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Burrow takes the snap. Ravens bring blitz pressure. Burrow throws to the end zone. It's incomplete! It's incomplete! And with 38 seconds left to play, the Hayes in the barn! Oh, what a wild way to end it tonight, as the Ravens will sweep the series from the Bengals and improve to 7-3.
And that is the way we start the live Friday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif back. Thank you guys for holding it down. Mike McCarthy live at 6:30 today. Howard Eskin, the evil Burger King, makes his return to the morning show at 7:20. Eagles sideline reporter will pick the game at 8 o'clock. We got some degenerate gambling action. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. How are things? Everything fine?
Things were okay. We didn't burn it down. We tried. We tried to burn it down, but we did not burn anything down.
We did not. Country didn't burn down while you were gone either. We had an election pass without any insanity totally. So we just all assumed that you were
won.
out.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. We just assumed you were out. Just,
TikTok was funny.
Boarding up the house or something like that.
Boarding up the house. No, the daughter has just started going to daycare, so I feel like she came home and passed along all that crap. So she's sick. So yesterday, my final day of resting went right down the toilet, as I was like, we need to go ahead and keep her home as well.
Are you a nervous parent? Like when baby gets sick, are you just like frantic, or are you just annoyed?
No. It's just funny with your wife how you ultimately end up being right about things down the line. She's never going to admit it. But with Oliver, first time sick, oh my gosh, do we need to go to the hospital? Mother-in-law, get the doc, go doc in a box, get the Zoom call ready. And I'm like, it is what it is. They got a 102 temp. It's 11 p.m. We're not doing anything tonight. Just like I told Walchuk. Hey, your wrist is broken. It's fractured. Internal bleeding. It's swollen. You've been drinking a little bit, 11 p.m., you're not doing anything tonight. He ended up going to the doc in the box anyway. So some people freak out, some people don't. I do not freak out.
No, yeah, you got to have the Zach Wolchuk approach. No freak out. You got to, look, your baby damn near drowns. You just got to be like, it happens, all right? She coughed up the water. She's good.
8 total touchdown passes between Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson. Back and forth, incredible drama, and we got a Todd Bowles 2.0 situation. Cincinnati said at the very end, we can't stop the Ravens. We can't stop Lamar. They've scored 4 straight times. We're going for the win. They did not get it. Baltimore improves to 7-3.
That's look. They didn't lose the game because of the 2-point conversion. They lost it because they gave up the most points in the second half of any game in the NFL this year. You can't give up 28 second half points and expect to win. You just can't. And, I mean, both quarterbacks put on a clinic. I don't know. Thank God I'm not facing you this week.
Yeah, it sucks when Joe Burrow and Lamar playing into both of your fantasy matchups. I have Burrow, but I went up against Lamar. Thank goodness I didn't go up against Chase. And then in my other league, I'm going up against Burrow. So none of that is fun whatsoever.
Right. But this was a really, really fun football game, yes. And there was a ton of intrigue, and
Bengals were up 14.
They're up 14. They blew it. They blew it in the second half. Did the referees miss a roughing the passer on the 2-point conversion? Yeah, they did. But are you going to get that call in that moment? Probably not.
And maybe a pass interference. That's what Cincinnati wanted.
And that's what they wanted too. But you see, they swiped Burrow right in the face. Burrow's a star, though. It's not like he's not going to get a call. He's a star player.
Yeah, this game reminded me, I was telling Chop when we were walking in, this game reminded me of the Georgia-Alabama game we saw earlier this year, where just in terms of the insane, leveling up and, touchdown and we come right back and it's a 70-yard touchdown pass, and you've got all this back and forth, and there's all this intrigue, and it's, Lamar was good last night.
Good.
Burrow was
great.
Lamar was good passing the ball. That's what I mean. He was great as a player. He was good passing the ball, which is a change-up for him. But I thought the decision to go for the 2 was interesting. We had this note while you were out, Sean. Last week, the NFL had 3 road teams kick game-tying extra points in the final minute of regulation instead of going for the 2-point conversion, and all 3 of them lost.
Yeah.
And so Cincinnati tries to adjust, tries to go for it. I think if you're going to do that, try not to run a 2-yard route on the goal line so that when you get bumped a little, you're out of the end zone and it's incomplete anyway. I thought the play call was a little bizarre, but man, this was as good as those 2 quarterbacks were last night. Those were bad secondaries busting a few different times that they did not look like they knew how to communicate or tackle or anything else.
Derrick Henry continues to score a touchdown in every single game that they have played this season. Jamar goes 11 for 264. I think it's time to pay. I think it's time to go ahead and pay. And this is the first time that 2 quarterbacks each had 8 or more touchdown passes against each other in head-to-head games in one season. The thriller that they played earlier in the year in Cincinnati that Baltimore barely won. So an awesome game on Thursday Night Football. Baltimore improves to 7-3. Cincinnati falls to 4-6. We also had action on the ice.
Backdoor feed. Shot, score! Sagan somehow found a window. The beat goes on for Tyler Sagan, and Dallas has doubled their lead.
Victory plus with the call as the Stars take care of the Chicago Blackhawks. 3-1 at home. The Stars 8-4 on the season, 6-1 at the AAC.
Yep, this is a great team. We know that. We know they're going to be there at the very end when it comes to the Western Conference Finals, when it comes to maybe the Stanley Cup Final. But this is a team that you've got to beat. You've got to beat Chicago. They're in the middle of what's going to be a really good rebuild. It really is, but just at this moment, these are the kind of games that you can't afford to lose, and they didn't. They got a good game, good night in net from Otter, and 3 goals sometimes is enough, sometimes it isn't. But when Otter's going to play like that, you're going to win just about every game.
Go Stars, baby!
And I think the one home loss was technically in Finland.
Yes,
Spittle was pointing out. Stanky leads all rookies in scoring with 12 points, 2 goals, 10 assists in 12 games. Jamie Benn was a beast in the faceoff circle, winning 16 of 16. Of course, that equals puck possession. And now you have the huge matchup tomorrow in Winnipeg. The Jets are only the second team in NHL history to win 13 out of their first 14 games.
Wow.
Spits and Suds podcast is out.
Yeah, I love, and that's a uniform game for me. I love the Winnipeg uniforms, the jet, the military jet right in the middle. I could look at those all day.
Here's the only number you need to know, Sean. 58. It is the NHL season. We haven't broken it out yet. The deserve to win-o-meter on moneypuck.com last night, Sean, had the Stars with a 58% chance to win after all simulations. So clearly they outplayed Chicago.
CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons were limited yesterday in practice, but both are expected to play. Diggs, Guyton, Kendricks, limited. Of course, Dak, Zach, Deron Bland, all did not practice. And it sounds like CD is good to go against Filthy on Sunday on this radio station. Quote, my shoulder is much better than it was on Sunday. I feel like I've taken a big step these last 2 to 3 days. I'm good. The injury, more about dealing with pain. Range of motion is all there. No plans, Bobby, of wearing a protective brace on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, he sounds like he's optimistic that he's going to be able to go. If it's a pain management thing and that's all you're worried about, then all right, they can get him out there and get him prepared. And CD's really tough. Like, CD is one of these guys who he doesn't generally tip how banged up he is or how much pain he's in. So it's not like an obvious situation when he's had those things. So I think he's tough. I think the connection he's got with Cooper Rush is really strong. And so that's going to be massive for him because if you didn't have CeeDee Lamb, there's nothing you were going to be able to do offensively.
Chop, the spread for this game is?
I think I saw it last at 7.5 now.
7.5. Jonathan Mingo, the new wide receiver.
I thought he would have moved the line at least 2.
Spoke with the media saying, I'm glad they took a chance on me so I can show them what I can do. Someone finally believed in me after you were drafted in the second round of the selection process. I'm just happy to be here. Why didn't things work out with you in Carolina? Quote, I don't know. You can talk to them. It ain't up to me. It's between the front office and coaching staff. I know there are some things I could have done better, but I am here now. I will ask Mike McCarthy, how much is he going to play? I'm always intrigued with the brand new player and acquisition. Do they tell you, all right, you're going to run 4 out routes? Do they tell you in the huddle, blue cross, red light, plastic screen 3 on 2, and then they say to him, slant? Right. Because there's no way he probably knows the verbiage. I'm curious to ask Mike McCarthy that at 6:30.
That's what happened with Amari Cooper a couple weeks ago. When he scored his first touchdown, they walked up to the line of scrimmage, and he's literally looking over, and Keon Coleman's telling him basically, like, you're running this.
Yeah.
And then he gets up there, get to the line of scrimmage, runs the route, and scored the touchdown.
Let's go inside the actual film room with Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, one half of Love of the Star, to find out what Filthy is all about. Then Mike McCarthy Live, the 6 a.m. club, getting your weekend started with Sean and RJ on the Fan.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg maybe.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Cowboys-Eagles pregame on this radio station at 12:30 Sunday. Here with Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus. Brad and Babe will have the call. Then Wolchuk and Broaddus in the postgame. Bobby will be a part of those proceedings as well as the Cowboys and Cooper Rush get set to take on Filthy. Mike McCarthy previews live at 6:30. Bobby previews right now inside the film room.
Yeah, this Eagles offense is starting to click, and they've been good for the last few years. I know there were questions last year about the way in which they were using Jalen Hurts and were they maximizing all of their weapons. But regardless of changeovers that they've made and everything else, they've been good pretty much the last 4 years. They've been a good offense. The big difference for Philly this year is they're average to a little above average defensively, and they were awful last year. And the big thing there is draft capital that has clicked. So Howie Roseman the last few years has gotten criticism for guys like Jordan Davis not, hitting the way that they expected to. Nakobe Dean at times not playing the way that they expect. But they've gotten the most out of their guys this year. Their two top draft picks were Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, and both of those guys at corner have been really good for them. DeJean in the nickel has been really fantastic, but Mitchell, competitive, tough, has given them an edge in the secondary and in press because they play a lot of man coverage compared to the rest of the league's rates. But in press, he's been really good. Really nice fit for what they like to do defensively there in Philadelphia. So that's a big thing for them, is that they've finally got a secondary that can cover a little bit and can respond. It's not great. There are definitely leaks at times with them, but it's solid. Now, they don't generate a lot of pressure. This is not an Eagles, front seven that's going to have 6-7 sacks in a game or anything like that. This is just about league average across the board type of defense. Play a lot of man match, which is that Fangio scheme of you're playing man coverage until somebody crosses the field and then they switch to zone, and it can be a really complex, difficult scheme for players to pick up on. But they've been able to adjust to it pretty well and seem to have a lot of confidence in it. So defensively, I think that's the biggest thing for them right now, is that they're just... Is
Jalen Carter their best player on defense? Is he wrecking?
I mean, Jalen Carter's really good. The only thing is just DeJean to me has been like out of this world good so far. And he was somebody who a lot of people wondered, is he a little bit of a tweener? Is he corner? Is he safety? Is he a good enough cover guy? Like, there were a lot of questions about Cooper DeJean when he was coming out of Iowa. But he's somebody who has been pretty nails for them when he's played inside in the slot. And so DeJean's been a difference maker. The big thing here for a lot of people, I think, is going to be, are you going to be able to, like, less about the defensive side. I think for a lot of Cowboys fans, they're wondering, like, are you going to be able to slow down Philly enough to where it's even going to matter? So offensively, they've really started to hit their stride in the last few weeks. It looks very similar to a lot of the stuff Kellen has typically done.
Which is
a lot of deep crossers, swing passes to running backs. I mean, very Eric Coryell-like in a lot of the stuff that they like to do. Motion, there's motion there. It's not near the top of the league, but Kellen has always tried to push for a lot of motion. He's wanted to be near the top of the league in those rates consistently. He thinks it's a good way to get mismatches. It's probably where he gets the joystick nickname from Michael Lombardi. So when they're about middle of the pack this year in motion, that doesn't sound that insane, but this is a Philly team that has been bottom 3 for a decade in motion. So they're starting to see Kellen's going to be a big proponent of 11 personnel, which is 3 receivers, 1 running back, 1 tight end. You're starting to see that shift come along a little bit for them, where they're running more of that. It felt like the Sirianni influence was still there with some of the 2-back, 2 tight end looks that they like to run, but it's starting to go more towards the 11 personnel, and they took big time advantage of it against Jacksonville. They were able to move the ball any which way they wanted. Now, the big thing for Dallas is if they can pressure Hurts, if you can get pressure in his face, he'll make some bad decisions. He'll have some poor throws. But he's gone 4 straight games without a turnover because it's not consistently happening all the time.
Just like training camp.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Elliott Shore-Parks out that crazy run he was on.
200 straight pass attempts or whatever.
So is he progressing as a thrower?
Yes. Yeah, he is. Now, he's still... I think that he's just playing smarter. Like, I've always thought Jalen Hurts can throw the ball well. He makes dumb decisions at times.
Is the improvement over the middle of the field? Is it on the outside downfield, or is it over across the board?
It's decision making. He's essentially the same guy throwing the ball that he's always been. Hurts always gets himself in trouble where I'm going to play a hero and I'm going to extend and I'm going to throw here, and it's like, what were you doing? Just run or throw it out of bounds? What the hell are you doing? Because when he's got time and he can drop back, he's shown he can throw the ball well deep down the sideline. He can hit crossers in the middle of the field. He can hit posts. Like, it's not a problem for him as long as he's got time and he's not frazzled.
Now that he's on the coaching staff, have you noticed Big Dom's impact in their game plan day to day?
Yeah, I mean, Dom is the biggest impact here, I think, for the Eagles this week. No, but you look at this, Barkley is going to be the biggest aspect of this. I don't know how they're going to be able to stop the weapons. So Philadelphia's got A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert. They've got Kenneth Gainwell and Saquon Barkley in the backfield. I just don't know with the way Philly uses Barkley, which is similar to what you see from what Atlanta likes to do, which is run the ball a lot, but also throw some swing passes, do some different things, involve them in the passing game. I don't know if you're going to have the personnel to slow everybody down consistently. But if you can take advantage of the way that Osa's played lately, which has been really good, they're a little vulnerable protecting the quarterback on the interior. Cam Jurgens taking over for Jason Kelce this year. He's been solid, but it's not as good. Mekhi Becton inside at guard, the former Jets tackle. He's a giant. He's like 6'8", 370. He's huge. But he's slow. Like he doesn't have the foot quickness usually that's why he got moved from tackle inside of guard. He doesn't have that type of foot quickness to be good in pass protection. So they move him inside, hope to squash some of that, but everything also happens faster in there. And Osa is a guy who's quick off the snap and knows how to set up his pass rushes, and that's going to be a problem for them on the interior. So if Osa consistently gets pressure and guys like Kendricks and Overshown, they're doing their job on the second level and kind of containing some of those swing passes and finishing tackles when Barkley and Gainwell get the ball, then you've got a shot in this game. But that's a tall task. You're asking for a lot there.
Dan Orlovsky says that there is a disadvantage for the Philadelphia Eagles, and he makes those stupid faces on the sideline.
I love Philadelphia's team. I don't trust the coach. I think this is the only legit playoff contender where the coach is a question mark. The coach is a question mark. No coach takes more points off the board than Nick Sirianni. It's unacceptable that they continue, and beyond lucky that Trevor Lawrence throws that interception. Because if Trevor Lawrence leads their team down and they win that football game, I don't think Nick Sirianni's walking in Tuesday morning as the head coach of the football team. That's that bad. The decision-making, the two-point conversions when they're unnecessary, the constantly going for it on fourth down. It's almost like I'm talking about Jordan Love. There's a difference between being aggressive and being reckless. And right now, the decision-making is reckless because the team is so talented. The offense has become so explosive. But you got to manage these situations better because I don't trust them versus Dan Campbell and Sean McVay and Matt LaFleur when it comes to those NFC playoff races.
A lot of questions and heat on Sirianni after Jacksonville kind of worked themselves back into that game, but we all saw how that ended with Trevor Lawrence and the pick. Let's talk about our coach as he joins us live, the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy, next on 105.3 The
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It is now time for the Mike McCarthy Show, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Every Friday at this time with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Cowboys-Eagles Sunday on this radio station pregame at 12:30. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Doing well, gentlemen. How was your week?
I was a little bit sick. Choppy was very happy this week, I think, over some different results that came in. On
Bryant, Tennessee, number 7, baby.
Oh, that's right.
College playoff.
I was thinking Tuesday night, but
They look great.
yeah. Coach, early happy birthday. RJ forgot it last year. We did not want to make the same mistake on Sunday, so a happy early birthday.
I would have been fine with some more forgetfulness. That would have been okay by me.
Oh, you didn't want us to acknowledge it? Are you one of those guys like, don't get me anything? Don't make it a big deal.
Oh, exactly. No, I mean, I'm 61 years old. I mean, I got, I think the part of having daughters, you get used to birthday weeks. Sometimes it's a birthday month.
Yes.
So I just try to balance it out at home.
Coach, I've always wondered this with a new player that you acquire like Jonathan Mingo. How does it work in terms of like playbook versus just plays? Is he going to go into the huddle? You guys have your verbiage and someone tells him you run an out, you run a go, you run a slant. How does that work with a new player?
That's an excellent question because that's really what you have to find a happy medium. When these things happen at this point in the season, you hope there is some carryover from language from past experiences. Obviously he's been in a number of different systems the last couple of years, so now he has a new language. So just trying to find a common area of his experience from a language standpoint, the routes. He's definitely has run, most of the routes that we run, but it's just that, it's the details within a route because everybody runs a little differently and, specifically how it fits the quarterback's footwork. So you kind of just have to kind of work through that on the side after practice. We've integrated them into practice just to try to get them into the flow of the huddle and give them certain plays. But it's definitely a process, and then that's what it is. You got to try to find a package of things that you can put them into to get started, and then obviously there's going to be some communication by his teammates in the huddle.
Coach, outside of quarterback, which probably is the most difficult to acclimate midseason, which positions are the most difficult versus the easiest? And I assume wide receiver is more on the difficult spectrum.
No, I think it's obviously it's offensive system specific. There's systems that are built around, I would say the West Coast offense, the building everything around making the quarterback successful. I know the Digit system was a very, very friendly wide receiver system. The origin of it was developed in junior college by Coach Coryell a long time ago. So the ability to have receivers come in, every year, every 2 years, and just learn the number tree. So I think it's, the origin of that is part of it.
Coach, I heard you talking about hanging on to your draft board for situations like this. How long can you hold on to the draft board? Obviously, you want to do homework in Carolina, what went right, what went wrong. How long do you find you can hang on to your evaluation of a player before that doesn't matter anymore if you're thinking about acquiring them?
My goodness, what the hell did you have for breakfast this morning?
Coach, I was out the past 2 days. It's the medicine. I had 2 days of rest.
Okay. Something's different, that's for sure. Another good question.
Thank you.
I think it's clearly, that's a good point. I don't know if I've ever put a timeline on it, but I think when a player comes available, you obviously go to the tape because the most important is what has he done lately, because there's obviously potential injuries and things like that get factored into these decisions too. So, but if you really like somebody in the draft, you should definitely take a deep search into it. I think it's something that you just can't say, oh, hey, it didn't work out for him over there, and we had a high draft grade that I'm not going to take a chance on him. So I think it's just a really good procedural process to go through, and I think it works more than it doesn't.
Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Coach, you're 9-4 in your last 13 games starting a backup quarterback here in Dallas. Why do you think your teams have been so successful in circumstances that most teams find really, really difficult?
I think it's, I think you just got to give credit to a lot of people, starting with the quarterback. I mean, it's, it's a room that functions together. So then, hopefully when change happens, it's not felt as dramatically in the huddle, during the most important part, the actual playing of the game. And, and I think Cooper brings that to the table. he steps in there, has that excellent huddle command and those types of things. So the functionality of the offense is still intact. Now, how the defense is going to play him versus how they're going to play Dak, we'll see how that goes. But, I think that's part of it. And, I think you just got to be in tune with your team, who you are. And who you are is a lot that has to do with how you're playing currently. So, we're going through a phase right now with some moving parts as far as positions, guys in and out. So you got to factor that into it. So I just think that's all part of it, and I think to just give a lot of credit to the quarterback room.
Cooper spent 7 seasons here now in Dallas as the backup quarterback, and it seems to be a lot of sincere confidence in him from the players to the coaches and everybody else. What are the traits specific to that role of backing up your starter that you guys have felt Cooper embodies so well?
Well, the biggest thing is his consistency. I mean, he's the same individual every single game, every single day as far as, the workplace, the practice field, and it definitely carries over to his game opportunities, which is reflected in obviously his record. So I think that's important, and and I just really want to see him play to that because he doesn't need to go in there. He needs to just be Cooper Rush, and everything's going to work out fine.
Is the game plan, does it have to change that drastically with Coop versus Dak or a lot of backups versus the starter?
Well, I mean, you don't want to change. That really goes back to the design of the quarterback. So, but it's obviously going to adjust. I mean, you always adjust it. I mean, if you're going to have a system that's built on making the quarterback successful, you're definitely going to adjust it to his play style.
Mike McCarthy here on 105.3 The Fan. Coach, how much serious consideration did y'all give to just throwing Trey Lance out there and trying to get some reps versus playing rush right now?
Oh, I think it's important to play to win the game. So, I mean, everything we do Sunday will be, with that mindset. We have a lot of football left to play. This is a division game. It's our second division game, and it's important for us to be 2-0 when we walk off that field Sunday.
Blink if Trey Lance could play in some type of packages.
Say that again?
I said blink there if Trey Lance could play in any type of packages to take advantage of his athleticism. We'll just wait for you to blink or not.
Oh, my goodness. I tell you, see, now you flipped on the other side of the fence.
I don't think
we're not opposed to ask, skiing questions and playtime questions. And
I just said blink. I left it open-ended with a blink.
You're abusing this friendship that we got.
Mike McCarthy joined us here at 105.3 The Fan. What is the status of Zeke?
Zeke? No, he's practiced very well. He's part of the plan, so kind of just back to normal.
Coach, the evolution of Jalen Hurts as a thrower. We talk about that with guys like him, with Lamar Jackson. Lamar silenced a lot of those critics. What are you seeing in Hurts, even compared to last year throwing the football?
Yeah, I think, like any quarterback, a healthy run game helps everybody play better in the pocket, and because you have a better pocket, because of the threat of run always exists. I think, Saquon Barkley, just the way he's playing, and then, in that run blocking unit, what they're doing week in and week out has given him, cleaner opportunities. But yeah, I think he's definitely evolving. He's playing at a high level right now. Their offense is efficient, and I think they're really in sync here the last couple of weeks.
Coach, when you study Philly, do the concepts and philosophies on offense look similar to the ones you guys saw Kellen running leading into the Chargers game last year, or even some of the stuff that he was running here with you guys in Dallas?
I'd say it's more towards what they've done there. I think that's a common approach. You have a successful offensive system, but definitely you could see the variations of what Kellen believes in. So that's what I see.
And Coach, in regards to your young offensive linemen, Tyler Guyton, Cooper Beebe, you've talked before about peaks and valleys and how it's important to learn from the valleys but not dwell on them. How do you approach making sure guys like Guyton and Beebe, they receive the correction, the coaching points that you're trying to give them without having them beat themselves up over those negative aspects?
Well, I mean, that's the synergy that you have between players and coaches, whether it's the position that, in the group, in the units, and also in the team. So yeah, I would say we have a very positive culture that promotes growth all the time. But the demand of the coaching staff is something that that I'm always in tune with. I don't think you can ever today have your demand high enough. I mean, generationally, when you look at the players over time, the way you communicate today is definitely different than you did 10, 15, 20 years ago. So, but yeah, I think our guys do a really good job of that.
Coach, how much of it for CD this week is going to be pain management versus, like just range of motion, inability to play at a normal level with the shoulder?
I would say it's I'd put it in the category of pain management. Just the way he practiced yesterday. He had a heck of a day yesterday, so he looks good. But it's definitely something he's going to have to deal with.
Coach, you've been around a number of different teams during your coaching career. Is there a specific season or team that you worked with that you think back on and say, I remember we were in a similar spot, we managed to right the ship, and I can draw on these experiences here to know, all right, this is how we get things going in the right direction?
Definitely. I mean, I've had a number of injury-filled seasons in Green Bay. Just going back through the timeline. 2010 was the first big injury season that we had up there, and it probably was the most prominent. And that turned out great. 16 was another one. We were same way, decimated behind the eight ball. At the middle of the season, and righted the ship and lost the NFC Championship game. So I've been through it, and then I've had games 13 and 17 where you lose your starting quarterback for almost 10 games too. So and those are tough years. So I've been through it a number of times.
Coach, have you found over your years that when you do lose the quarterback or you're in a losing, even more so than a losing streak, that is the time that players can lose focus the most when that quarterback goes down?
I think what I'm experiencing, and it's very evident this week. The focus gets tighter. I think on offense, what I've seen on offense is just the guys rallying around Cooper because they know he's going to bring it. He's always super prepared. I mean, if you're a young player and you've figured out how things work on offense, if you have a question, Cooper Rush is one of the first guys you're going to go ask. So, so I see the focus this week as far as the details of how we want to play and the demand of getting things done. It's definitely been there in the preparation.
Is it crazy to think that there's just like a feeling of pressure off, like? We're under 500 right now. The noise has been so loud. We lost Dak. Just go out and play free. There's nothing to lose. Is it crazy to think that these guys could play freer and looser?
Well, that was the message last week. Just to make sure that they were free and open. And I thought we went into the game. We were definitely prepared and started that way. We just you got to sustain that. So I think those approaches, as far as how you message and what you want out of the team are accurate, and you have to acknowledge it. But I can only go by what I see and feel in the interactions with our players every day. And we had a hell of a practice yesterday. It was probably, it was a little choppy in the beginning, but the physicality and the energy and the juice was exactly what I was looking for.
Coach, fantastic yet again. Thank you so much. And here's to a happy birthday on Sunday. Go get him. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Back at you. The head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy, brought to you by the Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. A couple of times he pointed to yesterday's practice, getting a little bit chippy. There has to be a pressure off feeling. I would think. Everyone thinks you've been eliminated, basically. People are making fun of you as a laughingstock in the league, on the field, your trade acquisition. You lost your quarterback. Y'all, who gives a flying F? Just go out there, and you have absolutely nothing to lose, and you got a backup quarterback. I would think that could help them.
I would think so, too. Now, have they lost these games because the pressure's been on? Probably not, especially defensively. But I do think when you play looser, you play better anyway, regardless of whether or not you've played poorly in the past. I generally agree with what you're saying.
I would think there'd be a press. There's no way to measure this, right? You'd have to ask the guys, too. I would think that there'd be a pressing, especially offensively.
Mm-hmm.
We got to match the other team because our defense stinks. And your defense is getting absolutely destroyed and sideline bickering. And expectations, I would think, have to be there for them within the lines during the 4 quarters. Maybe that goes all out the window when kickoff takes place, but that's my guess.
Yeah, look, and I think there's, and you heard Mike reference it there a little bit, where he says, it's only our second division game. That's something that they're all, I think, in that locker room rallying around right now is we've won our only division game so far, and we have 5 more. So, the margins don't look great right now, but if there's any gap you'd want in the second half, it'd be all these division games we have left. That's going to be our best chance to close this is 2 against Philly, 2 against Washington, and then another against the Giants. And so, I mean, I think they're optimistic genuinely in there right now because of that thought of just we still can control things a little bit with these division games.
They have put themselves, there's no doubt, in a hole that they have to go 5-1 in the division. Right, they really do. Because that just gets you to 7 victories, right? And and you're going to have to split the rest of your games.
Yeah, but get you to 7 victories, and then the rest of your games you have Houston, Cincinnati, Carolina, Tampa.
Did Eric Kendricks reject the help from Brian Broaddus yesterday on the G-Bag Nation? Bobby, you heard this. You got the audio, set it up.
I did. And this was something that Zach Wolchuk told me about. He was like, this is a little weird with Kendricks there at the back end. But I guess Brian last week had, during their Eric Kendricks interview that they have every week, had given him his tip of the game, or I got your tip here. And it seems like Eric Kendricks thought it might have tipped off a little too much. That you saw too much. You saw too much of a vulnerability, maybe tipped it a little bit. So yesterday when Brian got into his tip, Eric Kendricks wasn't having it.
Hey, Eric, okay, you said you're watching Cam Jurgens, the center. Okay, here's my tip of the week, watching him play.
Okay, wait. We can't get, I remember there was a tip last time.
No, it was special teams. It was a special teams tip.
All right, well, that was
you weren't on special. Yeah, you were on special teams. But this is a tip about Jurgens.
Do we not want this? Is that what you're
saying?
I'm just saying, chances are, if you know a tip, I know a tip. So
no, I'm
confirming.
Let's go tip for tip right now.
I'm confirming. I'm just
no, you don't need to confirm. I do my homework.
Okay,
so he knows this. Basically, let's.
I'm just asking. This. Okay.
Oh, man.
Which I cut it there, but Brian did go on for the next 90 seconds with his tip for the game.
He did?
Oh, my God.
It was just a 90-second explanation, so it didn't
What was it?
That when Cam Jurgens, when the guards will look back for silent count and then they'll tap the center for the silent count. He said that I've noticed that when they tap Jurgens, he immediately snaps. There's no head bob or anything else, and yada, yada, yada. And
so was Kendricks trying to say, don't say it out loud to mess up the advantage we could have?
I have no idea if other teams monitor player interviews or radio stations.
Fans think they do.
Fans think they do. You think the Dallas Cowboys listen to Philadelphia Sports Talk Radio? There's somebody with the Cowboys this week listening to Philly Sports Radio.
That players' scheduled interviews and locker room availability, somebody monitors all that.
Teams listen to the other radio station, or they go to the website?
Like if they know a player's got, for instance, Dallas Cowboys will post the Eric Kendricks interview every week. And so if they know a player's got an interview or they know coach has gotten it, I'm sure Philly is going to listen to what McCarthy just said.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. All right. I mean, listen, that's because it's the same thing. Just look at baseball. You don't ever tell that a pitcher's got a tip.
So part of the media policy changed when it became a little more stringent with social media and reporting what you see at practice. Stuff changed in 2015 where there was a fake punt that they were practicing here in Dallas, and I don't know who, I don't remember, some reporter had said, oh yeah, they were practicing a fake punt this week, and I guess Green Bay heard about that report and they were totally ready when they went for the fake punt and snuffed it out completely. And I was like, all right, we're changing the way you guys talk about what you saw out here. And that's why I think Mike was saying, lineup scheme, because he said the same thing yesterday to Ed Werder when Ed started asking. He said, well, scheme and lineup, we're not supposed to get into that.
That had, I can't believe Broaddus powered through with the point. Kendricks is saying, "Don't say it," and Broadus is like, "No, I have to show off my big football brain here, and I have to." But that had to hurt his feelings a little bit. That Kendricks is rejecting his help. He's like, "No, I don't care about the former scout information."
What are the chances that the players that the players don't know? Like, what would have been the chances that Broadus was actually saying something that the players didn't know?
I mean, sure, I guess it's possible depending on how good a study somebody is, but I think that's what Kendricks was kind of saying, was like let's just assume I know, and we can move forward with that, because I don't want us to tip anything. Because, yeah, you look for little, advantages or, tells that you can get. And I don't think Brian was being malicious by any means or anything like that.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, as we have a little bit of a rainy Friday morning to start off your weekend. And how many people have off on Monday, which we just found out about yesterday.
Veterans Day, right? Is that what it is? Veterans Day?
Mm-hmm. I don't have it off. I'm going to be right here.
Well, none of us have it off, but I mean, the Tolos, listen. You?
No, I don't. I was saying, we don't have it off.
Yeah, it's after. It's not a noon game, so Peyton probably takes it off.
By the way, before we even got our cut sheets in here yesterday, the first sheet that was printed off and walked down the office was Peyton taking advantage of the comp day he was emailed about.
Oh, he already picked out his comp day?
He went and dropped that sheet in at before he came in here and brought us the cut sheet. That was like, well, this is the priority. I got to fill up my comp day that I want.
All right, we're going to have the Burger King Howard Eskin off the Philly sidelines next to Big Dom. Join us at 7:20 this morning. We'll have the junk drawer at 7:40. We'll pick the game at 8. And RJ Choppy with your college football selections and degenerate picks in the 9 o'clock hour on DFW Sports Station. What about the rest of the NFL after an awesome Thursday night football game? Jared Goff will win the MVP. Washington will have the Rookie of the Year, Coach of the Year, and what's EOI?
Executive
of the Year as well. RJ Choppy around the rest of the NFL with Fact or Fiction next.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now you've got to go for the end zone because it's third down and you don't want to settle for the field goal. 3rd and 5, Lamar takes the snap, backpedaling, drifting to the left, running left, lob back of the end zone. Touchdown Ravens! Rashad Bateman on the receiving end.
Two incredible quarterbacks putting on a show back and forth last night, Bobby. Keep your mouth shut. A couple of Tolos during the game already sent me. They're like, how's Bobby going to make us hate him even more with this stupid Lamar Jackson takes? Lamar throws for 4. Joe Burrow throws for 4. But the Bengals miss a 2-point conversion at the end. And the Ravens move on to 7-3 after being down 14 early at home. Cincinnati falls to 4-6.
Yeah, it was a great back and forth game. Kind of a reverse for the Ravens. The Ravens have had a tendency to get up and then blow leads. This was one where they fell behind and they had to fight back. And, it was a fantastic job by Cincinnati blowing coverage on Mark Andrews in the end zone. Tylan Wallace running 80 yards on a 2-yard out throw. Lamar's 2-yard out throw was great there on that touchdown.
You're the one who has the troll job is in full effect. You're the one who has the Ravens super high in your power rankings.
I do.
You don't believe in them for their defense, so you're believing in something.
It's got to be for something.
He's a great weapon. He is.
Zach Taylor, sick over losing these big leads against Baltimore this year.
It's a good football team, but we expected to come in here and win, and we did everything we could to do that. Doesn't change the fact that I'm proud. I think everybody on that field fought, gave us a chance. Also came on the road to a good team, and it's sickening that this has happened twice to us. We got to find a way to close out these games. We had our opportunity. We got down there, went for 2, and just didn't work out for us. But this team's going to continue to put us in good positions, and there's going to be a point in the season where that turns, and we'll respond the right way from this game. We got a 1-game season next week against the Chargers before the bye, and so we'll get our bodies right and get ready to go fight them.
Since he's 3rd in the North, Baltimore actually is 2nd at 7-3 because the Steelers are 6-2.
Yeah, and I mean Pittsburgh. I think most of us are waiting for them to just falter.
Yeah,
but they never do. That's the thing about the Steelers. I mean, they falter eventually in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But they're still. I mean, they're going to wind up getting out there, and they're going to win 10, 11, maybe 12 games this year, and no one will pick them to win a single playoff game.
The AFC starting at the 6th seed is pretty gross. The Chargers are the 6. Denver's the 7. Indianapolis is the 8. Ew. Cincinnati is the 9.
Look, I don't think there's a single team out there that wants to see any part of Cincinnati in the postseason. They're scary.
They've had such they blow games flat out. That's on them. But I mean they've had such bad luck in terms of. I don't think there's any chance they lose to New England again like they did week 1. They lose by a point to the Chiefs in a game where there was some question about an interference call at the end. They lose in a shootout with the Commanders. They lose by 3 to the Ravens. Last night, 1 to the Ravens. And so, I mean, they've had some really narrow margins here in big games where this season could have flipped. It's just Zach Taylor's not done a good job late in games.
Well, and they could easily make the case that there was the rough of the passer hands to the face on the final play. On the 2-point conversion. I mean,
I saw the receiver more tied up and interfered with, but they decided with the no call. Look what just dropped. That media times things out when they release. We have the profile interview with Ralph James Choppy that just dropped from Barrett Sports Media. How about this?
How about that? With 40 minutes on this thing.
Do we need to go through this at all and be worried about you insulting the 3 of us on here?
Yeah, or is this going to be like your post on Will's Facebook yesterday?
I didn't talk much about Bobby.
Nice.
I did say some very nice things about Sean, though.
Is that because he chickened out of the Jerry interview?
Pretty much.
I did that because of his Will comment to get back for you.
Yeah.
All right, speaking of the rest.
One of those is a fact.
Of the NFL. Fact or fiction with Ralph James?
Fact or fiction, Jared Goff will win the MVP.
Fiction right now, it looks like. I mean, who's the betting favorite had been Josh Allen in recent weeks.
Well, a lot of people are saying that, Lamar's going to go ahead and win it again.
Yeah.
I have the numbers from Bet Online. Josh Allen is 2nd. Lamar's 1st. This was before last night, and that's only going to help him more.
Right.
Lamar, Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, then Jared Goff, followed by Jaden Daniels, Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts. I'm going to say this. I don't want to sound like I agree with Bobby. and I have to go back, Choppy, you're going to have to dig up all the numbers. It feels like the NFL MVP last year and this year has really been watered down. That's just a brain mental observation. I have not clicked on the numbers to go and look it up. It feels like last year, okay, like kind of like by default, Lamar go ahead and win it. Josh Allen, I haven't been like superhuman season for him to go ahead and win this thing. Mahomes, for him to be third, to me, that is just Vegas covering their rear end. We all know he has not had an MVP season. We're talking about Jared Goff with insane completion numbers, but they're winning, some games with him throwing no passes. Right. So it's like, how's he going to win the MVP? It feels like to me, maybe this is a bigger separate topic. The NFL MVP has dropped off in terms of quality.
I think it has. I think you're right.
All right, that's all the research I needed. You just say I'm right. I agree.
Because, Goff is he's completed 30 straight passes to Amon-Ra St. Brown. 30 straight. That's 1 in 780,000 chance of doing that. They have more touchdowns than incompletions in their last 6 games. Right? Those are just stupid numbers, but it also shows, the receivers are getting open. He's on a deadly accurate streak right now. And
I know, but in the last 2 games, Jared Goff has thrown for 230 yards total.
Yeah.
Now, he hasn't needed to 4 touchdowns, by the way, but I'm just saying we're talking about him as the MVP with 145 and 85 in the last 2 weeks.
Right.
That's not MVP.
It's not. It's not. Those are not gaudy stats. He's like the precise precision passing rate. That's a new stat they have.
With the tight windows and everything.
He's doing very, very well in that, but
he's 17th in yards, he's 9th in touchdown passes, he's 14th in QBR. And we're having this discussion about him. I'm not trying to crap on him. I think it's the quality of the argument.
I think this is as good as Lamar's played, like throwing the ball. Like if you look at the way that he is, and you look at his numbers right now, he leads the NFL in touchdown passes. He leads the NFL in adjusted net yards per attempt. He leads the NFL in passer rating. He leads the NFL in QBR. Like he's across the board. He's 24 touchdowns to 2 interceptions. Last year, I agree. He's already hit his touchdown total passing from last year. He had 24 last year. He's got 24 now. And so he's playing out of his mind. Last year, I agree, it felt kind of like a default. Because remember, it was entering December, we were like, is Dak a candidate? Like, it wasn't clear who was separating themselves. Lamar is playing the best right now, and so it's setting up right now, it feels like, for him to win it again.
Jaden is another one you got to watch out for.
So my answer to, and again, Jaden Daniels is not like playing he's not an MVP, a superhuman season. My answer is fiction. Jared Goff will not win the MVP. I think part of the thing that's going to hurt him, Detroit is so good. He can beat you in so many different ways. He doesn't have to throw for 200 yards.
Absolutely. Next one, fact or fiction. Washington will have the Rookie of the Year, the Coach of the Year, and even the Executive of the Year.
Yeah, it's a fact. That's that. I mean, that's the way it's said. The one that's the shakiest might be Quinn, depending on how.
He's the leader right now at Bet Online for Coach of the Year. Guess second, third, fourth.
Second, O'Connell, yeah.
O'Connell's fourth.
Tomlin?
Fourth.
Yeah. Tomlin's fifth.
Harbs?
Don't overthink it.
Andy Reid.
Yeah. Oh. Andy Reid. They still are undefeated. 4-1. Dan Campbell is 8-1. Then Kevin O'Connell, Mike Tomlin, Sean Payton.
Okay. I'll tell you this. I mean, I expected the Chiefs and the Lions to be good. You know what I mean? I expected them to be really good.
Is that an expectation award?
I think so.
No, a lot of times I think it's a surprise. It's a surprise team award. That's why Dan Quinn's leading.
And Quinn is the one that would be the shakiest to me, because if for some reason they fall off or Pittsburgh continues to win games, Tomlin could win it, and just different guys. So that's the shakiest. But right now, I would say all 3 of those are likely.
All right, NFL.
What was the question again?
Washington will have the Rookie of the Year, Coach of the Year, and Executive of the Year. Like, Jaden's easily going to win the Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
I think Adam Peters is easily going to win Executive of the Year.
What do we think Washington's record will finish as? And will that beat out what the Chiefs will end up? How many games do the Chiefs have to lose in order for it to sway the award?
Well, obviously, if they go undefeated, he's going to win it.
Yeah.
Right, I think. And even 15-1.
Yeah. How many losses does Reid have to have for Quinn to win it?
16-1, I guess. No more than 2.
If he has 3 losses, Dan Quinn wins it. But you're not thinking, you're going to answer fiction for your own question. You're not buying Washington.
I don't buy Washington, no. And I got to look at the rest of their schedule. Like, they've got Look, I think they're going to lose to Philadelphia twice. I think they're going to lose to Atlanta. They play the Steelers this week. They'll probably win. I think they'll split with the Cowboys.
So you think Philly wins the NFC East?
I do.
Okay.
I do. Right now, I do.
I think Washington goes 12-5. So, and I mean,
12-5 versus 14-3. Who gets it?
Washington winning 12 games is default. Give the award. I don't care if somebody else went undefeated. Like the fact that Washington wins 12 games would be insane.
Because that would be such an improvement over the previous year.
Yeah.
Whereas even 17-0 is not that great of an improvement over whatever the Chiefs were 13-4. Fact or fiction? NFL, fact or fiction? Arizona will win the AFC West. They're the only.
That's fiction.
Arizona's in the NFC.
What did I say?
AFC West.
Oh, I did write AFC. Right there. They'll win the NFC West. They're 5-4. Everyone else is 4-4 or worse.
Fiction.
It'll be San Fran. San Fran's going to get it corrected. San Fran's the only one with a positive point differential in that division.
Wow. Oof. Yeah. Arizona's -7. The Rams are -24. Arizona, they have the same amount of losses as San Fran. They just have one more win. No, they're not winning the West.
I agree. They're not. They have played the teams in the division tough this year.
I almost feel like Arizona are they getting too much credit?
Yes.
For being 5-4? They're getting too much? We just expected 3-14. We expected 4-13 with the number one pick at quarterback.
Now they do deserve credit for obviously being a team that was really competitive with Buffalo. Arguably should have beat them in week 1.
Mm-hmm.
They kept it competitive with the Lions in week 3. And so, they've had some really bad blowout losses. Like the Packers and Commanders beat the hell out of them. And
but they beat San Fran, right? They beat L.A.
They did beat San Fran. They beat the Chargers. They beat the Dolphins and the Bears. And so, but I still think it's a little too much credit. They're better than I expected, but I don't think they're good.
I agree. I think it's San Fran's division to lose, obviously. The Raiders will have the number one pick and still not take a quarterback.
Man, what you sent me last night on Devontae, that was bad. We don't have enough time for it, but holy crap, that was bad with that insider report on what a problem Devontae Adams was there.
Dude, yeah, he's got a lot of issues right now, and he's mirroring Aaron Rodgers essentially is what he's done.
Why are you throwing in that they wouldn't take a quarterback?
Because of the Raiders, they just do.
Or because they're picking number 1 and there's not a quarterback worthy of taking number 1.
Will Chambers listen to that right now with Shador? Vegas has Shador favorite at number 1. They will take a quarterback.
Nice. I'll bet anybody on it.
That is fiction.
That's fiction?
That the Raiders will take a quarterback if they have one.
They will take a quarterback regardless. I think they're not picking one, though. I think the Patriots are terrible.
And they're not. The Panthers are not as good as the Raiders. I don't think.
No, they're not.
No.
They're not. The Raiders are better. The Raiders are a bit of a mess.
Although the Panthers beat the Raiders by 14, so.
Oh,
gosh. Finally, there are 12 teams in the NFC with better records than the Cowboys. 12. They absolutely should start Trey Lance.
Fiction. I agree with McCarthy, who joined us last hour. Go ahead and play 2, 3, 4 games with Rush. If you lose those games, if you go 1-3. Now, look, there's 2 answers. One is for that answer I just gave was for the organization and in the locker room. As a sports talk host and a fan, they should just be as miserable as possible. That would mean play Trey Lance. For the organization, Mike McCarthy, and the locker room, you play Cooper Rush here over the next 3, 4, maybe 5 games. If you lose them all, then you go over to Trey Lance. But no, I do not believe organizationally you can play Trey Lance today. Cannot.
Yeah,
you have to try to win. You have to try to compete until you're definitely totally out of it. We know they're out of it, but till they're definitely technically out of it.
You gave a 4th-round pick. I think you got to see what it is. Like, if you believed in it, if you believed in the evaluation,
no,
you get a 4th-round pick, play it.
Stop.
And regardless...
They already know, they know what it is. They've had him long enough to evaluate. And stop acting like they traded for him yesterday. They know what it is, and you know what it is. We all know what it is.
I know what it is. Show me what it is. Now, here's the thing, is that...
They did in the preseason and training camp.
Here's the other thing, is that regardless of who's out there, Cooper Rush, Dak Prescott, Trey Lance, this team's finishing with a top 10 pick, so I don't think it totally matters.
Ooh, if Cooper Rush plays the rest of the games versus Trey Lance, I think there's a 3, maybe 4 win, a 3-win difference between the two.
throughout the remaining games.
So you think Cooper wins 3 more games and Lance wins none, basically? Because I thought with Dak they were winning 3 more games the rest of the way.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if there was I sent you guys the quarterback differences. Cooper Rush is that much better than Trey Lance, I believe.
Absolutely.
Yes. The gap between Dak and Rush is smaller than the gap between Rush and Lance.
Oh, yeah. Not even close.
Infinite numbers, right? It's like, and Vegas will tell you the same thing. Like, if Cooper Rush starts, it's about a 3 to 4 point difference than Dak. If Trey Lance starts between Rush, we're talking about 10 points.
NFL fact or fiction with Ralph James Choppy here on DFW Sports Station. Go see the KMC Masterpiece in Fort Worth at the Buffalo Wild Wings, brought to you by Miller Lite, with your chance to win Cowboy tickets. Let's bring back the enemy, the evil troll. He's on the sidelines. He is the Burger King. Howard Eskin from WIP in Filthy, previewing Sunday next.
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On 105.3 The Fan, it is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Cowboys, filthy, 7.5 points spread, 12:30 pregame show, play-by-play with Brad and Babe, all on this radio station, also known as the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network, and part of the Eagles coverage has been this guy for a long, long time. He is Howard Eskin, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline from WIP in Filthy here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Howard.
What a wonderful morning to start it off with you guys. It is such a treasure and a pleasure. But I have a question for you. Can I object to your questions like one of your guests does, the clueless guest that you had? Because, how can you ask that question? Can I object? Because I know that's happened with you guys, the objections.
When you saw that story, first off, you didn't reach out like I thought a nice person would and offer your condolences or words of encouragement. Did you immediately know that it was us? What did you think when that story happened?
Well, I thought it was just a bunch of losers. So you guys letting him do that.
Oh God!
Come on. And who is he? He's built a horrible team, America's team. What America are we in when that football team? And because the Cowboys suck, what America are we in? And he's the genius that built that football team. He's the genius that gave Dak Prescott a contract, and now he's stuck. The turnover machine, the overrated quarterback in Dak Prescott. He's the genius that doesn't have a running game. It's just beautiful. It's just beautiful. Now, what can I say? And you got a coach that all of a sudden says his team practiced hard. What the hell did they do the other weeks of the season? What, they didn't practice hard? Give me a break.
Howard, does it feel like Sirianni has saved himself, or is he still on the chopping block for this season?
Well, Philadelphia people always want to rip something, so I get it.
And you don't. I love how you get on us for how we handle Jerry while you're sitting there keeping Sirianni's Gatorade and water cold on the sideline next to Big Dom.
Hey, listen, I think he's a good Big Dom. Everybody wants to get on Big Dom.
Yeah.
Sirianni is a good coach. I think he's a good coach. Greatness comes with a lot of years. He's won more games in his first 3 years as head coach than any head coach in the NFL ever. And he's second in the NFL right now in percentage of wins since 2021. You base it on results, and he's got results. His personality is out there. He's very emotional, enthusiastic, which I like that rather than that stone-faced loser of a coach that you have. He throws down when he doesn't. What did he throw down his clipboard for?
That's a tablet, geezer. Dang, Power. What else do you think he's writing down with a feather pen? Think he's doing a playbook with a feather pen out here? God. And I know you're not talking about sideline antics. You have the biggest douchebag in the whole league, and you're talking about our guy's sideline antics with Sirianni. Your quarterback has to keep him in check and his emotions in check. You know, if he was in any other city and you weren't holding his headphone wire, you'd be killing him and destroying him. You know it.
Wait a minute. His quarterback doesn't keep him in check. He's got people there that.
Big Dom.
He's the head coach.
His quarterback doesn't talk to him.
He's the head coach of a winning football team. You have a head coach of a losing football team for years. I mean, you've won in the regular season, but we know that's useless. Regular season wins unless you win in the playoffs. And Sirianni's going to, like any coach, has to have results in the playoffs. That's what it really comes down to. So who would you rather have? And don't tell me Mike McCarthy over Nick Sirianni, because then you guys show me you really are clueless.
We are going to have a head start on our next guy versus you guys.
That's true. Howard Eskin.
I hope you hire Bill Belichick. I hope you hire him, because he is so overrated. He won with Tom Brady, and he didn't win without Tom Brady. So go ahead, Jerry. Go ahead. Pay Bill Belichick all that money, and you have a losing team for more years ahead.
Howard Eskin joins us here, 105 through the fan. All right, you like Sirianni? I actually like Nick, but what does he actually do well as a coach?
Well, it's hard to have a coach that has respect and the players like you. It's hard to have both, and he does. He's creative. His team meetings, whether you like Jason Kelce or not, he said he's the best coach in team meetings that he's ever had. And Andy Reid was here. So that has to say something. Now, meetings translate a lot of times to what happens on the field. He really does energize the players. He really does have a very creative mind, and he's got the players that'll go through a wall for him. You're going to tell me that half the guys on the Dallas Cowgirls go through a wall for Mike McCarthy? Really? Are you going to tell me that? Because then I'd really be disappointed in you guys. I would really be disappointed. And then I would object to the next question. I'm going to see what I can do about you guys.
Oh, God, here we go.
So Howard, when you say that it's hard to be liked and respected and does that a good job, why can't he get either from his quarterback, who it keeps being reported, they got to have Kellen Moore come in and bridge the gap between the two because they can't even talk to each other?
Well, that's what happens when you read social media. It's not social and it's not media, and you believe all that stuff. Now, Jalen Hurts, I'll say, is a little bit different of a guy, and they get along very well this year.
Oh.
They do.
Here's Pravda.
Well, wait a minute.
Good reference.
They get along.
Really
they
good.
get along well. Now, does that mean he doesn't disagree with some of the things that Nick Sirianni does? But the reality is, Kellen Moore is calling the plays. So when people say, "Oh, he doesn't get along with Nick Sirianni," for what reason? For what reason? Kellen Moore is calling the plays. When you have a situation late in the game and you have a timeout and you discuss it, they discuss the plays, and Nick Sirianni say this might work, but they all agree. In the end, they all agree with the play call. But during the game, during 98% or 99% of the game, Kellen Moore is calling the plays. So when the quarterback is objecting or reportedly is objecting, what is he objecting to? I mean, you guys just buy into all this nonsense. Yeah. Hey, listen, there's not players that agree with everything. You don't find it anywhere. You think Joe Burrow agrees with everything that his head coach is saying right now, even though he's had some really good games? No, he can't agree with everything. But as long as the team moves forward, now they're losing with a great quarterback, and that's not a good thing either.
Have you gotten any good questions in for Sirianni's kids at the press conferences lately?
Oh, God, Howard,
wow.
please tell me you destroyed that. The using your kids as a human shield because you're too soft to be up there. So please tell me you killed that.
He's done that before. It's not his whole family was there from out of town, and obviously his kids were there. I don't know that they're there every game, and he was happy that they won a game. It wasn't a pretty game against Cleveland. But to use him as a shield, every question that the reporters wanted to ask, the brilliant reporters that wanted to ask, they were asked. Every question was asked, and it wasn't because the kids were or weren't there. Now, he's not going to bring his kids up anymore because people make an issue of it. I'm going to tell you something. I took offense to that, and I'm going to try to be serious with you guys, which is really hard to do because it's you guys. My son, who's on the air now, in the afternoons at WIP. When he was a kid, I shared because I didn't have enough time at home because I was working nights. I was at games all the time. So he met Michael Jordan through my work, best basketball player ever. Wayne Gretzky, best hockey player ever. Some of my other kids met Shaq and Rodman. Rodman was really strange, but it was really cool because he was so goofy at the time. And my daughter got to meet Taylor Swift because I'm friends with her dad. My other daughter got to have lunch with John Bon Jovi. She was a big fan, and I knew John by covering games through my work when he owned part of the arena football team. So they all shared in experiences because I allowed them to share in experiences. So the kids being up there, it's just an experience. That's all a parent's trying to do. And, and I was trying to be serious in that regard. And I took offense. I took offense to that. I don't care whether his kids are up there. Ask the questions. Who cares?
Howard Eskin, D&M Leasing Hotline from Filthy here on 105.3 The Fan. The Metroplex was ready to run Kellen Moore out of town. Bobby here was very upset about it, though. He loves Kellen. What has Kellen Moore been for the Eagles offense?
Well, once the quarterback got comfortable with his offense, he likes to run a lot of plays under center, which the quarterback wasn't comfortable with because you can have better play action, more motion, and a couple of coaches, and Mark Sanchez actually brought up a point, that quarterbacks sometimes aren't comfortable being under center with play action because when you turn away from the line, some quarterbacks don't process things as quickly when you turn back to look when it's not a run, but it is a pass. So now they're running more plays under center. They can do more things. And obviously Saquon Barkley adds a lot to what they do. But I think Kellen Moore is now running more of his offense that he wants to run because the quarterback now has become more comfortable with what he's doing. So I like Kellen Moore. I think he's another guy that is creative, and with Nick Sirianni, I think they have a creative offense, and I think Kellen Moore's done a good job here. I don't know what the issue was in Dallas, but I guess Mike McCarthy wanted to run the ball all the time. That brilliant head coach that you got.
What did you honestly think of the Saquon acquisition, and could you have dreamed it worked out this well?
Well, I thought this is when they got him, I said, they just got another receiver, and that's why they paid him more money than you would think that they would pay a running back. He hasn't been as much of a receiver as before, but as long as he's healthy, he's obviously very good. And it's hard to find a player that cares so much about his teammates. You can talk about players. Oh yeah, he cares about his teammates. This guy didn't want to go back in the game because he wanted somebody else when he was 13 yards away from 100. And he told the head coach, listen, no, let the other guys, as he said, let the other guys eat. And I saw it when I was on the sidelines. I said, he's not going back in the game. And I give him, and then he hugged Gainwell, the other running back, when he didn't score a touchdown because he wanted him to succeed because he wasn't in there. He is a great teammate and obviously a hell of a running back. And I just, as long as he's healthy, he's going to be really good. I expected him to catch the ball more and not run the ball as much, but I did not have any doubt that he was going to be a good running back for the Eagles and a better running back. So, hey, listen, who was it? Swift, who went to Chicago, I think.
Yeah.
He gained 1,000 yards last year, but what's 1,000 yards in a 17-game season? It's meaningless. But what Saquon does, he does more than just have success on the field. He has success with his teammates off the field, and that's being legit. I mean, I learned more about the guy. I heard he was a good guy, but he's a really, really good person too, and you need that on a football team, which the Cowboys have not had enough of those guys.
Give us how the East finishes 1, 2, 3.
Eagles, Washington, Giants.
Oh
wow!
Of course. Oh gosh! You think y'all beat Washington?
They play them after they. The only problem I have with Sunday's game, I don't have a problem with the game. The only question I have is don't take the Cowboys for granted, even though they suck, even though they really are. I'd rather have Prescott play because he's a turnover machine. But now we got to, you got to deal with Cooper Rush. But the Redskins or the Washington or whatever the hell they call their name is these days, they play them on Thursday after this game. Don't look ahead to the Washington game. You got to take care of the Cowboys and kick their ass like you should do. And that would be an embarrassment. That would really be an embarrassment for the Cowboys. Hey, you won your only division game. You beat the Giants by 5 points. Whoopee! Wow, that's really exciting. I'm telling you, that shows me a good football team.
What happens on Sunday?
The Eagles win by double digits. And there's no question. Even with a less than full effort, they're still going to beat the Cowboys, and they should beat them easily. Get up on this team. Then what do? Can't pass, can't run, can't have Jerry Jones do anything more because he's already messed it up enough. So what are you going to do? The Eagles win this game.
All right.
No question.
I got to be serious with you here and talk about something else happening in your city. Howard Eskin, WIP. What the hell is happening with the Embiid situation? Oh, is he hurt? Is he not hurt? Did you know the reporter, the shove? What is happening with Embiid?
Well, I'm not a fan of the reporter, so let's get that out of the way. And he just there's been too many times where he takes liberties. But they're both wrong. Embiid was wrong for shoving him. He waited for him. He didn't even play in the game, and he's still sitting in the locker room 10 to 15 minutes when the media comes in the locker room, please. He shouldn't have been there. That's number one. Embiid will be hurt for the rest of his career. He's a lazy player. Ooh. He doesn't listen to the coach. He doesn't play for his teammates. He plays for himself. The question I get a lot is, well, why doesn't he just give the team 15? Now, his knee's always going to be bad. It is what it is. You're going to have to play on it, and that's the end of that story. But why doesn't he play 15, 18 minutes to help his team? Yeah. And you know why? It's pretty simple. Because it lowers your seasonal. If you play 15 to 20 games and only play 15 to 18 minutes, you're not going to have as many points. You're not going to have as many rebounds, and it lowers your seasonal average because it's figured into it. He's playing for himself. So he's going to play on Tuesday, from what I understand, when the Sixers are back home. Yeah, but he's not going to play on Wednesday. There's a home game against Cleveland. Cleveland's undefeated, but he's not going to play back-to-back games because that's just who he is. I mentioned, how many games are you going to have Embiid, Paul George, and Maxey in the same game? My number is 35, and I think I was high. Yeah. 35 games will all play together. Embiid is not a winner. They should have traded him 3 years ago. The president, general manager, is a total fraud. Daryl Morey is never done anything to improve this team. The Sixers are the only team that would have given Paul George a 4-year max contract, so that's why he came here. That's the only reason he came here, because he got the 4-year max contract. He, other than last year, when I think he played either 71 or 74 games because he was playing for a contract, he averaged 50-some games a year the 4 previous years. I mean, I didn't even realize he's a nice player. He's a good player, but he's hurt all the time too. But Embiid's going to be hurt and then the moron Daryl Morey, and what a clueless guy he is and a fraud. He gives him a 3-year extension, and you have a physical before you sign a contract. They knew his knee was a problem, and they extend him 3 years, which gave him 5 years more with the Sixers at an average of $62.5 million a year. Woo! Now, what incentive does Embiid have to play? Really? I mean, really. And he'll want out if they're not going to be better. He's not going to go anywhere else because he's got such a comfort level. And I'll share this with you because I've done it on the air. Embiid shows up on games he plays for home games 45 to 50 minutes before tip-off. What? You're kidding me, right? Yeah, I'm telling. I didn't believe it. Some of the technical people that shoot the players coming in.
Yeah.
told me he doesn't get here till 45, 50 minutes before tip-off. So I happened to be by an elevator to go up to one of the suite levels to see some people, and that's where they come in. And he comes in for a game that he played. I looked at my watch, 47 minutes before tip-off.
Wow.
You got to be kidding me. This is who he is. And when you guys, it might have been you guys or somebody in San Francisco, maybe it was San Francisco that wanted him. Take him. Get him out of here. You're never going. The Sixers will never, and that's capital letters. For you guys, I'll spell it NEVER. Never win a championship with Joel Embiid on this basketball team.
Wow.
Never. That's capitalized by the way, and you guys probably know how to do that.
We figured it out.
Imagine if Embiid played for the Eagles. Howard would be here like, he's the Cal Ripken of football.
Yeah.
He's the greatest teammate in the history of football.
I know.
Yeah, you guys are nitwits.
Enjoy your trip, Bobby. Kick him in the stones in the press box. Thank you, the Burger King. Howard Eskin on the D&M Leasing Hotline from Filthy and WIP. That is an absolute disaster.
Oh, it's crazy.
They're gonna have to try to deal. They're gonna have to deal him for 30 cents on the dollar.
Embiid?
Yeah, he can't survive there.
No,
it's
he
over.
can't.
And did Daryl Morey know he couldn't play back-to-backs when he gave him the deal?
I mean, how do you not? How do you not know?
Yeah, that is an absolute mess. Let's clean out the mess of the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
The things we're not able to get to throughout the week here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got Peyton and Caitlin in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll make the official picks for Cowboys-Eagles at 8 o'clock, and Bobby may have some bad news when it comes to the referees.
But let's help this couple out, this young couple getting married.
Kidding. Joking.
They can't figure out what name to use, what name to go by.
Their last name?
Their last name. Her last name is Bonadonna.
Bonadonna?
Bonadonna. Sorry.
Bonadonna.
Danielle Bonadonna. His name is Jacob Bartlebaugh.
Oh.
And they can't decide. And they're
just go
both
by the first name.
Just
go by
Danielle
the first.
Jacob.
Yeah, just go by the first.
If only we had a historic guide for how last names work when you get married.
Yes, well, this is 2024, Bobby. But they are very attached to their last names. They have not been able to decide what they want to do when they eventually do get married.
They're very attached. I thought they were going to say they're both awful.
Yeah, I thought it was like,
we're screwed either way.
Yeah, I thought it was like, what name do we pick because we don't want either of these?
Well, that could be it. But people are going, you know what, over the idea that we could be named the Bonadonna Bartlebaughs. Like, just hyphenate the name. Danielle Bonadonna Bartlebaugh and Jacob Bonadonna Bartlebaugh.
Yeah.
So they're asking the people at their wedding to vote when they get there and decide on what the last name is.
Oh, that's awesome.
So
that's cool.
I guess the question is that which one are you choosing if you're voting, but also Bonadonna. I'm absolutely going with Bonadonna, I think.
I'm going with Bartlebaugh. Like we
Bartlebaugh?
have throughout history.
What do you mean?
You know what
I'll choose the man?
You know what I mean.
What if Mackenzie goes to Peyton and says, I'll marry you, but you've got to take my last name?
I'd call off the wedding.
There we go, Peyton.
We know how much you lie on air now.
Oh.
Halloween decorations.
Yes.
I can't take anything you say seriously. I really can't. You take the video, the pictures, you crumbled, and now you already have the Christmas decorations up. So I don't know how much I trust. I don't want to. Her last name starts with an L, right? I don't want to say the last name, but I don't think Peyton. I think he put his foot down on that.
I think he would.
What about you? You could have a cool last name.
I'm thinking of
a very fitting with the election too.
Yes, that's right. That's right. I'm thinking of combining them and just going Choppyman.
Choppyman.
Because she's countryman.
Okay.
I mean, I would absolutely. I'd be down with that. That's fun. It's funny.
Yeah, I would have put my foot down on this. I would have said no. We're not doing this.
What was her maiden name?
Rodriguez.
Bobby Rodriguez. That sounds cool.
Yeah. You go by Robert.
Well, there's a director
Robbie
named
Rodriguez.
There's already a Robert Rodriguez. He's a director.
That's right. Okay.
Robbie Rodriguez.
I can't take that one. You got
That's
more?
it. No, that was it.
Speaking of, we were just talking about, a lot of election stuff this week. There were some disturbing Google trends out there, Sean.
It was a wonderful day.
The days leading up to and on Election Day.
By the way, his new chief of staff is the daughter of Pat Summerall. How about that? Daughter of Pat Summerall, and she's the chief of staff.
And I saw today she's the first woman chief of staff ever. That's surprising.
Yeah, it's surprising to Mark Cuban as well.
Well, it looks like some folks were in the dark about what's been going on the last couple months. Sometimes we say, we'll talk about a story or whatever, and like, you don't necessarily need to reset that aspect of it because everybody knows. Apparently not everybody knows some of these things. In the days leading up to the election and on Election Day, there was a massive spike in Google searches for terms like, did Joe Biden drop out and is Joe Biden running?
This is amazing.
In fact, the largest spike of is Joe Biden running was found in California, Kamala Harris's home state.
What?
Where they would know, I would think, that she's running now.
You would think so.
Now, does this have to do with those 100,000 Amish voters that were registered in Pennsylvania? Like, did they just get access to technology and were like, who's running?
Yeah.
Like they have no concept of. But this seems like a massive blind spot that there's no excuse for.
Sometimes we'll get this with our jobs when people are like, is so-and-so, that show's still on?
Yeah, it's been 4 years.
It's been 4 years. Like, what time slot are you guys on? And
Right.
It's been a number of years. And to think that there's some people so unaware that they didn't know Biden dropped out, that's shocking and kind of frightening.
It's very, very frightening. They have votes. So I was on Election Day, I'm watching all this coverage leading up to the polls closing. They do these exit interviews, right? And there was this one guy on there, and they're like, "What?" They asked, "Why did you vote? Who did you vote for?" All the things. And he said, "Well, I wasn't going to, but my girlfriend said if I didn't vote, she was going to break up with me." He goes, "I just want to get home and eat some chips," which that's code for I want to go home and smoke weed, because that's what you do. That's why you're eating chips at home. Nobody eats chips at home, just eat chips at home, right? It's
Nobody eats chips at home?
As an in-between snack, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I would tell you, like, I'm if somebody tells me they're going to go home and eat chips, I know exactly what they're doing right before they
Have you ever known anybody who actually broke up over a vote or politics? Like, I know people who they didn't pursue a relationship
I don't know
because
anyone.
of it.
I don't know anyone who is in that opposite of a relationship to begin with.
I saw on TikTok and stuff, there's a lot of people that said they were doing that, but how much of that, you can't believe anything you see anymore.
Yeah.
Like, is that just, are they just saying that for TikTok?
Right.
See, that was the biggest thing you mentioned at that point. You don't know anybody that opposed.
No.
That was why I couldn't buy the whole idea of like, well, there's this potential massive split of wives voting for Kamala and husbands voting for Trump. I'm like, I don't know couples like that.
No.
Like, I know couples who are either all Kamala or all Trump, and there's no real split in between.
Unless they were quietly, they said silent voting.
Silent voting.
They were like making sure the spouse didn't know who they were really voting for behind the scenes. The Junk Drawer here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. Did you guys talk about the marijuana getting passed?
Yes, we did.
The decriminalization.
So that feels like a lot.
Man, 4 ounces?
That feels like a lot. Like
that is a
to have
lot.
on you. If weed is not your thing, though, and you want alcohol, you can drink the literal tears of your fellow Cowboys fans or of Eagles fans, thanks to an initiative that's going on this Sunday. So Fireball Whiskey is doing this insane attention grab thing, it feels like, for PR of they are going to have a new batch of whiskey coming out next year that will include real tears cried by football fans at rivalry games. It'll be called Crier Ball.
Crier Ball,
Which
not
is solid.
Fireball?
I like it. That's solid. So they're going to take actual tears, and they're going to have what they're terming the exact word is Fireball Tear Collectors, and that's all capitalized, by the way, so this is an official title. They are going to be at football games collecting either the sad tears or tears of joy from football fans, mixing it into a batch, and then you can drink the tears of your opponents. And in the first
all-time
game,
South Park episode.
the first game where your tears are so good,
Yes.
Scott. The first game where they're going to collect tears is this Sunday. If you go to AT&T Stadium,
Are you
they're
being for real?
Yeah, they're going to be Fireball tear collectors at Eagles Cowboys this weekend.
There's no way I would drink this.
Are you walking around and just looking for someone to cry? And then you have a test tube that you're holding underneath?
So it says the company says that for safety, the Fireball tear collectors will never touch fans or handle the tears directly. Instead, they'll only collect fluid right from the source, fans' eyes, using sealed jars and teardroppers. They can gather everything from a steady stream of sobs to a single tear. All the jars are sealed and the droppers are sterilized and are limited to one use per person. Then the tears will go through a months-long sterilization and distillation before they become Crier Ball. So you can get it at Eagles Cowboys. That's the first opportunity. Then they're going to be at Packers Bears, Ravens Steelers, and then 2 college football games, Auburn and Alabama, and Michigan Ohio State.
I can't think of anything more disgusting.
Oh, I can. There's a lot of things more disgusting. Would you rather, all right, you either drink that or smell the gas that people were canning their own farts?
Oh, I'd much
you
rather
open up the can and you whip.
Give me the can.
Oh, I'm drinking the tears.
Because it's just like it's somebody else's bodily fluid.
I know.
It's disgusting.
You'd think that'd be like a liability thing. Is RFK approving this? Is this an RFK plan?
Have you ever had artificial vanilla extract?
Artificial vanilla. Of course. Boy, that's
you guys know what you're eating there, don't you?
No.
Ooh, you might want to Google it. It is the secretions from the glands of a beaver. An artificial vanilla extract, I swear.
It tastes good, though.
I've always wanted to eat.
I'll keep doing it.
Right after your chips.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
Right. That's right. Gen Z, my favorite. My absolute favorite. Gen Z mothers are bringing babies to job interviews.
Oh, just like Sirianni.
Yeah. And
man, how big of a joke was that from Howard? What a sellout. Yeah, he wants to suggest to us that we have more balls standing up to Jerry Jones than he does talking about Nick Sirianni, a head coach versus the most powerful person in the NFL. What a simp.
Yeah, he didn't like hold Spike up there and make him answer questions about nachos.
So what they're doing is they're feeding their child, dressing them in an outfit that matches, and they're setting up an activity center while they're doing
that's
right, while they're doing the job interview, because they want their employer to know that this is what you're getting.
Oh God,
this is what they're getting, and they don't want to pay for the child care. This child care is expensive. Child care is crazy.
Yeah.
But it also means that they're probably living in areas where they don't have family that can, or a neighbor that can help too. So
is it a sympathy play as well?
Could be a sympathy play.
I would think it would play opposite, though. I would think some employers would just go, "Oh, this gives us an opportunity to make up another reason why we didn't want to hire you." And it would open up. I would think you would, if you're actually worried about that, I would think you would want to hide it and then be like, "Surprise! Now you get this, and you're just gonna have to deal with it."
Why would you want to go there? I mean, it's not worse than bringing your parent with you.
No,
to the job interview, as apparently some did.
Child care is expensive every time. Going to an interview for a job that's not guaranteed. And then the next sentence says, "As a multi-hyphenate mama."
Is that like the couple that's getting married?
I guess. But pulling double duty all these days is difficult, so they're bringing their kid.
I don't feel bad for you. Like, you have to. I didn't know if it was strategic.
If it's strategic, it's like, come on, what are we doing? You have to.
Multi-hyphenate mama.
That's what it says. I don't know. I'm going to look it up.
I don't
Tuesday
know, but
makes so much more sense.
Don't say anything about it until we figure out if it's cancelable.
It's a person, especially a celebrity, with several professions or skills.
Like you, Bobby.
Yeah.
All right, the Junk Drawer every Friday, commercial-free expressway here on your home of the Cowboys. The 5 things RJ wants to see is anyone picking Dallas to pull the stunner with Cooper Rush at quarterback, and Bobby has bad news about the referees. The official Cowboys filthy selections are next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here. Caitlin getting in the back. She's happy for the weekend. She's doing a double fist pump.
Fist pump.
Wow. Peyton is getting it as well. Maybe she's just happy that I'm back. Live and
Never know.
Oh. Fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. Did you guys have any good blow-ups the past 2 days?
Like arguments? No.
Peyton, other than Peyton, when we said pull a few Mavericks cuts, and he was like, he got 2, and then he's like, 2 is a few. It's like, no, it isn't.
And then I don't remember Daniel Jones saying that the Cowboys were a laughing stock.
Oh yeah, he put Chase NFL. Daniel on the cut sheet as Daniel Jones.
But you don't feel like it was a mail-in from Peyton?
No, it wasn't. Payload was pretty good. Payload was pretty good.
And the Mavs highlights. Do you think these goofballs would do 3 Mavs segments? I mean, come on, like you don't need 3.
I know you guys did 14 baseball segments.
We did
Choppy took advantage of that with me out. All right, let's get to the 5 things RJ wants to see. Official predictions for Cowboys Eagles. You can do it straight up or with the point spread. The spread right now is 7.5. Before RJ with his 5 things, Bobby has maybe bad referee news.
Yeah, we didn't have great referee news last week, and this week isn't getting any better. It's Alex Kemp is the one calling this week's game. Fun fact, it was Alex Kemp's crew who penalized Dallas the most in a single game last season when they got 13 flags against the Cardinals. But he is the only referee in the NFL where home teams have a losing record in every season that he's led a crew. The road teams have a winning record every single season that he's been a head referee, and there's no other official in the NFL that's like that. They all have at least 1 year where the home team won more games than the road. But he's a road favorite. Not a great draw on that front. Some of the tendencies about him, he's thrown the 3rd most flags in the NFL this season. His crew leads the league in offensive and defensive holding calls. So, Tyler Guyton, you need to watch out this week.
Oh, man.
He also leads the league in offensive pass interference calls, but he's middle of the pack in defensive pass interference. So, there's something about he doesn't like he'll, it seems like, give the defensive backs a little bit of room to get handsy, but he's not going to allow that same physicality from the receivers. Those pre-snap penalties Dallas dealt with all last week. So, it's kind of a mixed bag. He's near the top in the NFL in most illegal formation and delay of game calls, but he's got one of the lowest illegal shift numbers in the NFL.
It's funny. How can delay of game call be something
I know
like separate?
Because
watch this guy get you for delay game.
Because it is subjective technically.
They will actually argue. Quarterbacks will argue over because it's like the base rule, like the old in the vicinity rule, or did you actually touch the bag, or were you in the vicinity? It's called differently by different crews. So some crews will just call it. If they see the 0, or they'll look up, see 1, look over, and if they don't see him snap it, they'll blow it. So it can vary. But
I think they need to have a buzzer.
They should. They get zapped for it. He's got one of the lowest illegal shift numbers. No one has called fewer false starts in the NFL than Alex Kemp. And so you got that. For Philly, which is always accused of the little rock back with their offensive tackles.
Yeah.
They should get an advantage this week because he's certainly not going to call it. But this one doesn't seem to match up totally great for Dallas on the football field and with the referees. So
how different? I forgot to ask this to McCarthy. Coach is coming up. If you missed it, 8:40 this morning. How different is their push execution?
It hasn't worked as well this year. I mean, it's not. It still works most of the time, but defenses have started responding to certain things. And Cam Jurgens is not Jason Kelce. That's a big part of it. And Jurgens is not a big, powerful guy. He's obviously not going to have the same experience that Kelce did in terms of the technique and the way that they do things. So that tush push was really grown from Mailata and Kelce together. They were kind of the brain child behind it. But it's not been executed as well, but it's still effective.
All right, Chop, give us your preview.
All right, 5 things I want to see this Sunday from the Dallas Cowboys. Number 1, I do want to see Trey Lance. I know it's not likely, but I do want to see him. I want to see him in some capacity.
I think you will because of Jerry with us on Tuesday.
Yeah, like we thought, I want to see him actually throw it. I don't want to see him just get out there and do a run. I want to see him get a.
He'll be in. I bet he comes in on red zone packages. I bet he's in there for goal line, like certain stuff inside the 10. Maybe they bring him out for certain series or whatever else. But I think he will. I wouldn't be surprised if you see him out there a handful of plays and he does end up throwing the ball.
If it's a 2-score game in the fourth quarter, give it to him. Right? If it's a 2-score game in the fourth quarter, I would love to see him out there. Number 2, exercise caution with the injured. That's CD, that's Micah, that's anyone. If they're good to go, let them play. Fine, whatever. If they're hobbly, get them out of there. Be cautious with them. We still got a lot of seasons left. If they're serious about winning these games, you can't just put all your eggs into the Philadelphia basket. You've got to be judicious with these guys. Number 3, don't let Kellen pull a Dan Campbell. We knew what Dan was going to do. They were going to do a trick play or 2 or 7. And we know what Kellen's going to do. Kellen is going to run the hell out of the football this week. Just to stick it to Mike. Because Mike said, we'll run the damn ball.
Yeah.
Right? So he is going to, I bet you Kellen runs the ball more in this game than he has all year in any football game. So stack the box.
By the way, they are number 1 in the NFL in rushing attempts.
Yep, stack the box.
What do you think, Bobby? You think Kellen, Sirianni's putting that in for Kellen? Or is that any type of Kellen's personality?
Kellen is not generally that type of personality, I don't think. But I think he has some scores to settle from last time he was here. So, yeah, I think a trick play is definitely possible.
Bobby, who is the best player, who's the best linebacker this team has right now?
On the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Overshown.
All right. It's the guy I want to see. Have a big game. Big game against Saquon. Hurts. He's got a spy. He's got to use his speed all over Hurts, all over Barkley. You cannot let him leapfrog you from the behind the way he did. If they call it make it T the front way, what do they call it the back way? Right? What was that? And finally, number 5, before the game, and this is important, I need someone to plant something on Big Dom so he can't be on the sideline. So back at Fast and Furious. Okay?
I don't think you have to plant anything. I'm sure if you just pat it down, you'd find something.
And Fast and Furious, not Fast and the Furious, Fast and Furious, there was a guy named Dwight. They went to Dwight's house. They planted some kind of illegal paraphernalia in Dwight's house. The guy was like, that's never going to stick. And then Paul Walker, rest in peace, said, it's not supposed to, right? But we just need him out of the picture for a couple of hours. And that's what we need. Somebody at the hotel they're staying at, just get Dom out of the picture for a couple of hours. So make sure he's not on the sideline, and that way there's nobody to protect Sirianni from Sirianni.
877-881-1053 for the official picks. You can pick it straight up. You can pick it with the spread. The over-under seems a little low to me. It's 43.5.
That does seem low.
Because the Eagles, to me, without giving away the pick right now, I guess I am going to kind of give away half of it. The Eagles are going to score 30. So how can it be? Why would it be 43.5?
They've only scored 30 twice this year.
Against?
It was against Green Bay and Cincy.
Well, that does not change anything that I just felt or said.
No, I know. I'm just saying, that's probably airing on trends.
Fine, 28.
Yeah.
Since he's given up 35 in 5 games this year?
What do you feel better about between the two in terms of the spread or the over-under? I feel good about both.
I feel good about both. I honestly do. I think 7 is 7.5 is a bad line for it's a bad number to pick a favorite on. But I think obviously it's clear who the better team is right now.
Cooper Rush started 5 games for the Cowboys in 22, went 4-1. In those 5 games, the Cowboys defense allowed 16 points a game.
Pretty good.
Right now, they're allowing 28 points a game.
Not as good.
Second most in the NFL. In the games he led them to victory, they gave up 17, 16, 10, and 10 before losing to the Eagles 26-17.
Man, the only thing I could think of with the total being that low is that, typically when the backup comes in, you slow your offense down. You want fewer possessions. The problem is the Cowboys don't run the ball well.
Yeah.
So you can't sustain drives. Now, unless they're saying that Cooper's going to throw it short and have long extended drives. I mean, that's not what Cooper does. Cooper throws the ball downfield really well.
We are going to have to start asking, though, the question.
Well, let's not pretend like he is Russell Wilson.
Right.
Like we saw 2 good throws last week. He's still a game manager.
I mean, he might be Russell Wilson.
Now. Yeah.
But no.
Like during that win streak, they scored 22 a game. All right, they didn't all of a sudden explode for 30, 35 points, 22 a game.
We do have to start asking the question of, are they using their running game totally correctly versus it's just not very good? Because, I mean, Dowdle has started running the ball well.
Yeah.
And so, to me, I don't know that it's they can't run the ball. They're going to have to, they really do. If they want to commit to it, I think they can with Dowdle, because Dowdle's shown that he's good enough to be a guy who carries it.
How are they not running it effectively then? Like the right way?
I think at times they just get away from it. Like when they talk about, we haven't been in these games. There was a point, I haven't looked at it in the last week or two, but there was a point recently where if you looked at carries when the game is within 7 points or less, Dallas's rushing rate, like number of rushes versus the plays they had in those situations, was down near the bottom of the NFL. They're not running the ball even in close games.
Cowboys defense is allowing the other running back to gain more yards than expected on 38% of rushes this year. That's the that's the second highest rate in the NFL.
God.
Saquon has plus 263 rushing yards over expected. That's second most in the NFL. Well, that's not a good matchup.
No.
Saquon over expectation. The Cowboys second worst in terms of expected yards given up to a back.
Rico Dowdle is 4th among all NFL running backs in rushing EPA this year.
4th
in expected points added. He is 4th. He's 9th in the league because there's 5 quarterbacks up there, but he is 4th in the NFL in rush EPA. The only guys ahead of him are Brian Robinson, Derrick Henry, and Jahmyr Gibbs.
All right, Choppy, you need to avenge the incorrect pick, believing in the Cowboys last week against Atlanta. Who wins and why?
Yeah, I was thinking, I was like, is this going to be one of those things? Because last time Cooper played, I think it was the Cincinnati game, was the first game he came in a couple of years ago. And I'm like, oh, man, they're going to get worked. And they wind up winning. I don't see, this is a different team.
No Noah Brown.
What?
No Noah Brown.
Absolutely. This is a much worse football team. Philadelphia wins this one. They win it. They cover. And the total goes over. It's 28-17.
Oh.
28-17, Philadelphia.
Bob?
Yeah, if the over doesn't hit, it's because it's 38-0 Philadelphia or something like that. Because Philly's going to score in this game, I think. So I've got this one right now. I do think that there's something that's oddly encouraging about their demeanor this week. They don't look rattled.
Yeah. Mike and Diggs on the podcast, I was impressed with their attitude.
So they seem stable. They don't seem like they're freaking out.
And who's playing?
Micah will play.
Lamb.
I think Micah's going to play. Lamb's going to play. Bland will not.
Zach?
Zach is, I think the expectation was that he would, but then he was also, he's been more limited in practice than I think they anticipated. But I'm going to say that this one is, it's another rough blowout for Dallas at home, and I'm going to say Philly wins this one 38-17.
Woo! 38-17. Peyton, your pick and the Tolos.
Yeah, Sean, we'll go to the fan text real quick. I'm looking up and down this fan text, and I don't see a single Cowboys victory here.
All single?
469 says Cowboys lose by 30. 214, Eagles win 42-17. 469, Eagles 31-20. And 972, Eagles 30-20. I have Eagles winning 30-19. I think Saquon will run for days against this Cowboys defense. Now, the Eagles, they don't really score in the first quarter, so it'll be close after 15 minutes.
Right.
But, unfortunately, Cowboys still lose by 11.
That's a really good point by you. I wonder if Vegas is factoring that in. They're not scoring any first quarter points. So do you factor that in?
You might have to.
I have like the Tolo on the fan text 32-17 filthy. I would run and take, they're going to win by 7.5. Something's tricky about this over under, but I would bet both. Can you win something nice if you win on both of those? Is that a parlay?
If you parlay it together, yeah, you'll get a two-teamer is not much. It's like 3-1, but still, you're getting good odds.
The fewest yards Phillies rushed for this year was 113 as a team.
Uh-oh.
They've gone over 170 yards 4 times.
All right, 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury. Attorney text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. How big of a problem does the NBA already have with their season just starting? That's next. And Mike McCarthy right here on The Fan.
Yeah.
it's true, but you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Backdoor feed, shot, score! Sagan somehow found a window. The beat goes on for Tyler Sagan, and Dallas has doubled their lead.
Victory Plus with the call. It was the S's, the triple S's. You had Sagan, Stanky, Sam Steele. Each had a goal and an assist for the Stars in a 3-1 win over the Blackhawks at the AAC, where they have been awesome this year at home. Ottinger looked really good in the win with 25 saves. Jamie Benn, 16 of 16 with faceoffs. That is a beast. And then the big matchup tomorrow in Winnipeg. The Jets are on fire. Only the second team in NHL history to win 13 out of their first 14 games. Spits and Suds podcast out wherever you get your apps. Ours is with Odyssey.
Yeah, there's an article I saw on ESPN about some trends going around the NHL, and the Stars obviously off to a really good start. Not the start that Winnipeg is off to, but they're going to be right there at the end. But part of the reason they're going to be right there at the end is because of their young superstars and Wyatt Johnson. They've got the contracts coming up and everything, and what kind of money. And I noticed saw that he might be the one that is in line for the next big mega deal from a free agent, as he's very, very young. But what's the money going to be? That $10 million mark has been kind of thrown around for years with NHL players, and until recently, I think it was Eichel, no team won with a $10 million guy. And is Wyatt going to get to that? Or is he going to get in the $8.5 million that other guys have? But there was a concern and a question thrown out there. Is Wyatt Johnston okay? This is on ESPN. And it talks about the fact that through 11 games, he had just 6 points. Now through 12 games, just the 6 points, which is off his almost 3 points per 60-minute pace last year. And he only has 1 goal in 11 games. after posting seasons of 24 and 32 goals in his first 2 seasons. So the question was, is he okay? And you got to boil it down. You got to go back and look at last year. Last year he started out, first 11 games, he had 8 points. This year he has 6. Not that big of a difference. And now he did have 4 goals last year, but he's hit the post at least 2 times that I can remember in the first dozen or so games. So is he really that far off? I mean, the answer is probably no. He didn't really kick it into high gear until after the first of the year last year. I don't think it's anything to panic about, but it was something that they just kind of noticed. And maybe if it's mid-December and we're still sitting here and he's off to the same kind of start, then maybe you get worried, but not yet.
Mavericks are back in action tonight, 6:30. The early tip at the AAC against the Phoenix Suns.
You can watch this one.
The Suns are, that's right, on ESPN.
Yeah.
The Suns are 7-1. The Mavs are going to finish up this homestand.
For some revenge today.
They are.
It's looking like no PJ and no Lively again with the injuries. But there's an early possible problem for the association.
Yeah, you may be watching Chop, but not many other people will be.
Chop's not watching.
Tonight he can. Front Office Sports.
He can. He won't.
Front Office Sports. Front Office Sports wrote this yesterday about how the NBA, of course, they had that $77 billion media rights deal that Chop couldn't figure out. He's like, why are they getting so much money? Nobody cares about the NBA. Well, last week's primetime NBA games, Tuesday on TNT, Wednesday on ESPN, saw significant viewership declines compared to comparable games last season, according to Sports Media Watch. The Western Conference Finals rematch between the Mavs and Timberwolves averaged a little over 1 million viewers Tuesday. That was down 17% versus last year's game between the Knicks and Cavs. And the numbers for TNT's second game between the Pelicans and Warriors were not made available. But the next game, the Wednesday night, the Celtics-Pacers game, big rivalry game, Eastern Conference Finals matchup, they drew fewer than the Mavericks and Timberwolves did, 1.01 million. And then the second game between Wembanyama and Chet Holmgren on the Spurs and Thunder, that drew 730,000 viewers. So stuff is way down. That second game, that Spurs-Thunder game, is down 51% from the year before.
Shaquille O'Neal has a theory on why the NBA is struggling. He says it's going to keep getting worse on the Big Pod.
I have a theory that it's down because we're looking at the same thing. Everybody's running the same plays at the damn top of the key, dribble handoff. I was talking to a coach yesterday. He said they want to shoot 53s. Because, they were trying to contemplate if I could play in this era. And it's like, yo, Shaq, we would just shoot 53s. And I was like, well, how much you want to make? We want to make about 10 or 15 of them. I was like, well, that's not going to help you win. But I think everybody's looking at the same thing. And Steph Curry and those guys messed it up. Like, I don't mind Golden State back in the day shooting threes, but every team's not a three-point shooter. So why everybody has the same strategy? I think viewership will continue to go down unless we switch things back up.
Look, I have 2 theories here on this, on why they're struggling. One, everyone's just sitting waiting around for the in-season tournament. That's what the reality is.
The IST banner.
And the other one, and this is probably more important, look, we just got done watching Caitlin Clark. You can't go from that to the NBA and expect that you're going to have viewership increase.
Look,
it's also football season.
It's a lack of storylines. And I agree with Shaq. The three-point shooting has gone overboard. Now, I'm not going to punish Steph Curry. That was awesome. It was revolutionary, and it was awesome. It's gone overboard. The NBA is going to have to figure out how to bring that back a little bit. But give me the storylines. At the top of the Eastern Conference are the undefeated Cleveland Cavaliers. Nobody cares about the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Literally nobody.
No one.
The biggest storylines are the guys not playing.
The Boston Celtics, the injuries, they're not having the stars around. And be a Sixers fan.
Right.
How are you supposed to get excited knowing you're not going to have the guy that you just gave max money to in back-to-back games? Are you kidding me? The Celtic intrigue is how invincible can they be?
Yeah.
The third team in the East is 500. You have to go to the 10th team in the West to find a team at 500. It's the Lakers. They're the 10th seed. The Pacers are tied with the Nets, 3-4. Like Indiana, yeah, they're fun, but it's still the Indiana Pacers. No one gives a crap about the Brooklyn Nets. No one cares about Atlanta. The Knicks are a little bit intriguing, especially for Stephen A. Smith and that New York audience. Like, how are they going to be with Cat Towns? They have a second most intrigue in the East. The Milwaukee Bucks are looking like they're going to have to blow it up and trade Giannis. They're 2-6. I haven't seen or heard a story about Dame Lillard since he went there. Like Dame, I heard more coverage about Dame in Portland than Milwaukee. It's not interesting. Miami, over and done with, wow, Jimmy Butler, playoff Jimmy Buckets. He didn't even do his hair in a different way for media day. That's not interesting. No one cares about Charlotte. No one cares about Chicago. Orlando, a little bit of an intrigue, not on a national scale. They lost Banchero. There's no intrigue. There's no storylines. Like, Oklahoma City's supposed to be your young, invincible team. They're still in Oklahoma City. The Warriors, dead and gone. They're 7-1. But it's like we've seen them. We know the Golden State Warriors. It feels like a lack of freshness, at least to me.
I think the league is praying that Anthony Edwards decides he wants to leave Minnesota at some point. I think it's just like
Wemby.
Wembanyama and
like, look at Anthony Edwards. Adam Lefkoe in that Shaq podcast said Anthony Edwards is now shooting 10 threes a game. What do you say to people who are like, go to the rim, dude? You can dunk like MJ. He goes, F them. That's what the coaches want me to do. Anthony Edwards shooting 10 threes a game is awful for the NBA.
Very bad. You got to take advantage of your athleticism.
But you understand why the coaches are doing it because of the math.
1,000%.
And he's shooting 46%.
Yeah.
He's like killing it.
It's a smart thing to do.
It absolutely is the right thing to do, but and this is the problem, though. Baseball found the same problem. The meta, right? Most efficient tactic available. It's like a video game thing, whatever. Yes, the most efficient way to play baseball is home runs and strikeouts. It's also the most boring. And the most efficient way to play basketball is to shoot threes. And it was fun. And it is fun. But when you take a guy, imagine LeBron James being 20 years old today. You would have lost the greatest part of his game, which is his ability.
Athleticism.
And that stuff pops up the screen. You want to see athleticism.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if you took athleticism out of the NFL and everybody ran curl routes and you just went down the field 6 yards at a time?
I think we're in a period where, look, I like the NBA more than baseball. Choppy's opposite. I think both sports are, trouble might be a little dramatic, but both sports and leagues are going the wrong way in terms of popularity and interest.
Yeah, it's football or nothing.
The football is separating itself even more.
And so is college football.
College football.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
There is no doubt who the number 2 sport is. It's college football. And there's no doubt who the number 1 is. It's the NFL, and it's been the NFL. And, the fight now is baseball and basketball. And all those 2 sports hope for, because nobody watches the regular season at the same rate. It's not close. But all those 2 sports hope for, baseball hopes for Yankees and Dodgers in a World Series, and the NBA hopes for like a big show, like a superstars in their final. LeBron, Steph, stuff like that.
Howard Eskin joined us from Filthy an hour ago. He was sitting there and making fun of the Sixers signing Paul George. Paul George went back to Los Angeles. He was booed by the Clipper fans, and he was not thrilled about it.
You mentioned earlier that the fans had a fair reaction to you coming back. Does it bother you, though, at all that they booed you for large stretches of that game? Like after 5 years here, playing your heart out for them, does that bother you at all?
I mean, it's stupid. I mean, I was a free agent. You know what I mean? I was a free agent. It wasn't something that I, demanded a trade or, went against the team here. Like, I was a free agent. The team presented something that was team friendly, and I did what was best for me in that situation. So there was the cheers. I appreciate them. Those were the ones that I played hard for. The boos, I didn't get it. I still don't get it when I go to Indy. But it is what it is. It's sports. That's what's in sports. So, look forward to next year being back here and, more boos.
Nobody cheers for Paul George. Fans who have Paul George on their team tolerate Paul George and his corniness. And when he's gone, they go, oh, thank God we can boo this guy that we never really liked anyway and kind of always underperformed. So he should understand it because it's just the way it is. Paul George is just a guy that, like, all right, when he's on my team, I'm going to cheer for him. But if he's not, I hate this guy.
It is the way it is. The one question I have, like, when you're a fan, if your team presents a low ball offer, can you really get mad at the player for leaving and boo him when he comes back?
No. He shouldn't.
You shouldn't. It's fans. We get it.
Yeah, they didn't give him his no trade and all that. Like, they didn't give him everything that you'd expect a player like Paul George to get.
Right.
which I understand the Clippers doing it as well. I don't blame them whatsoever. They weren't going to win anything. Let Paul George go, start over, tear it down.
Totally agree.
But they didn't give him all the star status incentives, so he's like, I'm out.
Yeah, it's not like he took less money to go somewhere else because he hated the city. That's a reason to get upset with the player.
Yeah, like I'm booing Kawhi way more than Paul George when Kawhi eventually comes back.
Yeah.
In his walker. All right, let's get you set for Sunday on this radio station. Cowboys, Eagles, 12:30 pregame. We'll do it with the head coach of America's team, Mike McCarthy, next on 105.3 The
low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
At Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
It is now time for the Mike McCarthy Show, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Every Friday at this time with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Cowboys Eagles Sunday on this radio station pregame at 12:30. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Doing well, gentlemen. How was your week?
I was a little bit sick. Choppy was very happy this week, I think, over some different results that came in.
Right, Tennessee, #7, baby.
Oh, that's right. I was thinking Tuesday night, but
they look great.
Yeah. Coach, early happy birthday. RJ forgot it last year. We did not want to make the same mistake on Sunday, so a happy early birthday.
I would have been fine with some more forgetfulness. That would have been okay by me.
Oh, you didn't want us to acknowledge it? Are you one of those guys like, don't get me anything? Don't make it a big deal.
Oh, exactly. No, I mean, I'm 61 years old. I mean, I got, I think the part of having daughters, you get used to birthday weeks. Sometimes it's a birthday month.
Yes.
So I just try to balance it out at home.
Coach, I've always wondered this with a new player that you acquire like Jonathan Mingo. How does it work in terms of like playbook versus just plays? Is he going to go into the huddle? You guys have your verbiage and someone tells him you run an out, you run a go, you run a slant. How does that work with a new player?
That's an excellent question because that's really what you have to find a happy medium. When these things happen at this point in the season, you hope there is some carryover from language from past experiences. Obviously he's been in a number of different systems the last couple of years, so. Now he has a new language. So just trying to find a common area of his experience from a language standpoint. The routes, he's definitely has run, most of the routes that we run, but it's just that, it's the details within a route because everybody runs a little differently and, specifically how it fits to the quarterback's footwork. So you kind of just have to kind of work through that on the side. After practice, we've integrated them into practice just to try to get them into the flow of the huddle and give them certain plays. But it's definitely a process, and that's what it is. You got to try to find a package of things that you can put them into to get started, and then obviously there's going to be some communication by his teammates in the huddle.
Coach, outside of quarterback, which probably is the most difficult to acclimate midseason, which positions are the most difficult versus the easiest? And I assume wide receivers more on the difficult spectrum.
No, I think it's obviously it's offensive system specific. There's systems that are built around I would say the West Coast offense. The building everything around making the quarterback successful. I know the Digit system was a very very friendly wide receiver system. The origin of it was developed in junior college by Coach Coryell a long time ago. So the ability to have receivers come in, every year, every 2 years, and just learn the number tree, So I think it's, the origin of that is part of it.
Coach, I heard you talking about hanging on to your draft board for situations like this. How long can you hold on to the draft board? Obviously, you want to do homework in Carolina. What went right? What went wrong? How long do you find you can hang on to your evaluation of a player before that doesn't matter anymore if you're thinking about acquiring them?
My goodness, what the hell did you have for breakfast this morning?
Coach, I was out in the past 2 days. It's the medicine. I had 2 days of rest.
Okay. Something's different, that's for sure. Another good question.
Thank you.
I think it's clearly, that's a good point. I don't know if I've ever put a timeline on it, but I think when a player comes available, you obviously go to the tape because the most important is what has he done lately, because there's obviously potential injuries and things like that get factored into these decisions too. So, but if you really like somebody in the draft, you should definitely take a deep search into it. I think it's something that you just can't say, oh, hey, it didn't work out for him over there, and we had a high draft grade that I'm not going to take a chance on him. So I think it's just a really good procedural process to go through, and I think it works more than it doesn't.
Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Coach, you're 9-4 in your last 13 games starting a backup quarterback here in Dallas. Why do you think your teams have been so successful in circumstances that most teams find really, really difficult?
I think it's, I think you just got to give credit to a lot of people, starting with the quarterback. I mean, it's, it's a room that functions together. So then, hopefully when change happens, it's not felt as dramatically in the huddle, during the most important part, the actual playing of the game. And, and I think Cooper brings that to the table. He steps in there, has that excellent huddle command and those types of things. So the functionality of the offense is still intact. Now, how the defense is going to play him versus how they're going to play Dak, we'll see how that goes. But, I think that's part of it. And, and I think you just got to be in tune with your team, who you are. And who you are is a lot that has to do with how you're playing currently. So, we're going through a phase right now with some moving parts as far as positions, guys in and out. So you got to factor that into it. So I just think that's all part of it, and I think to just give a lot of credit to the quarterback room.
Cooper spent 7 seasons here now in Dallas as the backup quarterback, and it seems to be a lot of sincere confidence in him from the players to the coaches and everybody else. What are the traits specific to that role of backing up your starter that you guys have felt Cooper embodies so well?
Well, the biggest thing is his consistency. I mean, he's the same individual every single game, every single day as far as, the workplace, the practice field, and it definitely carries over to his game opportunities, which is reflected in obviously his record. So I think that's important, and and I just really want to see him play to that because he doesn't need to go in there. He needs to just be Cooper Rush, and everything's going to work out fine.
Is the game plan? Does it have to change that drastically with Coop versus Dak, or a lot of backups versus the starter?
Well, I mean, you don't want to change. That really goes back to the design of the quarterback. So, but it's obviously going to adjust. I mean, you always adjust it. I mean, if you're going to have a system that's built on making the quarterback successful, you're definitely going to adjust it to his play style.
Mike McCarthy here on 105 through the Fan. Coach, how much serious consideration did y'all give to just throwing Trey Lance out there and trying to get some reps versus playing Rush right now?
Oh, I think it's important to play to win the game. So, I mean, everything we do Sunday will be, with that mindset. We have a lot of football left to play. This is a division game. It's our second division game, and it's important for us to be 2-0 when we walk off that field Sunday.
Blink if Trey Lance could play in some type of packages.
Say that again?
I said blink there if Trey Lance could play in any type of packages to take advantage of his athleticism. We'll just wait for you to blink or not.
Oh, my goodness. I'll tell you. See, now you flipped on the other side of the fence.
I don't think
we're not opposed to ask, scheme questions and playtime questions. And
I just said blink. I left it open-ended with a blink.
You're abusing this friendship that we got.
Mike McCarthy joining us here at 105.3 The Fan. What is the status of Zeke?
Zeke? No, he's practiced very well. He's part of the plan. So kind of just back to normal.
Coach, the evolution of Jalen Hurts as a thrower. We talk about that with guys like him, with Lamar Jackson. Lamar silenced a lot of those critics. What are you seeing in Hurts, even compared to last year, throwing the football?
Yeah, I think, like any quarterback, a healthy run game helps everybody play better in the pocket, and because you have a better pocket, because of the threat of run always exists. I think, Saquon Barkley, just the way he's playing, and then, in that run blocking unit, what they're doing week in and week out has given him, cleaner opportunities. But yeah, I think he's definitely evolving. He's playing at a high level right now. Their offense is efficient, and I think they're really in sync here the last couple of weeks.
Coach, when you study Philly, do the concepts and philosophies on offense look similar to the ones you guys saw Kellen running leading into the Chargers game last year, or even some of the stuff that he was running here with you guys in Dallas?
I'd say it's more towards what they've done there. I think that's common approach. You have a successful offensive system, but definitely you could see the variations of what Kellen believes in. So that's what I see.
And Coach, in regards to your young offensive linemen, Tyler Guyton, Cooper Beebe, you've talked before about peaks and valleys and how it's important to learn from the valleys but not dwell on them. How do you approach making sure guys like Guyton and Beebe, they receive the correction, the coaching points that you're trying to give them without having them beat themselves up over those negative aspects?
Well, I mean, that's the synergy that you have between players and coaches, whether it's the position, in the group, in the units, and also in the team. So yeah, that's I would say we have a very positive culture that promotes growth all the time. But the demand of the coaching staff is something that that I'm always in tune with. I don't think you can ever today have your demand high enough. I mean, generationally, when you look at the players over time, the way you communicate today is definitely different than you did 10, 15, 20 years ago. So, but yeah, I think our guys do a really good job of that.
Coach, how much of it for CD this week is going to be pain management versus, just range of motion, inability to play at a normal level with the shoulder?
I would say it's I'd put it in the category of pain management. Just the way he practiced yesterday. He had a heck of a day yesterday, so he looks good. But it's definitely something he's going to have to deal with.
Coach, you've been around a number of different teams during your coaching career. Is there a specific season or team that you worked with that you think back on and say, I remember we were in a similar spot, we managed to right the ship, and I can draw on these experiences here to know, all right, this is how we get things going in the right direction?
Definitely. I mean, I've had a number of injury-filled seasons in Green Bay. Just going back through the timeline. 2010 was the first big injury season that we had up there, and it probably was the most prominent. And that turned out great. 16 was another one. We were same way, decimated behind the eight ball. At the middle of the season, and righted the ship and lost the NFC Championship game. So I've been through it, and then I've had games 13 and 17 where you lose your starting quarterback for almost 10 games too. So and those are tough years. So I've been through it a number of times.
Coach, have you found over your years that when you do lose the quarterback or you're in a losing, even more so than a losing streak, that is the time that players can lose focus the most when that quarterback goes down? I think what I'm experiencing, and it's very evident this week. The focus gets tighter. I think on offense, what I've seen on offense is just the guys rallying around Cooper because they know he's going to bring it. He's always super prepared. I mean, if you're a young player and you've figured out how things work on offense, if you have a question, Cooper Rush is one of the first guys you're going to go ask. So, so I see the focus this week as far as the details of how we want to play and the demand of getting things done. It's definitely been there in the preparation.
Is it crazy to think that there's just like a feeling of pressure off, like? We're under 500 right now. The noise has been so loud. We lost Dak. Just go out and play free. There's nothing to lose. Is it crazy to think that these guys could play freer and looser?
Well, that was the message last week. Just to make sure that they were free and open. And I thought we went into the game. We were definitely prepared and started that way. We just you got to sustain that. So I think those approaches, as far as how you message and what you want out of the team are accurate, and you have to acknowledge it. But I can only go by what I see and feel in the interactions with our players every day. And we had a hell of a practice yesterday. It was probably, it was a little choppy in the beginning, but the physicality and the energy and the juice was exactly what I was looking for.
Coach, fantastic yet again. Thank you so much. And here's to a happy birthday on Sunday. Go get him. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. RJ says the Cowboys are not the only Texas team that won't cover this weekend. College and NFL football degenerate picks to make you some money this weekend. Final hour of the week after this.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Burrow takes the snap. Ravens bring blitz pressure. Burrow throws to the end zone. It's incomplete. It's incomplete. And with 38 seconds left to play, the Hayes in the barn. Oh, what a wild way to end it tonight, as the Ravens will sweep the series from the Bengals and improve to 7-3.
Awesome, crazy game back and forth last night, and the Ravens win another thriller over Cincinnati. Good morning, Metroplex. Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. 4 touchdowns for Burrow, 4 touchdowns for Lamar. Zach Taylor decides to go for 2, unlike Todd Bowles at the very end. Since he fails, controversy, shot to the helmet, pass interference, but the Ravens get another W. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, will join us at 9:20 this morning on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. Before we get to some other degenerate selections, I want to visit the world of college football. RJ Choppy with a college football kegger here on DFW Sports Station. Let's hit it.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
I win, Google me guy was almost your next president of the United States.
Oh.
He had over 500 write-in votes in the state of Indiana for president.
You see the Jerry Jones write-in jokes and everything?
Oh, yeah. Jerry Jones declared the winner, worst GM ever or whatever.
Yes.
But Indiana loves their head coach so much, Curt Cignetti, that he got over 500 write-in votes.
Yep, and that is out of, looks like almost 3 million votes that were cast, so almost was president. You're right.
Almost got it. Just, I think it was 487 technical votes that he got. But Indiana is, they got Michigan this weekend. They are a 14-point favorite over Michigan. I don't think that's enough. We will get to that in the degenerate, but it's very, very rare when you see that Indiana's a 14.5-point favorite over Michigan.
Yes.
That doesn't make sense to me. Kirk Herbstreit, this is sad. Kirk Herbstreit's dog has been a part of College Game Day for a couple years now. It started off as a emotional support dog, so his son had a heart condition. And then, so Kirk...
Yeah, you can say more words than Corso now. I'm sorry. Look, the Corso thing is trending every single week. I just, please.
Babe's going to cancel his hit with us now.
You got to, come on now. It's tough. It's tough to watch and get
Very tough to watch.
I know it gives a lot of people a sentimental
Absolutely,
feel.
it does.
It's sad.
They'll never fire him.
I think it's sad.
I think it's very sad. I think that...
sad to watch, from an old person's standpoint.
We all have aging parents here.
Yeah, man.
Not me.
Bobby's got one less than we do. But
good.
Believe me, I know.
You just outdid my darkness.
But it's tough because it's going to happen to us too. Our family's going to have to step in and say, hey, that's enough, right? But he is that show. He started that show, right? So it's tough from ESPN's perspective. Are we really going to get rid of him?
Right.
But Kirk has brought his dog Ben around, and Ben, he posted on social media that they had to go ahead and say goodbye this week. So I don't even know if Kirk's going to be there at College Game Day this weekend. But
what do you mean he's not going to be
there?
Well,
his dog died. I have no idea.
I don't think he's going to miss the show.
Do you take bereavement?
Yeah, I don't.
When the dog dies,
yeah.
But so anyway. He said he's had dogs his whole life. Ben was a 101, but he did have...
This is a likable win for Herbstreit, who I felt like had kind of become unlikable to many over the past year or two.
He was starting to... He was ready to play the heel. Who was that? Was the interview Dockich? Was that who he was doing it with, where he was like... All right, I'm getting close.
No, I think it was probably McAfee.
Is that where he was like, I'm getting close? I thought it was on one of those Outkicks or something where he's like, I'm getting close to letting everybody know what my political opinions are, guys.
Yeah.
I'm ready to be the bad guy here.
So Herbstreit, his dog, Ben, being put down, very, very sad. This is a great-looking dog. Cancer spread to all the organs, so they had to go ahead and put the dog down.
Yeah, it is gut-wrenching. Gut-wrenching.
Yeah.
As you know, I know. Pepe knows. Bob, did you have dogs?
Well, I never had a dog.
No.
Well, but Sarah had one, so we had
Sarah's dog
I
died?
mean, we had dogs, but none of them were put down while I was living there. Like, they were put down after I moved out.
Yeah.
So I wasn't actually there for that. We put my mom down. But.
When Sarah's dog died, we didn't put it down. It literally died in the bedroom. It just died. And I went in and found it. I was like, oh, she's not breathing. We got to do something about this. The University of Florida is the Dallas Cowboys.
Good point by Trey Evans. Tweeted Herbie just called Thursday night football.
That's fair.
That's fair. That's a good point.
They have lowered their standards. They are the Cowboys of the NCAA.
Who's this?
The Florida Gators.
Oh, they've lowered the standards?
They have announced that Billy Napier will return to Gainesville next year. This is a guy who is 15-18 in 3 years at Florida. He is 8-13 in conference. And this is, along with Texas, I believe Florida is the best job in America with those two. You don't have to get on an airplane.
Florida and Texas are the two best jobs.
I think so. You don't have to get on an airplane to recruit. College football is about recruiting. Those are the two most fertile grounds for recruiting. They've got money out the yin-yang, every recruiting advantage, a big-time fan base, and the Florida I knew would have fired this guy last year. That's the Florida I knew.
Yeah.
This Florida doesn't do that.
I think they were worried about like 70% of the recruiting class.
Right, and he's owed. They project it's going to cost $20 million to bring in their recruiting class. They would have to pay him $25 to leave. So this is a money thing. That's the problem. It's a money thing. A&M did the right thing with Jimbo. They paid Jimbo like $90 million. Get out. We're going to bring this guy out, Mike Elko, and we're gonna do well.
Yeah, Florida screwed up with the Napier hire, but yeah, it's a money issue now that you run into with like some of these schools. What are the other ones we've talked about? There have been some other schools we've talked about where it's like they're only keeping them there because they can't afford to let them go.
It might be Lincoln Riley.
Yeah, that'd be one.
Some big games this weekend in college football. Of course, we're going to have OU Missouri on the Fan, 6:15 tomorrow. Bobby's Texas Longhorns will welcome the Florida Gators to town, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
I'm so scared of the Gators. Actually, I will give the Gators credit for this. The Gators have played some more competitive football in recent weeks, even against good teams.
And do any of us really believe in the Longhorns' stronghold on national championship favorites anymore? I don't. I'm off that.
Oh, no. They're not. They're not the favorites right now. I think Oregon is.
No, I just mean like in your own mind. We were still like, are they still the favorite? I mean, think about how confident you were feeling in that a month and a half ago.
And look, we were feeling very confident. They don't have a top 25 win right now. And that doesn't happen because of the ranking. The college football playoff rankings are the top 25. It's very rare to get to November in the SEC and be this highly ranked and not have a top 25 win. And that's the Indiana's the same way. They don't have a top 25 win right now.
That's because we send people out of the top 25.
That's right.
That's what we do.
That's right. You do. Absolutely.
Vandy, Oklahoma, Michigan. That's what we do.
The big game this weekend, well, there's two of them. I got a text from Will Chambers yesterday that he was on his. It was not political.
Because Bobby blocked him.
It's
they
right.
Don't talk
it was not political.
They're about to be the ones that don't talk anymore.
But they won't be able to talk in about 24 hours because they will be passed out.
Will thinks they're taking that right too.
They think that's because they are heading to Alabama LSU, and that's the big game this week. This is an elimination game this weekend. Alabama and LSU. Bama's a 2.5-point favorite. The most expensive ticket of the weekend right now is the get in the door price is about $250. Which is not super high, but the highest of the weekend.
It's not an elimination game. It's a funeral for Alabama. That's what that is.
You think
LSU beats them?
You think LSU beats them?
Yep, by double digits.
Ooh, wow. Okay. They are going to have a top 25 team in Denton this weekend, Sean Sharif. Army is in town to take on North Texas.
Dude, Army, SMU, Indiana. What tremendous stories for the season.
Oh, my gosh. You're absolutely right. That is a fantastic set of stories. Georgia is at Ole Miss. This, again, another elimination game. If Ole Miss loses, they're out. They would have 3 losses. The loser of Alabama and LSU will be out. They'll have 3 losses. Texas Tech hosts Colorado. Colorado is not quite in control of their own destiny, but they're pretty dang close.
Been very quiet over the past few weeks there in Boulder.
It has
been. Yeah, they're focused on wins, not on clicks anymore, I guess.
Yeah.
You mentioned you were just talking about Georgia there. I I saw the note yesterday. I'm trying to think if it's been 3 or 4 years. Yeah, we just passed the 4-year anniversary of the last time Georgia lost to a team that was not Alabama. It's been 4 years since somebody other than Bama has beaten the Bulldogs.
Man, that's a good stat right there. But the Army, North Texas, Colorado, Texas Tech, and you're right, they've been very, very quiet, and they've been winning, and that's the key. And now what happens is it's kind of a catch-22 for Colorado because they really need to get into this game because K-State beat them. But what they really need is they need Texas Tech to have a 3-way tie with K-State. The only way that can happen is if, they lose to Texas Tech. So it's kind of a catch-22 because now you got Iowa State that lost. BYU is still out there. But Colorado still has they have about a 35% chance to make the Big 12 championship game. And I did not think we were going to be talking about this 4 weeks ago.
Props.
And yes, big-time props. They deserve it. And they got 2 top 5 picks. That matters.
They have one for sure. I'm just telling you, it's not like that. Shedeur has not been thought of in NFL circles as a slam dunk top 5 pick.
Okay. I mean, we do this every year, and then the quarterbacks just continue to creep up. Vegas has him number 1. We got to put some on the line with you and Will. Now, your Bobby Baldhead bet, you already won that. What was the bet?
That was 4. I said Dallas wouldn't win more than 7 games this year.
Oh, okay. So we're still alive.
Still alive. Still alive.
Still alive, dog. Like some of RJ Choppy's degenerate football picks.
You know what? We just keep winning. We're stacking wins on wins.
5-3 last week. It's not great, but that's a winning week. We are 50-32 for the year, and I will take that. 50-32 for the year. I got a lot of selections, so we got to get to it. I like BYU -3 at Utah. There's no altitude advantage for Utah in this game. They don't have a quarterback. BYU does. BYU's playing for championships, and Utah is the worst team in the Big 12 right now. I like Navy -3 at South Florida. Navy -3 at South Florida. Give me Iowa State -3 against Kansas on the road. I don't understand this. I know there's some injuries. I still don't get it. Kansas stinks. Georgia -2.5 at Ole Miss. I love the stat Bobby just gave about this being the 4-year anniversary of the last time they lost to a non-Bama team. Indiana -14.5 at against Michigan. I like Texas Tech at home plus the 4 against Colorado. And I like Texas to win, but I like Florida plus 22.5. That's a lot of points.
That is a lot of points for a Texas team that has had some games played a little close recently.
Texas probably wins by 17, 18, something like that. So there's your college. NFL. Minnesota -7 against Jacksonville. I don't think Trevor Lawrence is going to play.
Yeah.
Kansas City -7 against Denver. We saw what frauds Denver was. This is tricky because Kansas City doesn't beat anybody by 7 points. I like the Philadelphia Eagles -7.5 against the Cowboys and the over 43. Chargers -7.5 against Tennessee. Detroit -3.5 at Houston. And the Rams -1 against Miami.
At RJ Choppy for your degenerate selections here on DFW Sports Station. Vegas sent me the difference between Cooper Rush and Dak Prescott. How many points is it worth? Who didn't read my email? I'll say RJ. Go ahead. How many points? I sent it to y'all separate too.
Yeah.
So you all both probably did see it.
I did not read it because I know you generally like to have us do the odds guessing. So I didn't read it. Because I think Choppy said last week he thought it was this. So I'm going to go with this because it's a game that got 4 points.
4.5. 4.5 points. The difference from Lamar to Josh Johnson is 7.5. Josh Allen to Trubisky is 7. Mahomes to Wentz is 7.5. And the Cowboys' current win total in Vegas is set at what? The over-under?
7.
6.5.
7.5.
Okay.
Start of the year, 10.5. The over-under is 7.5. The Bobby Belt bet for the bald head payoff.
Yeah, that doesn't make me feel good that Vegas is setting the line right at the line that I put it at that I said they're definitely not going to get to. So
interesting that Sam Darnold was only a 1-point difference from Nick Mullins.
Disrespect.
That's a lot of disrespect.
All right, our Micah Zach and Lamb all going to play? Is there any way Nick Eatman has the Cowboys pulling off the upset Sunday against Filthy? Let's preview Cowboys-Eagles with Nick from DallasCowboys.com after this.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, bring me a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the R8 Loss. That's soda. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel. And Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We have all picked the Dallas Cowboys. I believe we have all picked them to lose by double digits. So we picked the Cowboys, but to lose by double digits. I don't understand why the over-under is so low at 43.5, but I think we all pretty much have Philly around the 30-point mark at least in beating the Cowboys on Sunday. Let's see if we're wrong with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joining us. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Nick. How are you?
Good morning. I'm not going to be telling you you're wrong, though.
Oh, do we want to get this out of the way earlier? Save the suspense.
No, I mean, I'm not going to tell you you're wrong, but, I'm not picking the Eagles. I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit around here and pick the Eagles to win. I mean, it's not a homer pick. It's just a hater pick. I mean, I'm not doing it. I'm sorry. I'm not walking around these halls doing all that and pick, no thanks. Their head coach, all that. Do I think the Cowboys are going to win? No, probably not. I really don't think they're going to win. I was just writing something real quick. It's just like, okay, this is their injuries. Eagles really have no injuries. They've won 4 in a row. The Cowboys have lost 3 in a row. They haven't won at home this year. Nothing screams victory here except for the Browns beating the Ravens a couple of weeks ago. I mean, that's what you have to hope for. It's just the weird NFL crap that happens every week, and you got to hope it falls in your lap. But it doesn't look like it will because it's the way the Cowboys have played and the way the Eagles are playing.
Where did you stand on Rush versus Lance playing this game?
I like Rush playing. I still feel like, you don't have to play Trey Lance right now. I mean, if you want to play him, they can play him, later in the season, whatever. I still feel like they think they have a shot to win. I think Rush is a better quarterback, but I don't think you don't have to play him. I'm fine with a couple of packages here and there if they're able to practice that, and that's the thing. It's not just easy to go out there and just throw some extra practice reps in, but if they can work a couple of packages in there to get him in there and maybe get an element that no one has seen, I'm fine with that. But I think Cooper Rush is probably your better quarterback there.
Nick, in your Philly film study and all the previews that I steal every week from DallasCowboys.com, how good are they? Do you feel like they're another level higher than when they were going well last year? Are they a team that is just pretty good? Are they a monster that we've been sleeping on in terms of NFC contenders? How good is this Philly team to you?
Yeah, I think they're pretty good right now. I think their defense is not so hot. I think that they'll give up some games here. They did. They lost the game to Atlanta when they should have won. But and a lot of that was kind of that Kellen Moore / Sirianni just kind of being stupid about, if you remember that game, they could have just run the ball. They decided to throw it and end up losing. But I think they're kind of figuring each other out like that. And I think Kellen Moore is figuring out how to get these pieces all together. And so they're probably, I think they're pretty good right now. And I think that they're getting better. But I think their defense is going to be an issue for them. So that could be a problem. But, this week, I don't know if they're going to be tested as much as they'll be tested in other games. But, I'm just hoping for just some weird stuff. And I think the people that are picking the people that are saying, let's play Trey Lance, that is an element that could happen. If you play him, he might throw a couple to them, but he's going to give a look that, the Cowboys just haven't seen. We saw in the preseason, he ran a 46-yard touchdown. It took him 8 steps to get to the end zone. But I did a little research on that, and I might have said this on the air back then. That would have been the longest run in the history of the Cowboys by a quarterback. And it was just kind of a, nice play, get around the edge, and he scored. And, like, we've never seen that. In 65 years of football for the Cowboys, we've never seen a quarterback go even half the field running the ball. So it is an element we haven't seen. I'd like to see a little bit of it, but Cooper Rush, I think, should be your starter.
Nick, we got several injuries that we're looking at here, and it's Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Micah Parsons, CeeDee Lamb, both of them seem to be trending in the right direction at this point. Zach Martin, maybe a little bit of a question. Where do you think we stand with some of the major injuries right now?
Yeah, the Zach Martin one, I thought it was a little bit more rest now, 2 days in a row not being out there. So today will be interesting to see what they put him on the injury report. He hasn't missed a game this year, but he hasn't played. He's been banged up, and of course he hasn't played to the level that we're expecting there. It's one of those believe it when I see it type thing about him not playing. I still feel like he's going to be out there, but again, we'll find out here later this afternoon. Micah, I think he's all in. Sorry, that's probably not a good phrase there this year, but. He's ready. I think he's ready to play. But with him, he has not played well against the Eagles. The Eagles have kind of figured out ways to neutralize him. Kellen Moore had to deal with it in practice a couple times. I'm sure, several times. And so they kind of know how to deal with him, and hopefully we'll see some wrinkles that we haven't seen to kind of get him. Effective. But CD, I think, he's playing, and I think CD's arrow is pointing up as far as the last few weeks, and especially just the perception of him and then how he played. Everyone wants to see that. Emmett, has lived off of it for playing for games like this, and I think CD, in my opinion, should have got a little bit of more praise for how he played in that game and how he's ready to play this one. And then that's not a shot against any other player, of course. I'm just talking about CD.
Will the limitation with him be not even limitation, but will it be the shoulder landing or the extension on on a high ball?
That's a great question. It really is. He said pain is the worst part. It's not the range of motion, but I think don't they go together? Once you land on it and then the pain, now your range of motion isn't as good because it's hard to get your arm over your head. So I think more than anything, they've got things for the pain. He says he's not going to wear any kind of harness or anything like that, but we'll see what happens, because you're right. You dive for a ball and you land on that shoulder. It certainly will change things. And I would imagine the Eagles have a good idea of what shoulder is hurting CeeDee Lamb and where to tackle it and where to hit him.
Nick Eatman, D&M Leasing Hotline from DallasCowboys.com here on The Fan. How did the Zeke situation get back on track, Nick?
Cooper Rush it's a pocket passer. And there's nobody that protects that pocket better than Zeke.
Okay.
So, hey, we all good? No, I'm kidding. I think it was a wake up call for everybody, and especially for him. You want to be here. We don't have a lot of shots left here. He knows that, and this is me not knowing all the things that happened, but like I said the other day, they take over 20 players that are not going to play in the game. They take 20 of those guys that Bill Parcells would call ERWs, eat, ride, and watch type guys. And so they're not going to do anything. So to not take a player, you're sending a message, and I think it's clear. And I would imagine will be as ready to go as ever.
Nick, we talked on Wednesday. You mentioned that you don't know if Kellen has the Dan Campbell pettiness to him to really try and do some crazy trick play stuff. But I'm curious, how do you feel that actually went down? Like Kellen's departure, like how friendly was a departure of that, and what do you expect from him on Sunday specifically with the Eagles?
Yeah, I think he's. Really, I think they're coming into their own here and really figuring out what to do with Barkley. Especially a guy that can jump backwards over people. There's a lot of cool plays you can do with that. I still, every time I watch it, I still just can't believe that really happened in a game. I think it's phenomenal. But It's almost phenomenal. It's not throwing Chase the ball on 2-point conversion at the end of the game. But, sorry. Anyways, I think Kellen Moore is a classy person. From every time I've ever met him or talked to him, he's always had the same look on his face. You know, he's kind of from that Eli Manning school there. He's got that look, but you know, I think he's a classy person. I think it went as well as it could go. I really do. I think it was like, listen, I've got to change this around, and if I'm going down, I need to do it my way. And you know, and I think that he'd understood that. And but still, with any kind of competitive person, and this is a guy that was a really great college player. I mean, the competitive juices are going to be flowing, and also you don't even have to formerly play or coach for the Cowboys to feel it. You know, when it's Dallas week, you know the Eagles, how they feel about the Cowboys, and if he doesn't have that pettiness, his head coach will help provide it for him. And I think that, you know, they'll be doing everything they can to score a lot of points until the game is over.
Nick, what's been the temperature over there this week? It seems upbeat, at least listening to McCarthy with us, Mike and Diggs on the podcast. I know a lot of things came from that, but they still sounded like, things are not totally finished here yet. What's it been like in the building?
Yeah, I get that sense too, and I don't know why. I think it's, and I won't say this for every coach, obviously, and a lot of the players, because you know they're on their last year of their deal. But it feels like there's less pressure with you know each week, and there's more like, hey, let's go out and let's see what happens.
Yeah.
And you know that's not always a fun place to be in, but it's also kind of like the expectations are obviously lower and lower and lower. So sometimes when you go out and just win, you know, and think about it, and we've seen that with the Cowboys on the flip side. You know, they go out and they win, they're 12-5, and then the playoffs hit, and then you start seeing all the flashbacks of 30 years, 29 years, whatever it is, and the pressure goes, and they haven't been able to hit that. So I think maybe like most teams, they play well when the pressure's off. You got to go out there and see what happens. And I kind of think that there's a little bit of excitement just for that reason alone.
Thank you, brother. Enjoy the game on Sunday. We'll recap Monday.
All right. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Find out how you can win Cowboys tickets and eat some wings with the KMC Masterpiece in Fort Worth. We'll tell you how when we crosstalk with the fellas after this.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Oh, it's the Mike Bassick crosstalk. Sean, it's time to get funky. Me and the crew, we drink a brass monkey.
Mike, don't get too excited after Bobby, what you just said when this was playing.
Oh, one of the worst songs of all time.
Oh, wow.
I agree. I agree. I think Beastie Boys are awful, totally overrated.
When I got my first car, Mike, when I was 16, I had a LeBaron that I wrecked after 3 months.
John Voight's?
And the only song that had good bass in it was this song. It would just be like, boom. It was great. And it was great whenever I was cruising Galloway.
Okay, well,
the Beastie Boys are like if the Sex Pistols decided to rap.
Yeah. Yeah, this era of like hip hop, like late 80s, early 90s, I don't know what's worse, that or late 80s, early 90s NBA.
This song, hating on this song is stupid.
I'm just trying to drive Mike outside.
Hey, let me ask you guys this. Sean, me and you, let's have a conversation, okay?
Yeah.
Let's keep out, the
haters.
Yeah, the haters. Okay.
Hey, if you got no haters, you ain't popping.
Here's the deal, Sean. You've drank a lot of alcohol in your life.
It's true. I've
Yeah.
seen
All right.
it. I've seen a little bit of it.
Here's the deal about this song, Brass Monkey. We've all heard it 1,000 times. You can like it or dislike it. It's fine. But have you ever, Sean, had a brass monkey? Have you ever heard of anybody ordering a brass monkey?
No, but I've been to Brass Monkey.
Where's Brass Monkey?
Oh, wow. I see what you did there.
Brass Monkey is a bar. I think it was a local.
Where's that Gas Monkey?
That was Gas
Oh,
Monkey.
never mind. I have not been to Brass Monkey. I have not had one, so I don't know what that is, Michael.
Okay, so Corey, first of all,
I'm reading
you
it right
can see
now.
our background. Corey, where are we at? Because we're going to get funky and drink some Brass Monkeys.
We are at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of Hewlin. We are off at the Hewlin location today, so just punch that into your Googles or your maps, and it'll lead you directly here. Last time we were here, Mike, this place got so packed that they were like, we might have to open the second floor. We're going to try. We want to force them to open the second floor today. GM's already told me she's not going to do that, but I think we're going to try and force it. So
This is Fort Worth. This is where we party. Okay, this is where
Heck yeah.
it is awesome in Fort Worth. And so I'm listening to, YouTube stuff, and then all of a sudden I decide, it's like people who've never heard of a song before because they're in their 20s or let's say early 30s, and then all of a sudden this comes up is like, hey, I'm going to listen to Paul Revere, and then it takes me down this Brass Monkey thing. And people do, I'm just going to say, Bobby, people that have never heard this, they do dance to it. They do like the beats behind it. They do think it's unique and different from what they've ever heard.
Yes.
So I'm not saying it's good or bad. I do love it. But then I was like, let me Google what a Brass Monkey is. I've never had a Brass Monkey. So I'm like, what is it? And so here at Buffalo Wild Wings, I've talked to the people here. We are serving Brass Monkeys. Now, we have the $4 Miller Lights.
Did you confirm that?
Yes.
He did. He actually did.
We have the
Make it up the
$4
menu.
Miller Lights. We have the $4 Coors Lights.
That's
There's
right.
obviously specials here. We got the Wangs. We got everything else. Okay?
Wings is what he meant.
Yeah, with all the flavors, But a Brass Monkey is somewhat like a screwdriver, okay? So if you want to party with me, I'm going to have a Brass Monkey for the first time ever. Woo. It's orange juice, vodka, and spiced rum.
Ooh.
Oh, baby. Sounds good.
Is that what it
My
is?
mouth's
'Cause
watering.
Google's saying here that it's malt liquor and orange juice.
It can be that too. But if you look it up, there's different recipes. They used to serve it in like I shouldn't say serve it. I think you could buy it at liquor stores where Choppy grew up. I think you could buy like almost like a pre-made version of it, like you'd buy a margarita mix.
Yeah, like a
because they got a castle in Brooklyn. That's where they dwell. Okay, you were dwelling in New Jersey.
I was dwelling, man. That's what I was
Mike is
doing.
in the zone.
I was just dwelling.
He is locked in today.
So look, our football team stinks.
Oh,
Let's have fun.
Yeah.
Let's drink some Brass Monkeys at Buffalo Wild Wings. And if you don't want a Brass Monkey, if you don't want to get funky, then you can have a Miller Lite, a Coors Light, a different mixed drink. But if you want to have some fun with me, I'm going to drink Brass Monkey. And I'm just trying to see who's part of my crew and getting funky with the Brass Monkeys.
Kevin, how many of those could Mike have until you legitimately got worried that it would really be a problem on air?
I might be worried now, but I would say probably 2.5 to 3, and we're in a lot of FCC violation
This
trouble.
is the location last year where he got hammered
I
because he had
remember
vacation.
that because he was about to go on vacation, right? And it was a Friday, and he was like, I'm getting drunk.
Well,
and Mike, you get a comp day Monday.
Mm-hmm.
It's my birthday Monday.
Oh,
happy birthday!
That's why it's a comp day.
Are you working?
No, yes, kind of. I'm showing up.
How old are you going to be?
What'd you say, Chop?
How old are you? 46, 47?
I'll be 47 on Monday. But today,
47,
if you've
big
never
number.
had a brass
47.
monkey, why not try it with the KMC Masterpiece? And for the first time, it might be, I'm going to be honest, this does not sound good.
What do you mean? It sounds
But
great.
we have to try an orange.
It's going to be
because I
awesome.
don't think they have malt liquor back there. I don't feel like most. Maybe they do,
don't have any
but we're
Mickeys.
going to do it kind of screwdrivery with a spiced rum in there and see if it's time to get funky.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah,
And
I
now,
don't
are
know.
you, Sean? My next question for Crosstalk: are you over the election? You were obviously upset. You took 2 days off because the election. Which one was it? The ST&U? Was it the presidency? Was it the Senate? What was it that said
KC
I cannot
Masterpiece
get on a
zone,
microphone for 48 hours with what happened Tuesday night?
You know, I really don't want to discuss this. I've been talking to the guys in the commercial. I was very interested in figuring out why and how. How did this happen? Why did this happen to such a great degree with the beatdown that took place?
It happened because she's a very stupid person.
That's
What he said. He said that on Rogan. That's exactly
So
what he
I
said.
have just been sitting back in bed watching 2 days of explanation, justification, what and how.
Mike, why do you think it happened?
Oh, my God.
I've watched some stuff, so I don't have like my opinions on like why did it happen, but like some people have said she didn't answer any questions when she was interviewed. Some people have said that she stuck too close to what Joe Biden somewhat believed in and never set any type of tone for herself. So everybody's like, wait, this isn't good right now. You just think everything's good and we're going to stay on the same path. Shouldn't you have a little bit of a different path? And so maybe people were like, maybe I don't want to vote for Donald Trump, but I'm definitely not voting for another 4 years of this. And maybe that's why Donald Trump won. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's what I've kind of heard from things. If you listen to The View, then
The View.
we are
Dude,
about to-
everyone talked
my
about
God.
The View.
I guarantee you they had their high. I watched the next day.
Oh,
I was like,
how was it?
Were they devastated?
It was. I mean, can I say it was glorious? It was glorious. Why? I love meltdowns. I love people melting down.
Yeah. Jimmy Kimmel was like, his voice was cracking.
Yeah.
Stephen Colbert, he was not thrilled.
But that was like genuine. Like that was genuine emotion. The View was like they're not even real.
Oh,
they're not even real people.
Did
They're
you-
in their own echo chamber. They don't understand. That's the problem. Nobody. Both political parties don't understand the opposite side of what they're talking about.
Did you all see your buddy Ted Cruz's tweet about the Jimmy Kimmel crying?
No.
He said he hasn't cried like this since I beat his ass at basketball.
Did he beat him?
They played one-on-one.
Ted Cruz beat Jimmy Kimmel in
remember
basketball?
that?
No.
Oh, yeah.
God.
Look it
Oh,
up. It was
God,
a
that's
few years ago.
embarrassing.
That's really embarrassing.
No, I spent like 2 hours yesterday reading up on his new chief of staff after I found out she was the daughter of Pat Summerall.
Oh.
I wanted to find out who was able to control him.
I'm
and
sorry, Sean. You hold on a damn second. Did you just say she, a woman? I thought everybody who voted for Trump was misogynistic.
Kevin Cuban over here.
Hold on
Those
just
are
a
the thoughts of
minute.
Kevin Hagelin Cuban.
Hold on.
But I really wanted to, no matter what side support, I do like to figure out the strategy, the brilliance of the strategy of the beatdown that happened. Who coordinated it? How did they do it? How did this woman, who they call the ice lady, like keep him in check? I like the psychology of it, the plan of it. The
plan.
She was DeSantis. Mike, you don't mind here if I
No, go
talk
ahead.
politics?
Yeah, I'm having fun, man. I'm ordering my brass monkey.
She
Oh,
was
dear.
Ron DeSantis. So she worked with Trump before, and then DeSantis fired her.
Oh, no.
And DeSantis convinced Trump to fire her for his second go-around. Then Trump went and got her back, and she knew all the insights and all the things. Like, this is a cold-blooded killer, you know? And she's like, Ron DeSantis is insecure about his height. He's insecure about his weight. We know all these things. He can be a little bit awkward. And she gave Trump all the information to try to destroy and end up killing Ron DeSantis because DeSantis was supposed to be stock up and Trump stock down. And the 2 times she's tweeted here recently was one, hey, Cuban, I thought he didn't have any smart women around. And the other time was just bye-bye after they crushed and eliminated Ron DeSantis because she took such great pleasure in destroying him with all the inside info she had. But he fired her. And she is the daughter of Pat Summerall. And it was her letter during Summerall's intervention that actually made Pat finally go to the Betty Ford Clinic and seek out the help. Everyone else, he's like, I don't care. I'm tuning it out. You guys are hypocrites. You drink with me. You're only here for show. And it was her letter that was read by his drinking buddy who sent him to the Betty Ford Clinic when she's like, I've been embarrassed of my last name out in public. I don't like to be known as a Summerall because of your drinking.
Wow.
Yep.
I tried to shake his hand in the men's room one time. That was a big mistake. Yeah.
Of course, it was Betty Ford.
You don't do that in the men's room.
That's the whole point, but it was Pat Summerall.
Was it at the Betty Ford Clinic?
It was not at the Betty Ford Clinic. I was flustered.
So where are we at, Corey, and what are our specials today?
Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of South Hewlin right now, and they do have the second floor. We're going to try and force it to be open. $4 Miller Lights and $4 Coors Lights out here today. So come on out, enjoy all the wings, taste all the flavors, get all the beers, and then watch Mike do what he does.
You got my father-in-law trying to order up a brass monkey right now. He's loving your crosstalk, Mike Bassett.
Let's go. Okay, so Buffalo Wild Wings, Fort Worth, in Hewlin. Jerry Jones at 10:30. He will confirm if Dak Prescott's going to make the comeback and play this Sunday against the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't think he's going to rule it out.
Your best
That's
cross
just my
ever.
opinion.
Mike's in the zone.
All right, let's get some brass monkeys.
Well done.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of South Hewlin.
Here we go.
And as you can tell, there are already some people here, but the dream, Corey, the dream we want to accomplish is to have so many people that they are forced to open the balcony. Never happened here before.
Right, that's right.
But we're hoping to make history. Is that correct?
That is true. I always want to make history. And I talked to the GM this morning. I said, we opening this up? And she said, no. And I said, all right, we're going to try and force their hand today. So,
Okay.
Tolos, we want you to show up and show out and show why.
Now, I don't know how long we're going to stay on the air, though.
What do you mean?
Because
We're going to be fine.
Come on, y'all.
Mike Bassick has in his hands right now, if you're watching on the Twitch or the YouTube,
Vitamin C.
It is, yes,
Orange juice.
let's say that's his special vitamin C drink and not the Beastie Boys song we just played on the other side. Mike.
I'm going to take my first ever sip of a brass monkey.
Okay.
All right. I have no clue what it's going to taste like. It does smell strong, I will say.
Probably so.
That it is orange juice, vodka, and spiced rum.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Hold on. Before you drink that, I want to read this text because this is what is the magic of Mike Bassick. How the hell did Mikey B just go from 80s rap to lucid political discourse back to Cowboy slander? He is the wild card. That is for damn sure.
and here goes the wild card sip.
Oh, God help us all.
Right.
What are your thoughts?
It's not bad.
Okay.
I don't think I'd order it a lot. I will tell you that. But it's not bad.
Okay.
So
Time
if
to get
you'd like to
nice.
come here, hey, we got Miller Lights. We got Coors Lights for $4. But if you want to order your first ever, I assume, or come here and tell me, no, I used to order brass monkeys in the 80s and 90s because I had never heard of anybody ordering a brass monkey. I just ordered my first brass monkey. So
Every time if they come by and order a brass monkey, will you fire that song up on your phone?
if you want me to,
Yeah?
I feel like that's a major distraction that you get mad at me
No,
for.
on your phone, not over the mic.
Yeah, well, I mean, you'll hear it over the microphone,
Yeah.
but I
Yeah.
think you could do that, and we'll know how many have been rocking.
All right, and in the music video, the Beastie Boys during that video take off their pants.
What?
I'm just saying.
Was that a warning?
Yes.
Or
the brass monkey makes you take your pants off.
Hey, Mike, keep your pants on at the Buffalo Wild Wings.
Tell Corey to keep his pants on because he has nothing underneath.
That's true.
I do have underwear,
Yeah.
which I think is legal.
Yeah, mine would be illegal. So
Corey,
I did not see a sign when we came to this Buffalo Wild Wings that says no pants, you're out. I didn't see a sign that said no pants, no problem.
yeah, it always says no shoes,
might
no
have
shirt,
to-
no service. It
we
never
might
says
have to
anything about
interview the
pants.
GM here
All right,
and confirm that you cannot
let's
take
talk
your
about
pants up in
sports
here.
while I sip
All right.
on my brass monkey.
Okay, there's a couple of different things. First of all, I wanted to throw to this, Corey, because this is something that you have brought up year over year, and I always think it is super duper fun. How are you ignoring the Eagles fan in your life? Excuse me, annoying the Eagles fan in your life during Philly week? 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel text line if you want to get involved, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Would you like to start with that, or let people answer while we talk about the amazing Thursday night football game?
We can. Let me give an example real
Okay.
quick. Let me give an example, and then we'll let people text in for that. You know what? Today, I think I might ask some questions to Tolos that are out and about here. I might let them hop on air today. Good luck with that. It depends on how many brass monkeys they drink. But the way that I know, I have a family member that's an Eagles fan. He
Gross.
is my stepsister's husband. Okay, so it's a very distant kind of way to get it, but I always do get him a Dallas Cowboys cake for Thanksgiving and Christmas, and I bring it because he's a big Eagles fan. So that's the way that I'm sending it out there to the family this week, Cowboys cake for Eagles week.
Okay, so I had a couple of, questions or statements that I thought would be my go-to.
There was also a year, Kevin, where my neighbor was a Washington Commanders fan. And the guys that spray paint,
Yes.
they spray
Yes.
paint the sidewalks for your address. I had them spray paint the Cowboys logo on his sidewalk. So,
Okay, That is a good idea. If it's somebody who actually lives in Philly, my go-to question would be, how many trash bags are piled up outside your apartment stairs? All right, so that would be the first thing.
Is that a thing that they do in Philly a lot?
Yes.
You've been to Philadelphia.
Yes, I have.
You went to the wrestling place in
the ECW arena, the
Jess
2300 arena.
Yeah,
yes, that is true.
So.
And then I would ask them if they're sad about Bryce Harper, and if they're like, what do you mean? And I'll go, you know that Bryce Harper teams never actually win the World Series, right? Just to really make sure that they understand what the future looks like for them.
One of the last times I was in Philadelphia was the last major league pitch I ever threw.
How was the pitch?
Ryan Howard. He dogged me.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that.
That was
buddy.
it. I got Chase Utley out with a crappy breaking ball. Threw another crappy breaking ball, and it was a home run.
Was the last pitch that you threw the home run?
Last pitch I ever threw in the major leagues was a home run.
You kind of want
just
you
to
want
finish
that
off my
Did
career.
you ask if you could have one more and be like, let me see if I can throw a strike or something?
It was a strike.
It was a strike,
It was
probably.
a strike, yeah. It was a crappy strike. But I'm going to tell you something. I don't know why, if you're a Cowboys fan, you would do anything to your Eagles friends. Do not talk to them. Avoid them. Leave them alone. They are about to kick our brass monkey.
From the 405, to your point, this week I would not annoy the Philly fans because at this point I have no faith in our team. From the 817, I'm not poking the bear. We are not a good football team right now. And after they beat our ass, I do not want to have to deal with listening to the rest of it.
Man,
that
hey,
is
look,
affair.
I walked behind a pack of Eagles fans in Arizona when I got lost that day trying to find the tram to get back to the room.
Yeah.
And I saw them, and I was like, "Oh, I get it now." Like they were the ones that were like pushing people into the the railroad,
punching
and everything.
horses.
Yeah, I was like, "Okay, they are always
punches a
like
horse?
that." Philly people. So there you go. I get it. I understand.
By the way, Roy Smith here on YouTube thinks that I'm just drinking straight orange juice.
That is not straight orange juice.
Roy Smith,
That is
I
orange
wish-
juice. Isn't that see-through?
I don't know how to prove it unless
Wish.
you want to come here and take a sip of my drink.
I could tell you that was orange juice. I would feel much better if that was just orange juice. It is not. I would also, if you want, I would be like, hey, Philly cheesesteaks aren't as good as the Italian beef sandwich in Chicago.
Hey,
And
Philly
that's-
cheesesteaks aren't as good as brisket sandwiches down here.
That is a good-ass point.
So, yeah.
Would it set them over the edge if you looked at them and you were like, hey, Rocky IV is better than the original? Do you think they would be able to deal with that?
It's still a Philadelphia movie story.
Is it? Is it?
Is Rocky still living in Philadelphia in Rocky IV?
Yes.
It looks like he's in California.
Yeah,
in his
no,
pool and
he
everything.
moved. Yeah, like him and Apollo Creed, and they were out there.
Apollo moved to Philadelphia?
No, that for their training, but then he went out to California, and I
Yeah,
think that's
but
where
in
he's
4,
living.
They start off like they're just in a swim, like Apollo's in a
Yeah,
swimming pool.
throwing the tennis ball with the dog and
Yeah.
stuff. He abandoned Philly.
Why do you want to mess? I mean, this is your segment, Kevin. Why do you want to mess with Philly fans when it's? I'm not saying a sure thing, but it's a pretty sure thing they're going to win.
Look, if it was undetermined, I don't know if I would talk trash, but when you know your fate is already sealed, why not go down in a blaze of glory? Isn't that why you're drinking those brass monkeys?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right, I wanted to touch on this real quick. Let's go to cut number 3. We'll talk about this more throughout the day. The Thursday night football game was amazing. It came down to this.
Burrow takes the snap. Ravens bring blitz pressure. Burrow throws to the end zone. It's incomplete. It's incomplete. And with 38 seconds left to play, the Hayes in the barn. Oh, what a wild way to end it tonight, as the Ravens will sweep the series from the Bengals and improve to 7-3.
Baltimore cheated on that 2-point conversion.
Okay, I want to get
And
to
they
that.
got away with it.
Let me ask you something. Because some people argue there's at least 2 penalties on that play. Also, did you think this was the right call? Because we had just had this conversation with the Chiefs game. You're the underdog. You're on the road. Did you like the call to go for 2?
Absolutely, I did.
I was fine with
That's
it,
what you're
too.
supposed to do.
Yes.
I mean, that's what you're supposed to do in the regular season. Now in the playoffs, you might treat it a little bit differently. But in this specific situation, go for it and try to get it. Their problem is they have so many losses on their ledger already that now it's just another one to add to the pile and puts them that much further behind. That's the only problem with it.
You're on the road. You're the lesser team. I think you have to, especially how the game was playing out in the fourth quarter. Baltimore was scoring every
Yes.
possession. So I think when you go back to the Kansas City-Tampa Monday night game, hey, how is the fourth quarter going? We can't stop the other team. If you can't stop the other team, and it's been proven now for about 15 minutes, I say, look, let's take our chance on the 3-yard line, one play, do or die. The issue is a lot of referees, and I understand this, they don't want to decide the game. So they let you do whatever you want to do, as long as when the ball's passed to that person, you don't tackle them before the ball gets there.
Okay, was it the pass interference or was it the hands to the face? Like, what was
I feel
it that
more the pass interference?
Okay.
The hands to the face, is that a penalty? Yes. Did that affect the play? No. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Because that's after he's throwing the ball, his face mask does get hit. Technically, that is a penalty you're supposed to throw in there. But when your number one tight end gets double teamed and the first guy guarding him's like, I'm going to throw him to the ground.
And that is pretty much what happened.
That can ruin a play. The one thing that this had nothing to do with the refs, you have motion. You have Jamar Chase, who's the best maybe receiver in the game today.
He scored 60 fantasy points
Is
last
that right?
night.
Good
Yeah.
Lord.
And when the ball was snapped, you immediately look to the right, and he's to the far left. So at no point was the ball ever going to go to Jamar Chase. Correct me if I'm wrong, Corey. It looked like the way Burrow, once he caught the shotgun snap, all he was a decoy to the left side.
Yeah.
That's weird to me.
I mean, it was an immediate, as quick as he could get the ball out of his hand, he was going to Hudson on that throw. And because he knew that route specifically, short route, gives you good timing, and it should put at the linebacker, the safety, whoever it is, on the backside of the tight end to allow him to put the ball out in front. The ball was a little too high. That was Burrow's fault there, but he was also getting tackled as he was going up for it.
He was.
That was problematic.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We will talk more about that game as we go along. We got Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30, and we are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of South Hewlin Street. Coming up next, some NFL overreaction or reality right here on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of South Hewlin. We're going to do some overreaction or reality. We got Jerry Jones coming up in about 15 minutes. But we just learned an important thing about somebody who just showed up to Buffalo Wild Wings. They're getting married today.
Wow.
This gentleman who walked in is getting married in about 6 hours and 12 minutes.
Wow.
And so if you're like, I'm busy today, I got stuff to do. This dude is getting married in 6 hours, and he's like...
In Lubbock.
Yeah, no. It's in... No. It is in Fort Worth.
Okay.
And he's like,
man.
but I don't really have to be there until 1, so I got time for... Yeah, if it's in Lubbock, you better go. So he's getting married today, and he's still here. So what excuse do you have?
Yeah, he also has the G-Bag grenade tattoo on his bicep,
I like that.
too.
I like
He wants to get a
that.
KNC tattoo on his other arm.
Hell,
there you go.
Yeah.
Do we have a logo?
Yeah, we got one.
Or do you just put the letters?
Yeah, Mike, if you just want to draw a K and a C on people, that would be totally fine.
All right.
You
Said it.
NFL.
You're right. He's right. You did suggest it. You know, Mike.
I did.
Sharpie, I guess.
I did. I was going to do some NFL overreaction or reality, but I think I'm actually going to pivot to something totally different instead.
All right.
Man, you can pivot 4 times in the NBA now.
That is true. How many points do you think Dak Prescott is worth on the point spread over Cooper Rush?
Do you have the factual evidence here?
Yes, I do.
This team, 2.5.
Okay. Corey?
4.5.
4.5 is actually spot on, the correct answer. So this was really interesting to me. They have a breakdown of what the point spread advantage was for the starting quarterback over the backup at the beginning of the year, and then what it is now. So, like, for example, we were just talking about the Ravens. At the beginning of the year, Lamar Jackson over Josh Johnson would give you 7.5 points. Now it's up to 9 points.
Oh, wow.
Josh Allen has jumped from 7 points to 8 points. Whereas right now, Patrick Mahomes is the third highest point spread differential between him and Carson Wentz.
Let's combo platter this up
Okay.
with Mike Ask All the Football Questions. Back to Kevin and then to Corey.
All right.
How many points were you going to predict the Cowboys to score if Dak Prescott was the quarterback Sunday? And how many points are you predicting the Cowboys to score with Cooper Rush as the quarterback on Sunday?
16 and 13.
See, that I was going to say 17 and 14, so I do not think that that's far off. And so that's
Vegas
actually
has it
only
at 4.5. You guys have it at 3 for this game.
And that I think that, like, I'm not trying to push this, but I think that stays consistent with the team's not good. It's not necessarily about the quarterback as much as it is the team.
I hope I'm wrong here. I have the Cowboys losing by 2 touchdowns.
Okay.
I do think Dak would get you the meaningless, worthless touchdown really late in the game for 7 more points. I saw Cooper
agree with
Rush
that.
do that late in the game when he came in, but I do think Dak has a special quality of just driving a team down the field to get it within like a 1-score game with really not much time left. That I don't think is as easy as Dak makes it look.
Oh, you got a
I don't
really
know
good
how
point.
he does this, how he can be so average-ish for most of the game, and then when the game gets somewhat out of hand and you're like, it's decided, it would be a miracle to come back. He gets close to the miracle.
I think it's because he doesn't get caught up in his head and he doesn't feel that pressure, and he's like, I can just go. Now, who do you think made the biggest jump from the start of the season to now in terms of how big of a point differential impact they make quarterback-wise?
Oh, wow.
So, like, Lamar Jackson was already high because people are like, I know Lamar Jackson. So, like,
Jaden Daniels.
Jaden
That's a good
Daniels
maybe,
went from 1.5 point advantage to 6.5 points. So he is by far the biggest increase on the board.
Go
More than-
Washington, huh?
No, I'm probably not ready.
They got
to
our
say-
coach and everything.
Jerry Jones coming up here in just a few minutes.
Yeah. By the way, Trevor Lawrence's point differential went down.
Yeah, it should.
a point. But Deshaun Watson.
Maybe he's colorblind. I'm not sure if he's right-handed, maybe he's just not sure what color his team is that game.
Deshaun Watson gave you a half a point advantage over Jameis Winston. It's switched so much now that Jameis Winston gives you a 2.5 point advantage over Deshaun Watson, who, remember, got the first fully guaranteed quarterback contract in the NFL.
And Deshaun's like, look, I didn't have Nick Chubb the whole first part of the season.
Yep.
Jameis has Nick Chubb.
That's what's fallen apart for him. And then Bo Nix went from negligible difference with Jared Stidham to now a 3-point advantage. So
that's interesting.
Not surprising. You've seen some of the rookies jump up. I was just surprised that Dak number was low, but you guys think that that is a reflection of just the team and the offense struggle in general, as opposed to only Dak. I'm not saying 100%. It's somewhat Dak.
Yes, and I think Dak has been a disappointing player this year in the NFL.
Absolutely.
I think you could argue, obviously Trevor Lawrence is in this category, of, hey, who are the 5 people that have disappointed the most in the NFL this year? I would say Dak Prescott is in the 5. Where you want to rank him, that's up to you.
I would have Aaron Rodgers in there probably too, but that is that is a really good question.
I'll ask it Tuesday.
Okay.
Forget I asked it now.
Okay, I will forget that you asked it now. But I think that is a really interesting question. By the way, because he's played so well, the drop-off from Jordan Love to Malik Willis has gone from 6.5 points to 4.5 points.
Oh, really?
Not a poor reflection on Jordan Love. I just think Malik Willis has played better for the Packers than anybody could have imagined.
Oh, absolutely. And we did talk about a little rise from Malik Willis yesterday, too, and some of the things that he's accomplished.
Yes, absolutely. Another one who took a nice jump up was Baker Mayfield.
His
over
quarterback
Kyle
rating
Trask.
was 150 or something like that.
Yeah.
Something outrageous.
On the old school statistical chart, that is true.
Fort Worth already showing up at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah,
Man,
this is
that
nice.
is impressive.
Look at that.
I assure you they are open. If you're like, my map app says they don't open till 11. We're open. We're here. There are people here already.
They're drinking?
Yes, they are.
But I haven't seen any more brass monkeys.
Oh, well.
That's because they're taking in the Coors Lights.
What
and
if
Miller
at the
Lights.
guy's wedding, he calls up the person serving the drinks and says, hey, this is a brass monkey wedding.
He's clapping on it right now.
Okay, you got about 6 hours to figure that out. Good luck. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of South Hewlin, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys owner and GM, Jerry Jones, and this is just a coincidence. We will also do Forgiveness Friday. All in one next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
See Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry. Good morning, sir.
I think we get a couple of 4s. All right? Bye-bye.
Good morning, sir. Can you hear us?
Okay, great. Yes, I can hear you now.
All right. Fantastic.
All right. Sorry, guys. Let me get this hearing aid in. Good morning.
Sounded, Jerry, like you said we can get a couple of 4s. Is that draft picks you're talking about there?
Oh.
Hey, well, I actually was talking draft picks, but I was on my other handheld phone. So, but you did catch me there.
Okay. Now, there's been a lot of talk, obviously, for good reason, about Dak Prescott and his injury. There's been concern about the hamstring actually potentially ripping off the bone and talk of season-ending surgery. Can you give us any insight as to if that is a possibility and if IR is a guarantee now?
It's a blurred area. There's no question the injury is there. And the question is will it require surgery? That's all opinions. And, of course, the ambiguity here is, first of all, it's going to take him one way or the other. He's got to have some weeks off of it before he could see if it really does require surgery. And so he doesn't want surgery. He wants to be on the field and go for it. And so he's weighing that, we're weighing that, and we'll just see how it goes here.
So it really does come down to, in a couple of weeks, reevaluating that part of the process.
It could be. The faster we make this decision, the quicker we get the clock running if we IR'd him. And, of course, the facts are we don't have to IR him at all, but that keeps us from bringing a player up to the active roster. But I'll weigh whether or not it's worth not having that player on the roster while we let this play out.
Jerry, you've been doing this for a long time, and I know I'm going to the future of this season. Have you guys made decisions in, let's say, week 15 through 17 where you're at record-wise on if you want a guy to try to play maybe the last few games of the year?
No, that type of thinking hasn't entered into. I'm well aware it's there, well aware it could happen, but that type of thinking hasn't entered into it. And right now we're trying to, first and foremost, do the best thing we can do against Philadelphia. That's critical. And I think we're doing that and give us our best chance with everything we've got to work with to get out here and win this game this weekend. That's it. That's where it is. As we move along, in general, when things come along that are a part of that we can reference back, such as Mingo, such as where we thought of him in the draft, when we see something we can live with that, that really, in a way, has nothing to do with the issue of whether or not you're paring down your roster and looking to next year or not. We wanted Mingo because we wanted Mingo we wanted Mingo when we left that draft. We were disappointed we didn't get him.
Can you kind of walk us through how all of that went down and in the process of going to pursue him?
Well, we found out that he was could be available, and that when we found that out, then we started a dialogue there. And again, we didn't look at a list of available players. We were looking at a player that we had a big interest in when he came out. Frankly, we're disappointed that we missed him, and he fits the profile of what we want, and we will have him on the field, I predict, in the very near future. And he's the type of receiver that, as we look to the future with Dak, that is Dak friendly.
You know, that was something too. Like I was listening with McCarthy talking this morning about keeping your board around because there are guys that you do like that might be available down the road and your interest level in them. Do you often see sometimes like they're in a situation that doesn't work where they are, but it's gonna fit here because we do something a little different, and that kind of makes your mind up about why you want a player?
The instances around our game, the instances around NFL of where a player can excel in one system but doesn't do as well in another, where the right coaching meld with that player is. All of those things are very real. Mm-hmm. They're very real. And, of course, the journey that a player has to establish himself in the NFL has to deal with injury, if you will. It has to deal with roster circumstances. All of those things come to bear. You say, well, but if you've got somebody that is just absolutely a obvious player, then doesn't he dismiss all of those kinds of things, and shouldn't he be out there one of the leading receivers in the NFL if he was as good as we thought he might be coming out? That's not necessarily the case either. But so, yes, we rely. One of the things, I'll say it this way, one of the things that we invest in, and we invest a lot of time and money in, is our evaluation of players coming out of college. And that doesn't just, we don't throw all of that away the day the draft is over. That's the base of what that player is, and you can follow that base as it evolves through that player's NFL career, even if he's not a Cowboy. And so we have a great knowledge. I can remember the conversations that we had with Mingo when he came through on his visits. And so when we see a player that certainly at this juncture and certainly under the circumstances at Carolina, we can accept the fact that he hasn't diminished our thought and value of him. So that's what happened there. We saw a player that we really coveted when he came through, and we had a chance to get him.
Can you tell us any more about what's been happening with Deron Bland? A few weeks ago, it seemed like he was ready to go. He suffered a setback. How big of a setback happened since he's still not practicing all these weeks later?
We don't ever, no matter technically or how somebody evaluates from their injury or the progress they're making or what they should make, it is a big swing between players as to the same injury when they're going to be ready to go. We never, whether it be in game or out of game or for the duration of several weeks, we never dismiss the number one consideration, and that's how does the player feel? How does he feel? Can he rely on it? Does he push off on it? Is he free to cut on it? Where is he going? Because at the end of the day, that's all that counts. And I've seen players go out there with unrepaired injuries and play randomly with an unrepaired injury and play more aggressive and play quicker than players that have had the injury repaired. And they're still tentative on it. Now, that doesn't mean a thing about the quality of the individual or the player at all. I know you get tired of these old stories, but my trainer was a Virginian that I had when I played at Arkansas, and he said, Jones, you've got the lowest tolerance for pain of any kid we've ever had here. And I said, well, damn it, it hurts me more, Brownie, than it does the rest of it. I deserve a medal. I'm in pain out here. And he said, Jones, come on, boy.
That is fantastic. We're talking.
I personally like the stories.
Yes, absolutely. In case people didn't know, I'm sure they did. We're talking Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, you're talking about Jonathan Mingo. I know the trade deadline has passed, but Micah Parsons said he was flattered that so many people talked about his trade value last week. I will admit that is a topic that has come up on this show as well. Was his name ever, or has it ever been brought up as a potential trade candidate?
No. Absolutely not.
And that makes plenty of sense.
So teams don't call you, Jerry, and I mean I know you guys wouldn't, but did teams call you and see?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't because we want Micah Parsons. He's integral to our future. And so, no is the big answer. And what if I got on the phone around here and picked the top player around the league, 3 or 4 of them? You know what I'd get if I picked up the phone and said, you want to trade him? A big no. Are you kidding me? And so the point is that we haven't done that, and that hasn't been done. We haven't had one conversation at the level that counts, which is my level, and with Stephen and Will and people like that. But we haven't had one conversation ever about not having Micah Parsons on the team, ever.
Jerry, I'm going to change the topic a little bit to around the NFL. And on Monday night, the Kansas City Chiefs go to overtime. Tampa decides to kick the extra point to go to overtime. Last night, you have a great NFL game, and Cincinnati decided to go for 2, and they didn't get it, and they lost the game. I know opponent, where you're playing at, dictate a lot. Do you have a general consensus is you get to the game under a minute, you score a touchdown, it's within 1 point. You can kick the extra point and go to overtime, or you can go for 2 and live or die with the win or loss. Do you have a feeling on what you want to do in those situations?
I do not. A lot of times it depends on how you're playing on either side of the ball. I know last year, you remember Detroit came in here and went for it several times to get the 2 and finally didn't get it, and we beat them. Remember that play?
Yes.
On Detroit. And so, no, I get it, and you do too. You're putting it all out there, and you're putting out what usually is quite an effort by your team to be in that spot. And so do you want to go for it? Or do you think you want to risk that coin flip and basically have a team that may have the edge on you on one side of the ball or the other? So I think all of that weighs in on it. I could envision doing it at some time and not doing it at others.
Jerry, with Cooper Rush, how do you expect the team to play differently, or do you expect them to be pretty similar with him at the quarterback position?
Similar, very similar. Cooper's got some unique skills, very unique skills. He is very quick. He makes very quick decisions, gets the ball out quick. He's really got some qualities that can really get the job done for us. And I can say that, but not only how he handled it 2 years ago when he came in here and but really took the role. I don't mind telling you, when Dak got hurt at that time, I really was down in the mouth, so to speak. But, boy, did he step in there and really do a great job for us. But he brings a lot to the table. I think we can do everything with our repertoire of offense. I think we can run anything that Dak runs.
That's a big word.
Now, considering the success that you were just talking about that Cooper Rush has had in the past with the Cowboys, do you envision him being the quarterback for the entirety that Dak is out, or do you still think there is a window for Trey Lance to be getting in these games?
Oh, there is a window for Trey Lance. There's packages that we can work on. And, yes, there is a window for Trey.
What elements of his game, of Lance's game, did you see during the preseason?
Let me be clear. That's not just to get Lance some playtime.
Yeah.
That's to bring to the table some offense for us.
And that's kind of where I was going is what did y'all see during the preseason that kind of gives you that confidence that it could translate into the regular season, that he could be called upon?
Well, he's great, and I use the word he's a real threat with his legs, a big threat with his legs. I see that. I saw some I saw him inconsistent in preseason, but I saw him do some real good things in the passing game as well. So that's to be expected, relatively speaking, as compared to the other players we're talking about. He's had a small number of snaps in his career. But I see situations that he could add to the mix.
I like that. You got Kellen Moore on the other side of the ball again. I know it happened last year. Can you kind of tell me what you liked about Kellen while he was here, and how you've seen him grow since he's left?
Well, Kevin was such an outstanding player in college, so accomplished in college, and he did it as much as anything with his savvy. Mm-hmm. He's a coach's son that was really coached up, and he really had a great college career. And he uses the same thing that made him a really outstanding quarterback in college, outstanding offensive player in college. He uses that over into coaching. That's quite an edge. That's quite an edge. When you get these guys that have played a key position like the quarterback in an offense, and he's also been around some really top coordinators. That time that he spent here with Mike did nothing but enhance his coaching abilities, in my view. But he's going to be around a long time, and he's an outstanding coach, and he'll be formidable out there tomorrow as the offensive coordinator against us.
Now, I'm sure the answer to this next one isn't particularly simple, or you would say, well, we'll just do that. But what can change, or what do you think can be done to help the team both offensively and defensively at the beginning of the game and the beginning of the third quarter? Because on those first possessions, y'all have been getting hammered this year.
Yeah. We need to, and I know this has been said 1,000 times, but we need to internally quit putting ourselves in a hole with mistakes. And you can go back on any play and see if a player had done this, one player, that you would have scored rather than had a bad play. You can do that a lot. And so we've got to be more consistent across the board, and can be, and that'll on both sides of the ball. Frankly, on all three sides of the ball.
Yeah,
including special teams. So it's within us. It's where our upside is within us. Some of the things that we've been trying to do, we're getting better, and on all phases of the game. And so I've got a lot of confidence in this personnel, and I've got a lot of confidence in the coaches, as I've said many, many times. And guys, that is the answer, is from within, and we can look to that. Now, Philadelphia is going to have a lot to say about how well we do that Sunday, and so just got to get ready for it. It's not going to be easy.
Well, we appreciate the time very much, good sir. Best of luck on Sunday, and we'll catch up with you again next week.
You bet, guys. Let's have a big-time weekend here against Philadelphia.
Yeah,
okay?
Go get Cowboys. I like it.
There you go. Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Obviously, of all the things, I'm most intrigued. What could they have gotten a couple of fours for? Like that's the thing that I'm most intrigued. Like, who are they talking about? Did this conversation happen last week at all? Are they talking about trading like out of a third or something? Like, I have a lot of questions about that.
No, he was like, well, you guys caught me on that one. So
yeah.
Oh my gosh, Mike.
You guys have asked some great questions, but what I'm concerned about is I'm out of brass monkey.
God.
Oh man.
We have an order of brass monkey from Atolo. Atolo is engaging in the brass monkey.
Okay.
Is it thumbs up, thumbs down? What are you thinking here? Thumbs up all the way, he says.
You know what? Not oh no. I'm happy for him because he's here and watching. He's not on the air right now like you are.
I can turn my mic off if that would solve the
I know.
problem.
I've heard you at the 11 o'clock segment.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
you know
shocking.
What? Another brass monkey from Mike.
Thanks a lot, Kevin.
Kevin wants me to have another brass monkey at 11.
All right. So we say, damn it. Oh, man, if it's every hour, we're going to be in trouble. All right, let's segue.
Mike 1, Kevin 0.
Into some Forgiveness Friday. And do I need forgiveness for maybe forcing Mike to get another brass monkey, or do I need forgiveness for this? Guys, do you know why a pirate can never recite the alphabet?
Oh, this is a Mike Leach joke. Let's think about it. Because he's a Red Raider.
Because he always gets lost at sea. In your face! You heard that.
Wait.
It might have been too far back. There's people laughing.
She genuinely laughed.
Thank you.
He laughed to make you feel good.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'll take it. I'll take it either way.
I understand her sense of humor, and I think she's going to crack up at a lot of these.
That's fine. That's fine. All right. Into Forgiveness Friday now.
Nice transition, Kevin.
You're
Good
welcome.
job.
Our very own former fan, employee, and teacher of Alec, Nate Wood, asked the question, going back in time, which was the bigger mistake? The Cowboys taking Taco over T.J. Watt, or the Eagles taking Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson?
Oh, man. What a weird combination of questions.
So we
but that's
both
Nate
have
Wood,
been
right?
awful at making these selections.
I mean, Mike, you've been down on Jalen Reagor a lot. Like, I've heard you mention how bad he
Monte,
is.
his dad, went to Texas Tech and was a good player in the NFL for like 10 years with the Colts and maybe another team.
Yeah.
He probably went to another team.
Sure, that's fair.
But when they got Taco, I listened to the G-Bag Nation, and I heard Mike pretty much every day. Like, his efforts were to try and make Taco cry on air. So I feel like you did not.
Unfortunately, I went to training camp, and I watched, and I was like, I'm sorry, Taco and Taco's family. It's just the truth. I was horrible in the major leagues, so we fit in the same category. I'm like, this kid's pathetic, and they're only drills. They would line him up. Did you guys go to training camp his rookie year?
I don't remember.
Okay. It was so bad, they would line him up against a second-string tackle, and he couldn't ever get to the quarterback, the fake quarterback doing drills. They would put in the guys they knew they were going to cut after 2 or 3 times going, put in some. Like, at some point, I was like, I think they're going to have Jason Garrett try to block him just to give this kid confidence that he can somehow get to a quarterback in the NFL. And you just watch the drills, you're like, he's slow, he's not athletic, he can't win on 1-and-1 drills, he seems confused on his assignments, and I'm like, this is just basic training camp. And then, I won't believe it, but it correlated into his career in the NFL. And sometimes that happens. You get a guy, you see some talent on the field, you see him in college do some certain things, and then you go to the next level, which is a huge jump, and he couldn't handle that jump. His ability was not able to handle that jump to the NFL.
It's a sexy pick.
Oh, my gosh. Now, by the way, there are a variety of people are giving alternate answers to the pirate joke.
Oh, my gosh.
And the consensus seems to be they also could have gotten too excited and stopped at the letter R.
Mm-hmm.
But that is from hey, that's not from me, Alec.
That was from the Crickets, though.
From the 214, as Kevin's nemesis, I need forgiveness for laughing at that joke.
You didn't.
Another person asked, was that Kevin's wife that laughed? No, it looks like we're both married. If we weren't, who knows? Yeah, who knows what could happen? She's got that sense of humor. And then from the 469, I'm getting drunk with Mike in solidarity. And from the 817, I believe it was the 817. We're getting a lot now. I need forgiveness. I'm going to play Brass Monkey at my wedding for the sole reason of getting Mike to dance. That was from the 682. I'm sorry.
Is it getting warm in here?
Yeah, it is a little warm.
He's going to start taking his clothes
Hey,
off.
what's Snoop Dogg's favorite letter?
W.
Hey! You know, because he says that in the commercials a lot when they drop the beat.
See? Could be worse.
I was just going off of your joke.
Thank you.
I don't have a pirate joke.
Yeah.
I just had to use an alphabet joke.
Mike, you know it might be smart, though. Google jokes to tell.
Oh, please, God, don't.
I mean,
That's how you get your jokes.
The last time,
the
last time you Googled a segment, we've been doing that stupid thing for like 4 weeks.
You had to find that joke.
Somebody told it to me.
Yeah, see? Nobody told me that Snoop Dogg joke.
Mm-hmm.
That's mine.
That's his that he made up.
Copywritten.
And this is why I sit between them.
And that is not how a copyright works. By the way, I don't know if NBA
is that
fans.
A faux pas joke? Like for a dad?
It's a fake dad.
I don't know
4 dads.
if NBA fans need forgiveness because NBA ratings, I told you they were down a lot year over year to open the week, and then they've dropped again year over year in week 2 and from week 1. So you've really seen, at least early on, NBA ratings have taken a punch in the face.
I mean, do you have a reason why? I don't have a reason
I don't
why.
either.
Corey had brought it up before, and I still think it's valid, and we'll start to see, like, after this week, what it looks like going forward. It is hard for anything to compete head-to-head with, like, general election stuff, or
And
at
the
least the
Cowboys.
presidential election. Yeah, and the Cowboys. But I'll be interested to see what happens after this week. Now that, like, for the most part, the election has been settled. I know they're still working on Congress and stuff. And then now I want to see what happens this week going forward with the NBA ratings. Because if it's not that, then I kind of default to your theory about so many star players missing this game or that game or the other game.
Somebody said accessibility. Do you wonder if because I mean that was Diamond Sports Group across the country?
Yeah, but he's
wasn't
talking about TNT.
This
games,
is national.
Okay, gotcha.
But that's a fair question. I can look into that, but this is at the national level.
Good luck with that.
We're the Kansas Masterpiece. Thank you. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of South Hewlin. We will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Plus, feels like it's time to talk some stars. Next, right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of South Hewlin, and there's already been a lot going on. So we had somebody came in who is getting married at 4:30. All right? Mike just got a birthday present. People are bringing up cards. I just got a couple of extra items for Peace-a-thon. It has been happening here. Mike, what have you got?
I have a Star Wars set of C-3PO, R2-D2, Obi-Wan, a Death Squad commander, a Jawa, and a Tusken Raider.
That is awesome.
That is
I'm
very
going to play
cool.
with these when I get home.
Okay.
Do you play with your cards when you get home?
Sometimes, yeah. If I have time, I love going through cards, and I used to love playing with Star Wars. I actually do have the Millennium Falcon still.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yeah,
very
not
cool.
the original one. Like I got it like 2002. Justin came up to me, talked about Rangers and how much he loved it, and then dude in the cowboy hat just got me another brass monkey. It's still breakfast time with me. Not with the KNC.
I just want to let everybody know I'm glad they're here, except for you, sir. Do not encourage.
And he wants to hear the
Mike
brass
to
monkey
drink
every
on
time I
air.
take a sip
Okay.
of brass monkey.
All right.
We're getting funky.
If you can cue that up, Alec. By the way, right now, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Mickey.
How's everybody's pain tolerance today?
Yes, I did.
Mike's is better because he's been drinking.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
And I very
Feels
much
no pain.
Yeah.
Man, he doesn't, and it might just be this location in particular off of South Hewlin that drives him to drink.
This
but
is my old school right here. I used to live on Collinwood and Montgomery it's Dickey's Arena wasn't there when I lived there, but near Dickey's Arena.
Very nice.
Now, we've heard CeeDee Lamb feeling good, looking good to go. We'll see what that looks like on Sunday. Same for Micah Parsons. I continue to see his name pop up in the injury report. What is the concern level for Zach Martin?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit concern there because previously, when it would say shoulder/rest, and this one doesn't have rest next to it.
Yeah.
And I know he's been playing through some stuff. So, I got a feeling this one's somewhat concerning, and maybe they take it right up to, the last minute to see if he can go or not. But DNP, and then we'll see what they put today. But I don't know if that means you can qualify saying he's questionable or if you got to put doubtful. So, and if he's not ready to go, that means TJ Bass is your starting right guard.
And for Martin specifically, I'm sure there's other players on the team like this. Is he someone that you feel comfortable with? Like, look, he is a super veteran. He's already going to go to the Hall of Fame. If he can't practice, but then he tells you he's good to go, you let him go.
Yeah, I would imagine if he was on a leg and a half, he's better than what you're going to put out there.
Oh, in your face, TJ Bass. No, I'm just kidding.
And that's nothing against
I know,
TJ
I'm kidding.
Bass.
I get
you know
it.
what I'm saying.
Like I
right?
said, he's going to the Hall of Fame. I know.
Yeah.
I totally.
And if nothing else, you have him out there for his experience.
Yes.
But obviously, he's been playing through that shoulder here for several weeks and going out there and doing the best he can. So I don't know if you get to a point where it's like, okay, what about just sitting out this one and see where we are next week? So maybe we can get ahead of this thing and not let it continue to linger. But yeah, keep an eye on that one.
Do you think, I'm not saying this is their responsibility at all, Mick, but do you think there's anybody, whether it's CeeDee or Micah or Zach Martin, who looks at the trajectory of this team and says, you make a lot of sense, our team can't afford for me to sit this game out?
I don't think players look at the tangible thing or intangible things like that.
Okay.
I think if I can play, I can play.
Yeah.
And I always want to play.
Yeah.
I don't think and I wasn't sure where you were going there. If you're like 2-9 or something, and you go, no, I'm not playing.
Yeah, and it's not just, not that you wouldn't play, but that, like, maybe you would let logic creep into your brain a little bit more than you do.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, we can still make the damn playoffs.
Yeah, and I
can
think
do it.
that's the way they all think. You know,
Yeah.
no one. I don't think you can afford to play a game like this thinking, I don't think I need to go, just because of what your record is. Or what it is, and you need to go out there. I think if you can play, you can play. And the trainers have a lot to do with this also, because some guys would go out there, and then they give you 2 plays, and then they're inactive, right? Can't go anymore.
Yes.
So you kind of got to be honest, but you also have to listen to your medical staff.
When you watched Kellen Moore go from the Cowboys to the Chargers, and then now from the Chargers to the Eagles, has he changed much of what he's done? Because I heard McCarthy say, personnel is pretty much still the same and everything. Did he change a lot of what he's done since he's left?
I don't know that I've seen enough of those teams playing to be able to tell you, oh, man, radically different now or whatever. I'm sure what you've seen here is basically the same, and maybe having grown a little, coaching 2 different places with different personnel. But again, I'm sure knowing him, his background, his playing background, he's got no problems with Jalen Hurts running with the ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or designing runs for him along, to correspond with some of the stuff they do with Saquon. And when you have, different personnel, and you got a back like Barkley, well, you're probably going to stick with the run a little bit more than you might have if you have a kind of an aging running back. So, I think it has to do more with personnel than him growing as an offensive coordinator.
Do you think that it was that Jerry saying that there are packages built in for Trey Lance is a bad thing? Because there are some people that are like, why is he giving away secrets?
Yeah, well, I certainly hope so. I mean, that was my take, and Jerry kind of said it maybe on Tuesday. He kind of alluded that we got to get him ready for certain things, and I was thinking, well, how about 3rd and 2, and you put him in the game, and maybe they're, don't know if you're going to just call a run for him. And we saw how well he ran in preseason, and if you take away that last preseason game, when, what was it, 10 interceptions or something like that?
Yeah, take away the throwing part.
Yeah. I mean, using his feet, he was pretty darn good.
Yes.
And it could be a threat. So I could see that happening. Absolutely. Why not? He's active now, so use every asset you have.
Now, I know there's a lot that this team would like to fix. The statistic that continues to jump out at me, and we've seen it game after game, is 7.3 yards after the catch following a completion allowed by the Cowboys, the worst in the NFL. Is there, I don't know, anything in particular that you've seen besides, I get poor tackling for sure, that has led to that? And is it just as simplistic as we got to tackle better?
So I thought you were saying the Cowboys receivers were only getting that. You're talking the opponent.
No. That would be tremendous. I'm sorry. Yes, the Cowboys are giving up to opponents 7.3 yards after the completion, which is the highest in the NFL.
Well, I'm sure last week didn't help that any, right?
That is probably true.
And, I mean, even, it was bad enough for Mike Zimmer to point out on Monday that they had 15 missed tackles.
Yikes.
So I'm sure that, exaggerated what that number is even worse.
Yeah.
So, it's too much, especially when guys are, catching, wide open passes where guys get beat at the line of scrimmage and they go 40, 50 yards. That's going to skew that number for sure. So, and some of it's not missed tackles, it's just misreads or missed coverages. And so, when you get that many big plays, that can get you in trouble. And which, by the way, I was looking at the Eagles, and they've got 4 runs, and they were all Barkley, for 30 yards or more, and they had 9 completions for at least 40 yards.
Good luck.
So if you really like that number, it might get expanded.
Yeah.
Well, with that in mind, Mickey, I need a prediction from you because I have to admit I am not feeling super optimistic about this game. Where's your head at?
Yeah, I think, after you lose 3 in a row like that, And I've always got a theory that, the more you lose, the closer you are to winning one. But maybe not this time. I think they've got so much to overcome. But would it surprise me? No. I mean, if you look at the teams that the Eagles beat during this 4-game winning streak, 3 of them are 2-7, and now after last night, one's 4-6.
Yeah.
So they haven't played the schedule the Cowboys have, right? During the 3-game losing streak. Now, we can argue about Atlanta, I guess.
Sure.
Because that was still a winnable game. But they are 6-3. So it wouldn't surprise me if all these stats that the Philadelphia has piled up, and so many good things, but they were against teams that are 2-7.
Yeah.
So
I hear you.
It'd be, just kind of curious because think about it. They were 2-2, right? And then they won 4 straight.
Yeah, off of the bye, they've been amazing.
Right? Yeah. So maybe they fixed everything. I don't know. Maybe they got more healthy. But they feasted on the the kind of the bottom feeders.
Well, we appreciate it very much. Good sir.
I didn't give you a score, did
I? I didn't know if you wanted to give a specific
How
score.
about Eagles 27-19.
Okay.
There you go.
A lot of field goals.
Yes, I mean, that makes sense to me. All right, we'll catch up with you again on Monday, good sir.
All right, I'll be here. See ya.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and
We'll be here too.
feel like that's true. Alec, if you can give me cut number 5, because them Dallas Stars, they were victorious last night.
One game he's played in. Donato after a giveaway. Then Onger 2 saves, make it a third, kept alive, blocked in front. It was Rope Hintz, the forward 2-pad stack, and Onger gloves that one and brings them to their feet in Dallas.
Now, the Stars were actually really putting the pressure on themselves offensively. But Ottinger gives up the 1 goal in the third. Stars put on a late empty netter via Stankoven. 3-1, the win right there. But this is something we talked about like a week or so ago. The Stars have really held home ice advantage this year. They're 6-1 at home. And we talked about last year, their home and road splits were kind of the same and actually worse in the playoffs. They were worse at home than they were on the road. So I do really like early on, once it's in their barn, they're like, we're winning this game.
They like bad ice.
That could be.
Edmonton has much better ice.
That could be. I cannot rule that out.
Playoffs, they said we have bad ice.
Yeah, I like
I
ice.
like bad ice. I like slush.
I cannot rule that out.
I just appreciate Stankoven continuing to be who he is, man.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Absolutely. And then for the 4-6-9, Eagles beat bad teams, and the Cowboys are a bad team right now. Well, that's fair. And from the 682, y'all should change the name of the show for the rest of the day to Mike and the Brass Monkey.
Because we're getting funky.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, coming up next, it is also a Shout-Out Friday. Sorry, we haven't really gotten to that thus far. We've been very busy, but we're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of South Hewlin. We'll get your shout-outs in. Also, we will talk with PhiladelphiaEagles.com reporter and podcaster Chris McPherson next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Barkley has it in a crowd. They're going to push, and he is in for a touchdown. Saquon Barkley scores as an Eagle against the Giants here in Jersey.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of South Hewlin Street. We're alive and rocking here. If you want to come hang out with us, we got Cowboys giveaways. You can enter to win a couple of Cowboys-Texans tickets courtesy of Miller Lite. But right now, let's talk with PhiladelphiaEagles.com reporter and podcaster extraordinaire. It's Chris McPherson. Good morning, sir.
Gentlemen, how's everything going? Happy Football Friday to you all. It's interesting that the Dak-Jalen rivalry should probably be bigger in the NFL, but it seems like every year
they don't get to play each other.
No. I mean, Dak is 3-0. I mean, and all that in the couple of times they've played, but it seems like every year there's something that comes up that keeps these two from matching up, though. So, unfortunately, we're not going to get that this Sunday.
If I was Jalen Hurts, I would be like, go ahead and count that as a win. You've seen this team. You know if Dak was going to play, this was going to be a win. Now, we're going to talk about the Cowboys, I'm sure, but what I really want to know is, after the bye, this Eagles team has looked way different, at least to me. Is that a fair assessment, and if so, how so?
Very fair assessment. We'll start on the offensive side of the football. They leaned into Saquon Barkley. You played the highlight clip there before you brought me on, and Saquon has been better than anticipated after signing the deal with the Eagles. We all saw the reverse hurdle, whatever you want to call that fantastic play. Amazing. That had to be just one of those. I mean, seeing that live unfold and then seeing the reaction of the players. I mean, these Eagles guys, these football players are the best of the best at what they do in the world, and they're all astonished at what they just saw unfold in real time. So he has been absolutely better than expected, and they've leaned on him heavily, which has gotten the offense into a flow earlier on, and it's allowed Jalen Hurts to be more comfortable warming up and getting his rhythm into the game. And then from Jalen's perspective, they've done a much better job of taking care of the football. You know, the first couple of games, it was fumbles, it was interceptions. You know, Jalen Hurts was up there in the most giveaways along with the Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, but you weren't seeing the dynamic plays on the other side as a result. Well, Jalen Hurts has done a phenomenal job, 4 straight games of taking care of the football, and what's happened here? The Eagles have won those 4 games, and as you guys look at Cooper Rush and the success that he had back in 2022 when he took over for Dak, he did a phenomenal job of taking care of the football, and his one loss, if you guys remember, was to the Eagles in Philadelphia. The Eagles picked him off 3 times in that game. So that has been the biggest thing for Jalen. And then real quickly, defensively, I think they've just gotten more accustomed and comfortable with Vic Fangio's scheme. Those Georgia Bulldogs, a lot was made about how Howie Roseman, the GM, just all right, Georgia keeps winning, we're going to pluck the Georgia guys. Nakobe Dean, the linebacker, has the game-sealing interception. Nolan Smith, the edge rusher, has become a force off the edge. Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, manning the interior of that defensive line. So I think it's really just been a complete team effort that's brought this team to where it's at right now, 6-2, 4 straight wins going into Sunday's matchup against the Cowboys.
You know, that was kind of a point of discussion there last year, was that Jalen Carter wasn't seeing the field enough. Dean wasn't seeing the field enough. What changed? Just they grew up from being rookies? Is that all? Or
For Jalen, I mean, Jalen Carter missed 2 snaps Sunday against Jacksonville.
Right, yeah.
And this is a defensive line philosophy over the years. You going back to the Andy Reid days with Jim Johnson, and even the days since then, they've wanted to rotate those guys up front. But Vic Fangio is like, look, if I have a top-tier blue-chip talent in the middle there, he's going to be my workhorse. And he had 3 pressures on Sunday against double teams. So teams are starting to show him that ultimate sign of respect. He had 6 pressures total against Brandon Scherf, who has been a Pro Bowl player in the NFC East for several years. So you're going against outstanding competition there. So I think for him, it's just growing more into that role. And for Dean, he battled injury last season. He was still trying to get his feet wet and figure things out. Vic Fangio has done a great job of realizing that Dean is an extremely smart football player. They're actually, I don't know if you guys saw it, but we released on our social media channels the mic'd up from the game, and Dean happened to be mic'd up. And he said in the first quarter, I'm going to be looking for the wheel route. They're going to test me on the wheel route at some point in this game. And sure enough, that game-sealing interception, Trevor Lawrence goes into the end zone. It was the wheel route, and Dean knew it right away and knew how to play it and was able to come away with the pick. And I think that's going to be a huge confidence boost for him moving forward. But I think it's also Vic Fangio in learning how to utilize the talent that he has and the guys growing and adjusting to his scheme. So I think that's been really the biggest difference there with Carter and Nakobe Dean.
The offensive coordinator, we know him pretty well.
We do.
How much?
We do.
How much has he changed y'all's offensive approach, or is it just no? He's just taking that talent. Explain what you've seen with him and how y'all have changed this year, maybe.
I think going back to the first question about what's been different in this Eagles offense since the bye, and they've been utilizing a lot more under center. And they really that's not been a thing for them. Pretty much Jalen Hurts had been running the shotgun offense. They've been sprinkling in a little more of the under center. You're seeing a little more of the pre-snap motion. There are some subtleties in terms of receiver alignment and things of that nature. But I think really those are the two biggest things because Nick Sirianni, head coach, has said, I don't want to be, a wise man avoids all extremes. And they had been one of the bottom teams in the league in motion, one of the bottom teams in the league in under center. And they said, look, we don't need to major in it. Can we just minor in it? Can this be an elective for us, every once in a while? And I think those have been the biggest. And I think it's also looking at the talent that this team has and saying we've got a franchise blue-chip running back in Saquon Barkley. You've got, obviously, one of the best wide receiver duos in the game in A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. But they've really said, you look at the offensive line. That's been a hallmark of this team for years. Even with some injuries along the front this season, they've leaned to that and saying, look, we know we can run the ball. We can do a little bully ball here. And I think that's going to be one of the biggest matchups to watch here with the Eagles and the Cowboys is because the Cowboys aren't afraid to load the box, but teams have been able to still have success running against it. And the Eagles will still, even with a loaded box, say, we've got Saquon Barkley. And even if he's only getting 3-4 yards, one of the things he's phenomenal at doing is falling forward and just wearing down defenses so that as the games go on and you go to, it was the Week 3 game against the New Orleans Saints right after they beat the Cowboys, it was kind of like chip away, and all of a sudden in the third quarter, or early in the fourth quarter, I should say, Saquon Barkley breaks off the big touchdown run and is able to finally break the defense's back.
Okay, I'm glad that you brought that up because I don't mean to, maybe I do just a little bit, diminish the contributions of Kellen Moore, but I also look at it and wonder, is this offense clicking as simplistic as Jalen Hurts is not turning the ball over and Saquon Barkley is better than probably most everyone, especially the Giants, would have anticipated?
I mean, certainly, but I think it's good for a coach to realize and say, if I have all this, I'm going to need to go out there and utilize it because this offense was struggling in the first couple of weeks of the season. The first game against the Green Bay Packers in Brazil, they put up 30-plus points, but then the couple of weeks since, you kind of got the sense, all right, what's going on here because you have all these weapons, everything should be clicking. So I think it speaks a lot to the coach in saying, okay, we need to regroup. Let's see what our strengths are and just maximizing those strengths. And I think it's getting it into Jalen to say, look, we need to live to fight another down. You don't always have to play hero ball and take the deep shot, especially if there's double coverage. We could do the check down. You could throw the ball away, and let's move on to the next play. So I think there's been very good coaching from that standpoint in helping Coach Jalen out some of those turnovers. And I think it's saying, all right, this is what we got to work with. Let's maximize those strengths. And, again, you're bringing in some of those principles that Kellen is more adjusted to using from his time with the Cowboys and with the Chargers. I talk about with the motion and the under center, and they've had success with it. So, again, they didn't want to say we're going to completely overhaul the offense and change our identity and all that. It's just saying we need so that I think one of the struggles for this team last year offensively was it became very static. It became to a point where defenses knew what was coming, okay? So I think it was that we need to be able to throw a curveball every once in a while so defenses can't always tee off on what we're doing.
Talking with Chris McPherson from PhiladelphiaEagles.com right here on 105.3 The Fan. I had a quick non-football question for you. I believe it is the Reading Terminal Market. Have you been there, and how awesome is it? Because I just got a chance to go there this summer, and I thought it was freaking incredible.
Oh, that's an understatement. I don't go enough, I will say. The last time I went, it's a couple of years ago. I took my boys there with it was a Cub Scout field trip, and trying to take a bunch of 9-10-year-olds through that on a busy Saturday.
Yeah.
It wasn't the smartest thing. So I think my wife still reminds me of it to this day. But nonetheless, though, if you're a food connoisseur, there's something for everyone. That's the thing. You could be the pickiest eater. I'll admit that I'm a pretty picky eater. That's why, years ago when I would go to Dallas for the games, you take me to a steak restaurant. I'm set because you don't need a whole lot of frills there. But, I mean, there is something for everyone in the Reading Terminal Market. It's an absolute blast. So, no, I'm glad you brought that up, and I haven't had lunch yet. It is 12:30 on the East out here in Philadelphia on the East Coast. So, yeah, thanks for upping that just a little bit here as we get into the interview here.
Hey, that's what we call the synergy, because we're inviting everyone out to Buffalo Wild Wings here in Fort Worth. So, see, you got Reading Terminal Market. You can hit up Buffalo Wild Wings depending on where you are in the country.
Hey, man, but before we let you go, last year it looked like there were some cracks in everything. Like Sirianni didn't have the team, and then things were kind of feeling like they were falling apart up there. And it looks like they've kind of turned that around. What was going on? What did happen, and what did change since then?
That's honestly one of the biggest questions. I think when you talk to the players, at the end of the season and the off season, and it was like they got tired of addressing the stuff that happened in the last season. I think partly we touched a little bit on it from the offensive standpoint. I think that it became too much. We just need our guys to be your guys, and there wasn't enough of the scheme aspect of it involved in it. And I think there were some issues defensively. More so, I think from they made the midseason change at coordinator. They moved from Sean Desai to Matt Patricia, and that move didn't work out at the time. And, I think that's why they said, look, Nick Sirianni has been a very good leader. He's instilled a very good culture here. He still has an outstanding win percentage. You look at all the numbers, the metrics, he's up there with all the top coaches ever since he entered the league in 2021. And you look at the list of coaches who were hired in that cycle, and it's like Sirianni and Dan Campbell, and I think that's pretty much it at this point. So it's crazy how fast the turnover rate happens in the NFL. But I think at the end of the season, the Eagles said, and they said this, Jeffrey Lurie had said this actually, the team's owner, when they hired Nick as a young offensive coordinator coming from Indianapolis. They pretty much said, we want you for the coach you are now, but we are looking forward to the coach who you're going to become. And they knew there were going to be some growing pains with him over time. And I think they said, look, this is a coach who got him to the Super Bowl in year 2. They started out with the best record in the NFL. That, again, for myriad reasons, the things went sideways off the rails at the end of the season. But that's why I think there were all eyes on him to start the season. But I think they said, look, if we upgrade the coaching staff around Coach Sirianni, and you bring in Kellen Moore, who interviewed for the Eagles job in that cycle with Sirianni, and Vic Fangio, who was familiar with Philadelphia previously, and he pretty much the Eagles have wanted the Fangio system ever since Sirianni got here, so they finally got the man who came up with it. I think the combination of that, working with Sirianni and what he does and again, I think we could point to how the team has transitioned from the bye week to say, okay, things are not working right. Players have their input. Coaches have their input. Let's get everyone on the same page so that we can right the ship and get things going. And you look at where the Eagles are, 6-2, going into a huge 5-day stretch here, because not only do they have the Cowboys on Sunday in Dallas, but they have to bounce back Thursday night because they get the Commanders at home.
Man, outstanding stuff. I really appreciate the time very much, good sir. We would love to talk with you again.
Excellent, guys. Appreciate the time. Enjoy the game. And, hopefully when we match up later on in the season, we'll get to chat again. But enjoy the food there. I'm going to go grab some lunch myself. But enjoy the game this weekend.
There you go, Chris
good one,
McPherson from PhiladelphiaEagles.com. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout out to my daughter Savannah for doing awesome in school and receiving the Unity Character Award for unifying her class and being friendly to everyone. That is delightful. I also wanted to shout out the Prosper Band. I went to the Prosper Plano West game last night.
Why?
Because one of my really good friends, his son Elijah, shout out to Elijah, his senior night, it was his last game. Unfortunately, Prosper beat them down pretty good. But the Prosper Band was fantastic at halftime as well.
Well, that's nice.
Do they play their instruments?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they did.
All right.
Some of them also climbed up on boxes, and they were doing all kinds of stuff with props, like people in the band.
They play We Got the Beat by the Bengals.
Yeah, what did they play?
They did not play We Got the Beat. Coming up next.
Why not?
I don't
It's a
know,
good
Mike.
question.
Thank you.
Ask.
I appreciate that.
I'm not saying it's not a good question. I'm not.
You don't even know what they played.
Name a song. You could literally name any song. I didn't say name a song they played. I just said name a song. Would have helped you out there.
We're the KNC masterpiece, I guess.
Yeah, we are.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, 5601 Hewlin Street. If you want to come and join us, it's Gridiron Gravy in honor of Philly Week. Let's revisit the actual, I promise, real old NFL team called the Steagles. Next on The Fan.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Now you've got to go for the end zone because it's third down and you don't want to settle for the field goal. 3rd and 5. Lamar takes the snap, backpedaling, drifting to the left, running left, lob back of the end zone. Touchdown, Ravens! Rashad Bateman on the receiving end.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of South Hewlin. And right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Gridiron gravy. I don't know if you heard that, Alec. They even did the here we go.
Yes!
Gridiron gravy, of course, brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Now let's go back to that Thursday night football game. I don't want it to get lost in the fact that they did not get the 2-point conversion and the Bengals lost. But Jamar Chase, 11 catches for 11 first downs.
Oh, really?
264 yards and 3 touchdowns. Estimate of about, depending on some of the intricacies of your league, about 55 points in fantasy, give or take. All right, and I see people who have fantasies like, oh, yeah, that's right.
He just showed me his stats just a minute ago.
Okay,
he had
right.
Lamar and Jamar Chase.
Holy crap. So you
Big
could
night.
just bench the rest of your team, and there's probably still a decent shot that you win that game. I thought that game, usually Thursday Night Football, maybe not my favorite games in the world, but I thought this was really entertaining, and I thought it was two quarterbacks who we usually just kind of default into the top 5, looking every bit of their top 5 status.
I'm with you. The one thing is watching that game, I guess Cincinnati probably with their 6th loss are not going to be able to overcome their offensive line and their, at times, lack of defense.
Yep.
That offense, for what Joe Burrow does, I'll say this, I'm not trying to take shots at anybody. That offensive line's worse than the Dallas Cowboys offensive line.
Ooh.
And look, their record's not good, but Burrow still puts up yards and touchdowns and points. And that has to be, I'll be nice here, one of the 10 worst offensive lines in the NFL.
Maybe so.
I could see that.
And their defense doesn't play with as much physicality as you really like, and that's why they have these kinds of spells, these kinds of moments that do what they do. The Lamar Jackson and his offense have so many different tricks in their bag that they could reach into with his ability to run, with Derrick Henry's ability to run. And, now last night he was going to Taylor Wallace, and for an 80-yard touchdown. And he has just all these different weapons that he's learning. He looks more comfortable throwing the ball than I've ever seen him before. That being said, on the other side, like you said with Joe Burrow, his confidence in Jamar Chase is amazing. He's just like, I'm going to put it up there, and I know Jamar's going to be there, and their comfort together.
Well, a 2-point conversion.
Well earned. Okay, well, yeah.
Yeah, he should have done that too.
Him, that was the weirdest thing in the world.
Odd.
I thought for sure when the ball was snapped, Burrow would look to his left first, like that would be his first read, and he looked to the right, and because they don't have a good offensive line, he does not have time to scan to the other side of the field. And I was just like, man, how mad would you be, Kevin, if the Cowboys had that situation Sunday afternoon, Sunday night?
Don't even look at
and Cooper Rush, like CeeDee Lamb's having a game like that, and you send him over to the left, and you just look to the right to your backup tight end and your number 3 or 4 receiver.
Absolutely. The only thing I can guess is because of how they might have been loading up on Chase is maybe he's like, that will give us the exact matchup I want. Yeah. And even then, it still didn't work out for them. I understand. I know people are going to point out the multiple penalties. It appeared as though there were on that play that didn't get called. For Lamar Jackson, He really is sticking it in Bobby Belt's face this season because Bobby Belt said that Lamar Jackson was just a running back. Lamar Jackson last night, 25 of 33, 290 yards. I believe that is his sixth straight game with at least 250 passing yards. And in the last 17 days, he has 14 touchdown passes.
Good gosh.
In NFL games.
Yeah.
Not just in practice or whatever.
Yeah, that's really impressive. And, we just brought up yesterday, you were very surprised that he had 20 and 20-2.
And now it's 24-2.
Yeah.
His touchdown to interception ratio is 12-1. And he has the number one QBR in the NFL.
It's almost Aaron Rodgers-like that the year he was
It is
MVP.
kind of odd, right?
Yeah, I mean, Aaron Rodgers had that, 20 to something? Oh, my gosh, I'm sorry.
And Mike has just gotten a birthday present that I feel like will derail the rest of the segment if... Mike, do you want to give us a breakdown of what is happening in that birthday
we just
present?
had a Tolo come in, and he had to make this today because I have not brought up the brass monkey until today.
That's a good point.
And it says, "Happy birthday, Mikey B, KNC masterpiece," and it is 3, I guess, brass monkeys.
Yes.
With our faces on the monkey brasses.
Do not give that to Carter. Do not give that to Carter. He'll put that on our screen.
Yeah.
It'll be up on the Twitch and YouTube. That is hilarious, though.
Now, there's a lot of stuff I wanted to tell you about, but we got a little bit derailed by that, and I need to tell you about this. There used to be an NFL team called the Steagles. Now, I know in an attempt to run them down, people will call the Eagles the She-Gulls.
Yep.
Might be an outdated insult. Not sure if that flies anymore.
Rangers are the Peagles on Fridays.
That's true. And then there are the Eagles and the Steelers. However, for one season, the Eagles and Steelers merged into one team in 1943. And obviously, part of this has to do with World War II and so many people being gone.
And that dude that fell in the molten lava.
Yes, that was before. But that is a real story we told yesterday.
I love this. Let's say this could happen after this week. Would you feel like it's a championship, since the Cowboys have struggled with injuries and winning games, if we became the Dallas Texans and we merged with the Houston Texans?
Yes.
And then they won it all.
Yes,
or
I do.
You'd say we won it all. Would you feel like that's a championship because we merged with the Texans and then beat everybody?
At this point, whatever it takes, and if that's what it took. Now, believe it or not.
Still a bad offensive line.
That's a good name. Hopefully nobody comes up with the Dallas Texans.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely happened before, Mike.
Oh.
So believe it or not, they tried this before. So the Pennsylvania Keystoners were a proposed, I swear this is true, were a proposed team in 1939 with the intention of the Steelers and Eagles owners buying into one ownership, all right? It didn't work out, and so it didn't happen. But eventually, in 1943, we got the Steagles. They only went 5-4-1.
Oh, but that was a winning record.
That's true, but you have to be disappointed if you go 5-4-1 and you have the combination of two teams.
Mm-hmm. Well,
that's got to make you sad.
But like I said, if they both have the same weakness, then you're not making your team better. Like we merged with the Texans, our offensive line's weak, their offensive line's
weak. We can't
weak.
find 5 usable offensive linemen.
I think you could in that case.
I don't know, man. Maybe their left tackle's not as good as ours.
This is fun if you really did this and sat down and paper worked it.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you took the 2 worst teams in football are New England and Carolina. Or maybe New York
maybe
and
the
Carolina,
Raiders.
whatever.
Yeah, I hear you.
Whatever. You take 2 of the worst teams and you take both of their rosters and then you just put together the best team with the 106 guys you now have.
That would be, I would definitely want to see that.
Can you become a winning team if 2 teams merge that are really bad?
That is a great question. By the way, that Steagles team, they played the Giants, the New York Giants, twice that year and went 1-1. They also played the Brooklyn Dodgers twice that year and went 1-1 against them.
Well, I think Jackie Robinson played football at UCLA.
Okay, so it wasn't the baseball team, the Brooklyn Dodgers. It was the football team.
That was great when I saw Sandy Koufax. Oh, lefty Sandy Koufax looking like Mark Brunell out there.
Oh, yeah, Plano West last night. They had a left-handed quarterback.
That's sweet. Was he really left-handed?
No, yeah, he was really left-handed.
Okay.
did lose
Because, like I said,
51 to
I'm
10,
not sure
I'm sorry
about
to
Trevor
say.
Lawrence.
Yes. By the way, he's trending towards missing the game this weekend, Doug Peterson said. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of South Hewlin. If you want to come out and see us, we're getting close to the threshold of potentially having to open up the balcony. So if we keep the people coming in, I think we got a real shot at this. Coming up next, Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. Look, do your best right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of Hewlin Street if you want to come see us. Now, Mike, I know we need to get to some Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because, but Mike,
yeah,
I'm looking at these three cards right now, and I am distracted.
That one's torn, Kevin.
As to that is true.
I don't think it's going to be
like a
10.
Larry Bird, Magic Johnson rookie.
It is a shoeless Joe Jackson card, though, that is more than 100 years old.
Oh, my God.
And I also have a Walter Johnson and Ty Cobb that somebody brought in here, and these are freaking incredible. So I know we're going to get to Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because, and you can text in 877-881-1053, Frankel injury attorney text line, or on the Twitch or on the YouTube, but I'm caught up.
It says
these.
Piedmont, cigarette of quality on the back.
And
that's the cards.
And that's one of
the T206s came out of
cigarettes. And that's one of the reasons the Honus Wagner has taken on so much attention because he said, take me out of this set. You're marketing to kids. And he's like, we're not marketing cigarettes to kids. And he's like, you're giving away baseball cards. You definitely are marketing to kids. So he's less available in that set. And that's why there's not a lot of them either because, well, first of all, they're more than 100 years old. And then also the scarcity of them to begin with, being in the cigarette packs. That's amazing.
It is amazing that Honus Wagner had that stance because you can find commercials where Hank Aaron only smokes a certain type of cigarette.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like we're talking about 50s and 60s where athletes are the face of a cigarette. Saying, look, those other cigarettes aren't the best. Hank Aaron only smokes these. You know? And this was early 1900s that Wagner's going like, I don't think this tobacco's good for people, but we got to the 50s and it was still kind of like, no, it's like
cool
it just
trendy.
relaxes you and stuff like that. So
Kevin, I will say though that doesn't look like Ray Liotta at all, and it also doesn't look like John Cusack.
That is the actual shoeless Joe Jackson.
So he wasn't actually in those movies. Then?
I do not believe Ray Liotta was even alive when those cards would have gotten anywhere
That's really cool.
near produced. So those cards are freaking amazing. From the 240, can I get a shout out from a beautiful wife, Tina? She'll turn 45 on Monday and shares a birthday with the famous Mikey B.
She's a vet.
Yes.
Well, I don't know.
It could be.
But it's Veterans Day on Monday.
That is true.
Where we celebrate my birthday.
From the 817, my father in the 50s used to buy a pack of smokes on his way to school in the 5th grade. Now, I like to think this is one of those old stories about we had to walk uphill there and home.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, man, the 50s were crazy. Maybe it happened.
I don't know.
I don't crazy.
Yeah.
I feel like the 40s were crazier. There was a whole world war going on.
That's
the
very
50s
true.
was probably better.
See, but that's why I think the 50s were crazy too, because they were like, as long as there's not a world war, we're fine.
Yeah, I
And
think
so
we're
they
always
let-
feeling that way.
they
right?
let a lot fly.
Can we have the not tension of world wars, to live our life through? I would like
I
to go.
would enjoy
I would
that.
like to go about 10 years without having to live through a worldwide event that,
Okay.
that affects us in that way.
That feels
a
fair.
historic event.
From the 817, shout out to my dog Gus, who passed away a year ago today. I know that hits so freaking hard. So sorry for your loss. Hope you're doing okay today.
I tried to name Avery Gus.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
What? But
It got
Adrian vetoed you?
It got vetoed. She said she'd rather have a dog named Gus. So there you go.
Oh,
I
Perfect
would
dog
like
name.
to keep doing this than me come up with a reason how the
Hey,
Cowboys win
I
this
came up
game.
with a reason.
Go.
Okay.
I don't know.
Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because.
Yeah.
I did my best. All right. So if you don't like my reason, I did my best. The Cowboys continue to pile up and thrive in manageable third down situations. So, one thing I will tell you about this Cowboys team, they haven't gotten them enough. But when they get in third and fourth or less to go, they are outstanding. 80% conversion rate. That is the best in the NFL. Last year, third and four or fewer, they were only 60%. Now, could you argue the fact that I just told you it's happened 20 times and we're this far into the season? Well, you make a valid point. But this was the best I could do. They don't get into third and short, third and four a lot. But when they do, they have been converting. So if they can get into that situation, they can keep the ball and keep moving.
I like that. That's a good one right there.
That's the best I could do, Mike.
Okay, I'll try and help here. And I know I argued against this, but Cowboys win because, and I'm not saying this, but I am saying
Yeah,
it.
you're about to say it.
Yeah, I'm going to say it. Cowboys win because Cooper Rush plays a better game than Dak. And
Wow.
not saying
Is
that
it the
he
quickness
does.
of getting rid of the ball?
Yes, and Jerry basically laid out everything that I've been saying about what he's good at.
He listens.
This week, and that was he does. He drops back, he steps on his back foot, and then he throws. He doesn't try and say, you know what, I got to get the ball downfield. He throws a really good ball downfield, but he doesn't say I have to go make that huge play because that's the one that's going to change everything. He says I can make this short pass and we can keep moving. And Mike was bringing that up. Why didn't you throw it out of bounds when on that second sack that you
And
took?
I agree.
And I just don't think that Cooper Rush is going to stand there and take sacks. I think he's going to do what he can to get the ball out and then say we'll go on to the next play, and if we can't, then we'll keep going. And that can keep the game close. And the Cowboys may even run the ball a little bit better. They have been running the ball a little bit better as well.
You had me until that last part.
Okay.
No, but what I was going to say is I was hoping we could stop on that point for just a second. I feel like Cooper Rush went into the game having watched this team the entire season, and he didn't get frustrated with the fact that he's not going to have a lot of time to throw and he's not going to get a lot of distance on his passes. I think that Dak still thinks every play is like a winnable play in terms of an explosive play or something like that, which is a great attitude to have sometimes.
Right.
But then sometimes it costs him. Whereas Cooper Rush is like, I'm going to have 2 seconds to throw. The best I'm going to get is a 7-yarder.
Mm-hmm.
And like that can be valuable.
One
too.
of the things that made Brady great, and one of the things that even makes Patrick Mahomes great, is they can make that big play, but it's not going to be every single attempt.
Yeah.
There are going to be times when you have to accept what the play is and accept what you've been given and move on to the next one until you can get that big play in order.
Yes. No. Absolutely.
Do you want me to have to do one?
I do. I'm going to throw this out
He
there,
said
Mike.
to have to do
you
one.
have to, and it can't involve some sort of pregame tragedy either.
No, I'm not going to say that.
Okay.
I guess Cowboys win because the Eagles play the worst game they could possibly play.
That's the spirit.
Eagle fans are watching this and going, what the crap is happening to our team?
Yep.
How are they so horrible? How are they false starting right now? How did they have 12 men on the field? How did they forget that they were running a route? How did we run into each other there? How did he fumble?
Man, that's a lot we need to.
Yeah, I feel like Eagle fans have to watch this game and go, What in the world are we doing? That's the way the Cowboys win.
Kevin, have you seen this?
Hey, he did his best.
Yeah, I'm proud of Mike for that. Have you seen this exchange with Sirianni that's happened with the media?
No.
All right, here it is.
Was it Chris McPherson who made them?
Well, it was during that I probably should have asked him.
Okay.
Media, we haven't really seen Jalen held back for load management before. What was behind that on Wednesday? Sirianni, yeah, he was dealing with, it was on the injury report, dealing with an ankle and, making sure we're cautious with everything. Media, he wasn't on the injury report. I'm sorry, Jalen Hurts, it was an ankle injury? And then Nick Sirianni, what's that? And then somebody from Eagles PR goes,
I'm sorry.
It was rest.
He gave me the answer that y'all give me when you weren't listening to one of my overreaction or reality questions. I'm sorry, what did you say?
That's exactly what he did. Hold on, what?
Dear.
You always say what during the middle of a question because you don't have an answer.
Yes.
That's what you always do.
Trust me, I've gotten better, I will say, over the years at looking at y'all's faces and repeated my question within the question instead of going, what do you think, Corey? I'll be like, so Corey, what do you think about, and then I'll try to repeat the question. I've worked on that over the years, but that's tough. I'm sorry, what?
And then he followed up. They were like, hold on, what's going on? And he goes, yeah, it was a rest. Yeah, sorry, I thought y'all were talking about something else. That's how you do it, right? You always go, oh, I thought you meant something else. So he said, yeah, no rest.
Or joke that you need to put your hearing aid in. That's what he said. That's what Jerry said this morning. I'm not taking a shot. That is legitimately what he said this morning.
Hey, if there's nothing else, Jerry will have some self-deprecation comedy in his life. He will do that from time to time.
That is true. From the 214, Mike.
Yeah.
This is so tailored just to you.
Thank you.
Cowboys win because of Brass Monkey.
Yeah.
But then Cowboys lose because that funky monkey.
Oh, my God.
And so if you're not familiar with that Beastie Boys song, and maybe you're not like at least 40, you're probably like, what's happening right now?
It started to separate.
Golly.
The alcohol.
All the alcohol is going to be at the top, and then it's going to be at the bottom.
Well.
You're going to be all alcohol.
I'll tell you this. Everyone's having a good time out
Good.
here. That
I
is,
like that. I like that.
We had one Tolo indulge in a Brass Monkey.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to say I bet everybody in here has never ordered a Brass Monkey or even thought about ordering a Brass Monkey until today.
I've seen a lot more Coors Lights getting distributed.
And Miller Lights. Don't forget about
and
Miller.
Miller Lights. I appreciate that.
They're all on the same team.
Yeah.
As
now,
well.
Cowboys lose because
this was probably easier.
It's like reading a whole book.
Explain the rest of that, please.
You know how many words are in a book? That's how many different ways the Eagles
What's the last book you read?
Oh, that's
you
a
can
good question.
say books you've listened to. That's fine.
I forget, honestly, the last book I've listened to. I will say I remember listening to, I wouldn't say recently, but within the past year, one of Coach K's books.
Okay, great.
Which was good.
Yeah, excellent. Why did the Cowboys lose?
They can't compete with the talent they have on the field. This isn't fair.
Okay.
Yeah, this is... I don't know. I'm trying to think of SMU versus Pittsburgh.
Oh, we're Pittsburgh?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we're in the same conference. We're in the same division here. I don't know. The Eagles run better than the Cowboys. They stop the run better than the Cowboys. They have better weapons on the outside. They have a better quarterback in this game than the Cowboys. I guess they have Brandon Aubrey. Yeah. If you can somehow get this into a slam dunk competition called the field goal competition,
we'll win.
I don't know how the Eagles win that. That's about it.
Now, I have the Cowboys losing because, and we've talked about this as the week's gone along, Cooper Rush doesn't have his big bad defense anymore.
No.
He went 4-1, and Jerry referenced that he went 4-1 with the Cowboys back in 2022, but in the 4 games where the Cowboys won, they gave up 17, 16, 10, and 10. So they gave up an average of 13.25 points per game. This defense ain't anywhere close to that. In fact, during the 3-game losing streak, they're giving up 34.6 points a game. So it's not even in the same universe, and that's why they lose.
I thought about this, Corey, before you go with yours.
All
I
right.
really did think about this last night, and there's 0% chance this would happen. What if you were desperate enough that you put Micah Parsons on offense and had him as your running back?
Probably not the first game back from injury.
Yeah.
This is where I'm at. Like, what if you really tricked the Eagles and they're like, they're like, Micah Parsons is in the backfield.
Yeah, that would be.
Because he has to be better than, I guess, Ezekiel Elliott will be activated because he showed up to practice this week.
So let me say this, though, Mike. I don't think that coaches, and I honestly think that this is my philosophy on that, you don't do that when you're bad. Because when you're bad and you do that, you get people hurt. Whenever you're really good and you do something like that, it just adds to what you are as a team. I mean, just look at they let the Chiefs, Andy Reid lets them make up plays, and then they go play them because they're good. If they were bad, somebody's not going to know what they're doing, and they're going to wind up getting hurt. So I appreciate what you're throwing out there because I think it would throw everybody off. But I don't want to do that when you're bad because I feel like it gets somebody hurt. I'll go with Cowboys lose because, Kevin, this just isn't their year. This is one of those tough years. It's down for them.
Yeah.
That's going to be it because I was just looking at the clock and I was like, I'm going to make this one short.
And then somebody texted in because Philly is just as good or better at every single position.
Says who?
Says the texture.
Says that brass monkey you're
drinking.
940.
I said it about 3 minutes ago. We got the better field goal kicker.
Yeah, look, if someone runs a T-shirt shop and they want to put together Mike and the Brass Monkey Show T-shirts for Peace-a-thon, I'm sure we could try to figure out a way to make that happen. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 717. Can I get a shout-out to my son, Augustus? He and his first and second grade Malakoff football team, they play in the Super Bowl this weekend against Athens. Excellent. Hoping for the best for Augustus and the team. Coming up next.
The Chocolate Factory.
It's time. Yes, I was thinking about Willy Wonka and what a terrible movie that is. Coming up next, it's time for the Combo Platter Game Show Edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then what one game show did you always want to go on? 877-881-1053. We'll do that, and probably Mike likes it. Next. It's not even time yet. That's just a tease. We'll do it next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, off of Hewlin on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Backdoor feed, shot, score! Sagan somehow found a window. The beat goes on for Tyler Sagan, and Dallas has doubled their lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of South Hewlin. It is also a Shout-Out Friday. Shout out to Pascal and Arlington Heights. They're going to get their 102-year rivalry back on and going. I believe it is tonight from the 214. Shout out to my son Luke. He turned 4 on Tuesday. All kinds of fun shout-outs. I finally just gave away a t-shirt from Peace-a-thon like 1,000 years ago that I kept at the house. I did forget it at least another time or two. I will take some of the blame on that. But this time, remembered the shirt, brought it here, got it to Emily. We're good to go.
I still have a shirt that I owe to one of our listeners, too. It's in a box. I know exactly where it is, and I need to give that shirt to her as well.
All right. It's time. It's time for the combo platter. 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel, injury attorney, text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Give us a sports opinion. And then for game shows, you shouldn't react like that to that part. What one game show did you always want to go on, or perhaps you still want to go on? 877-881-1053. Who would like to start? Should I assume it's not Mike because he said,
I have
God.
plenty of opinions today.
Okay. Yes, I know. Your opinions have gotten very free with those brass markings.
Hey, just wait. We're 15 minutes away from Mike Likes
Son
It.
of a...
What is happening?
You know what? You know what that sounded like to me? That sounded like less applause than the first time you brought it up.
That is true.
So
I'm wearing.
saying, maybe we're losing the appeal.
I'm wearing out my welcome.
They were busy eating. They had their wings in their hands, Kevin.
There are a lot of
All
people.
right. Here's one of my sports opinions that I don't understand, that I don't have baseball nuggets today because of Jerry Jones. The Dodgers are moving Mookie Betts back to the infield.
I saw that.
What, did we not just see him play right field, maybe the best right field in the history of the World Series? I don't get this. I understand that he is so talented defensively that he can go to second base. He can go to shortstop. I think he's a below average defensive shortstop, my opinion.
Okay.
I think he's probably an average second baseman.
Do you think he made this request?
I don't know. It's like the Dodgers are like, we're going to move him away from right field, where that's one of the best right fielders I've seen in my life.
Yeah.
And people have come up with this rumor. I hope it's not true, because I did root for them. I think they would become a pretty big enemy of baseball. Do you know why they might be opening up right field? Did you read why that?
No, I did not see that.
I was just kind of putting my thoughts together. I was like, okay, maybe there's a right fielder they like that they want to be in there. I don't know who it would be though.
Yeah, they're talking about possibly going after Juan Soto.
Oh no!
What?
Oh my God!
They know Juan Soto can't play any other position. At least they don't think he can play first. You have Freddie Freeman at first when he's healthy. I'm not saying that's where Juan Soto is going, but this article is like, yeah, we're going to move Mookie Betts back into the infield. Like, this is a done deal. And then the question is why, and theories have come up that, hey, they're making so much money. They're not paying Shohei Ohtani. Remember, they got him for free pretty much.
Yeah,
they
I
paid
know.
him $2 million out of the $70 they owed him. And I know there's a little bit difference in salary cap stuff, but literally the money they gave him was almost league minimum. And so they're talking about, hey, we just secured a whole country. A whole country watches all of our games now because of Shohei and Yamamoto. We just that money they spent,
they can afford it.
Like, if you're going to sign somebody to $70 million a year, and then you know you're going to get in $100 million a year from a country, it makes a lot of sense, or at least close to that number. And so
that would give them 4 of the top 5 hitters in Major League Baseball.
I feel like at that point,
right now they have 3 of the top 5.
And you would say, in this case, I would say you should dislike them more in that case than you dislike the Yankees in the 90s, because Shohei Ohtani, free agent. Mookie Betts, traded for.
Yeah, they didn't develop
Freddie
any of
Freeman,
these people.
signed as a free agent. And if you got Juan Soto signed as a free agent, it would literally be a bought team. So the Yankees, you could look at Jeter and Bernie Williams and Jorge Posada and Andy Pettitte and Mariano Rivera. And yes, they eventually had to pay them a whole bunch of money, and they added to that. But this would be a 0% core of LA Dodgers.
Yeah.
It would just be, our TV market is so great. Japan is supporting us so much.
But we talked about this for the last 3 years now. Before that, they had the best scouting department. They had the perfect one, so they used that to build this over that time too. Like, the money mattered too.
Yeah.
But they did use that along the way.
So
that's
anyways,
terrifying.
I like the Whammy show. I did as a kid.
Okay.
The Whammy show.
We actually have audio. If you can go to cut number 12, I was prepared for this. Whammies, no whammies, stop! And then when they took your money, they would do a song and a dance just to really rub it in.
Yeah.
We're gonna take your money.
They did Whammy during COVID.
Dude, I love that game.
I don't know if it's still showing or not, but like 4 or 5 years ago,
they brought it back with Elizabeth
rebooted
Banks,
Maybe it's
I
still
think.
on television. I don't know.
The original host looked exactly like my childhood doctor. And I always was waiting for him to look at the chart and be like, let's see, no.
That guy right there?
Yes, Peter Tamarkin, I don't know, something like that. His first name was Peter. Yeah, press your luck.
That was a handsome man.
He was handsome. All right, Corey, would you like? I probably shouldn't have said that. Would you like me to go to the text?
Yeah,
or
go
do
to
you
the
want
text,
go
dude.
next?
Go ahead
All
and go to the
all
text, dude.
From the 682, the Cowboys need to start Trey Lance. And the game they wanted to be on was Stump the Schwab.
Stump the Schwab.
I will admit, when I watched Stump the Schwab, I'm like, I'm okay not going on that show.
Really?
He knew so freaking much stuff, man.
Me and my buddies would sit around and we thought we knew stuff. We really thought we knew things, and then he would just do what he did. There was be a couple times where we'd beat him. Just a very few times where we'd have one question. But that dude it was a really fun show to watch.
From the 972, Dak will be traded one day and will win a Super Bowl with that team. As a kid, I would say Double Dare. Right now, as an adult, Price is Right, especially if I can play Plinko. Now, thus far, the Price is Right is a very popular bet on this. From the 817, the Rangers will get back into the playoffs next year, and Legends of the Hidden Temple. So
Legend of the Hidden Temple was awesome.
That did look like a super fun game. I was a Double Dare kid just probably because of the age, but that did look like a really fun game.
Yeah, that was. Did you ever watch? Did you ever see that?
What was it
Legends
called?
of the Hidden Temple?
No, that's the movie with Han Solo.
No.
Are you talking about Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom?
Is that what you guys are talking about?
No, that is not what we're talking about.
Two completely different things.
They rolled a big rock at you and you had to get out of the way of
First
it?
of all, that's not even that same Indiana Jones movie.
Mm-hmm.
That's a different Indiana Jones movie.
Temple of Doom.
And this is where the kids went down into the basement or whatever, and the guy said Baby Ruth, and they were
Are you
scared
talking
of
about
him.
the Goonies?
I think so.
I get it, Mike. You've seen movies in the 80s. All of that is wrong.
And which movie are we talking about?
Oh, my.
It was a game that we were talking about. It was on Nickelodeon back when we were kids. It was kind of like
Dare.
Double. No, that was a lot of fun.
They slimed you.
I wish somebody would dump slime
and you
on
picked
you
your
right
nose.
now.
You picked a big nose.
Yes.
And you got a card out.
That was
It's true.
That was the only one I didn't want to do. I didn't want to pick up in the big nose.
Did you ever think about wanting to eat that big sandwich?
Yes.
Okay.
Such a good
You're like, we
sandwich.
could feed our whole family for like a month. All right, Corey, back to you.
Why is
I
Mike
don't
looking at
think
me
it was
like
made
that?
of food.
I was a kid, Mike. I didn't think it clearly through.
I don't think it was made.
You thought
of
it was
food.
real boogers in the.
I
no,
did.
I thought the
I
sandwich.
did.
I thought the
I did.
sandwich was real.
Mm-hmm. I absolutely did think that there were real
I did.
boogers up in that nose.
I did.
And I was like, oh, boogers are gross, dude. Ugh.
For the
But
214,
necessary.
shout out to my wife Millie on landing her new job. And from the 210, shout out to my daughter Bawn for her 17th birthday on Tuesday. All right, Corey,
Okay.
Combo Platter Game Show Edition. What have you got for us?
Sports opinion is that we are definitely in the golden era of receivers.
Okay.
You've never, I don't think with, I was talking with Atolo over here, and it's CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase, and Justin Jefferson. I consider the three best in this era right now, considering
Yes.
what those three have done.
Really in your face, Tyreek Hill, huh?
Yeah.
But I mean, Tyreek Hill's that good. Cooper Kupp's that good. Puka Nacua comes out of nowhere. And just consistently, every week, you're like, okay, which one of these guys is going to blow up? And they're putting up big numbers almost all the time. And I don't know, and I guess maybe that's the question is, because a while back we said we were in the golden era of quarterbacks. How much of it is that these guys are this great at receiver versus these quarterbacks are all really good too? And maybe it's just because the game has changed and been so offense friendly that it's able to be like that. But I'm also watching dudes do things physically in the air, things on the ground with their routes that we've never got to see because guys back then, they were doing what they were told to do. Well, then these other younger kids, kind of like Kyrie Irving, right?
Yeah.
He watches basketball players and is like, I can do something that's a little bit better than that.
Yeah.
And then somebody's going to come along and do everything he does, but just a little bit better than that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where we are right now, and it's just going to continue getting that way. Hell, I'm watching kids in middle school make 30-yard plays downfield that I'm like, how are they doing this? And it's because that's what they grow up watching.
That's pretty dang impressive. All right, and game show.
Game show, it definitely always was Plinko. So it was definitely this one right here. Kevin, I know.
Do you still want to go on it,
I do.
even though Bob Barker's not there anymore?
Yeah, because I do like Drew Carey. I always like
Cleveland
whose line is it
rocks.
anyway.
It's
Yeah.
true. How do you know how much vacuums cost? That's my issue. About
Okay.
the game. Like,
I don't know. I don't
You're
know
on
how
the
I
Price
know.
Is Right, and I'm like, I don't know how much the bracelets from Wrangler jeans cost or whatever. Like,
What?
Wrangler
Is that one of the
jeans
products they had on
pretty
that show?
much, they just throw crap out there. They're like, how much is this aerosol?
Yeah, how much is
I don't
3
know.
bottles of
Mom,
Fantastic?
how much did you pay for your Aquanet? I don't know.
And you know what? For some reason, I was really good at that as a kid. I don't know if it's because I would go shopping with my mom.
You know why you were good at it? Because you're part of the common people. Mister, I played in Major League Baseball. He didn't have the problems of the common people.
Okay. How much does a vacuum cost?
Well, it
What
depends.
kind of vacuum?
If
is
you
it an
want like a
Oreck?
Dyson, you
Auroch
could probably
or
get it
whatever
for
it's
about
called. Yeah.
$300,
Yeah, about
especially if you get in
$150.
on the Black Friday sale.
But they don't do, hey, how much is the Black Friday?
Okay, then I would say $449.
Yeah,
is what
for
I'm
a good
gonna go with.
Oreck, it's $99 to $150, depending on the model. You know, like that's just kind of those things that we buy, man. It's
Are you looking up vacuum
I
prices
am,
right
but
now?
let's block you here.
Oh no, Mike! What kind of vacuum websites are you going to? You can't just type in "suck" onto the Google search. That's probably not gonna.
I'm now gonna do that.
That's probably not gonna be okay.
Which one has the most suction?
All right.
Well, you have the Oreck XL 2100 for $169. Missed that one, big shot.
Not me. That's not
That
the one I
definitely was
picked.
me. That was
Way
definitely
up.
me.
I want it. I
Those
like.
prices have
I
gone
like
up.
fancy vacuums because that's what my wife says are the best vacuums. So that's what I go with.
The Dysons are dope.
Yes,
though.
Dyson vacuums are incredible.
But I also like I felt like when I was watching that show I could have gotten through every single round until the last one. I never understood how much like the jet ski and the car and the trip were going to be worth. Mike Googled suck.
I will admit, I got too invested in if somebody hit $1 on the wheel, and I
love that.
my
Yeah,
God.
I love that.
All right,
It has
Alec.
kids with thumbs in their mouth. We're all right. You can Google that.
Okay. Yes. By the way,
just that word.
in case you're wondering what happened, Mike literally did type "suck" into the Google search to see what happened. All right.
A lot of definitions.
Yes, a lot of definitions. All right, Alec, do you have a sports opinion for us? And then what game show did you want to go on, or perhaps do you still want to go on?
Kind of going off of what Corey was saying, like the golden age of wide receivers, I think as long as these quarterbacks stay healthy, the AFC is going to continue to be the class of pro football for years and years to come. And it's not even going to be close. You saw it last night. You've seen it throughout the season that the NFC, when it comes to quarterback and just offensive talent in general, is nowhere near the AFC. And it's kind of sad
Agreed.
because as much as, the man before me loved guys like Geno Smith, I'm not here to see that. I'm trying to see Lamar Jackson. I'm trying to see Joe Burrow. Patrick Mahomes, even in a down year, is still miles ahead of everybody else. I just don't think that's going to change anytime soon, and it kind of sucks because the Cowboys play in the NFC, so I'd like to see a lot more competitive quarterback play.
All right, I like that one. That is a very good one.
Alex said sucks.
Oh, yeah, I did. That's tragic.
And I know in a minute it's just going to get worse. All right, Alec, what is your... I'm really not looking forward to this. Alec, what is your game show of choice?
See, I've talked about it before because I want to get everybody on this show involved. I think that Family Feud would be incredible to get the shows to go against each other.
Kevin
that
would
would be
punch us
so
in the
fun.
face.
You're damn right. I would never go on Family Feud and give someone a fake clap for a good answer. Like Mike would say something is like, what does gingivitis mean? And he's like, red hair? And I would just look at you and be like, no.
There's only one answer. That's your issue.
Okay, so, but my point is, you would give an answer
It's a horrible question.
Okay, all right, fair enough. But I would love to go on Family Feud. I think that would be absolutely awesome.
Especially like in the 70s when all the women got kissed on the lips.
Man, if you look at that host in the 70s, he was aggressive.
Dude, the other night though, Adrian and I were sitting there, and somebody texted her and said, "Hey, when are you guys on your way?" And she said, "We got to finish this. We got to finish Wheel of Fortune real quick." And I was like, "We are old. We are old.
Yeah.
Finish. That
Waiting
was the
to
first
see
time
if
I've
the
ever watched
evening
Wheel of
edition
Fortune.
of the paper comes out, and then we'll go from there. From the 616, Cowboys will trade down in the first round and miss miss out on Ashton Genty. And they said legends of the Hidden Temple. From the 972, Cowboys need to have a complete overhaul after this season. And Nickelodeon show Guts. I've actually seen Guts come up a couple of times.
Is that a recent one or like old school?
No, I think that's a little bit of a throwback as well. From the 214, the Mavericks will win the Western Conference this season, and American Gladiator is the game show.
Wasn't Guts kind of like the kid version of American Gladiator? I believe it was something like that.
I think kind of it was.
Can I throw this in real quick,
Please
Kevin?
do. Take as much time as you like.
Mike McCarthy said he is he's hoping and anticipating with a full practice tomorrow that Micah will be ready to go on Sunday.
Okay, so
full practice
hopefully
tomorrow.
looking good for Micah, looking good for CD. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Not yet. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of Hewlin. As you can tell, there are a lot of people here.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to come out here, we're close to being able, forcing them to open the balcony. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Mike Likes It.
Can you guys hear it?
What is the matter with you guys, son of a bitch?
It's Brass Monkey Friday!
I hate this show so
I
much.
love it. This is the best, man.
It's Brass Monkey. Enjoy your Brass Monkeys. If you weren't here for Crosstalk, a Brass Monkey, which we're doing here at Buffalo Wild Wings, there's different recipes.
By we, you mean you, right?
Well, if you go to the internet, it'll tell you different Brass Monkey recipes. One of them is malt liquor and orange juice.
Heck yeah.
I don't believe they have malt liquor here at Buffalo Wild Wings. They might.
Hey, but
that's
if you're
not
in the
such a
area,
popular thing
feels
to
like we
drink.
could solve that really quickly.
Yeah. All right. So we have orange juice and vodka and spiced rum.
Okay.
So I wanted to go over the lyrics a little bit of Brass Monkey. How about that?
My God.
All right.
That's your segment?
No, not the whole segment. Don't worry. I'm going to talk about Cologuard.
Okay.
All right. If you guys know what that is, that's interesting. Because I'm in my mid-40s.
Yep.
Got to check
true.
for
So,
that.
yeah, if you're wondering, does that mean Mike is going to talk in a minute about pooping in a box? Yes.
Yep.
That is exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, you're feeling me. All right. So do you know, to start this off, after we get past the funky monkey, there's a dance you have to do, which I will now do here live at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Nobody else dance. I do
All
not
right.
want this to turn into some sort of
Says
weirdo
you've
dance
got
party.
This dance that's more than real. Drink Brass Monkey. Here's how you feel. You put your left leg down, your right leg up, tilt your head back.
And finish the cup. Yeah, I know that part, all right?
Hey, you don't actually have to finish it, Mike.
All right, there we go.
We are
There's
gonna
a little
get
bit of
kicked off
Brass
the
Monkey
air.
for you right there.
You haven't
Now,
said anything bad.
we're having fun here. I'll tell you
Are
what.
we?
Are we not having
Everybody
fun?
taking a load off right now.
Take a load off.
That's my job.
Relax.
Sometimes is to get you to relax and laugh. And we're having fun here, Kevin, whether you like it or not.
I don't. I do not like
right.
it.
Now, somebody made us something really cool. I'm sorry, I forgot the person's name who made this, if they're still here. But you can see here on Twitch or YouTube, we have a Brass Monkey with 3 monkeys and our heads on it. And then you go down the lyrics a little bit, Kevin, and now there's 3 Beastie Boys. Okay? Well, here's how they define themselves in the Brass Monkey. So we have to figure out who we are. It says, Ad Rock drinks 3. Mike D is D. Double R foots the bill most definitely.
I did know that
So
part.
we know this for a fact. There's no way that Kevin is double R because he will not foot the bill most definitely. He does not like spending money
That
at all.
is fair. I accept that
And if
criticism.
I said, Kevin, you're buying me another Brass Monkey.
The hell I am.
Because I feel like, Corey, I'm Ad Rock drinks 3.
Okay, you are today. You're on.
How
you're on
long
2.
are you going to be here if you drink a third one of
I
those?
don't
Because
know.
you do not need to get in
I
your
through
car
the night.
straight away.
Through the night.
I have gotten a little bit older, okay? And which we'll get into that story here in a second, okay? So me drinking spiced rum and vodka in the same drink with orange juice, that's not the best for my stomach.
It's kicked in.
So I feel like you have to be Mike D is D. Kevin, you're Mike D is D?
Most definitely.
Okay. And you'd foot the bill
I
most definitely?
I foot the bill for
I feel
alcohols.
like you'd be
Yeah.
cool. Like,
Yeah,
you're going to foot the bill most
Plus, I'm
definitely.
going to expense it anyway. So.
All right.
Good luck with that.
So I will go away from that. I just talked about my stomach. I'm turning 47 here soon.
Just remember it is lunchtime.
I know. I have to be. Hey, trust me. Look at me. Look in my eyes. Trust me, Kevin.
You look drunk right now.
Take a load off. Relax.
He didn't deny it.
Okay? Let's see if I can make you laugh with this.
Okay.
So there's commercials that probably you don't pay attention to during all these football games. It's called Cologuard, which I appreciate because you don't have to go to the doctor in your mid-40s and do what they want to do to you because I don't want that done. Okay?
I don't think the doctors wanted to do it. I think it was just like they were like, how else are we going to check it?
They kind of do want to do it. They've made a career out of going, I'm going to do this to people to help them out. But it's for the benefit of the person, I hope. Only that person. But I don't want to do that. So my wife ordered a Cologuard thing for me.
All right.
Well, here's where you Tolos come in.
Oh, my God.
So you have to go to the restroom, and then you have to mail it in. But you have to mail it in immediately, okay? You have to follow the directions. There are a lot
Which
of
makes
directions.
sense. That does make sense.
So
you don't want it to get stale.
You know, if they're going to see if you have something wrong with your prostate or whatever, they want you to do it in a hurry and then get it off to the UPS store, okay?
Is that where you put it?
So, yeah, so
You sent your poop to the UPS store?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And Two Talls had to do this. You can do it one way or the other. I decided this way. Okay? So I take it to the UPS store, and I'm dropping it off. I don't go to the UPS store a lot, but I'm pretty nervous with this box, okay? I'm like, this is a weird box I have.
That makes sense.
I drop this box off, and everything seems to be fine. I'm like, I hope this person doesn't know what box this is. What's in the box. I drop it off. I get back in my car, and a lady knocks on my window when I get back to my car. I'm nervous. I'm like, kind of in a way. I'm like, oh, crap. What's going on here?
Oh, crap.
I'm like, what have I done wrong? Because this is what my wife told me to do. And she's like, are you Mike Bassick? And I'm like, and she goes, can I take a picture of you? And I go, in my car? And she's like, well, my husband knows who you are. And I'm like, do you want me to go back into the store and take a picture with your husband? Because I feel a little bit weird just taking a picture like in my car. She's like, yeah. And I was like, I'm going back in there. Well, then I take picture with 3 or 4 people, and all I can think of is right behind me is a box of poop. nobody knows what I've done to that box. And
It's lunchtime, and we're at a restaurant.
I can't help it. This is funny or horrible or both. But I'm trying to make you laugh, Kevin. Have I done it yet?
No.
Okay. So anyways, I take the pictures. I get back in the car. I drive home. My wife gets back from her errands. My son gets home from school, and I'm telling her this story. And my son walks in the middle of the story. He goes, "What are you talking about?" So I decide to go down this path with him. I go, so it's a new joke I'm doing with my buddies. I poop in a box, and I send it to them. And so when they open it up, they get a box.
You did not tell your kid this is what you do because your kid's going to do this now.
Shock looking at me that I'm doing this to
That's a normal response.
But guess who's laughing?
Not me.
My wife.
Okay.
She thinks this is the most amazing thing I've come up with.
Sue is our pediatrician. This is disappointing.
She has to deal with poop on a minute-to-minute basis.
That's true.
How many times has Noah pooped at the pediatrician's office?
Probably several
Too many times.
Yeah.
Okay? So anyways, that's my story about being in my mid-40s and having to send off a box. But guess what, guys? Everybody, it came back negative.
Nice.
I am glad about
negative
that.
Poop.
There
Just
we go.
like COVID.
And somebody said, so what you're saying is Cologuard wants you to take a load off. Is that what they're...
They did. And you know what? You don't want it to come back to you. You definitely don't. That's the thing. I'm like, I don't want to put a return address on this one. Like, this
what do they do with it afterwards?
This one needs to get where it's going. And if it gets lost, it gets lost, but it ain't coming back to me.
Would you like your sample?
It was weird. But it got done. Hey, Kevin, just so everybody knows, have you gotten your prostate checked? Because you're in your mid-40s.
Not yet. I will do that, Mike.
You need
because
to.
Of you. Okay.
Which one do you want to do it? Which way do you want to
That sounds like the fun way to do it.
Is that what you took from that story?
His way
Fun?
sounds, anything.
Mike was panicking that person came back to his car because he did the process wrong and then wanted to take a picture with him.
It's a cool story, though. You know, like you want cool stories in life, and that one is a good story.
Well, I told somebody here, I said, this is either going to go over great and everybody's going to have a good time and laugh, or it's going to be an F- segment, and I'm taking the risk because you know why?
It's Mike likes it.
Alec.
He's going to play the song again. I know that he is.
Yeah, is he listening? Oh, guys, it's a Brass Monkey Friday. That's Mike likes it.
I will tell you, I will give credit where credit is due. One person hates this segment with every fiber of their being. However, from the 214, this is the best Mike likes it ever. From the 817, Mike should do stand-up comedy and tell these stories for real. From the 214, oh my God, Mike, this is amazing. From the 817, I pick up those poop boxes, huh? From the 817 UPS.
What a horrible job the person is checking.
That's why it's called What Can Brown Do For You? That's why it goes like that.
Oh, man.
From the 817 again. Everyone knows, Mike. All the workers know. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It keeps going on and on. From the 817, Tolo Dustin, I'm laughing so hard driving my 18-wheeler. From the 903, Mike is killing me for real. Coming up next.
I've done it again, Kevin. On your face.
Don't clap for that. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors. And I know you got to do a tease, Corey, but from the 972, Mike is like Rick from Rick and Morty, but in real life. And I love it.
We'll talk about the greatest villain in all of sports right now.
It's Mike.
The Fan.
On your face.
The boys welcome those dirty birds from Philly this week. Our fan coverage starts at 12:30 Sunday with the Cavenders kickoff at 3:25 on your official home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan. If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get Masterpieced anytime you want on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Fordham University, my alma mater, has given the sports world Vince Lombardi and Vin Scully, among others, and now an
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sports Station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of South Hewlin. And right now, it is a shout-out Friday. From the 817, can we get a shout-out for my son Franklin? His Little League team won the championship in 8U last night, undefeated, 11-0 season. And from the 817, shout out to my girlfriend who's interviewing for the number 2 PA school in the nation. She is going to crush it. Good luck, good luck. Now, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I like this suggestion. Somebody said y'all need to get Brass Monkey Mike and Mardi Gras Brian on a show together.
Oh, my God.
Just get them, just hand them all the alcohol and see how they turn out. That would be a lot of fun. I want to thank everybody for being out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. This is my store, man, because every time we come out here, y'all pack it up. Y'all do an amazing job.
They do.
And we love getting to see y'all's faces. That's always so much fun, so thank you. And then, everybody cheering on Mike. I think Kevin is slowly losing his mind, but I'm loving it. So y'all keep doing this every Friday around 12:40. Keep doing this.
Beastie Boys have a rap where they say about that.
What? About losing?
This time I'm losing my mind. This time I'm losing my mind.
That's your song right there, Kevin.
You know what? I'm going to see if I can add to Peace-a-thon like a mini Mike Bassick Beastie Boys concert where you just start doing things for people.
We had one of the fan things, Beastie Boys cover band. Do you guys remember that?
That is true. I'm going to see if we can figure that out.
I was at Sausage Fest, I do believe, was the late night show. All right, so I have multiple questions based on some stories here. What's that?
It's called Sausage Fest.
Oh, yeah, we had a Sausage Fest, the Mudbug Bash and
you don't remember
Sausage
that?
Fest. We need to get back to those. I loved them. All right, so did you see what – I know, Kevin, you're not a Trae Young fan.
I am not.
But did you see the other night what he said about playing the Knicks? He does walking into Madison Square Garden and shutting them down and telling them to go home. And he said, I hope these New York Knicks fans find their way to the exit real quick. Take y'all's ass home.
I will tell you, I appreciate the level of swag that he has. I don't always think it's deserved, but I appreciate that he's got it.
And when he beat the Knicks in that run, he was bowing and everything. Like, he knew he's on center stage in the biggest, in the mecca of basketball, or the mecca of media, too. He knew what he was doing there. So that brought my question up, because Trae Young does that. But he's not everybody's villain. Who is the biggest sports villain right now? Because I think that you could make a case that during playoffs, if you have to play against him, Luka is a name that you could look at, not for us, but definitely for others.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I love Luka, but I can understand how everyone who is not a Mavericks fan would feel that way. Ooh, that is a good question.
I'll let you all think about that. And Mike, you just mentioned a few minutes ago that the Dodgers might turn into it at some point.
If they get Soto, and I'm not saying it's like Shohei's fault or anything, but you're going to turn on those people. Just like I told you, we talked about this, Mike. I'm not saying it's for good reason or not, but some people have turned on Mahomes and the Chiefs just because winning breeds contempt from people.
Right. No, I'm with you. It's just if it were to happen that way, it's not because I think Freddie Freeman, Shohei Ohtani, and Mookie Betts are very likable players, very likable people. Soto is cocky, right? He's on that cocky arrogance line, but it would just be like, this is too much. Like all teams besides maybe the Yankees or somebody like that would be like, this is just too much at this point. Nobody, if they were to get Soto, you'd say nobody in the history of baseball, literally no team in the history of baseball has ever loaded up with free agents financially like that if they were to get him this offseason, because he's going to cost probably somewhere between 525 and 625 million, give or I think
so. Just those two guys, him, Ohtani, and Betts. We're talking about 1.6 billion, give or take. That's crazy.
Yeah, and it looks like they would get also Sasaki too, who we just talked about yesterday, who the Rangers would really like in their rotation. Gosh, in football, this is tough because you talked about Kansas City. I don't, in my opinion, but everybody has different thoughts, I don't feel like they've gotten to that. I hate that guy or I hate this team because they play, in a way, a style that's like the Philadelphia Eagles of the late 80s, early 90s, where they're taking what you'd consider cheap shots or trying to hurt your team.
And the other thing about this, too, is when we were growing up, it felt like there were some defined people throughout sports. Robin Ventura made it easy for us around here because he attacked our guy. He goes after our guy. Dennis Rodman, because he could get under your skin, was a villain to a lot of different people, but he embraced that too. Like a lot of guys, they don't want their brands to be messed up anymore, so they don't want to be looked at that way. But sometimes they embrace that heel version of it. They can definitely make a living off of that.
So I've seen a couple of people send this in. I want to know if this still fits in. Multiple people have said Jerry Jones. And I swear, I'm not doing a bit, but Jerry Jones makes for a great villain because you can tell he doesn't seem to mind that whatsoever.
Nope.
And in fact, you can make a pretty strong argument he thrives off of that level of like being considered a villain, because everyone is like, you're not good enough to be the GM, and he's like, well, I'm never going away.
Mm-hmm.
I wish you would get a football person. He's like, I grew up in football. I am a football person. You're nothing without Jimmy Johnson. And he's like, we won 36 games in the last 3 years. Like, he has an answer that doesn't really answer your complaint most of the time or your questions on Friday morning, but he doesn't seem to mind having that perception on him.
Oh yeah, and he's also got, he's got his secret lair yacht that he can go float around on.
I'm not gonna lie, I definitely think that people are rich enough to have actual factual secret lairs like inside a volcano or something. I don't know if they exist. They have the money to make it happen.
And he has that FU money that is just, and that's why he can say all the things that he says. He's just like, what are you going to do about it? I can buy my way out of it a lot of times, or I can go try and buy a winner. Which whenever I decide, that's my choice.
Mega yacht.
So yeah, no, and you know what? That's the other thing too, is he's in a position of power where when he acts like that, he can, like not Darth Vader, but who's the other guy that controls Darth Vader? What's his name?
Emperor
Palpatine.
The
Emperor Palpatine.
No,
yeah,
what?
him going out there and doing that. Don't you kind of get that? He ran things, but he was in a position where he could have that. You know what? Jerry Jones was the first name I thought of. And that's a lifelong Cowboys fan who, whenever I was thinking about this right now in that world of who would be the biggest villain in sports, Jerry Jones gets national attention. Everybody thinks about what the Cowboys are and what Jerry Jones is. And that's the one that they're talking about trying to defeat. They take the most pleasure in beating them because of what Jerry Jones has built. So that was the first person I really thought of when I went into it.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
But I also, again, I don't think that Luke is not.
Another one that's come up, because I'm going to go back to basketball, is LeBron. Because, like you've seen,
he got sent to the G League.
Yes, Bronny did go to the G League, but I know Mike and a lot of other people were agitated about the show of him and his son. But I think even before that, the way he responds to people, to be fair, if someone comes at you, I understand if you fire back at them. But some people didn't like him because of that, and I guess maybe his political views and whatever. I think for some people, LeBron is a big villain in sports.
On the other side of it, who's Luke Skywalker? Who's the one that you can root for the most?
To me, I know when he chooses mouth guard, it bothers people, but I love Steph Curry. I really do. I think he just I even watched his Peacock show, which was not that bad. I think he's kind of a hero. He's easy to root for.
We named him earlier, I think Shohei.
Shohei for you?
I could see that.
That would be a major issue where I think everybody was rooting for him to get 50-50. It was going to be real cool if he was, by the way, did you know he had a torn labrum when he made that?
I saw that he's getting surgery on that.
That was why he's kind of, luckily they won, but couldn't hit anymore. But I feel like there can't be very many people, maybe there's a few, but like Shohei has to be one of the most liked and maybe cheered for people in baseball.
Yeah, and you respect, like when he's walking up to the plate, you're like, you better respect that. Because
it used to be Mike Trout because he's no threat to ever beat your team.
That is true.
But now that he's hurt all the time, it's tough to put him in that category because you never see him play.
You know, it was really interesting. I'm going to throw one out. Somebody who I thought was a sports hero, and then they turned out to most definitely not be that. What about Deshaun Watson? Because you go all the way back to Deshaun Watson when, like, hey, I'm going to give my first game check to the people who work here who have been impacted by, I can't remember if it's Hurricane Harvey or whichever specific hurricane it was, and I'm going to help them out. And you're like, holy crap. He took down Nick Saban in college.
Yeah,
He's
he
given
took care
money.
Of those ladies at the concession, not the concession, but the
that worked at the building.
Yeah.
And then you've obviously, on the field and off the field, seen a dramatic change.
All right, the other question I had for you guys is, what is your most useful survival skill that you have? Because Arkansas State was on their way to play Alabama in basketball, and their bus broke down. And their coach got out. Coach Brian Hodgson got out and fixed the bus. He was the
Wow,
one. Yeah, you got
really?
the bus driver who probably you think the bus driver knows a little bit about his bus. The coach gets out and he gets his wrench and starts working on the bus and gets it all taken care of. What is your most useful survival skill if anything goes wrong?
I think that I am not apt to panic, and I'm a good planner and strategist. Like, I was already thinking, if for some reason, like, the zombies broke in through the door, you just need to find the way up to the balcony, barricade that, have someone guarding it. That can probably help you, and then you'll have an advantage. Can you rappel down to get food and drink? We'll have to figure that out as we go along. But I don't think I panic, and I'm like, all right, let's figure it out.
My biggest skill in like a survival thing?
And why is it always zombie apocalypse that us guys
Because I
immediately
watch
go
too many
to?
horror movies, and I think if it's the fast-moving zombies, we're all doomed. If it's the slow ones, we can figure this
There
out.
have been so many times that my oldest, Avery, and I, whenever he was a little bit younger, we'd walk into Home Depot and he'd be like, this is a great place just in case we just get these. We got everything we need in here. We can build houses.
There's definitely been times I think we have too many windows at our house. Like, I've definitely thought that for this specific reason.
Mike, have you ever thought I could be a survivalist?
I mean, if you have to, you have to, but I would probably struggle with it. But I feel like since we were talking Star Wars earlier, this isn't a good trait. But I would say that my biggest survival skill is fear, anger, and rage.
Okay, that is useful whenever, like, if you're getting attacked by a bear.
That can be useful.
You saw that
it's not
episode
good.
of Atlanta. He was getting attacked by a boar hog, and he just was like, I'm just going to beat this boar hog up.
A boar hog, eh? Is that a thing?
Kevin?
Uh-huh.
A very important story that we did hear a little bit
you know
about
what
this
it is?
morning.
I forgot.
Okay.
It's my listening skills.
That's right.
My ass.
We've always said that. The
There
listening
is
skills.
no
that way,
way.
whenever you're making your plan, he's like, I know what Kevin
Yeah.
said because
Who
I was
listens
listening.
more in the 11 o'clock segment than me?
Me and Corey. You don't listen in that segment
We're
either.
taking part
You guys
in
are
it. He's
trying
listening.
to talk and ask questions. I'm just sitting back and letting people cook.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or going to pick up McDonald's.
Evidently, in South Carolina, 43 monkeys escaped a compound used for medical research.
Oh, no.
This is the show of the monkey.
The
Doesn't this feel like the start of every futuristic apocalyptic movie?
I'm sure
the
it's gonna be
monkeys
fine.
broke out of the medical facility.
I'm sure it's going to be fine.
Then, Caesar got their eyes changed.
That's right.
The
were
police chief, nearby police chief, said there is quote almost no danger to the public, which you love to hear. Almost no danger. He said they are not infected with any disease whatsoever. They are harmless and a little skittish.
What is this, outbreak?
They escaped from Alpha Genesis Wednesday when an employee didn't fully shut an enclosure, so he forgot to make sure that it was shut.
He didn't shut the door?
Yeah, the company uses handles escapes on the site, but the monkeys got outside of the compound about a little bit after that, and the
Hold on.
handlers know them well because they can usually lure them back with fruit or a little treat.
All right.
But they have not been able to find them. So hold on, Kevin. This is the thing.
Okay.
How big are these?
They're taking the lead, setting up traps, and using thermal imaging cameras to recapture the monkeys that are out on the run right now.
Okay. I
But
appreciate
again, there is almost no danger. Almost
that is very
no danger
concerning.
to the public.
Let's say you're interviewing for a job at the monkey medical place or whatever. All right? Okay, Steve. I know that you want to work here. There's a lot of things you need to know. The number one thing you need to know when you put the monkeys away, shut the door and make sure it is secure. Make sense?
Yes.
All right. You got the job.
All right. And if I forget,
then so did that
am
guy.
I
Is
gonna
that
get
guy
fired?
losing his job? I don't
They
know.
said people living nearby need to shut their windows and doors so that the monkeys can't find a place to hide inside. If they see primates, call 911. So there you go, Kevin. The show of the monkeys.
They're small.
The KNC masterpiece, making sure that in South Carolina this doesn't spread to Texas.
A lot of monkey business.
He's right about that.
You feel good about that, Alec, do you?
I feel great, man.
From the
Feel
9-0.
great. Can't lie. Can't lie.
From the 903, shout out to my wife Kayla for being a badass teacher at Prosper. For the record, they edited that,
This
but
show
I
is
went ahead
bananas.
and said ass. Shout out Friday from the Oh, I did that one about the person whose dog unfortunately passed away. It's been a really fun shout-out Friday. And then, Mike, I want to let you know I'm going to shout out the person from the 817 who said that Mike's segment was dumb. All right, now most everybody else loved the segment, but I wanted to shout out the one person.
I will not argue that it was dumb.
Okay.
He said it was non-entertaining. That's where I have an issue.
Okay, fair. From the 214, shout out to my son, Jay Jr., for voting for the very first time, 18 years old. And then shout out to Mike Bassick. Well, they said ballsack. Their favorite southpaw from Jay Sr. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of South Hewlin. Besides Cowboys-Eagles, what football game at any level are you most looking forward to this weekend? Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. All of it next right here on The Fan.
You've made us number one in DFW. Don't care what they say.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas, and the fan replay is presented by Ciroc Vodka.
Rush stamps his foot. They show a blitz. Dowdle says, I'll pick him up. They blitz. Rush throws it in the end zone. Tolbert. Touchdown. Got 2 feet down. Nice job by Jalen Tolbert.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of South Hewlin. It is a shout-out Friday from the 682. Shout-out to my son, Stoney. His birthday was Election Day. He's 9 years old. Happy birthday indeed to Stoney. And now this one's a little tough, and I hope they can figure this out. From the 430. Shout-out to my son, who I haven't seen in 7 years.
Why?
That's from Jagger. So
Did they say why?
No.
You want to ask why?
I do. I would love to know more about that situation, and I hope you get an opportunity to see your son. That is very, very unfortunate. From the 817, shout out to my wife in Cleburne. She's having a rough day at work and being away from our newborn. Hopefully this shout out makes the day better. We got Masterpiece of the Week in about 5 minutes or so, but which football game are you guys most looking forward to this weekend outside of Cowboys-Eagles? I understand the focus is on Cowboys-Eagles. Also, tomorrow, 6:15, you can listen to Oklahoma against Missouri right here on The Fan. And then, of course, on Sunday, pregame starts at 12:30, 3:30 kickoff, and then you got a 3-hour postgame show. All of it right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, that being said, which games are y'all looking at?
It's the Sunday night football game. The Sunday night football game is going to have the Lions squaring off against the Texans.
I get that. That's a good answer.
Knowing, still trying to figure out what the Texans are exactly because their record says they're pretty good. But watching how their offensive line has put C.J. Stroud in so many different bad, perilous situations, I'm kind of interested to see how they're going to compete and hold up. But the Lions have so far looked like they are dominating, and they're ready to take on the Chiefs whenever they get to the Super Bowl together. So this is going to be a really good, fun matchup. And you know what?
There's a special napkin shout-out for you to read.
This is a shout-out to Mike for the brass monkey idea. These taste like straight OJ, and they're dangerous. So they're flavorful and dangerous, and that's Jaime T. or J-Met. That we talked about.
You really struggled with that one this week, haven't you?
Hey, he has a nickname for me forever.
Song, you can say, "I've had a brass monkey."
Yes, you can if you've drank one. If you haven't had one, then you can't say that though. But Mike can.
Yes, that's a good point.
Mm-hmm. So you know how when the soccer teams come over to the United States that are really great soccer teams?
Yes.
And you're like, well, it is Real Madrid, but it's really not Real Madrid.
Okay.
Because they're not really playing their guys.
Yeah.
Exhibition.
They sent some guys
just to be
over.
like, Real Madrid came over and didn't play any of their good players. Wasn't that awesome? Well, is that what you have to tell people in Munich Sunday morning, which will be in the afternoon there? Is like, this is NFL football, but it's not really NFL football.
It's a bad game, Kevin.
It is the
They
Giants,
give them the Giants
and the
to
Panthers.
Oh, man. That is the worst game.
Yeah. In fact, don't you think it should be punishment for those two organizations and just say, you guys are staying over here the rest of the season?
I agree. I think that's exactly how
They don't get to go back and see their family or anything?
No,
Can't go home.
I think that if you start off a season 2-7, you have to play overseas the rest of the year. You've lost your ability to play in the United States.
Okay, I guess we'll look into that. I don't entirely know how to solve that. Now, somebody brought this up on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Colorado and Texas Tech is intriguing. Obviously, Texas Tech coming off a big win. Colorado has silenced a lot of critics and continued to pick up a lot of big wins. So I am intrigued by that game on the college slate. The other two are in the SEC that I care about. Alabama, LSU, and Georgia, Ole Miss. I'm really fascinated by both of those, especially hoping with the week off, A&M can get their stuff together, beat New Mexico State, beat Auburn, and then be ready to go against Texas.
Can I add something else, too?
Yeah, for sure.
Cam Ward has been a joy to watch.
He's awesome.
And just I want to I don't want to miss this season. So anytime he's been on, I've taken an opportunity to watch a few of his series because he's really good, and I don't know if that's gonna be that way whenever he gets to the NFL. But watching him in college is absolutely a blast.
From the 405, shout out to the best mom and my wife Paige. Our household would be an absolute disaster without you. They're heading to Oxford right now for a game, and so we're entertaining them along the way. On the pro front, you mentioned Lions-Texans. Definitely agree with that. Does Broncos-Chiefs do anything for you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
This actually, because the defense for the Broncos is very good.
Yes.
Kansas City has a lot of weapons, though. And
They do.
Adding Hopkins to the mix now just makes them that much better. But there have been so many close games for them. They've come down to the wire so many different times now. So I'm very interested in seeing that because I don't know that Bo Nix can keep up with with anything, but them defensively puts us in a really close game. I don't even, what's the over-under in that game, because I feel like it should be lower. I would go under on probably anything. What do you have that?
It is 41.5, which is
that's perfect, actually. That's a perfect over-under, and I probably
Dirk Nowitzki.
There's only 2 games I think that have a lower over. I'm sorry, 3. Titans-Chargers, because obviously the Chargers defense has been amazing, and then the craptacular back-to-back matchups of Giants-Panthers and Patriots and Bears.
Gotcha. Okay. But, yeah, that's what I would say. That's a very interesting game, Kevin.
And then the other one that I was going to ask about is 49ers and Bucks, because obviously 49ers 4-4, the Bucks now 4-5. Feels like one of these teams is potentially going to fall to the wayside if they lose this game, whereas the other one definitely has a better shot at solidifying their playoff position. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 214 on a Shout-Out Friday. Shout-out to my son, Alec, who got into Texas A&M. Fantastic right there.
Alec.
That's hurtful. And right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Howdy, boys, and Buffalo Wild Wings out there off of Hewlin. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week. We are going to revisit some of the wild, wacky, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program throughout the week. And I say throughout the week, but I'm actually going to start with something from last week, because if you remember, Mike kind of just said, hey, it's time to go. We're going to wrap this thing up.
Yep.
So we had a very sad omission from one Mike Bassick that I promised I would get in this week.
No, I'm not going to tell you until we get there. That's a tease. I'm teasing my D.
We're coming out of the gates hot.
Very.
Do you,
about defense,
when the words go to the brain, is there ever a filter anywhere?
All the time.
But
there is?
Heck yeah.
Do you just ignore it?
Pretty much.
Okay.
That's honest. I like it.
He's saying some of these things might not get out. That's what he's saying, Kevin, is there's more. There's a lot more.
Yeah.
No, that's scary.
I'm like John Malkovich.
I'm not going to lie. Being inside of your head would be terrifying.
Yeah, that would be. And this is just further evidence of it.
There's nothing I can do to satisfy you.
That's to you, Kevin. I've tried satisfying.
You know what? I would be inclined to agree with that statement.
So many days of my life, and I just feel like Mick Jagger.
You can't get no satisfaction.
Yeah, well, you can't.
I can't
try
get
to provide it.
Oh,
he tries to provide it. You just don't accept.
It's just trying to help you take a load off. That's all he's trying to do.
Oh, my God.
All right, let's see.
Come on, Kevin. One of these days.
Yeah. About the end of February.
Okay. Fine.
Kevin.
That was for about 4 people. That was for about 4 people.
Oh boy, Kevin. Sometimes I feel like you're just very dishonest with the audience.
Hey, I'm Bill.
I don't know why I love. Can you play that again?
Hey, I'm Bill. Okay, that is.
I want to start the interviews with Jerry with that.
And he says, Corey, Mike, Kevin. And then you just drop in, hey, I'm Bill.
Hey, Bill.
That would throw him
He's
off.
like, oh, I didn't know Bill was going to be there.
So much.
That little fella on the phone didn't tell me Bill was
Yeah.
there.
What were you talking about?
I don't remember.
Why am I a little fella? Huh? I feel like that's a shot, Corey.
I was so sad you know that word.
That was Jerry. That was Jerry, not me.
Mm-hmm. Sure. But let's see. We're going to go back to Mike Bassick because we obviously have tons of content from him. I just have this labeled nuts. Let's see what happens.
It's not that important.
Burn.
They're just nuts.
Yeah, that I had to explain that to Mike after the fact that we were making a sex joke.
You didn't bring my nuts.
I didn't have time. The vending nut company is off of Collinwood and Montgomery and 30. I didn't leave in time. I was preparing for Brass Monkey.
Yeah,
okay?
that's a good point.
I was enjoying watching people listen to Brass Monkey for the first time in their lives, and it was awesome. And then it gave me the thought of doing Brass Monkey today.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Who can we pick on now? Let's go ahead and pick on Corey. He only has one entry this week, but it's pretty strong.
I don't know which way to go with this because I don't know who I need behind me the most here.
Oh, dear.
That doesn't look too good.
That also sounds...
I remember when you said that.
Are you the reason that got thrown in there? Okay.
Yeah.
He is. Usually, Mike does not talk back to me during a show off the air a lot. But when he does, it's usually very impactful and very important. So, just like how he texted me, "Hey, have Brass Monkey ready at will," earlier
At will.
today. So just have it loaded up, and ready to go. Let's see, Mike. We're gonna go back to you because, of course, we just have so much content. The title of this scares me.
Hopefully, I've taken your load off if you're listening.
Please don't. Good Lord. I'm sorry, play it again because I talked over it. Because even now, that's a jarring statement to me.
Hopefully, I've taken your load off if you're listening.
Please don't say it like that.
I think I said it right.
Yeah.
Raise your hand if I took a load off for you today.
Look at that.
Look at how many people I helped out by taking a load off.
That's a lot of loads.
Good Lord, Corey.
Thanks, Corey.
They feel relaxed. They've been laughing today. They've been eating Buffalo Wild Wings, a few Brass Monkeys.
Drinking some beers. What more could you ask for, Kevin? Why are you so upset? Relax.
Join the party, man.
Yeah, because I get that phone call, not you guys. Well, I'll make that phone call.
I was about to say, you give the phone call.
I'll make that phone call.
Let's see. Masterpiece of the week here on 105.3 The Fan.
That means he wasn't ready.
No.
He had to reset because he was stalling.
Because there's one from Mickey that I'm actually scared to play.
Then play it.
Yes!
You have to play it then.
Okay. Well, it's my job at stake, not yours.
The guy was coming free, and another guy was coming free up the middle.
I hope you understand my logic now.
What a time to be alive.
Hope you understand.
You might have made the wrong choice. I'm not entirely sure.
I feel like the audience told you made the right choice.
The audience is always right, A wise man once told me.
Okay.
And we're going to be playing that again.
No, I'm scared. Okay, Kevin, you said this.
Maybe if I put honey on your nuts, you'll enjoy it.
Never mind.
Yeah. Look
Never mind.
Look at mine to yours. Golly.
Mike's wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
I don't know why I started with a prospecting voice too.
Jeez,
It sounded like you were threatening him a little
Let's
bit.
listen to it again. Let's hear it again.
Maybe if I put honey on your nuts, you'll enjoy it.
On mine?
I don't.
Are you talking directly to me?
I
or
hope
the
not.
audience?
Which is worse? Those are both bad. Either I'm sexually harassing you or the audience.
Mm-hmm.
That feels inappropriate.
I agree.
Okay.
Mine are appropriate. You guys just take it out of context.
No. Oh, no. Play Mike talking about the tease again. You tell me that this is an appropriate thing to say.
No, I'm not going to tell you. Until we get there. That's a tease. I'm teasing my D.
Mm-hmm. You wanted to talk about defense,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
But you said you're D. You don't play defense.
I used to.
Yeah. As a pitcher.
Yeah.
I think that is.
Yeah. Guess
PFPs.
what? Yeah. I'm the only defensive player with the ball. How about that?
Oh. Touche.
You ever thought about that in sports? What other defensive player has the ball?
None.
Pitcher.
That is weird. Now that I think about it, that's a great point, Mike.
I feel like this is great because we're talking about the way you guys are saying things. I just love the conviction Mike says this with.
They stand in front of their chosen spot, spread their legs apart, and scrape the earth quickly.
Yeah, rabbits. That's what rabbits do. They have strong nails. They dig fast.
You know what else I remember from that made me
Scrape the
laugh
earth
that was so dumb is he goes, yeah, rabbits, they got faux paws. that legitimately did make me
That was
laugh.
A+, right?
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, we got one more, thankfully, because I don't know if I'm going to be here on Monday. All right, Mike said this.
Yeah, it was so low I couldn't tell if it was his arm or foot.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
About the way Michael Penix throws a football.
One more time.
Is he punting or is he throwing a football where Penix's arm slot is?
Yeah, it was so low I couldn't tell if it was his arm or foot.
I don't. Look,
man.
the audience has spoken, and
This one from the 214. I let my kids listen to your show so they can learn about sports. I'm not sure I can explain this segment.
Look, 1:30 on Fridays, I would not recommend if you have children with you.
Unless your kids have great senses of humor.
I think you learn a lot here. I learned a lot this week. What I'm saying in all these things are faux pas.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's what you taught me, Kevin.
Yes.
They're fake dads.
Something like that is not what that means. I am going to vote with the audience. I'm going to vote for Mickey talking about being free.
Oh, no.
The guy was coming free, and another guy was coming free up the middle.
I just wanted to be known that Corey told me to mark this, too. So this was not me.
Do you think Mickey hears this later in the day?
I do.
Now I do. In on the bit. I really
now
do.
I believe
He made
it.
mention of it this week,
Yes,
too.
he
didn't
goes, oh, you guys are going to play me again later, aren't you? So, yeah, he knows.
I am voting for Kevin the fertilizer and his honey, his honey suggestion.
Maybe if I put honey on your nuts, you'll enjoy it.
I don't know why I said that. I wish
So over the top.
I wish that I had not.
That was too far, Kevin.
I'm sorry.
That was.
Let me apologize to all our sponsors. I'm sorry for that.
Mike,
Thank
you have a vote? Who's the third one?
Is that you or is that Alec who said that?
That was me.
That was
I
not
was
me.
about to say that. We're on the same cycle.
Were you actually going to say the third one?
Kevin, we're together now.
Oh, God help me.
Yeah. The third one, like Kevin said.
Okay.
He's reading my mind.
This is the third one. I actually wrote them down for you, Mike. I had a feeling you were going to do this.
Hey, I'm Bill.
That's number 3.
Oh, that was the worst one.
I like it. I enjoy
All
it.
right, Alec, what's going to be our winner?
At the risk of my job security.
Oh, man.
You know what? No, I'm pivoting.
Maybe if I put honey on your nuts, you'll enjoy it.
I think that's worse.
I really
That,
do.
ladies and gentlemen, and unfortunately children, I'm sorry, is Masterpiece of the Week. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of South Hewlin. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the Gag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Talk about Men's Tea Clinic, old Kevy, the fertilizer Hagelin.
Get it.
Men's Tea Clinic is the place that I went to over a decade ago. They had one location in
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
From the 45, first down, shotgun, good blitz pickup, and Prescott down the left side. Lamb broke the tackle. 35, outruns 3 men into the end zone. Touchdown, CeeDee Lamb.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of South Hewlin. We've had a rowdy and great crowd all day long. Got some more shout-outs for you on a Shout-Out Friday from the 214. Shout-out to the Saxe High School Marching Band for being named to the UIL State Marching Contest after winning the area round on Tuesday. We got another one there from the 469. Shout-out to the Forney Band for making it to the 6A State Championship. And another shout-out from the napkin, as is tradition. I believe this is 9 straight Buffalo Wild Wings. Shout out Friday, Tradition Friday. Shout out to Dan, Steve, Sharon, and I for having perfect attendance this season. Y'all are the best. Every Friday is a worthy adventure and love every moment of it. Kevin, Corey, Mike, you guys are family, and we will always listen to you guys courtesy of the Traveling Napkin.
Awesome. Don't speed in Forney. Man, I feel like Forney, there's always
Did you get a
police.
ticket?
I have multiple times in Forney.
Okay.
I feel like when you're driving in Forney, you kind of get a little bit into the country.
Okay.
And you feel like you can go 80 miles an hour. I know you shouldn't.
But you feel like
but
you could.
feel like you should out there. And then there's always somebody waiting on you in Forney.
That's good advice, Mike. Thank you very much.
So go to the speed limit in Forney.
Okay.
Unless they tell you not to.
What?
If they
maybe
tell you not to, then
I don't know. Like maybe
do what they
want
tell.
Tickets. I don't know.
Makes
like,
sense.
Huh. Well, that was a good message, and it really got muddled at the end. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the Gag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Higgy. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. How invested were you guys in the Thursday Night Football game last night? I know the Stars were on, and I know a lot of times Thursday Night Football can present a less than desirable product, but last night, especially if you're loving the points, it felt like a fun one.
Yeah, it was a fun one, and once again, you got down to a situation where those two teams, when they play each other, are generally, it's a pretty tough, tight game, and I applaud the Bengals for trying to end that thing. I really do. I mean, that's
do too.
But there's certain places and there's certain quarterbacks that that you go up against that if they win the toss, that they're going to find a way to get it done. And I again the Bengals, they sometimes you're in those games where, and I know you guys, I think Mike asked Jerry the question about that earlier today, was about do you have a plan going in about that? And I just always felt like that if you were the big underdog there, maybe Cincinnati kind of had them on the ropes a little bit too. So maybe you could take that ball and have some momentum if you take it to overtime. But if you're clearly outclassed and on the road, you should always take that opportunity.
Can I ask y'all a quick question? Lamar Jackson, obviously he's been amazing this year. 24 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, #1 in the league in QBR. We've had this discussion, and this thought has crossed my mind quite a bit. He's the defending MVP, but he also hasn't had a lot of playoff success. Do you think, I know it's a regular season award, but do you think award voters will factor that in at all and maybe not vote for him because they're like, I already voted you MVP twice and then you lost in the playoffs?
We actually brought this up yesterday. We were talking about Jaden Daniels and could he double up and maybe win Offensive Rookie of the Year and MVP? And I know Eric made the point of, Lamar Jackson's probably MVP right now, but I do think you get to a point of some voter fatigue. Okay, you've won it twice. Am I going to vote for you to win it again? I think that could work against Lamar Jackson this year.
Yeah, I've always looked at the MVP as like everything, that has transpired in the last 24 months, and that can definitely include postseason. I think on top of that, it's just the voter fatigue that Wolchuk mentioned. After you've given a guy the award twice in 5 years or so, it just feels like there's pressure to move it around to other guys who are going to have great careers, and they deserve one too. So if they have a great season, I feel like there's multiple things working against you once you have a couple of MVPs in any decade.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock. And top stories of the day right out of the gates here in about 5 minutes. Hey,
whatever you do, don't ask him about how much that tablet that Mike McCarthy smashed costs. He did not care for that question.
He does not like goofing around that much this year.
Man, he does not. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. One more shout-out for you. Shout-out to my son Lawson on our way to our very first hunt. And shout-out to all of the good people at Fort Worth. Always a great audience out here at the Buffalo Wild Wings off of South Hewlin. We will be back on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Brass Monkey!
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan here on a Football Friday with you. What you drinking, what you thinking Friday. So much news has been happening today about this Cowboys-Eagles game, and we're going to get right to it. General at your service, salute to you at East. Enjoy your Friday. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout and NFL executive in his LSU gear, ready for a big game this weekend.
Huge. Loser is basically eliminated from the playoffs.
Wow.
So, yeah, that would
Monster.
that'd be 3 losses, whoever loses this game. So, this will be this will be very intense.
Indeed, and I'd say it's been an intense football season here in the world of college and year 1 of this playoff expansion and UTOU going to the SEC. I think it's been as fun or more fun than ever, if you ask me. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there, Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh. He's set for 5 flawless hours of producing, radio, hosting, and engineering. There's Wolchuk. Of course, Chiafalo was off today. He's taking an extended weekend. So salute to the Chief. Happy birthday to him, yes.
His wife.
And his wife.
It's the wife, yes.
Both.
The wife's birthday.
Yeah.
And he'll be back for the pregame right on Sunday.
He will. He said, I'll see you Sunday. So I said, okay.
Of course, you got Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com on Twitch and on YouTube. We're going to start in Philadelphia. Eagles coach Nick Sirianni says Jalen Hurts limited in practice because he was dealing with an ankle earlier this week, which was different than what was listed on the injury report. So they might be trying to cheat here, Wolchuk. The NFL might fine him.
Good.
Hurts was listed with a rest designation on Wednesday. It was the first time in his career he would have gotten that load management Romo Wednesday, so to speak. And so there's been some back and forth with the media. It appears that he maybe put his foot in his mouth at the presser, and they've been looking to clarify that. According to a league source, Hurts has been dealing with a mild ankle issue now for a couple of weeks. Any sign of struggle there on the film, Brian?
No, not really. He probably not. He's when you watch him play, he still has that smoothness, the gait, and all. I haven't seen anything that's kind of where sometimes you'll see him where he won't run, and you're kind of thinking, okay, is he dealing with the knee? Is he dealing with something? But like I say, I haven't seen anything to lead me to believe that they're not going to try and RPO you and do all the things that they normally do against you.
It is another season of him being banged up. I think this is 3 in a row. Not that much of a surprise. And when he's right, it's an absolute problem.
You could tell when he was dealing with the shoulder.
Oh yeah,
and you could tell when he was dealing with the knee.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, you could watch the games. And just there was no willingness at all to even try. It's like, hey, hand it off, or drop back and throw it. Don't do anything crazy. Don't try and run. But, man, he still has that ability to escape. And I mentioned the smoothness. It's like he's gliding when he gets out of bounds. He gets to that, that round the corner, gets about 7 or 8 more yards, and then kind of ducks out of bounds. So he's done a much better job of not taking those hits as well.
Yeah, all 13 carries in the last game.
Okay.
So he definitely was still running against Jacksonville. Now, to Sirianni's point, maybe this is something that happened in the Jacksonville game, but he did not seem limited last week at all.
No.
Scoregami is my prediction, 43-6 Philadelphia, boys.
Oh, gosh, 43-6.
An ugly one. Cowboys can't play at home anymore for some reason, so I'm going to play for that trend to continue and for Saquon Barkley to get his first dub against the Cowboys in his playing career.
Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy. He's usually banged up or gets banged up during the game, but no, this time around, man, he's got him a quarterback that's playing well, skilled guys on the outside, an offensive line that does a good job of run blocking. So, and a play caller that's kind of figured out how to use him. So very positive. I worried. This was my biggest fear. This was my Christian McCaffrey to San Francisco fear, where all of a sudden he gets healthy and he doesn't miss games and everything's fine and dandy, and he's going to be a pain in your ass for this game. But I picked Philadelphia 31, Dallas 21.
Over 5 yards an attempt for Saquon Barkley this season. I could see him getting 7 or 8, Wolchuk.
I think you get a spirited Cowboys effort. I really do. I think offensively, Cooper Rush is capable of moving the football, but it is the defense. And you get Micah back, and hopefully that does help. But I mean, how much is he going to help in run defense? I think that could be an area where, I mean, even when he was playing, they weren't stopping the run. So until they prove it, you're up against an absolute juggernaut when it comes to running the football. It's going to be very, very difficult. I will lean Philadelphia. I think the Cowboys can keep this closer than people think, but I think the Eagles find a way to get it done. I'll go 34-27.
It's funny when you talk about Barkley. There's two guys that lead the league in running against stack boxes. And we know the Cowboys. That's kind of the Cowboys have had to play loaded or stack boxes to try and help any way, mitigate any running that the opponents are trying to do. And you've already played Derrick Henry, and now you're playing Barkley. These guys both are very productive against stack boxes. And what's really sad is that the stack boxes haven't gotten opponents out of running the football. It's like they continue to run the ball. I mean, I was just looking at the metrics. I was thinking, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Third highest rate.
Well, usually when you're stacking a box, you're bringing in good run defense players. The Cowboys are bringing in guys they're trying to develop.
Exactly. Well, they're trying to put as many bodies in there so you can't block them all.
Mm-hmm.
But teams are still saying, you can put 8 down in there and we're still going to run the ball because you'll miss a tackle.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where you're at,
practice tackling.
Yeah.
You're going to have poor tackling.
I'd say that's got to be the biggest disappointment in Mike McCarthy's 5 years is that he tried to make this a physical team, and it's just been an absolute failure. You add on top of that the penalties, and just fundamentally, you would hope in a veteran coach those would be a couple of things that he could have accomplished.
Yeah, the penalty part of it is very troubling because every post game, it feels like that Mike stands up there and says, after a loss, we got to do the penalties. We got to do the penalties. It's been 5 years, man.
Yeah.
We talked about this. The best you finished in penalties is 23rd. That's the best.
Pretty pathetic.
In 5 years, and you keep talking about it, but nothing gets done there.
Jerry highlights from today. He was with KMC, the Master Beast, if you will. Lucius coined them that last week, and I'm trying to get some traction with it. I think it's a killer alternate name, if you will. On Mingo, did he sell you? Did Jer Bear sell you at all on Mingo? Said, we were disappointed when we missed him. He fits the profile of what we want, and we will have him on the field, I predict, in the very near future. He's the type of receiver that as we look to the future with Dak, is Dak friendly.
Dusted that old phrase off, didn't he?
Yeah.
The old Dak friendly.
I love it, Dak friendly.
I think he's Dak friendly because of his size.
Yeah.
And
he looks like a Dak friendly guy.
Yeah,
he's got to prove it.
Here's a big guy, you throw the ball to, good at run after catch, very Dak friendly. That's if you want a very Dak friendly guy, make him a big guy that, has a chance to catch the ball.
Said they are still not sure if they're going to put Dak on IR. He doesn't want surgery. Said Jerry. He wants to be on the field and go for it. He said, we'll just see how it goes here. I think that means, if we can stay in the hunt maybe over the next month or so, you win 1 or 2 of those games, you avoid getting to 9 losses. If Dak's healing up, maybe we take a look at it here as we get to late November, early December again. But yeah, we'll just see how it goes here. I think they're going to see how it heals. And this is, an injury that you can have surgery or you can choose not to. And if it heals well, and they play surprisingly well, then, if I'm Dak, I'm excited to come back. I think that would be like Cincinnati and Carolina, our games 5 and 6 as you look out. Jerry on Cooper at quarterback. I think we can run anything that Dak runs with him. Did offense change much, Brian?
I don't think so. I think that, that maybe there might not be. Maybe the waggles, the boots, the things we see with Ferguson, the movement of the pocket might not be as prevalent. I think that's not to say they won't move the pocket. I kind of feel like that maybe you might see some more passes down the field. Maybe you'll see some more attacking the middle of some of these defenses. We talked about, yesterday that if they could get a matchup with Gardner Johnson, the safety, people have had some success working that angle. So, attack this Eagle secondary, especially in the middle of the field. And I think that's something that the Cooper Rush will be willing to do.
There are a couple of things that he does that I think getting the ball out early. I think the accuracy, just the way the ball pops out, it looks better than Dak, but he's never had a run to suggest that the yards per attempt, the EPA, the way that you can measure the passing game is close. But I think in any one game, in any play, he's got a chance to go out there and line it up. He's had 300-yard passing games, and I feel like you just need him to do it one of these games, whether that's Philly, Houston, or Washington, so you can draw up being 2-2 in these next 4
This is a good secondary from the corner aspect of what they've done. Can cover. The safety play though with Blankenship and Gardner Johnson, that's been a little bit of a problem for this. They changed over with DeJean and the nickel, and so they've made things a little bit better that way. So he's going to have his hands full, and we'll see. This isn't one of those Eagles teams that has in the past that you've always worried about the pass rush.
Yeah,
always worried about the pass rush. They've had some times where it's probably mid pack when it comes to pressures, and we'll see if Dallas can find a way to hold up. I know with Guyton dealing with a little bit of some problems there with it's a strain in his shoulder that's affecting the neck. We'll see if he can battle through that. But he played well in the Atlanta game last year. They're going to need some pass protection in this thing on Sunday.
Could be an awesome Richards game. I know you're struggling with penalties and holds and pressures there with both your tackles, but maybe the youngster can have a breakout game. I know Mike McCarthy was praising him today at his presser.
Yeah, and I think that's what you got to do. Yeah, you got to keep the confidence up. To me, the big thing in the Jerry interview was the obviously staged conversation he was having right before he jumped on with KNC, having a conversation with the supposed other person about 2 4s. And then he's like, "Oh, you caught me there, guys." That was clearly the rest of the league's like, "Dude, why the hell did you give up a 4th-round pick?" And he's heard that all week. And they actually do good things with 4th-rounders. So now let me just stage a fake conversation about 2 4s.
Man, that didn't occur to me that's what that was. That's funny.
Obviously fake.
Yeah, we'll have to take a listen to that a little bit later on. Okay, what else do you have? On Trey Lance, there's a window for Trey. There are packages we can work on. Let me be clear, that's not just get Lance some playing time. That's to bring to the table some offense for us. He's a big threat with his legs. That would be fun. If Trey runs out there second quarter or something and you get a series or two, and, I think there's ways it could help you.
Yeah, we just need to make sure that somebody alerts Cooper Rush to come off the field so you don't get 12 men in the huddle again.
Yeah, let's make sure we don't get a penalty with
sideline awareness would be really, really good if you're going to do stuff like that.
That's exciting, though, and it sounds like, now that Jerry's talking about it, there's been a lot of momentum on the Trey Lance packages. I'm excited to see some of the new wrinkles. Maybe this offense opens up a little bit. Now, all of a sudden, you don't have your quarterback. You're not working on things. Let's just go ahead. You're playing with a little bit of, hey, we're not supposed to win this game anyway. Let's just be a little bit free and loose.
Yeah, there's going to be a game or two like that in the rest of the season, and if it comes together on the right day, hopefully you can beat the Bird Turds. He said he expects Micah to be a full participant in practice tomorrow. Mike said Zach Martin did everything in the walkthrough today, hopes he can do all the snaps in tomorrow's practice. That'd be a couple of big ones. A lot of interesting storylines going on in this game, and then you have an early one for the Mavs as they host the Suns at 6:30 on ESPN. Lost to them 114-102 back in October. Kevin Durant had 31. They need an answer for him, and they need to score against this Phoenix team. They only shot 39% from the floor in that first matchup. But Phoenix, now winners of 6 in a row. They're tied with Golden State at 7-1. They're winning a ton of close games. Their clutch performance, they lead the league, outscoring opponents 74-46 in close games down the stretch right now. And, of course, the Mavs are going to have to try to slow them down without probably 3 of their best defenders, Washington, Lively, and Kleba. Any updates on any of those situations?
Have not heard anything about Lively at all. I'll reach back out, but it has not been updated since maybe yesterday I asked and haven't heard anything today.
Well, Chicago's not going to let you off so easily. You're going to have to make some tough shots. And it's going to have to be a team effort there to close off the paint without those 3 guys. It's really tough sledding to try to put out a good defensive effort in this league. All right, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. We'll take a look at some G-Bag Survivor picks. Mike McCarthy on Zeke's status as well, and we're back with that right here to the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on one.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan segments brought to you by Window Nation. Woolchuck's going to pull a bet payoff. He might get physically ill inside the talk booth as he has procured the Will Levis ingredients, the mayonnaise in the coffee. And I suppose that's coming to you sometime real soon. Okay, it's time now, though, to take a listen to what Mike McCarthy has to say about Zeke's status. We'll get an update on CeeDee Lamb as well, and then make our survivor picks for this NFL Week 10 here on The Fan. Can we get some Mike McCarthy? Here we go. Zeke status.
Zeke? No, he's practiced very well. He's part of the plan, so kind of just back to normal.
Back to normal. Zeke? Well, you're asking about Zeke? Yeah, there's a surprise. I don't know. If we're totally back to normal and Zeke is like the lead back in the running back by committee room, I don't even know how you treat these Cowboys seriously, Brian. Like, what are we looking at here?
Yeah.
Is this a parody about a pro sports team or what?
And I'll tell you what, I was sitting there thinking after, last week there was so much stirring around that, maybe we need some time off, maybe we need some help, maybe we needed some, all kinds of things were stirring around.
Refocusing.
We're acting like nothing happened over there,
Yeah.
They're like, I'm sure that Zeke was disappointed when they told him that he was probably going to be inactive, and then Jane Slater came out with the report. They're really trying to kind of, and I think it's pretty easy for them to do.
Yeah.
With everything that's going so wrong right over there.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell? Zeke missing meetings, missing practice, whatever.
And they went public that it wasn't just last week's practices, right? This was like an ongoing deal where he just kind of treated practice and meetings like they were optional.
And the coaching staff is just kind of like, it's okay.
Well, they know they can't keep him accountable.
Yeah.
They know it's not their choice. And when other players see that, it's like, why should I follow the rules? And your culture deteriorates. It slips through your fingers. The attitudes are weird. Yeah. And I just think that's one of the main things in leadership, whether it's a front office GM guy or a coach or an assistant coach, is, have somewhat similar standards, at least reasonably. And if you're making exceptions for guys, it better be an absolute freaking superstar that walks on water when he gets on the field.
Amen. Like if it's 2016 Zeke who's leading the league in rushing, right?
Yeah.
He's one of the best players in the National Football League, then that's okay. You look the other way. Those players you do treat differently. But especially a team that's full of young players, it's a struggle. And it absolutely is an accountability and a culture thing, which we've talked about now, it seems like, for years and years and years when it comes to the Cowboys.
Well, it might be a situation, too. This might be the first sign we've seen of Mike McCarthy just kind of giving up.
There you go.
And I mean giving up in a way of not giving up coaching and all. I mean, he's going to go out there and practice, and they're going to try and win games. But this is where this might be the give up of like, okay, I can't do anything about this.
It's not worth fighting.
Yeah, the general manager wants this guy on the roster. I try and the discipline and stuff that I need to do to accountable. And Mike's kind of looking at it like, what if I discipline him and I want to have accountability in the locker? Is that for some other coach? I just kind of feel like this is the first phase, in my opinion, that Mike McCarthy said, okay, fine, you win.
All right, we're now 5 minutes from the G-Bag of the day. Wolchuk staring down some coffee with just mayonnaise, right? You're not trying to cheat and put some sugar in there.
No.
Okay.
This is I usually just go.
He's doing a lot better than you and I are.
Straight black with the coffee. Anyway,
I don't know what you're talking about, Brian.
Did you guys have some delicious sugars?
No, just bet payoffs, man.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm just trying to get it out of the way. And I did see that Will Levis is going to be starting again.
I brought sandwiches and hoped that somebody would forget. That's what
just
I did.
Eat it. Just have the carbs.
I just brought sandwiches. Yeah.
Will Levis, second worst turnover per play percentage in a season right now since 2017. And since the Titans did me in last week, and it is Will Levis's squad, I'm going to pull the Will Levis where he does the mayonnaise in the coffee. So this is real mayonnaise.
I bet you this is not bad.
From Whataburger. It might not be. I mean,
it's not going to be bad.
It's basically eggs and oil, right? You're adding eggs and oil to your coffee.
You're eating breakfast.
And I've done the oil stuff before, like when you add oil into the coffee.
Yeah.
I've done that. Now, I will say this is expired mayo.
Now we're talking.
Yeah,
that's a proper payoff.
This was expired in September.
If maybe this mayo had been outside,
it's been in the fridge.
If the mayo had been outside, like in 100-degree day outside, and then put it in the coffee,
he's dead. He'd be dead man walking right now.
You guys go ahead and just say when.
Wow.
That's disgusting.
When?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's that. Oh my gosh, this stuff just like floats and curdles at the top.
I'm taking the Chargers at home this week against Will Levis and the Titans.
That's a good pick.
So I might be trying to do this Will Levis next week, but if I do it, I'm going to need like a tiny cup. like one of those Miami.
Like espresso?
Well, so you hate mayonnaise. This would be way worse for you. I'm like mayo on a sandwich, sign me the hell up. Tuna salad, egg salad. Obviously, mayo's going into all that stuff. I'm okay.
If you make, do you have any more of those hard-boiled eggs?
Oh, you want? Yeah, get on it. No, I finished
of course,
them off yesterday.
You eat it 3 at a time.
I finished them off yesterday.
We smelled that.
You can see this like curdled. It's like very curdled at the top here. As Carter's going to get a picture on the phone. It looks like cottage cheese, actually. Floating at the top.
The visual of it is not good.
Didn't I do something? I thought I did something.
Gross.
I ate the Oreos. That's right. Me and Eric ate the Oreos.
Babe Laufenberg in the house. Good afternoon to him. He'll be on the call Sunday afternoon.
Looks good. He's in a suit.
Eagles in town. Yeah,
All
he
right,
must be
let's give this a
negotiating.
tasty taste.
I think he's about to handle spittle his butt. What do you think, Wolchuk?
It's weird. It's very
just weird.
It's a very strange taste.
Yeah.
I
don't even think that's a bet payoff by the look on your face right now.
It's kind of creamy.
Yeah. Looks like none of us are doing bet payoff today, if you ask me, Brian.
The top of it looks really, really disgusting.
How about this? I'm going to put some mustard in coffee. Does that count?
That's gross.
I mean, it's a condiment that you like.
I swear, if you made
some
that would be nasty. Mustard and coffee sounds gross.
See, I like what Lucius is doing over here. Horrible.
I've never had a cup of coffee in my life, and can I do a bet payoff with mustard and coffee right now?
Yeah, go for it.
Let's all do it.
Would that be a payoff?
Sandbag it. Sandbagging Sons of Guns. Let's do it.
No.
No, you've never had coffee before.
I've never had coffee.
I've never had coffee in my life.
Yeah, take a look at the top of this.
It's disgusting. I wouldn't do that.
No, your face.
I would not be able to drink that without vomiting.
You do not look very distressed.
Plus, it's expired mayonnaise.
Unless you're pulling one of my numbers.
It's a pretty good one.
It's definitely.
I would drink coffee and mustard right now.
I'm just going to down it.
There you go.
Oh, here we go. See,
get him a garbage can.
Drink her down.
Yeah. Just the thought of it would make me want to. He's kind of guzzling this.
Holy cow.
Wow.
That's what you got to do. Wow.
Yeah.
That actually almost made me throw up more than Wolchuk.
That's a big bag of nothing going on over
I got
there.
a little gag reflex, actually, on that.
It's okay. I got this.
On that guzzle.
We've done worse.
You have a gag reflex? That's what you're saying?
I suppose.
No, the pig's feet was worse than this, for sure.
Pig's feet?
Yeah.
You know what? Those things aren't. I see those in the fridge, too.
They're floating there if you want to grab one of those out.
I'm going to do the Midwestern chili coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. It's a chili with cinnamon rolls, Brian. If you can imagine that, I'm gonna dare to do a bet payoff. I think Philly's a great pick this week, but I've already taken them. They're 7-point favorites against the Cowboys. Cowboys 0-3 at home this year. Giants are a touchdown favored in Germany against Carolina. Brian, can I interest you in a little G-Men?
I'm taking the G-Men this week. Yeah.
Okay.
I got the Giants over Carolina in Germany.
Bills are at Indy. They're big favorites there. The Colts are giving up massive yards, but only 21 points per game.
There was a little vomit. Yeah.
Check this out. KC hosting Denver. This might be a sneaky good game. Broncos have made their way to 5-4. They have a great defense. Last year in 2 games, the Chiefs scored just 28 points against Denver. 2 games combined, of course, losing their second matchup, which puts Denver in position here to potentially get a huge win in the division and hand them their first loss.
The fact that Eric has not chimed in at this time, is this an automatic bet payoff?
No.
We'll get him to the end of the show.
we'll give him a little. He'll text me in a little bit here.
You sure?
Look at that. He's caping for his guy.
Of course I am. I got to have his back, all right? You've been roughing him up all week, Brian. I mean, he clearly lost the running back battle.
Roughing him up. He was like roughing me up.
Yeah, I thought he was going to punch you. I did.
I really did.
He's gotten mad at me one time that bad where, like, you really start to see the veins.
If he would have stood up,
his face is red.
I think if he would have stood up, I'd have been in trouble.
Yeah,
I think he would have kicked your ass.
No, he honestly, hell yeah, he would.
He was ready to.
Yeah.
But when you told him, all right, from now
back,
on,
bro,
you can just go to the other room. I thought that was great.
I did. I kind of gave him the little man hands.
Give me
Lucius
Sam
had a good point, though. I think if you can survive the initial onslaught, he does have a bad back.
He's got a bad back, bro.
Yeah,
just move around a little bit. He can't keep up with you. He'll tweak himself and be stuck.
How about me moving around?
Start apologizing and copping, please.
Brian's dancing around the ring.
I'm take it there.
It's kind of like
Come get me.
It's kind of like a penguin when my man has that heart attack. You know?
Oh yeah. Well, spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Brian.
I didn't say which man.
Let's
say which man.
go.
Give me Minnesota and the Vikings.
I thought the spoiling with Eric Kendricks was bad enough last night. Now you're spoiling the Penguin for everybody, Brian. Time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G bag of the day.
That's why you don't want to watch shows.
You ever seen that movie, The Boiler Room?
Boiler Room. I heard about it. No, sir.
Yeah.
Is it boxing?
Nah, it's about stock frauds.
Oh.
Yeah, penny stock frauds.
Oh.
Great movie, though. Fantastic movie. Yeah, Boiler Room. Fantastic movie. This song is at the end of Boiler Room. By the way, it's at the end of it. Just want to say, all right, I got to go fast because These clips have a lot of audio to them on this Friday. I'm just crashing on out to a card. I don't feel like it. I'm just crashing on out. Just play these long clips. I don't care.
There you go.
Our winner right here comes from Atlanta. The Atlanta Hawks, Trae Young, had a message for Knicks fans. They were leaving the building down there in Atlanta.
I hope these New York fans find their way to the exit real quick. Boo! Take y'all ass home.
He's getting up there, maybe 26, 27 or so now. He sounds like a teenager now, at least.
He's maturing. He's in puberty.
Shout out to Mr. Broadus for the Philly cheesesteaks.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I like the little sauce I put on there.
Did you?
Yeah. 1 hour of cardio for sure after eating that Philly cheesesteak. I know it's on my way.
Glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah,
that can
man.
be later today after the show or in the morning?
Probably after the show.
It's you. Dedication.
Yeah, after the show.
I justified it. I'm painting the house tomorrow. I feel like I'm macro loading. You know, I need nutrients.
Yeah, I feel you.
I need a day off of the diet.
Good for you, painting the house and everything. Inside, outside, what are you
Inside.
doing? All right. You got all the supplies and everything ready to go?
Yeah, I taped it up last week.
Oh, okay.
Which was a job all on its own. I've been recovering all week long. I've been doing some shoulder workouts, trying to get my painting things ready for the rollers.
Yeah, because you got to keep it up there.
Dude, I'm going to be so washed on Monday.
Yeah, you would be. All right, let's go to Dallas Cowboys linebacker Eric Kendricks.
Oh, no.
Kept it close to the vest when talking to Mr. Broadus here.
Hey, Eric, okay, you said you're watching Cam Jurgens, the center. Okay, here's my tip of the week, watching him play.
Okay, wait. We can't get, I remember there was a tip last time.
No, it was special teams. It was a special teams tip.
All right, well, that was a,
you weren't on special. Yeah, you were on special teams. But this is a tip about Jurgens.
Do we not want this? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying, like, chances are, if you know a tip, I know a tip. So
no, I'm
let's
go tip for tip right now.
I'm confirming.
Let's go tip for tip.
No, you don't need to confirm. I do my homework.
Okay,
so he knows this. Basically, let's.
I'm just asking. This. Okay. If I could say, if I noticed this about Jurgens when Becton touches
go
him,
for it.
The ball's immediately coming.
Mm-hmm.
That's my tip of the week. That he doesn't wait. Like some of these centers, like put their head down.
Yeah, will bob a little bit.
They bob a little bit. As soon as Becton touches his leg, that ball's coming. That's just watching him, because I was trying to think of like, okay, how do you get off on the football here? Because I was trying to talk to one of my listeners here about, okay, how do you what do you look for? When you're
right
in
here?
These games,
the audio changes.
Things of how to get off the ball, especially when you're
because
playing
he turns his mic
stadium,
off.
It may be
and he's probably looking at Cowboys PR like, what the bleep's going on
not
here?
For a tip for you, but for my listeners, is what it was.
Eric
laid out on me there, didn't you?
Hey, I don't know if that's true or not.
Incredible moment. I thought maybe he had turned his headphones way up so the other person in the room could hear it, but interesting. I think Eric Kendricks is a guy that's playing everything very close to the vest.
Sure.
Doesn't want to be tipping off the Eagles if he's healthy. I mean, you ask him about his health, he'll lay out on you.
Yeah. He doesn't want people to know. He's just keeping it very private. But
Salute
your tip was right.
It's been a great season with Eric. Other than that moment, I thought that was maybe the best. That was the moment of the year.
Did your special teams tip, did that end up being a factor in the fake punt that they ran?
No, it's only on field goal.
Okay.
Like when you play the 49ers, their holder, who's the punter, will touch the ground.
That's right. It wasn't for the Atlanta game. It was San Francisco.
When he wants the ball, he'll just touch the ground, and as soon as the center sees that, then he snaps.
That's when you go.
That's when
you're
you go.
looking to block.
Yeah. Then it's like I was saying tomorrow. If you get in a situation where all of a sudden that Becton touches him, go. Yeah, take off.
Okay, back at you again. Let's go to LA City Council members right here. Dude goes off on a council over plants and the Church of Scientology and trafficking and all types of weird stuff. I can't keep up with it. They try to mute him on out, but he stands and delivers. He doesn't want people talking over him. He doesn't want people talking while he's talking on his mic and whatnot.
Yeah.
So by the way, LA City Council, highest paid city council damn near on the planet. So don't feel bad for these guys.
Speaker, could you please remind us of which name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to?
I am defender of ants, all items and public comment.
Okay, so you have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
Why is everyone always talking when people are speaking?
So, Speaker, this is not on the agenda. You're welcome to talk to Attorney General if you'd like, but I need you to stick to the agenda.
Item number 1. Do you hear me?
I can. I'm going to ask that you don't yell because you can look over here.
I can't hear with them all talking.
Our interpreters, the interpreters are wearing headphones, and if you yell into the microphone, then you could potentially hurt their ears. Thank you.
I'm not going to yell into the microphone.
Go ahead.
I can't hear with everyone talking, so I'm going to be a little louder than them. I'd like to talk on item number 1 and the use of...
Go ahead.
Is that okay?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. You're doing a thing about easements here. You're dedicating easement. It's supposed to be part of the environmental thing. What the hell is going on at the Church of Scientology on the easement? Why is there 250 planters on that easement? Why are you allowing those planters to be on there?
I had to consult the map. Speaker, this is not on the agenda. You've also exhausted your 1 minute on that item. The location is not anywhere near the Church of Scientology. This is your only warning. Please speak to the other items, or I'm going to move you to general.
And you need to stop shouting because you'll injure the person doing translation. So stay on the subject and speak at a reasonable volume. Lower than the one you are now.
Wow.
Sounded like you had a personal beef there with the easement, the Church of Scientology.
Yeah.
Man, people get so worked up in my neighborhood about the smallest stuff. Like right now, one of the biggest issues is somebody's having a Wednesday church prayer circle at their house, and about 15 cars park outside. And you would think that this is, a national security threat.
How dare they?
Yeah, I seen a lady outside in my little neighborhood taking photos of cars, putting stickers on them.
I'm watching you.
I was like,
not
it's
okay.
6:30 in the morning, lady. Chill out, bro. Get paid for this. We own this.
Yeah.
We own this. We're not renting. We own this. All right, that's it, man. We got to go.
There we go. We got a champion two challengers. Is it Trae Young saying goodbye to the New York Knicks fans? Is it Eric Kendricks trying to avoid exposing the secrets of the Eagles? LA City Council going off on the council members. I'll go with Trae Young, Lucius. How about you?
LA City Council.
We're tied at 1, Wolchuk.
Eric Kendricks.
We're tied at 1, Brian.
City Council.
By a score of 2.
I'll teach you, son of a gun.
And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it is the LA City Council. And we're heading now for Biggest L, Biggest Double. Chuck, what's in store?
Let's do it. We got the face-off circle, potato, fortune, and peanut laws. That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's
the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Cowboys are walking wounded as they approach this week's game against the Eagles. We'll have Stephen Jones on for some updates at 3 o'clock here. It's right around the corner now. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, it is a Friday staple, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some personal victories this week? Maybe where have you taken some L's along the way? Because it's time for a little biggest L, biggest dub.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Zach Wolchuk, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
All right, 817, biggest L. I have to work this weekend to make up hours due to the rain, and that's a bummer. Biggest dub, though, I guess, was political for them. So I'm sure there's going to be, some people out there that definitely took some L's or took some dubs based on the way of the results of Tuesday night. Now,
Bitcoiners.
Oh, Bitcoiners.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, I saw you tweeting about that. Like it was an all-time high.
It's been playing an all-time highland ever since, like 11 o'clock that night.
Big dub there.
It's been fun.
Big dub for Jamie Benn last night. Historic at the face-off dot as he was a perfect 16 for 16.
Wow, what a legend.
16-0 on face-off wins in the victory. Just the sixth player to ever win at least 16 face-offs without losing a single one since the league started tracking back in 1997. Only two better, perfect 19 of 19. Dave Scatchard and Curtis Brown were both 19 on 19 in 2000 for the Islanders and then in 2001 for the Sabres, respectively. But pretty damn awesome. Jamie Benn was just crushing it last night. Stars got the victory 3-1. This was pretty cool. Big dub for the Saints center, Connor McGovern. Not our former Connor McGovern.
Yeah.
Used to play for the Jets, now playing for the Saints. But it appears that
Potato farmer.
Yes, he's the heir actually to a 500, not 50, $500 million potato fortune.
Yeah. North Dakota, South Dakota, one of the two.
One of the Dakotas. It's North Dakota.
Okay.
Yeah. So he reports are his grandfather, Ron Ofut. You don't know this guy?
No.
Figured maybe you know the potato farmers in North Dakota.
I didn't know the potato farmer.
Well, he's the largest owner of commercial potato production in the United States. And
wow, so more so than maybe what we think about like an Idaho or something like that, right?
Yep. They are the big-time provider for McDonald's French fries. Company's valued north of $500 million. So he's pretty set for life. I mean, the dude's made 91 starts in the NFL, and he's made over $34 million in his NFL career. But I guess, whenever the time comes, he's going to be cashing in on his inheritance.
He's going to go from the dirt to the dirt.
He's going to, no doubt. He's the potato man. 612 Dub, wife grand opening today. Second chocolate shop in Flower Mound. So now she has an empire. Congratulations to you.
There you go.
Yeah.
Open up that chocolate shop in Flomo.
Man, those chocolate shops are just dominant, aren't they?
Man, who doesn't love a good chocolate shop? Are you just having dreams of chocolate? And
I'm just impressed that, these items are 30 cents, 50 cents each, and they're selling so many they can afford multiple buildings, all the bills that come along with it. It's thousands and thousands of pieces of chocolate, my man.
Big time profit.
It just blows my mind.
It is pretty cool watching the way chocolate's made.
Yeah.
Because I would think you're at the grocery store, they got a Kit Kat, a Twix, a Hershey's there, boom.
Yeah.
But no, you're going to a specialty chocolate shop and
like
spending
high-end
so
chocolate.
much money that this gal's expanding.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now we're doubling up on chocolate shops.
Yeah, why go have a Kit Kat when you can go have a real piece of chocolate?
817 said Biggest Dub got married on Tuesday.
Biggest
L
Dub
was getting married.
Oh, he said that was a dub?
Both, dub and an L.
Oh.
And I think that's probably fair. Josh and Kelly texting that in. There's
It's
greatness
a trade-off.
to it.
Yeah,
And
you
there's
got to love.
moments of-
You're starting a new life.
Oh, but for the right
Yeah.
reasons. Yeah,
Yes.
that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yes. Biggest Dub coached my kiddos to their first football championship in the school's history from the 817. Shout out
Let's
to you.
freaking go.
That is badass.
And they would like to know where you've done with the NIL money.
Yeah, where'd the NIL money go?
Yeah.
And, if you want, we can shout out your team. Here is a big L. Mark Wahlberg. Mark. I guess he was opening up a new restaurant in Vegas. He was set to do the
burger
ribbon
place?
cutting. It's not the burger place. So he's pivoted. So his brother does have the Wahlburgers, and they've got one in Vegas. I actually tried the one in Vegas. It's good.
There used to be one at the Star, and it's not there anymore.
It closed down?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was right up Right up the as you took the escalator to go up to Concrete Cowboy and stuff like that, and the sushi place.
That Sushi Marquee is a good spot.
It is very good. Yeah.
Well, this restaurant was named Fletcher Cantina, second location owned by Mark Wahlberg. First one opened in Huntington Beach, but before the ribbon cutting ceremony, which was just days away, there was a fire on the patio. And now the entire restaurant went up in flames.
Oh, no.
So
Ouch.
this is going to have to be completely redone and delayed. So a big bummer for Marky Mark.
Insurance.
The Funky Bunch. Yeah, they'll get that thing taken care of and rebuilt, I'm sure.
Maybe
Unless you just decide, screw it.
Maybe they might not want to rebuild it. Maybe
Yeah.
it was like, oh, I don't know.
Maybe that was a bad omen.
Yeah.
They're like, no, thank you. I'm good on this. Big dub. Arkansas State basketball coach swooped in, repaired the team's bus after it broke down to a game. It's a pretty awesome story. Brian Hodgkin, who has led Arkansas State to a respectable season last year, 20-17. So they're just starting their season now. But I guess bus breaks down, jumps out, says, hey, guys, I got this. He's seen, literally just take, I guess it's the front of it. I don't know exactly what happened, but there was a shredded belt, I think is what the story says. He's able to replace the belt, knew how to do it. I don't know if he's got a background when it comes to being a mechanic, but pretty impressive job.
Dawson, is this a setup to show the team that he can get the job done? Is this let's put a worn belt in there? No, we're going to have a problem.
And I know that I can fix this for sure.
I can fix it.
I think that could be. I would not rule that out. But what this sounds more to me
Need to
like
count on me?
is the new generation being shocked that a member of Gen X could open up the hood and actually fix something.
I will say this though.
Yeah.
I think it's a cool story, yeah.
It is a cool story.
I know I could never do this.
Well,
I'd be screwed.
You probably could
probably
with YouTube.
could. YouTube. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's a lot of things you could do with YouTube that you never believed you could.
Especially on some of those old motors, like the Chevy motors, a serpentine belt. All you need is a socket wrench, and you can do it in like 30 seconds.
It does look like this was an older bus, just based on the imaging here.
I think he might have been showing his team that, hey, listen, you can rely on me.
That's right.
You can count on me,
Save the
boys.
day.
Well, they were heading to play number 2 ranked Alabama. They're 23.5 point underdogs.
Maybe the bus.
Maybe they were hoping. Sorry, guys.
Oh, I'm sorry, we can't make it.
We got a forfeit here. Wave the white flag. Bus didn't get us there on time. But now coach says I got this, and they ended up they made it to the game.
I was stranded in Aberdeen, Washington.
Yeah.
Just got off the ferry from Orcas Island. Went out there to Friday Harbor. It was nice up there in Washington there on the Puget Sound. Alternator goes out about 6 o'clock in the evening, and luckily the Napa Auto Parts hadn't closed. Got an alternator, but didn't have the tools to be able to pull it out there on the 86 Accord. Went to the grocery store and just started asking random people, could you put an alternator in a 1986 Accord? Do you know anybody that can? Took me about 30 minutes, found a guy, came to the grocery store, boom, I was off and running in like 90 minutes. Maybe my best stranded story ever.
So you were asking people at the grocery store if they knew how to fix an alternator?
Yeah, if they could replace an alternator.
There's no
in
way in hell
Accord.
I would have ever done that.
Why not? I had to get home.
Yeah,
There's no cell phones.
No, I'm admiring.
This is like 97.
No, I'm admiring you for being resourceful.
Yeah.
Because there's no way in hell I'm asking. I mean, what are you, whispering? Hey, anybody can
No
fix it?
money. I mean, I had like $20 for gas.
Hey,
we were
ask
sleeping
around.
there in the Accord in the middle of December or January or whatever it was. If I couldn't get that alternator in.
Did I ever question your toughness?
I thought that was just resourcefulness.
Don't do that. Was resourcefulness and tough.
Very resourceful and
I
tough.
love that.
At the
By
same
the way, the
time.
Marky Mark deal, the patio really was the only thing that was damaged. So far inside, the restaurant seems to be okay. Nobody injured. So they're just going to have to redo the patio.
Get the new umbrellas out there.
So that's good. I mean, it was the fire pit, it's built into the ground. That's what ended up catching on fire.
Fire pit.
That celebrity restaurant business can be tricky. You know, you never know what's going to pop, what's going to fizzle out. Yeah.
And I guess, Wahlburgers was booming, and it sounds like now maybe they're having to close locations.
I just know that I used to see it.
That's a bummer,
I used to see it all the time and not seeing it anymore.
Big Dub got a new car thanks to busting my ass on my credit and work and mental health lately from the 682. So good for you. Nice
Congratulations on
job.
that. Yeah.
That's badass. And the 214 Dub, no matter how crappy my day is, I can always Tolo. Big L is, well, I'm not going to read that just in case somebody gets upset, but just wants everybody to love each other in the world. There's a lot of hate out there right now.
Right on, Wolchuk. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Eric
Bring it
Kendricks
together.
hates me.
Got
I
a
don't
big,
think he hates you.
big dub last night with the Dallas Surf 2011 girls working on pace of play, trying to get sped up a little bit.
And you dodged the rain?
Yeah, and
You were able to
we
get
dodged the rain.
practice in? Hell yeah.
Unbelievable. How'd we get that in last night?
That's
I don't
awesome.
know. I had no idea. I
No
figured
practice
it was,
today, though, I assume.
No. Well, we do have a game Sunday, though. So rain today, not tomorrow, and not Sunday. I think we're doing a little Matrix
Footy
dance
ball
here
gods looking out for you.
on the rain compared to last year. We needed it. Stephen Jones coming up next right here. We'll talk with him about all the Cowboys injuries, the trade they made, and this Eagles matchup next. It's the Gag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes?
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And I hope you're having a great day. Stephen Jones is going to join us here in just a second. We'll take a look at some Cowboys predictions for the second half of the season and some takeaways from the first half. General at your service. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Lucius is in the house there. Master Control 75 and Fitzhugh. Wolchuk is here. Chief took a day off. His wife's birthday. So he's going to live it up. Send him some love on social media. Let him know that he is missed, and you can catch him again on the Cowboys pregame show Sunday afternoon right here on The Fan. Of course, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. We're going to start with brightest spot on the defense so far. I'm working off of the Athletics' Saad Youssef Cowboys predictions at NFL midseason. And, I just wanted to get your thoughts, Brian, really on DeMarvion Overshown. He calls him the brightest spot on the defense. Paint that picture for us, if you don't mind.
Yeah, when you Overshown coming off the knee injury last year, and all we're watching the preseason and training camp of 2023, and it was like, my gosh, this guy's got a shot. This guy can do this. This guy can do that. It's 6 plays, 3 tackles in a preseason game, and so you're kind of like thinking, man, this is a guy that can do those good things for you. So, he's done an outstanding job when it comes to everything they've asked him to do. He's stepped up. You can tell he's a guy that takes coaching well, whether it's rushing the passer. He got to do a little of that. We've seen him on some blitzes before. I'm glad that, you can use his ability to do those things. But he just finds a way to make plays, and you got to love that about the kid.
Cowboys must love him. He played 58, 31, and 78% of the snaps in the first 3 games. It's been over 90% in each.
Hard to take him off the field.
Game
it really
since DeMarvion Overshown. As Stephen Jones joins you now. Here it is, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing good, guys. How you doing?
Oh, we're doing great. We were just talking about Overshown here in his first season in the NFL since the injury last year. Would you say brightest spot on the defense? How would you weigh in on that topic?
Well, certainly he is one of the bright spots. Obviously with us having all our injuries and missing some of our top 4 defensive ends and, Bland and guys like that, he has really he makes you smile because his future's bright, his era's up, and, he's the type of football players you're looking for over there. I think, Maris ain't going to be far behind him in terms of being a young linebacker who plays the right way. His era's up too, but Overshown's obviously, playing at a very high level, and I think, he's only going to get better. Talk to any of our coaches, I think he's really got a special future in front of him.
We had a blast. You mentioned Deron Bland. We had a blast talking with him in Oxnard, California, and have missed him this year. How tough of a setback has he had here to leave his status where it is currently?
Well, it's just one that you're having to work through. All those injuries to to your feet. They can they vary from player to player, and of course he's playing a position. Especially at corner where you don't know, where you're having to react to receivers and plant and, put a lot of torque and pressure on that foot. So in order to, be out there and play at the level you have to in the NFL, it's got to be right. And so I do think he's getting better. And, it's just part of the process. Obviously, he's got a bright future. He was All-Pro last year, led the league in 6'6", and we got 2 corners out there that just got to get going, and we think 2 of the best in the game, especially when it comes to taking the ball away, and it's certainly something that we hadn't done well this year is get the ball. So hopefully as he makes progress and he gets back, then that'll improve. It never hurts though. It always helps the corner though when you're getting pressure on the quarterback, and that's certainly something. Missing our 4 defensive ends, we hadn't done, as well as we would have hoped to. So hopefully that'll get better as well. And we got a lot of football. We got 9 games left to play, and all our divisional opponents, other than the game we won against New York. But got a lot of football left to play.
Man, you think about it like you just put it, without your 4 top defensive ends and 2 top corners for a lot of it. It can be tough sledding out there. But I was wondering if you had an updated maybe timeline on when we could see Bland back.
It's just it's just day to day with him. When he goes out there and works, and like I said, it's got to be at a level that he feels good about, that he's confident in, and it's just week to week now, and very well could happen next week. But certainly don't want to get too far ahead of it. It doesn't look like it's going to be this week, but certainly he's had a good week of work with Britt Brown.
Hey, Stephen, just watching the play of Carl Lawson, and, it looks like to me that maybe, not having a full training camp and having to kind of work through the season, is he kind of getting to the spot now where you feel like that he's in shape, he's ready to go, he's been very productive for you rushing the passer and playing the run. Is he got to that point now where you feel like that you're going to get some even better things from him going out?
Yeah, you certainly hope so. I think Wheat's made a lot of good progress. I mean, one of the fortunate things that comes when you have when you're unfortunate with injuries is, these guys get opportunities, Brian, and sometimes that's just what they need. I mean, Wheat has really come along, as a defensive end for us and gotten better, and certainly Lawson's being productive for us, and it's great that these guys have come in and gotten the opportunities, and now we'll be getting Micah back, it looks like, especially to have him, in our pass rush, for this weekend. And, certainly Nealon's right behind him, and then hopefully D-Law not far behind. Obviously, we're not going to get Sam Williams back this year, but, get those 3 back. And, guys like Chauncey and Wheat and Lawson have they keep getting better and better each week. So hopefully that'll make us a better team as we, head down the second half of the season.
And so last week too, as well, I was really very nervous about the Pitts matchup at tight end for you in that game. And it appears that McQuamu came in, you had some guys play a little bit different role. That has to make you guys feel pretty good about it. You've struggled a little bit maybe dealing with some of these tight ends, and then with Dallas Goedert coming back this week, at least that you feel like that you can throw some bodies at him and maybe get that thing kind of shut down a little bit.
Well, we all remember Curse and the role he played, which was covering a lot of tight ends, and certainly did a hell of a job on Pitts. We were certainly concerned about the matchup as well, and Iz rose to the occasion. He gets better every year. He's got great length. He's a bendy guy for a 6'4" guy, and did an outstanding job. So, like you said, these guys, some guys are getting opportunities, and it's paying off for us.
Stephen Jones with us on The Fan. How's Tyler Guyton progressing? I know he's been dealing with that neck and shoulder. He's listed as questionable going into the game against the Eagles.
Yeah, not unlike Zach's injury, those things, it's all about the strength. And, he's working through it. He's getting better every day. But, we'll make that decision tomorrow whether we think, he can be effective enough to line up and play.
You made the trade for Jonathan Mingo, and I was wondering, what goes into weighing the college tape versus the pro tape when you make a trade like that? Is it we're just falling back on what we liked of him coming out of Ole Miss?
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously you count a lot on that when when you're going after a player who hadn't played a lot. I mean, he's been in the league a year and a half. He had a nice rookie year last year. I think he cut close to 500 yards worth of passes. But anytime a player is on a team that struggled, then there's a lot of moving parts when that's going on, and certainly Carolina's had their share of struggles, changing out coaching staffs and things like that. So we certainly put that into the equation as well. But, he's a guy who was the 39th player, I think, picked in the draft. He brings something to the table, our receiving core we don't have, which is elite size. He's a big man. I don't know if y'all have seen him yet, but he's, every bit of 6'2", 220, and we had real nice grade on him coming out, and he was one of those guys we actually had targeted. We were picking in the bottom of the second. He went at the top, but he was a guy we liked, and it factored in. And obviously we think he's a guy who can help us this year, but one of the things that factored into that as well is the fact that we'll have him for 2 more years after this year.
Stephen, what do you think of the consensus among analysts and the media that it was an overpay, a 4th rounder for him?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to have their opinion. I certainly respect that. I mean, there's guys out there and, everything. There's a lot of things that go into a trade and what you give up for a player. And obviously there's veteran guys out there who are under contract for a lot of money, that sometimes go for less. Amari, when we traded him, it was tough sledding out there. But, we felt like we were getting a 2nd-round type player and, for a 4th-round pick. And, the other thing, that we're factoring into these days is, the draft pool is not near as deep as it used to be. You don't have near the players that are coming out that used to come out with NIL. And, a lot of guys stay in, and especially the guys that would normally be falling in that, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round category because, they feel like they can, improve their draft status. Plus they're making good money. So, we just felt like for what we were going to get with our 4th round pick in the upcoming draft, that it would be hard to get the type of talent we could get with Mingo. And, everybody's going to have an opinion on what's too much and what's what's not enough, that type of thing. Everybody's, got their, their calibration of what you should be given. But we talked it over real well between Jerry, Will, and myself and Mike, and, felt like it was a good move for us.
Stephen, maybe some of the thoughts, and maybe I don't want to read into it too much. You did go get a young receiver. Is this, and I hate the word indictment because I don't think it's right because you're playing young guys, but is it a little bit of like maybe the young guys aren't developing or, getting up to speed as fast as you thought they would, and you have to go out and maybe add somebody, or how do we read that?
No, I think you read into it. Obviously, that's not having Cooks. He was our number,
Sure.
We went in thinking he's a solid 2 for us. And then we're not going to have him, and he's free next year. And, we understand, what our resources will be there. And we just felt like we needed to beef that up, knowing we're not for sure when we're going to get Cooks back. And, felt like Mingo is a guy who certainly can be a 2 in this league. Mm-hmm. And, bring, when we had to not have Cooks, he brings certainly some depth to that position.
Is the factor of maybe gaining a bunch of compensatory picks, which you seem to be in line to be getting maybe in the 5th round, does that go into the decision at all, thinking, hey, we could probably recoup that 4th rounder maybe with a move up?
Well, certainly we'll be looking at that, but there's no question we should end up with 4 compensatory picks. I think, before we gave up the 4th, but we did get a 7 back, so we'll still have 10 picks. We just won't have one there in the 4th. And as you said, our projections are similar that we're going to end up with 3, if not more, 5th round type picks. And, we'll just see kind of where the draft is and where we think the meat of it is in terms of where we need to be to get a player we might want.
My last question for you, Stephen. There's uncertainty out of Philadelphia with the status of Jalen Hurts. Did he take a rest day on Wednesday, or does he have an ankle? And I just wondered if there is lack of transparency on the other side game week, how much does that bother you guys as you get ready to compete?
No, we just gotta be prepared to face their best, which is Hurts. And if it's not Hurts, then we know we'll be playing whoever they decide to put up next. But that's just part of it. That comes with the league, and people are always gaming the system, but we also have rules in this league that keep you down the middle for the most part.
Dude, just need to ask about Dak before we let you out of here. Stephen, is it trending that he's probably going to be placed on IR?
Yeah, I think there's a good chance we'll see Dak on IR. I think it could be, probably no way he could be back in the 4-week time frame. So, we'll put him over there, and we'll have that roster spot, to use in terms of the next 4 weeks, and and go from there. Obviously, tough situation, losing him for that period of time, but we're going to do what's in the best interest of Dak, and right now I don't think anyone knows whether it'll be 4 weeks, 6 weeks of the season. So we'll just have to continue to monitor that and see where it takes us. But, feel very good about Cooper. Like some of the things Trey can do. I know Mike's and Shotty are back there, figuring that out. But, I thought Cooper did a hell of a job against Atlanta the other day. He's obviously stepped up in the past and won a lot of games for us. So we feel real good about what Cooper can do. And, anything accretive that Trey can do will be great too.
Well, that was great. Stephen, thanks for all your answers, and give him hell out there. We'll be pulling for you.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Cheers. There he goes, Stephen Jones, off into your football weekend here on a Football Friday. It is the Gag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. That was interesting. The draft pool this year maybe not going to have the depth.
NIL, he's absolutely right about that. We went from a time where we had a really big influx of players because of the COVID stuff.
Yeah.
There were guys that were staying behind and getting another year, and then all of a sudden it turned into, wow, well, okay, well, here we can pay these kids, and now they're like, well, hey, if I can hang in here and make several $100,000 and just kind of continue to do the college things, sure, they're okay with that.
Yeah, not a bad deal, especially if you're going to be a day 3 pick. Yeah. You probably could have a chance of more money as a star in college than as not playing in the NFL. Okay, Wolchuk, NFL News Today coming up.
Yeah, the rivals confused by the Cowboys trade free LASIK, and oh my gosh, what a historical game it was last night on Thursday Night Football. That's next.
Okay.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Preterm?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hey, buddies, welcome back. It's the Gag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. And let's hit Wolchuk here for some NFL news.
All right, the official injury report is out for Eagles, Cowboys. Diggs, Guyton, Kendricks, Parsons, Nick Vigil, all questionable. Martin and Lamb good to go. Another full week it did not practices for Deron Bland. It looks like the Eagles are healthy and ready to rock. Only questionable is a linebacker that doesn't play much for them at all, in Ben Van Surian. So
he's had a concussion.
Yes.
Yeah.
So otherwise, I mean, the Jalen Hurts stuff, we'll hear from Nick Sirianni a little bit later in the finest. He's full, good to go. Looks like both receivers, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, all ready to rock against the Cowboys. So very healthy Eagles bunch coming into AT&T Stadium on Sunday. Good for them.
Yeah, and hopefully Deron Bland back at practice next week.
Nice.
I think if he's not back at practice next week, I'm just going to call BS. But
sound the alarm.
Steven did a pretty good job at tamping down. It's just a foot. It can be a little bit tricky. Made a little extra time for him to be comfortable on it and performing in the way that they, know he can.
They look at this injury as like an 8 to 12 week deal. And, sometimes they were talking about, I was asking a few people over there about it, and it kind of depends on the position that you play, with all the pounding that he does with the pedal and then, driving and planting and all that. Yeah,
corner's probably one of the slower ones.
Yeah. They were really hopeful about this, and they were trying to work him back. And then all of a sudden, at Thursday practice, they were saying that it developed some soreness to it, and they didn't have any of that. All of a sudden, they're working, everything's cool, and then all of a sudden that practice it gets some soreness to it, and then they're trying, from what I understand, to get him back to where he once was.
So how's it work with his practice window being activated a month ago? And it's a 21-day window.
Well, that's the thing about it is that they look at that, they could see that there was really no reason to start it, and they did. And thinking that it was going to, they didn't know that it was like they'd had no soreness at all. And so they're saying, cool, well, let's get him back on the field. Let's start practicing. Let's get him ready. And then that Thursday practice, all of a sudden it went
that was
south.
The setback.
That was the
Steven
setback.
Talked about.
That's the setback. And so, but that was in the practice window. They'd already committed to getting him back out on the field. And that was the issue.
Well, you had the follow-up to Stephen about the compensation for Jonathan Mingo, and this was Diana Rossini on the Scoop City podcast from The Athletic. She does it with Chase Daniel, former South Lake Carroll Dragon, and this was her feedback on what she was hearing from around the league after the Cowboys sent a fourth-rounder to former Carolina Panther, now Dallas Cowboy wide receiver Jonathan Mingo.
We are going to be critical on this one. This one was the only trade on the trade deadline day that I had teams texting me, asking me what you just did. Why? Oh. What, like, trying to find out if I knew something that you know what I mean? Like an under the table.
Like, is he special or like
a situation
like a
or was there
player?
a deal? Yeah. Is he related to him? Like is there something here? As a cousin. So, that one definitely is going. I think we're going to look back on it a little bit how we look back at the Trey Lance one, which is like, what are we doing?
The hope is, like, Jonathan Mingo comes in and is a great player, and maybe that does have Cowboy fans forgetting, what the compensation was. But clearly the rest of the league seemed to think that this was an overpay. Steven gave the justification why they didn't, and maybe he's very right. Like, there's a player in the 4th round that they would have drafted that they don't think as highly of as Jonathan Mingo. So now you just got to hope for the best. But when you look at their history of drafting players in the 4th round, they've hit quite a lot on 4th rounders.
I think, their structure allows them to do things that other GMs wouldn't, because another GM would be roasted by his peers and he'd be, embarrassed and probably, would contribute to him getting fired. But the Cowboys can say, okay, there's not a trade partner out there that absolutely makes sense. Our best trade is a slight overpay. But we can do that because we're not going to fire ourselves. And if it works out for them, it could work out great, right? If they're right that there's not going to be a wide receiver as good as Mingo in the 4th round of this year's draft, I would probably disagree with that. I think there will be better wide receivers taken later, but it's hard to identify those guys on day 3.
Yeah, I think the thing that bothers people the most, and I think our fans are really draft savvy.
Yeah.
And they realize that a 4th round pick starts day 3. And if you're not a good football team, it's one thing to give up a 4th round pick if, say, you're the Detroit Lions or the Pittsburgh Steelers or these teams are probably going to be drafting in the back end of the draft.
Like how the Cowboys have been when you're 12-5 and you're drafting in the 20s.
So now you look at it and you go, well, wait a minute, that pick right there's got a chance to be a top 10 to start day 3.
It's gold.
That's the I think our fans are really, really, they understand the importance of where you draft, where you are on the board and how that relates to the type of players that you can get. And so I think they're okay with going to getting a player. I just don't think they like giving up an early day 3 pick.
Amen. I agree with you.
That's their biggest issue.
And I feel the same way. Like, hey, if it was a 6th rounder you gave up, cool. But the fact that this could be like a top 10 4th rounder potentially, the way this thing's looking, that one's going to be a tough one.
And you asked him about moving
with the comp picks.
Yeah, moving comp picks. Well, what did you just do? You just now gave 3 picks for 1 player.
Sure.
Here's a team that's draft and develop. You want every single pick you can have.
Especially when your cap, you're up against it. You need the cheap assets of those players.
Okay, take 2 5s and move back into the 4th round. Well, you're probably not going to get back into the top 10 like you were when if you would just sat there and let it happen.
Right. Niners head coach Kyle Shanahan did say Christian McCaffrey is expected to play Sunday against the Bucs. 49ers are getting healthy for a run here in the second half of the season. So that's going to be exciting. See CMC for his debut. It does appear Trevor Lawrence is out against the Vikings. I did go with Minnesota as my survivor pick this week. Eric took the Chargers, by the way, just for the record. Mac Jones going to be starting in place of Trevor Lawrence for Jacksonville as they take on Minnesota. So, I mean, you can bet that Mac Jones is probably going to lead them to victory. And I'll have another bet payoff on my hands. We will not be able to see new Washington Commander cornerback Marshawn Lattimore against Pittsburgh. He's not going to play against the Steelers on Sunday. It's not even just getting acclimated to Washington and the new defense. He's been dealing with a hamstring injury there.
Sure.
So he's not quite ready to go for Washington yet. Bills have also ruled out rookie wide receiver Keon Coleman with a wrist injury. So they're hoping to get Amari Cooper back for their game against Indianapolis, but they won't have Keon Coleman. It is possible Amari Cooper doesn't play either, so they could be without their top 2 receivers. You also have Amari, who's been dealing with a wrist injury. So both of them with wrist injuries. This is kind of strange. Yeah. Maybe Josh Allen, he's got a little too much spice on that football over there, a little too much mustard.
Jamming his guys up.
Yeah. Last night was epic. Thursday Night Football, one of the best that we've ever seen. An incredible game. Scary moment. Kyle Hamilton left the game with an ankle injury. You could see him just roll on it as he was in coverage. Team said today that the results came back positive. It was a non-contact injury, which always makes you a little bit nervous, but they're optimistic that this is not going to be a considerable amount of time that Kyle Hamilton's going to have to miss, probably just a sprain on the ankle. And the history that was made last night, Jamar Chase, have yourself a game. 264 yards, 3 touchdowns in that game. Chase had 11 catches. He now has a combined 457 yards receiving against the Ravens this year. First game, 10 catches for $193 in their Week 5 overtime loss. That's the total record by any player against one team in NFL history, eclipsing the record of 428 yards set by Raiders wide receiver Art Powell against the Houston Oilers in 1963. I mean, these are, for both Burrow and Chase, they're looking like, damn it, we played about as well as we could have possibly played, and we came up with losses. Burrow on the opposite end of bad history as well. 2 instances in NFL history where a quarterback had 30 passing completions, 300 passing yards, 4 touchdowns, multiple 40-yard touchdown passes, and no more than 1 interception, still lost the game. Both those instances this year for Joe Burrow against the Baltimore Ravens.
I know that must have ripped your heart out, man. They were so close to reversing their season.
I know.
That might have been the loss they won't recover from finally.
And, hey, Joe did have a very costly, what almost was red zone interception there. Brandon Stevens, play no zone. He didn't end up getting the foot down, but I know Joe's unhappy with the way this is going. You look at their schedule, it's still possible, but that was one. They're up 2 scores, man.
Yeah.
I mean, to lose that one, that's a gut
Entertainment
punch.
value was through the roof on that one, Wolchuk.
It really was.
As it was last night at a high school football game. Dove Kleiman just tweeted it. I retweeted it at Gavin Dawson. We have the first high school kid attempting the Saquon Barkley reverse hurdling.
No way.
And he got over the first guy. Next guy, though, caught him.
Oh, no.
Twirled him like a baton and then body slammed him. Almost like a full-on WWE. I just retweeted it at Gavin Dawson.
Okay, I'm going to go look at that after the break. Last thing here, that 2-point conversion, Zach Taylor said we came here to win the game. I think all of us agree. Like, you needed to go for 2 there, trying to win it. But you did have a couple of possible penalties on that final play. Defensive holding and a hit to the head of the quarterback. Here was Terry McCauley on the broadcast on Amazon Prime.
Gary, what do you see here on both these? The hit, the follow-through on his face mask, and then Gesicki.
Yeah, it was clearly defensive holding before the pass was in flight.
Yeah.
That should have been called. And that does look like forcible contact to the head of the quarterback. That's a person that's roughing the passer and should have been called.
Too many games end this way. They just do.
Yep.
You miss calls, the whole thing. It's so frustrating to the fans. So frustrating.
You let him know, Al. I'm frustrated, too. I like Terry McCauley.
Al had money on the game, I'm sure.
Yeah, me too. I mean, unbelievable what's going on there.
You're right, dude. That was a little extra.
He's talking like a guy that, like, you know what? I call these games. I make $16 million doing this. But my gosh, when I have money on these games, let's get them right.
Well, it's a pain in the ass. I'm sick of talking about the referees after these. I mean, get the call right. LASIK saying better vision, better calls. And we're still offering NFL refs free LASIK. So get your eyes checked, guys. Come on.
I love it, man. It's so inappropriate of those refs, man. They have no heart, especially on the day that Herbie lost Ben. Yeah. You know, you're putting him through that.
Come on.
Krusty's Corner's coming up next, Brian. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, we got an officials report for this week, and I got some questions for my guys. We'll do that next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They have the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yeah, buddy. Thank you, Lucius. Time now for Krusty's Corner. It's brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king of the Krusties, Brian.
Thank you very much, Gerald. Thank you to Reliant as well for being a part of this. As always, really appreciate you. Guys, I started watching college players last night for the draft.
Oh, you don't say. See some good ones?
I saw some good ones.
So the best of the best?
Yeah. That wide receiver and cornerback from Colorado.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Top 10 at both?
I'll tell you what, man. I think I would play him at wide. We're talking about Hunter. I think I would play him at wide receiver. I really do. I know there's some people that talk about him. His corner game. Man, you talk about he's 6'1", he's 185 pounds. And the one thing that there's a lot of things.
He looks like he's 210 pounds.
Yeah, he plays much bigger than that. The way that he's willing to tackle, and it's like it looks like he loves playing football.
But his spatial awareness and his talent, his ability to make people miss, you want to try that on offense, don't you?
I want to play him at wide receiver because the things that when they throw him the ball, when Sanders gets him the ball, I mean, he has the hands, the really strong hands, his footwork, his ability to separate, the routes that he runs. He's probably going to need, as all these college kids do, a little polish, a little refinement on where and like breaking here, but he just explodes out of his routes. And then the thing as a corner, the one thing that I appreciate the most out of these really good corners is their ability, because we've seen it a ton when you watch the Dallas Cowboy defense, is carrying those routes inside. And he can. I mean, it's a 5-yard pass, and it ends up to be a 5-yard pass. It's not a 5-yard catch and then another.
It's caught, get the ball carried to the ground.
Yeah, it's another in a 12-yard run after that.
Right.
The worst is when the receiver can turn and you're still not there.
Yeah.
Now you're having to close as he gets ahead of speed up.
Oh, it's just his ability to stay on the hip of the route.
You can't teach that.
No. It's so natural the way that he looks and the way that he plays. It's hard to believe that he's so good at both spots. When you watch him, I was sitting there thinking like, gosh, okay, if he doesn't work out as a receiver, you could fall back on the fact that you can put him at corner and everything will be cool.
Yeah.
Or hey, it doesn't work out at,
corner, you flip him to the other side.
You could. There's a lot of things you could do. Running back.
Yeah, and I watched, like you say, watch the defensive tackle from Michigan. I know people don't want to hear that. Mason Graham.
He's a little different than these other guys, though.
I'll tell you this now, folks. When you're watching these Michigan kids on defense, especially, there's going to be a couple of defensive linemen that you're going to have to deal with.
You can lose in poker with ace on back-to-back hands. There's good players from Michigan. You just got unlucky twice in a row.
Yeah, you really did. And this Graham, and I'm saying this because it's our guy Wink Martindale's the defensive coordinator there. And what do we know about Wink? Wink wants to get
pressure, blitzing
up the field.
Yeah.
Get guys up the field. This Mason Graham, he is a get up the field. When you watched Mozzie and maybe even a little bit of a Jenkins last year, if you remember.
Yeah, Chris Jenkins.
Chris Jenkins was like he was still in that stance and then the
Slow.
snap.
Just
yeah,
slow. It was
read and
annoying
react.
watching him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
read and react. It's fire the hands, look inside, look outside, and now go. And that's the thing that still kind of hurts Mozzie is that he reverts back to that read and react instead of getting up the field. But this Graham, they get up the field. And he's like 320 pounds, and he's throwing guys around. And,
Yeah.
I mean, you're just like, okay.
Next Aaron Donald.
Not
I mean,
that small.
Braden Fisk was kind of the guy I saw
Florida
a little
State,
bit.
yeah, with the Rams.
He's now playing really well with the Rams.
Yeah, you play him outside.
Yeah.
You could play him at defensive end. You could play him. But please, there's going to be some Michigan defenders you're going to have to get
They got
through.
that corner. That corner's got a lower body injury apparently.
Yeah, well,
he's going to miss this week's game.
Oh, is he going to miss this?
Yeah.
I watched him play against USC, and I watched him play against Texas. And I'll tell you what, he's 6'2", he's 202 pounds.
Big boy.
Yeah, and he gets after you. I mean, that length and all that. And then I watched again the Arizona wide receiver McMillan, who is 6'5", he's 202 pounds, catches everything in his hands, doesn't fight the ball at all, got the length, the route running, everything about him is just ideal when you start to talk. Like there might be some people that have him if they don't have, Hunter as the first receiver, that maybe this kid McMillan from Arizona might be the first receiver on some people's boards.
So exciting to talk about the top players in the draft in a season like this. It kind of saves the interest level.
might have an
in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I know we usually kind of get into the draft and when we get to March and stuff like that, but
Dang it, Brian, the pressure's on now. I got to catch up.
Well, I just when the quarterback went down, when the Cowboys quarterback went when Dak was done, it reminded me so much of that year that Romo got hurt against Carolina in the Thanksgiving Day game.
Yeah.
I looked at Dave Hellman. I'm like, that's it. Let's go. We're going to start getting ready for this draft. And it was the 16 draft. I mean, you
ended up with the 4th overall pick.
Yeah, you end up with the pick. And I'm just like, okay, I'm just going to get this thing started. So here we go.
How many quarterbacks in the top 10? 3?
They had, now I'm going to get Dane Brugler, just a hint. I'm going to give you a little tease here. Dane Brugler's top 50 comes out on Tuesday.
Nice.
So he said he's working on it all weekend, he told me. I said, hey, man, you got a 50 list yet or 100 list? He goes, I'll have one for you Tuesday. Let me work on it. So I was going with Pro Football Focus. They have their first quarterback, by the way they have it graded, is Milroe from Alabama, who will be playing in Baton Rouge tomorrow night against the Tigers.
And I think, does he have Nussmeier at 2?
But the player rankings are going to be a lot different than the way the draft falls with quarterback, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. I don't necessarily think we'll see how the quarterback stuff does play out. I was surprised
you didn't have Shadur,
that Milroe and all that weren't up there. I mean, Milroe was the number one guy, and that's by their grades.
Right.
And I was kind of like,
that's interesting.
Yeah. I was like, okay, if that's what you want to do, here we go. All right, let's get into these officials this weekend. Alex Kemp is your official this weekend for the game. He's officiated 8 games so far this year. By official count, he is the 3rd most penalizing ref in the league. His crew averages 18 flags a game.
Oh, we're screwed.
But 3 of these will be dismissed, so you get an average of about 15. But his crew calls an average of 18 flags a game. So that now, Dawson, you say, "Oh, we're screwed."
Yeah.
But here's something that kind of interesting. Of their calls, 55 of their calls have gone against the home team. 70 of the calls have gone to the aways.
Okay.
So there's the 25 flag difference, right?
I like that. Now, are the Eagles a penalized team?
That I need to check.
Or are they disciplined?
I'll need to check that.
I got you.
If you could look that up for me, because that was something I was going to. I usually don't look that, but I was sitting there thinking, as soon as I saw that it was the aways were getting called quite a bit, that I thought, well, maybe we'll have a little bit of an advantage here. Please tell me they're above Dallas and penalties?
Yeah, they are top 10. They're at 51 penalties, and the Cowboys are at 62.
Okay, so they're right there with you then, right in that range.
Yeah, you're bottom third of the league. They're comfortably top third of the league.
Okay, all right, so maybe that won't be to our advantage. But with Alex Kemp and his crew, this is the things you're going to have to worry about. You're going to have to worry about some offensive holding. This is a really prevalent call for them, 34 of these calls. And you got, what's funny is 10 of them gone against the home team and 24 against the aways. So Alex Kemp and his crew, they'll punish the aways, it looks like, for offensive holding.
Great.
They react. I think you want to get in there as a crowd and, let them know where they're at. Don't let these Eagle fans take over.
Defensive holding, 13 of those, 6 to the home side, 7 to the away side. Here's the one that always kind of makes me think a little bit, delay of game, because each officiating crew calls this differently. This is the third most they call. They've got 8 delay of game penalties. That's split 4 and 4, home and away.
I think you got to have a light that comes on with a horn, almost like a hockey goal, because you can't let these refs decide it. Their bias is just, it's entering the game right there.
Well, the last 2 weeks I've told you about 12 men in the huddle, and it's worked out.
Got called.
It's worked out. It's called twice. So this is the one now you need to worry about with Cooper Rush. Maybe Cooper get things going the right way for you. But delay of game, 4 and 4. Defensive pass interference, 5 to the homes, 2 to the aways. And then here's another big one, and it's roughing the passer. And you don't want teams to get away with that on your quarterback. Or, maybe people think, well, don't let the home team get away with it either. But roughing the passer at 6, that's 4 for the home and 2 for the away. So Alex Kemp, he has not had any of your games this year, and we'll see if his crew will hopefully throw less than 18 flags on Sunday. In this
let's hope.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
The corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Nick Harris, Star Telegram, was listening to Stephen Jones chatting with us about an hour ago, and Nick's going to step in, give us his thoughts on the Cowboys topics of the day here coming up next to the Nation. Have to chat DNF.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Here on a Football Friday, we have What You Drinking, What You Thinking coming up in an hour and 20 minutes. Your chance to sound off, and we look forward to those phone calls. But right now, we continue our weekly series with Nick Harris of the Star-Telegram, Cowboys beat writer for the Star-Telegram. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing well, guys. Doing well, fellas. Trying to battle this storm, but hope y'all are staying dry.
Yeah, it's fairly tamed downtown Dallas right now. Whereabouts are you?
Coming back from downtown Fort Worth. Well, don't have to go into the office too many times, but had to today, and trekking through a hurricane now to get back.
Well, best of luck to you, brother. My first question, what's the biggest injury mystery right now for you and this team?
I would say Deron Bland, certainly. There's a couple of contenders for sure, but his recovery has come about. It's certainly a mystery, and I think it's a mystery that is still ongoing, even for people inside of the building. I mean, you look at it, and they activated his practice window ahead of that Lions game. They were able to get him back onto the practice field with the expectation that maybe he would play against the Lions. Then he started to feel some soreness in that foot after that Thursday practice leading up into that Detroit game. They decided to be cautious with it, let it sit over the bye week with a little bit of rest. But when they came back after the bye week, it was still in a similar spot. So definitely activated that window a bit too early. I think anybody would tell you that. I mean, look at it right now. He's using a roster spot that is currently not being used on the field. So I think as week to week goes on, I think you'll start to see maybe a little bit more progress on Deron Bland, but it is certainly something to note when we come up a week after he's been activated on the active roster and he's still not played.
So how's that work from here? Could you put him back on and then reopen it? You can only do that once in a year, so he's either on the team or off it for the rest of the season?
You could put him on IR and get the spot. Yeah.
Yeah, so they would put it back on IR. He would have to miss 4 more weeks, though.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then how about with Dak Prescott? As Steven told us earlier, last hour, it just seems like it's eventually going to happen and we're heading in that direction. When do you think that happens?
Yeah, I think it happens here pretty soon. That's everything that I'm hearing. Right about the time you guys were getting that from Steven, I was also hearing on my end that going towards injured reserve is more than likely happening, and that this recovery is trending more towards 6 weeks rather than 4 weeks. So if that's the understanding, then go ahead and put him on that list. Let him use that roster spot for at least the next 4 weeks. But it sounds like this is something that's going to trend further into December.
we did also ask about Tyler Guyton. I'm not sure if you have any more information there, but also with Zach Martin, do you think some of the trend backwards in play for him this year is more injury related than it is father time, or could maybe it's just a combination of the two there, Nick?
You asking more so their play so far this season being injury related?
Yeah, well, Zach Martin specifically, but then just Tyler Guyton in general, how he's doing leading up to Sunday.
I think with Zach Martin, and I mean this with the most respect, that's a future Hall of Famer, but I think it's father time more than anything. I mean, he was talking about it before the season. You kind of hear his body has kind of limited him in some instances in the last couple of years. He was really banged up last year in comparison to how he has been throughout his career. I think coming into this year, it's been something different every other week or so. Right now, battling a shoulder, but it sounds like he's going to be good to go for Sunday. And the same thing with Tyler Guyton. He's dealing with a shoulder and a neck issue. The neck issue is something that he suffered against the Falcons last Sunday, and you could see him whenever they were walking into the locker room after the game. He was kind of rolling his neck around, and then also that shoulder is up there as well as far as something that has been bothering him. Mike McCarthy said today on a conference call with the media that he's really trying to fight through it and play on Sunday, but they are preparing Awesome Richards in some other instances if he cannot go.
Nick, the situation with Micah Parsons, likely going to have him back this week is, we always talk about pitch counts and all those things because of him coming back. Do you expect him to play full in this game?
I do. I think if Micah Parsons is back on the field, he'd be at 100%. I think if you were looking at a potential pitch count situation, that would have been something that they maybe could have done before Atlanta if he wanted to play, or if they if the two sides decided that he was going to play against Atlanta, then I think a pitch count probably would have been more of a realistic option. But I think both sides agree that if Micah Parsons is on the field, he's going to go 100%. I think that might be a little bit of the reason why it took this long to get him back on the field, too. It's just a sense that, hey, whenever he's out there, we don't want 11 to be limited. We want him to be at full go. And especially a game like this, going up against the Eagles, missing their left tackle, Jordan Mailata, who's also on IR. This is an opportunity for Micah to really get after the passer and make life difficult for that Eagles offense.
Yeah, Nick, you and I on the show this morning on the break, you were talking about you really do like this matchup you think he could take advantage of Jackson here.
Yeah, I do. I think if Micah Parsons does come back at full health and we see that explosion coming off of that ankle, I think it could benefit this Cowboys pass rush. And the pass rush, everything kind of trickles down from there if you're able to find some success there.
It's Nick Harris of the Star-Telegram here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Nick, do the Cowboys have a pretty decent running game here with Nico getting the touches? Rico?
I wouldn't say pretty decent. I'm still not a believer that this running game is efficient enough to operate for an offense. I think that they have found something in Rico Dowdle's receiving ability over the course of the last few weeks. I think that's something that they could certainly build on. But as far as this running game goes, it has been far too inconsistent for it to be something that I would even call decent at this point.
Now, what do you know about Zeke's situation?
Yeah, it sounds like he will be ready to go this weekend. I asked earlier in the week, Jerry Jones said that he would be available for the Eagles game. It sounds like just a disagreement that happened last weekend before their departure for Atlanta, and both sides decided that traveling was probably not the best option. And even from what I've heard, it wasn't even necessarily a blow-up that caused that to happen. It was just more so a decision between both sides to let things simmer down over the weekend and then head back into next week with a fresh face. But I do think it is interesting because whenever, this is just my personal take, when I'm hearing everything that happened last Saturday, I'm thinking in the back of my mind, well, okay, then Zeke's not going to be on this team for much longer. But I think now that he is still on the team, we look up a week later, I think that speaks to the respect that Jerry Jones and the front office has for Zeke, and vice versa. Because Zeke could have easily come back in this week dejected and, out of the building like he was last week, but he reapplied himself this week, was told he was in meetings and things of that nature. So I think the confidence is starting to get built back into Zeke Elliott, but I think he's going to have to earn it a little bit more as the time goes on.
Okay, since we're giving our opinions, Nick, here's mine. I think this is the first sign that Mike McCarthy says, I really don't care anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he can operate with a backup quarterback, an inconsistent running game, a receiver room that hasn't been able to create much separation so far this season, and an offensive line that's been inconsistent. But on that same token, he hasn't been creative in play calling either.
No.
He hasn't put his guys in situations to be able to succeed on the same end. So I think if you're looking at it from an offensive play caller perspective, and you got to play the cards that you are dealt, and currently these cards do have CeeDee Lamb still in the fold. That is still the second highest paid receiver in the NFL. You got to be able to use him in some situations. We were talking about it on the break this morning, Brian. I think there's a situation where Jonathan Mingo, use him in some situations out of the backfield. Maybe that's a way to get your running game going a little bit. He does have those sort of knacks from his days at Ole Miss, but it is a tough hand that McCarthy has been dealt for sure.
Yeah, I say I'm and I should have clarified even more. I don't think Mike cares about the Zeke situation anymore. I think that he kind of looks at this like, hey, the general manager is going to play who he wants to play. It's my responsibility to put the game plan together, and with everything you talked about, missing practice or missing meetings, all this stuff like that, being late. A head coach is, and all of a sudden, 3 days later, everything's great and fine and dandy, and we're back to normal. Yeah. Nah, man, this head coach to me, and again, my opinion, has just kind of said, all right, fine. If we want to do that, let's just do that then. Great.
Yeah, and I think that's probably a fair assessment, especially given the history that Zeke and this front office has that predates Mike McCarthy. I think that's probably a fair assessment, Brian.
What do you think about Trey Lance maybe helping out this running game?
Yeah, I think it's certainly an option. Whenever I was talking about Jonathan Mingo potentially being in that running game situation, I would love to see a read option with Trey Lance and Jonathan Mingo in the backfield. I think you might hear me clap in the press box. So if you see me getting kicked out of AT&T Stadium, you know that's what happened on Sunday. But, I think he's certainly a guy that with his athleticism, with his running ability, we saw it a few times in the preseason, he can add a layer to this offense. Now, do you trust him with more than 10 to 15 snaps in a game? Probably not, especially in some critical passing situations. But, that is the reason you do have Cooper Rush. But I think there are some packages that you could work in with Trey Lance to still maximize his athleticism, because he's not inactive anymore. He's a guy that will be on the active roster, and you can use him whenever you do feel like doing so. So it'll be interesting to see if they do that and when.
You might as well just slide over, sit by Brian, and I'm on the verge of getting kicked out of that press box almost every single Sunday. I got to try and bite my lip quite a bit.
Especially this year, right?
Oh, yeah. Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram with us here in the G-Bag Nation. I wanted to pick your brain on Jordan Phillips a little bit, who was released this week. He ends up re-signing with his old team, the Buffalo Bills. You got to be around him and have some conversations. Clearly, his first interaction in Buffalo, he tells the media, it's just nice to be somewhere where I'm appreciated and I felt wanted. What didn't go right for him here in Dallas?
Yeah, it really stemmed from that disagreement over his wrist and the wrist injury that he suffered last year, oddly enough, against Dallas when he was playing for Buffalo. Last December, he needed a minor cleanup surgery after that injury, and the Cowboys did not see that was 100%. Jordan Phillips disagreed, and I think that's where, the discourse kind of started with him and saying that, hey, I'm not hurt. I don't know why I'm going on IR. But the Cowboys, they felt like they did have a valid reason for him being on the injured reserve. And then once they were able to bring him off injured reserve and activate his practice window, they released him and went ahead and let him find greener pastures back out in Buffalo. I think that's mainly where the disagreement started, was around that wrist injury.
Where's Brandon Cooks? Is that infection clearing up for him?
Yeah, this is something that I expected maybe him to get on the practice field this week. So, a little bit surprised. Honestly, truthfully, Eric, something I'm going to have to check in on. Okay.
Can we get a young linebacker update? Maybe projections, ceilings for Leofau and Overshown?
I'll tell you what, if you look at bright spots on this defense, which there are not many so far this season, I think you can look at Jordan Lewis, especially being in a contract year. He's had a phenomenal season so far. And you can look at DeMarvion Overshown. The way he has attacked the ball, the way he brings down ball carriers. Sure, he has had his fair share of missed tackles as well, but the way he attacks the ball and gets after ball carriers, it's something you could certainly build on for this defense going forward. I think he's probably the saving grace of that 2023 draft class. If you look up and see how they've done over the course of since they've been drafted. I mean, look at Schoonmaker. He's only played 3 offensive snaps over the course of the last 2 games. So Overshown, that third-round pick, maybe trying to drive it home for everybody. And then on Maris Leofau's case, he's a guy that is being used in a lot of different packages and a lot of different situations. And I would like to see a little bit of consistency from him. I think that's probably what the coaching staff would tell you too, to see a little bit more consistency as time goes on. But you certainly see the IQ, you see the skills that he brings in from his time at Notre Dame. It's something that this coaching staff will be able to develop as well.
You getting through that storm all right?
Yeah, so far so good. I think we're on the other side of it now.
Nick Harris, Star-Telegram. Enjoy your football weekend, sir. Thanks for the insights.
Yeah, thank you. We're never through the storm, Gavin. Never through it.
That's right. Yes, sir. It'll be a while. Thank you, Nick. A must follow there on Cowboys Twitter. Here it's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. I think this now makes it 3 guests this week have confused me for Eric or Eric for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jane Slater.
Yeah.
One other that I forget, but
was it?
I don't know. One of our voices is changing to get closer to the others. I'd be offended if I was Eric, Sounded like an old man over there.
I know
just
Danny
turned
Cannell.
30.
Danny, I think, thinks all of us are Gavin.
That's right.
But that also might just be the only name he knows on the show.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. Okay, rim session coming up at 4:40. We'll be talking some hoop, though. Top 10's coming up next. Bully, what do we got?
Top 10 most hated teams in the NFL. I think, mine's the Eagles. All right, who's yours? 877-881-1053. Are the Cowboys still at the top of this list? That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Yeah, buddy. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Here he is, Zach with an H. Your Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. Who is your most hated team in the National Football League? 877-881-1053. America's voted. And I wonder where our Dallas Cowboys are on the hate-o-meter across the NFL. Did have a stat of the day for you, though. This one's pretty damn interesting. I saw our buddy Trey Wingo went ahead and quote-tweeted this as well. Of all the crazy numbers during this Chiefs run of Super Bowls, this is what Trey Wingo believes is the craziest stat, and it's hard to argue. Since Patrick Mahomes became the starter in 2018, the Chiefs have been under 500 for a grand total of 3 games. They started 1-2 and then fell to 3-4 in 2021, and they were 0-1 last season. That is insane. 3 times. They lost to the Lions, and then they went on a run. But that's a team that Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid have just humming at an unbelievable rate. Currently the only undefeated team in the NFL. I know our buddy Tim in Carthage, he's putting in the upset call this week. He thinks Bo Nix, Sean Payton, and the Denver Broncos are going to ruin their perfect season this Sunday.
It's just crazy that in this parity league that gets everybody, nobody can stay good for more than 3-4 years before they're cycling. And, you know, the Patriots did it. Great coach, great quarterback, and now the Chiefs are doing it. And it seemed like Brady and the Patriots had to be an outlier. Like nobody else would be able to dominate the league in this way. It's embarrassing for everybody else, if you ask me, Wolchuk.
I would agree. I mean, it's one of those where it's like, what the hell is going on? How are they able to be this consistent and that good? And you've got to play near perfect if you want to beat them. And if you keep that thing within a possession in the fourth quarter, they're finding a way to get it done. It's pretty damn miraculous. Did see this nugget as well. This is a positive Cowboy stat. We need Cowboys positivity.
We do need some. Yeah, we do.
How about this from RJ Ochoa? Tyler Smith, one of only 2 guards so far this season with at least 125 pass blocks, no sacks allowed. Smith has had a one-on-one matchup on 70% of those pass blocks this season. That's the highest among all left guards. He's allowing just a 5% pressure rate, 7th lowest among left guards, according to NFL Pro. So, hey, for even like maybe a missed play here or there, and it sucks to be an offensive lineman because everybody remembers that one bad play.
Great 65 of them.
Yep, and the 64 others are awesome, but it's the one bad one that sticks in people's minds. But Tyler Smith has still been pretty damn good.
Did he have one play here in a game recently where he missed the block and Dak got hit? And
he did
interception or
he did. And
what game was it? The end of the Baltimore game?
I feel like it's more recent than the Baltimore game.
There was one game.
Was it the San Francisco game?
It might have been it might have been.
I think it was the San Francisco.
It might have been the San Francisco game. You're right about that. He gave up like that
deep ball maybe
is only the pressure. The only time,
and that's one of the few ones. Yeah. But overall he's been very, very good this year, and then that's exciting. All right, let's talk about hate here on a Football Friday. Which NFL team do you hate the most? Bleep them. Eagles from Woody in the 214. He actually said something else there, but I don't know what I can and can't say out of that, so I'm just going to censor it to bleep them Eagles. And screw the Packers from the 479.
Whoa.
Yeah, the Packers have a lot of respect there, but they've ripped our hearts out plenty of times. And I guess maybe, I can see your side of that.
Sure.
Or when you were in Green Bay and it was the Cowboys ripping the Packers fans' hearts out. So now it's kind of evened out.
Well, no, I don't like the Eagles. I don't like the Eagles. I mean, I appreciate what the Packers did for me in my career. The Eagles, Jeff Lurie, I thank you for giving me the opportunity, but he got rid of me and Lombardi before.
Yeah, screw them.
Like they didn't know who Andy Reid was. I walked in there and was singing the virtues of Andy Reid, and we get let go, and who they hire the next year? Andy Reid.
Freaking Reid.
Yeah, we were trying to get him as an offensive coordinator when John Gruden left. They didn't know who Andy Reid was, and all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, let's bring him back, interview him, and see what we got."
Yeah,
and and then he's there for 14 years. So I don't know. I don't like the Eagles for that reason. I appreciate the opportunity to run a draft, but hell, they didn't let us see that thing through. We had a damn good plan for that thing.
And it was a hell of a draft.
We only got one. We might have sucked after that. Who knows? But
maybe.
But
was good.
We'd had Andy Reid as our coach.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway,
360 said, "Dude, Kansas City's not losing to Denver. Broncos embarrassed them last year. It's payback time." I tend to agree. I didn't have the balls to jump on with Tim and Carthage, even though he's been on a roll here. He did pick Baltimore last night. I thought Bengals desperate team. Maybe Cincinnati would find a way to figure it out. Hell of a game. Could have gone either way. Unfortunately for the Bengals, didn't go their way. Lamar Jackson was brilliant last night. But, I mean, he's got to be the most impossible man to just play defense against in the NFL. He puts so much stress on you with the threat of being able to tuck it and run at any moment, but also then being able to sling it. And he's throwing the football at a really, really high clip right now.
Yeah, the Broncos' defense is just different, and I think that has proven.
Vance Joseph's done a nice job there.
Yeah, they're going to get pressure. They're going to get pressure without blitzing.
Yeah.
So I think this is absolutely a game where an inferior opponent could hand them their first loss.
214 Cowboys fan. Hate the Jerry Cowboys. I wonder if there's some fans that are just turning with how frustrated they are right now with the way that the team is being run. I can understand that. But, hey, star's bigger than just one person, right? That's what I keep telling myself. Falcons and the Cowboys are a very close second from the 214. This is our buddy Black and Gold B, so he's a Saints fan. So
they do hate some Falcons.
Hates the Falcons, then hates the Cowboys and the Spurs in the NBA. I'm with you on the Spurs. I mean, Cowboys, as a Cowboy fan, I've always hated the Eagles. They're my number one. Definitely the Astros.
I grew up hating the Commanders.
Yeah, and I hate the Commanders. Like all three NFC East teams, they'd be.
That's how I grew up. Hating the Commanders. And the Steelers.
Steelers, too. Yeah, 49ers. You can throw them in as well. Green Bay, certainly. but hate
Green
the Astros.
Bay, when you were a kid, we never beat Dallas. What do you mean?
2014, 2016.
Okay, I see what you're doing.
Right?
Now. Yeah.
Like 10 years ago, if you asked me, like, hey, do you hate Green Bay? I would say no. But after what happened in those playoff runs,
God, I mean,
and maybe it's just an Aaron Rodgers thing.
I don't know why anybody hates Green Bay when you're a Cowboys fan, because I know from my era, we never beat them.
Yeah.
Never.
Well, now it's the last 3 times you've played them in the playoffs. They've won. So
yeah, younger fans for sure.
Younger fans.
it's
I get that then. Okay.
Yeah, it's tough.
And both the young ones and the old ones hate the Cowboys now, I feel like.
I believe it. I mean, the Cowboys are a team that I think is easy to suck. The Eagles are probably the front runner here for the most hated. Pittsburgh.
I think you would hate the Cowboys as an away fan or an outside fan just because you want to tune into pregame shows in an NFL network and see talk about other teams.
Yeah.
That's the most annoying thing.
Well, I think that's something in this top 10 that you'll find is a lot of the popular teams or teams that have gone on a run of sustained success.
Lakers.
They're the most hated. Yeah. And this is specifically the Lakers. I think a lot of people
Barcelona.
hate the Lakers. The Yankees. Yankees are going to be very, very hated.
That's the only team I really hate is the Yankees and the Lakers, And that's
I get it.
For the same reason.
Yeah.
Do you hate the Dodgers or the Yankees more?
Yankees a lot more.
Yeah. The Dodgers are about to be hated if they go sign Soto and people like that.
Oh my gosh, if they do that.
I have a soft spot for the Dodgers because my little league team was the Dodgers.
Okay.
Keith Schilling was from Southern California, and he insisted that we were the Dodgers every year, and his 2 sons, Chris and Damian, were the best players in the county. So we did whatever the hell they wanted there for a while.
Lucius
Until he left me off the All-Star team.
Oh,
that was a problem.
That is a problem. You don't leave him off the All-Star team. Most hated NFL team?
NFL team. In the 90s, it was the 49ers for sure. I did not like them whatsoever. Now it's Philadelphia and Jerry Jones.
Yeah, and Jerry.
You've been real consistent. Like the Jerry Jones thing has been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It hasn't been like this year.
No.
It's been a while.
2016.
Yeah.
I'm late to the party on that one, but I'm not happy with the way this thing's going. I tried to fight it, but now I'm fully bought in on that one. I'm with you on that hate train. The Cowboys are going to be very high on this list of most hated NFL teams. The team that is the least hated in the National Football League, maybe they're just irrelevant to some, but they're 32 on this list of most hated. It's the Indianapolis Colts. Not a lot of Colts hate out there. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just they're Midwest. They're not really doing anybody any issue. Maybe like Peyton Manning, those Colts teams. Maybe people hated it. Sure, Peyton's kind of likable. Maybe
I don't know. But if we were doing Houston radio, I think they hate the Colts down there.
Texans and Colts don't like each other.
Not very much.
Yeah, the Jags are the next runner-up. Jacksonville. People don't have a lot of hate.
Are we
for
detecting a theme here of the AFC South?
They just don't seem real, to me.
There is a theme.
For the first 15 years of my life, the Jags didn't exist, and then they're there. And I just feel like their color scheme and just everything about them just seem kind of made up.
I'll tell you what.
What is their color even? Is it like aqua?
Teal,
that's it.
Yeah. Teal, I'll tell you what. It was a great gig. If I didn't have to work for Tom Coughlin, and again, he hated me, so that's okay. But it's a really good gig. It's a great place to live.
I bet.
And you're just kind of like,
as long as you can stay away from the Gators.
like we didn't have like Pete Prisco and John Osher were the media. We had 2 media guys covering the team.
Not a lot of stress.
Not a lot of stress.
Yeah.
You go home and you're like, sit out on the lanai in the back and watch the golfers come by, and you could go down to San Augustine and grab a good meal down on the beach or something. It was a really good gig for me to be a part of that, but the head coach was a pain in the ass.
254 said, talking to people who hate the Colts. I don't even know people who like the Colts. We do have one big Tolo who is a Colts fan. I know that
they've got a pretty good crowd there in Indianapolis.
Yeah, that RCA Dome used to get packed.
It's a weird state though, because so many people in northern Indiana are Bears fans from their dominance in the 80s. So it's really only people around Indianapolis.
Interesting.
Yeah,
small but loyal fan base there.
And then you have the Notre Dame fans. I mean, you have the IU fans. It's a tough state.
Indiana's on a run right now. The Hoosiers.
Oh, they sure are. They could be a playoff
Purdue.
team. Honorable mention most hated right now in the NFL are the Giants at 14.
Oh, man, how do you hate history?
The Lions at 13.
That's another historically.
The Lions are starting to tick people off. I know they've ticked the Cowboys off.
Their coach is going to piss people off.
And then the Jets and the Bills.
Yeah, the Jets. I could see that.
I think the Bills to me are like lovable losers.
Bills or Jets?
The Bills.
No,
I don't get Bills.
It's because you own them in Super Bowls,
right? And they just lose miserably. It seems like all the time. Like they're pretty cursed.
Yeah. I think I agree with you. Lovable losers for the Bills. Maybe it's just their fans who are so obnoxious.
They are.
You know, they're like the drunken, colder version of Eagles fans in some way. Slightly nicer.
Yeah. But you know what? They are doing weird things out there.
Call them overrated?
The Bills Mafia?
Yeah.
I mean, they jump off those RVs into tables that are on fire.
They're doing crazy things. I think they live up to the name.
Yeah, I think they do. You know?
10.
Give me the Raider fans over them.
Oh, the Raiders we'll get to. 10 most hated franchise in the NFL is the Vikings. That's a surprise to me.
Hated?
Talk about lovable losers. Vikings also in that category.
People in Green Bay hate the Bears more than the Vikings.
And the Vikings, yeah.
Yeah.
Number 9 is the New England Patriots.
That's a very hateable team.
Very
Should be
hateable.
one. Yeah.
And they used to be higher, but now because they're starting to lose, they're falling down the list a little bit.
Entitled fan base, Belichick. Now they're bad. They won all those Super Bowls. They should still be number 1 for at least the next decade.
Okay, we'll keep them at the top spot.
Yep.
8 is the Raiders.
Oh,
people do hate the Raiders.
Shouldn't.
7 is the Denver Broncos.
Why?
That surprises me too. I don't know what
their fans are.
Chiefs hate the Broncos.
That AFC
Raiders.
West, you got a lot of teams that are going to hate you. They've held the court in that division.
A lot of fan fight,
a long
right?
time. Yeah, Kansas
Chargers.
City hates you. The Raiders hate you.
Yeah.
The Seahawks still hate you.
Yeah.
The Chargers hate you.
Fans hate them after the
Seahawks, you're right.
Old
That's an old AFC team, too.
That's true. That's a great
Seahawks,
point.
Yeah.
6 is the Chicago Bears. I guess the Bears are hated.
In Green Bay a lot.
Top 5 most hated franchise in the NFL. Steelers at 5. That's a success thing.
That is.
You just got to respect them.
Respect.
A lot of respect.
And
might be the most respected NFL franchise, right?
Yeah. 4 is Green Bay.
Huh.
3 is the Eagles. My personal one.
Should be number 2.
2 is your Dallas Cowboys. Number 1 most hated team in the NFL right now, as voted by fans.
Kansas City Chiefs.
The Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hating right there.
Hating right
How do you
there.
hate Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes, man?
You start
You
winning.
hate winning.
People hate winning. It's like you're hate jealous watching.
Let me ask you this.
Hate watching.
They don't hate because of that poor Taylor Swift, do they?
That might be a factor.
Could
Yeah,
be a factor.
winning. I think Kelsey's pretty annoying too. I try to look past that. But yeah, I think I like to appreciate greatness. You know, it takes a rare form of great for me to totally hate Lakers and Yankees. But Chiefs, give me a break. I mean, this is a great story, you know, of really body slamming a league built for parity and average football.
Their owner lives here in Dallas.
Yeah.
I can hate that guy.
Yeah, and so does the quarterback. Quarterback's a DFW guy. He's basically like, you know, our AFC team. That's the way I look at
They
the
used to
Chiefs.
be. They're the Dallas Texans at one time.
That's true. Yeah. I think it's a no-brainer here for us here in North Texas. Okay, rim session. Why we might be losing a foundational piece of the 105.3 The Fan air staff. We got to talk about this in addition to the finest coming up at 5 o'clock, and then we'll be drinking and thinking here coming up in the Expressway at 5:20. We're back in the nation, but I have to chat Frankels with you because.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The boys welcome those dirty birds from Philly this week. Our fan coverage starts at 12:30 Sunday with the Cavenders kickoff at 3:25 on your official home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. We have a little afternoon, evening rim session here. Mavs are in action tonight. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we'll have an edition of The Finest. Talk more football with you, get you set for Cowboys Eagles. Then it'll be time for what you're drinking and what you're thinking. But for the first time in G-Bag Nation history, I'm going to open up the rim session. Let's go all 58.5 inches around the rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance! Let's go.
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
And it's always a special occasion when we get an opportunity to talk about a potential departure of a foundational piece of the 105 to the Fan Air staff.
Holy crap, who is it?
I joined the Fan in March of 2010. Less than 1 year later, in came the new morning show, Sean and RJ. They were new school at the time. I don't even know if you remember that.
New school, yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah,
New school.
do remember that.
Folder's still new school.
So we checked the headlines today, and the Tennessee basketball play-by-play man is retiring.
Yes.
After a legendary career. This now creates the very uncomfortable opening of a dream job for 105 to the Fan host, morning drive anchor, RJ Choppy.
Ralph James.
You know, that's Choppy's dream job. And do you know that at one point early in his new school career, he was a burgeoning play-by-play man himself?
He was.
We have some RJ Choppy's greatest hits for you. He was calling for the legends in Frisco. Lucius, where are we going?
Let's see here. I mean, there's so many I had to choose from. I enjoyed going through it, in fact. Man, I wish I could just have a whole hour where I could just play every clip because there's so many of them.
It's genius. I feel like a lot of people are doing these kinds of bits now in their play-by-play, but Chop was ahead of his time.
Yeah.
And maybe this is now his time.
He got fired, yeah.
Yeah. He ultimately got fired for this.
The league said, we don't like your bits, and now they encourage the bits.
Yeah,
Bits are good.
My man was ahead of his time. Here he is snapping into a Slim Jim.
And Eric Griffin snap into a Slim Jim. Ooh, yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Hello, EA Sports.
Rebound, out of bounds. No, saved in. It goes right to Wilson. Wilson with it. Up and in. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Yes.
So they would talk about this on the show, in the mornings ahead of his games, and give him ideas, feed him ideas on what bit he could do next. I think it was maybe a little bit non sequitur at times, but I think he could refine this for sure.
A little biggie right here.
Miller gets it stripped, gets it back. Dawkins. And he'll try a little step back, 18-footer, no, underneath. Michael Eric stuffs it home. How you living, Biggie Smalls, and Mansions and Benzes? Stuffing it home, Michael Eric.
That didn't even rhyme. What kind of poetry is this?
Shut up, Fish.
That had potential. I think he should have gone with it. Yeah, Fish was the analyst there for a while.
Yeah.
Good times. We did a couple of talk shows up there, actually. Sniper John and I would be doing talk shows, the G-Bag Nation, when it was like 7 to 10 at night, and then right down press row was RJ and them. There was a big push there when Don Nelson was Donnie was up there, and
that's weed. That's weed.
yeah, we were having a good old time there at the gym in Frisco. What's next, Lucius?
There we go. Turnover. Ashley on the drive. Fido, Fish.
It's Fido.
Why wouldn't it be Fido? Why wouldn't it be Fido?
Fido.
He even did a Panther.
All the way into the lane. And the alley-oop to Evans. Rah, rah, rah.
What?
Wow. I tell you this, man. I don't know if Choppy is embarrassable. With that kind of stuff.
No,
it's like, hey, would you want to do this for a bet payoff? He'll do that any day of the week.
And it's my favorite actually was when we were out in Oxnard and he started coaching the volleyball game that was going on.
Yeah,
that was hilarious
because he's like calling them out.
Yes,
calling them out, calling them names, and they enjoyed it.
And they were random people.
Yeah.
We had no idea who they were yet. Eventually, they're like, Coach, what do I need to do here?
Yeah, they went with the bit.
Yeah.
It was because it was so funny. All right, early one for the Mavs tonight. They're going to be in action here coming up at 6:30. This game on ESPN, so you don't have to do much fumbling around there looking for the game. It'll be easy for you to find. But this Suns team pretty dang good. I think they are a pretender, Brian, not a contender, but they're hot right now. Things are going for them.
Yeah, Mavs, I believe, are 2.5-point favorites in this one tonight. With all that's going on and stuff like that, so maybe they feel like that Phoenix might not take this one seriously. Maybe the Phoenix might be heading back home after this and I think, put in the parking lot kind of a game.
I think they're going off like the per play analytics and like the luck factor of how often your shots go in compared to the quality of shots that you're creating. But Phoenix is a deep team. They have Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen coming off the bench. They've been big for them as well. But, I mean, anytime you're facing the two superstar scorers that the Suns are going to bring to the court in the, at tip-off, it's going to be a game that is going to require a defensive effort. And without Kleba, Washington, and Lively, I would say you're going to need an above-average offensive game as well. I think you need 115 to win this evening, Broadus.
I'll tell you what, though, Coach Bud must be doing pretty good there, right, with the Suns. But you mentioned opponents' points this season. The Suns have allowed about 111 in their games, which is a 14th out of 30 teams. So what was the number you called for?
I think it's 115.
115. Okay, that would give you a win because the Suns are averaging right at 115. Well, it's 114.5.
I might have to boost it to 120 then.
You might have to boost it up.
I might have to go higher because this Mavs defense, you got lucky the other night playing a Bulls team that's pathetic, doesn't have a clue.
On his official, Lively, P.J. Washington, Kleba are for sure all out for tonight's game against Phoenix.
That stinks. All right, it is a football Friday here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Of course, Fan After Dark is coming up at 7 o'clock. I'd like to pay attention here, Cowboys-Eagles going into this weekend, at the quality of players they've brought in outside their organization. You look at why have the Cowboys fallen off, what's different with the Eagles. And I know Chauncey Gardner-Johnson not playing great, but he's one of them, and he has played well in his time as an Eagle.
He was an Eagle, then left to go to the Lions and came back.
Yeah.
So he's kind of he was on the boomerang path there.
So they brought him back. They also brought in A.J. Brown a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And the cornerback Darius Slay, was that going into last year or was that going into 2022? They've added quality players outside the organization. It's a great way to stay on top. It can be tricky. But I think the Cowboys will have an opportunity to do that over the next couple of off seasons. As a result of, not taking great players in drafts, their cap is going to come around and be open. And instead of giving these guys very high valuation contracts, move on. Bring in people from outside the organization. You got to spend free agent money on somebody. Who wouldn't have rather had a $20 million right tackle instead of Terrence Steele? But that's the issue with falling in love with your own players and wanting to sign the guys you draft.
To your point too, Mekhi Becton has played really, really well. He was the bust at the Jets, and
didn't stay healthy. He was not a good tackle.
Southland, the coach there, the offensive line coach, has done a really nice job with him at the right guard spot. A little bit slow-footed at times. We'll see if Osa and those guys could take advantage of him there. But man, he has played actually pretty well for the.
So they have him and a couple of young offensive linemen in there.
Yeah, they've actually, Cam Jurgens finally got to start playing. He's been with them since 2022, and he was a second-round pick. And then Landon Dickerson was a second-round pick in 21, and so they've kind of put some things together. I don't think they have the physicality that they had at one time, especially with Jordan Mailata not being in there. Fred Johnson is kind of a journeyman. He's made about 3 or 4 different stops. He's not as powerful. When you put Jordan Mailata in there, he could be a hard guy. That large man, hard guy to get around. But Fred Johnson is giving up some, and that's what Nick Harris and I were talking about, that the matchup, if you want to go Micah Parsons over their left tackle, that would be a place that I would definitely start in this one.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Tune in for the pre- and post-game show with our guys, Chiafalo, Wolchuk, Broadus, and, of course, a star-studded guest list throughout your broadcast day, all Sunday afternoon, 3 hours before and 3 hours after the game. Okay, in addition to the finest coming up, Chuck, what's in store?
Let's do it. The reasons the Cowboys make trades. Did Sirianni just tell us something he shouldn't have? And mid-season awards, that's next.
Okay, I want to chat about Men's T Clinic, though. You're going into your weekend. If you don't have the extra energy to now go have...
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's Hour 4 G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're 20 minutes from what you're drinking and what you're thinking here on a football Friday. Cowboys getting set to host the Eagles, man. And here's number one Cowboys fan, Zach Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. It is the 5 o'clock football hour presented by Buffalo Wild Wings, where B-Dubs is football. And shout out to everybody who came out to B-Dubs in Fort Worth today. Sound like a hell of a crowd there.
Was that on time today? You got
It's
that
on
one?
time. It's on time. Got that one done.
Congratulations.
Took a load off.
Thank you very much. Big time load off is what they did at KMC today, too. It was awesome. Mike was on one with the Brass Monkey. All right, we start off with the big headline. We had Stephen Jones on in the 3 o'clock hour. You can hit that Odyssey rewind. Check that out. Lucius also does a badass job cleaning up all of our mistakes in post and then pumping out the podcast. But we asked Stephen, hey, what about Dak? Is it trending towards IR? He said, I think it's probably no way he can be back in the 4-week time frame, so we'll put him over there, and we'll have that roster spot to use in terms of the next 4 weeks. Go from there. Obviously, tough situation. But Stephen added, I don't think anyone knows whether it's going to be 4 weeks, 6 weeks, or the season. We'll just have to continue to monitor that, see where it takes us. Jerry on with the midday show, the KNC Masterpiece, said that I know Dak wants to try and avoid surgery if he can, but certainly an unknown timeline. And, maybe as early as tomorrow morning we find out, boom, Dak's been placed on injured reserve and he'll be out at least a month. We'll have to monitor that moving forward. Now, Nick Sirianni.
He's on the TV right now.
Okay, so we're about to play this cut that they're playing on ESPN. This was a very weird exchange. Jalen Hurts is full go. Everybody basically on the Eagles injury report that came out today was ready to go. But when it came to possibly an ankle injury, did Nick Sirianni say something he shouldn't have said? And is the NFL going to have to maybe put a fine out for the Eagles? Here was the exchange in Filthy.
You haven't really seen Jalen be held back for load management before. What was behind that on Wednesday?
Yeah, he's dealing with it was on the injury report, dealing with the ankle, and just making sure we're precautious with everything.
What's wrong with the ankle? He wasn't on the ankle. I'm sorry, Jalen Hurts. It was an ankle?
What's that?
It was the rest.
That was the rest, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem.
I thought you were talking about something else. All right.
Is Jalen dealing with an ankle problem?
No, rest.
Yeah, because Jalen Hurts was on the injury report, but it was NIR rest. He was limited on Wednesday, which is what they're asking about. Then was a full participant the last 2 days. But Nick Sirianni just told us about an ankle. Did he kind of spill the beans on something maybe they didn't want us to know about?
Yeah, I think this is weird. I asked Stephen Jones about it. I know games are played with that injury report from time to time, and the league, along with its Vegas and sports gambling partners, want transparency there. So I don't know if this impacts the competitiveness of the game in any way. From what you can tell on film, Jalen Hurts is not hurt at all.
Yeah.
So I would think this is a nothing burger, but I think Sirianni might be a little bit of trouble for this. And if I'm Jeff Lurie right now, I'm like, man, let's get it together. You're the head coach getting ready for a presser. Let's get you with our training staff and our media relations and make sure we have everything buttoned up.
It kind of reminds me of the post-game exchange, like Jordan Mason, when he made his first start and he had an awesome game. And then they asked, well, when did you know that you were going to be starting? And he said Thursday or whenever it was, but they didn't know that McCaffrey was going to for sure be out, and they didn't rule it until day of the game. And then afterwards, Kyle Shanahan's like, no, Jordan misspoke. That wasn't true. And then Jordan Mason clearly was upset talking to the media afterwards. I think Nick Sirianni had a brain fart moment and told us that Hurts is at least dealing with some sort of ankle, and that's why they didn't have him practice on Wednesday.
Yeah, if you look, though, in the metrics of Hurts, you talk about quarterbacks in the league. He's he's in that category. He's the fifth most when it comes to throwing on the run. So, that's something that he's been pretty proficient at. And so if all of a sudden he's got some ankle issues, and can Dallas put enough pressure on him? Can Dallas make him have to move around in the pocket? We've talked about the matchup of the left tackle and what's going on with Micah Parsons, but can Mike Zimmer dial something up if in fact this guy is hurt or is banged up a little bit and take advantage of it? But yeah, the metrics will tell you this guy likes to throw on the run. And if he can't run, then maybe that'll affect him in the way that they play the game.
Jory Epstein, who does an excellent job with Yahoo, used to cover the Cowboys locally, still does, and certainly is a great source of information, especially when it comes to Dak Prescott. We've talked about that a lot. But she was doing a podcast with Yahoo Sports, reacted to the Cowboys trade, and I think Jory's breakdown here is very interesting on why the Cowboys make decisions.
There are 4 reasons the Cowboys could have made a move. The first, to try and make it to the playoffs in 2024. It's not happening. They were already not really happening, and then they lost Dak. It's not happening. The second, to try and have better talent in 2025 and beyond. The likelihood of Mike McCarthy being the coach next year is very slim when you think of all of the things he needed to do and everything that's happened. They don't align. So why are you adding talent when you don't know who your coaches are going to be and you don't know what your scheme is going to be? Let your next coach use a 4th rounder to pick your talent. When, by the way, the Cowboys have had immense success in the 4th round since 2016. Dak Prescott, Dalton Schultz, Jake Ferguson, Tyler Biadasz, Tony Pollard, Dorrance Armstrong. I mean, 6 of their 12 picks since then are starting for 4 teams across the league. And of the 6 that didn't, 5 of them were on IR. So the guys who stayed healthy largely went on to make it. The third reason you make a move is because you got a great deal for it. Well, they didn't. They gave up a 4th round pick for Jonathan Mingo. And the final reason is because you want to keep fans engaged and sell hope. And I think that is a bad reason to make a trade and a very big factor in it.
Look at Jory dominating. I love this high energy Jory.
It was a badass breakdown there.
Yeah, and she's bringing it and maybe taking the gloves off a little bit and exposing maybe the true motive. It's crazy to me. That whole storyline is interesting, but I know it's real. You know, I've heard GMs talking about it. Sometimes we'll spend $30 or $40 million bucks in an offseason just to sell season tickets, get fans engaged, help them believe. You know, I've heard football teams say, as long as you have a franchise quarterback, that's all you need, because that's all fans will, make their decisions on how much they believe in you and how much they want to watch the game on. Do you have a good quarterback? That is often enough. But, I just struggle to believe that a trade for Jonathan Mingo is enough. Jerry knows. Jerry knows exactly how far he has to go in order to get fans engaged and create a legitimate story, Brian.
Well, I asked Stephen Jones a question, and it was a terrible question to him because he's not going to give you the right answer.
Uh-huh.
But is this an indictment on the Cowboys wide receivers, the young wide receivers, that going out and making a move like this? Is it an indictment on Brooks and Tolbert and Flanoy, the young guys?
I think so. Yes, absolutely it is, because those players aren't good enough, right? And that's what created the opportunity.
Yeah. See, now, if you came out and you told me, hey, we need to get better at wide receiver. They're playing a lot of young guys. I mean, but if you come out and you say, we need to get better. But he kind of sold it as guys that probably aren't going to be here next year. He sold it as Cooks
is a free agent.
Yeah, Cooks is a free agent.
And you're going to need a wide receiver too, and they probably don't think any of those guys can step up and be a wide receiver too.
Steven said 2 hours ago they did it because they felt like the draft depth isn't going to be good enough. They get a better player in the second round, with this 4th round pick than they will be able to in the draft.
Every year, Zach and I look at over 200 players, and I guarantee you 40 of them are wide receivers.
Yeah,
it's more and more every year.
Every year, and you have a hard time. Like I can't even get Puka Nacua on my board.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean,
especially a player like Mingo who's going to be released, You
could trade for him in Carolina, right? Like he was a guy that probably was going to be cut.
Yeah. You could make another run at him in the offseason if you wanted. I think Jory definitely has a point. It's the only thing that really makes sense to grab the media.
Well, Jerry told you after the game on Sunday. He goes, he was looking at a trade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have more interest in making a trade now than I did 3 hours ago.
Yeah, so he had to deliver. I mean, we've seen that Jerry Jones has made a lot of statements here lately.
And he said this morning, Mingo's going to be out there very soon.
Yeah.
And he expects him to produce. He's excited about it. So rubber's going to hit the road. If he's terrible, they'll get laughed at again.
Yeah, if he's bad, it's not going to look good at all. And from the 469, do we get compensation for losing all of those players? Yes. They will get back what is projected to be 5th round picks, probably 3 5ths and a 6th.
Yeah.
No 4th rounders, most likely. And I did ask that to Steven as well. And he said, the projections for them, they're kind of seeing the same thing. But, I mean, that is a deal. And Brian, I think what you said earlier was spot on. Okay, if you want to recoup that 4, you're probably now going to have to give up, 2 or 3 of those picks,
Yeah,
and those are other players that you also
That's
could have
exactly
had.
right. For a team that drafts and develops, I have a hard time if Mingo doesn't work out. And, what'll happen is there's 2 things here. Mingo's going to get an opportunity. If Mingo doesn't play well, he'll still be on the team because it's young, cheap talent. The thing that always worries me now is, will Mingo be on the team and keep you from drafting a wide receiver? Another wide receiver. The same thing that happened with Zeke. Same thing that happened with Rico Dowdle. All of a sudden, if you didn't have a back, you probably would have drafted one.
Yeah.
But they're looking at it like Zeke and all that. But now, to me, that's the thing that I kind of worry about the most. But this the fact that the season is going south the way it is. I covet picks. I love picks. But man, that 4th round pick is going to start my day, likely.
Right.
And like you I appreciate you giving me thanks for that. Or I just feel like if you have to give up 2 more guys, 2 more of those picks to get back in the round and not even get to the spot where you were originally picking, that just seems really hard for me right now.
Now you're catching up on a pick that you could have already
So
had.
now you've used 3 picks.
Yeah.
Of a team that needs to,
especially if the player doesn't end up hitting on here that you've traded
Again, for all the personnel and football reasons, it doesn't make sense, but you send it through the filter of we have to farm engagement every week around this football team. Maybe the 4th round pick is worth that.
It looks
Jerry
more and more.
providing the distraction instead of the monotony of realizing this season is going downhill. We have these things to debate, like how mean he was to Sean and RJ.
Yeah.
All those things are talking points for an entire week on television. Thousands of broadcast hours.
Yeah, it's very, very frustrating. It is. Now, this was one where I saw...
And what Jerry will say to the people in the building if they voice frustration is, this is what I have to do to help create this empire. So we all benefit of all the money that's coming in. Everybody has all these business opportunities around the Cowboys. Scott Van Pelt has this viral video out now about how he's been at ESPN for 25 years and it's the same script every year. And I think, if you voice displeasure about the way that they go about team building and trying to farm engagement, I think Jerry will very solidly answer, hey, this is what we have to do. This is how we remain the most wealthy team in all of the world, even though we haven't won a championship in 3 decades. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there, Wolchuk, but I mean, that's what's in my head. Like, how do you go along with this if you're inside? And the reason is, it's because that kind of makes sense. Like, hot damn it, Jerry's right. He has figured out this formula, and all I have to do is kind of go along with it, and I can work here for a long, long time. And everybody wants to work for the Cowboys, even though they're mediocre.
Life. Yeah, and hey, I mean, you've said it many times.
I mean, Brian couldn't stand it. Brian couldn't stand the BS when he was there. He had to tell people about it. That's why they fired him.
Yeah,
it's frustrating. Well, and when you were there, when Bill Parcells was brought in, why was Bill brought in? Need a new stadium, right?
Yeah. You couldn't run like Butch Davis out there, or we were coming off Dave Campo or Dave Wanstead or one of those guys. You had to legitimately pry and drive some interest back in this team after 3 straight seasons of being 5-11, and I wear that.
It's frustrating.
Very frustrating. Yeah,
it is. It's very, very frustrating. All right, mid-season awards. As I don't even know when the mid-season mark is. It used to be very easy when you had 16 games. Now there's 17.
We're in week 10, right? I would say
halftime of your 9th game.
So like last week and this week, I've seen mid-season stuff like grades and awards. So I mean, if you're looking at, hey, who's going to get the mid-season awards this year? I know the Ringers posted some, ESPN's posted their own. MVP at mid-season, they've got their finalists is Josh Allen, Mahomes, Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson. They do rank Jackson number 1. I don't think that would change after last night's game when, holy moly, the 4th quarter for him was absolutely brilliant for Lamar Jackson. Mina Kimes put out just on 3rd down last night, 10 of 11, 162 yards, 3 touchdowns. His completion percentage over expected was at 23%. Passer rating 158.3, damn near perfect. Lamar was humming. We talked about this during Crosstalk with KMC. I just wonder with Lamar, like, what else can he do to warrant back-to-back MVPs, I kind of think votes are just going to go to other people because they've given him 2 MVPs recently already. They might want to get somebody else in the mix. I do think Jaden Daniels and Josh Allen, very, very deserving. I wonder Patrick Mahomes, if they go undefeated, then yeah, but the stats aren't there.
But do you really think they're deserving? Okay, here's how we should look at the MVP. If there is a draft with every player in the league, no matter what sport it is, who's going number 1? Nobody in their right mind would take anybody but Mahomes.
Yeah, Mahomes.
Nobody would take anybody but Ohtani.
Yeah.
Those are your MVPs. In basketball, maybe this is up for debate a little bit.
Sure.
There's maybe 4 or 5 guys you could go with. But I just think we're playing games with this MVP stuff because the media gets bored with who the best player is.
I mean, that's not what they're going to do. I mean, and a lot of it is statistics, right? And Mahomes' stats are down compared to other years. But if they go undefeated, I don't really know how you couldn't give that to him. That would be a historic run. Now, hey, some people think they might lose this week to Denver. Maybe that happens. We don't have to have that conversation. But if they keep winning games, you're going to have to get this. I do think Jaden Daniels, what they've done completely turning around an organization is deserving. They're at 7-2 in first place
of
in
an
the
MVP?
NFC East. Yes, absolutely. Jaden Daniels has completely flipped the entire culture and everything.
They might
to
win
do with that
13 games. They might win 13
and they're not
games,
doing
sir.
that without him. I mean, they finally have a quarterback now. Everything's looking
You
great.
think
in
this
Washington.
rookie's better than Patrick Mahomes?
No, not at all. But that's not how they vote for MVP.
Well, they should change it. We know how valuable stats are. We're Cowboys followers.
Yeah, that's true.
Stats aren't worth crap.
Well, and Dak was runner-up for MVP last year, which proves the point, right? I mean, they're not. That's not how they do this when it comes to most valuable player. I get the point that you're trying to make.
Mahomes, I think I've made it quite well.
Mahomes could be doing it every year, but I think Jaden Daniels is going to be in the conversation there, and then Josh Allen for what they've lost. The fact that they're still really good, they're going to give Josh Allen praise for that.
Do you think there would be? And you're going to say, "Oh, no way! There's this great. You wouldn't do that." Do you think there's some football people that would take Daniels today over Mahomes because of his age, because of Mahomes' age?
No, I don't think so. I think
the thought of maybe that Daniels could become Mahomes, but he's 20.
Yeah, but he's going to get hurt. He hasn't proven he can do it. Mahomes has proven he can do it with the big salary. And he's proven he'll take like 70% of market value.
How old is Mahomes,
he's Tom Brady. Maybe 28.
Yeah, I think Mahomes is in his late 20s.
Okay, then so the difference is not huge. It's not huge.
He's 29.
Okay, 29.
I mean, the thought would be that, yes, I'll take Daniels over
23.
a lot of other guys who might be a little bit better than him because he's on his rookie deal and he has upside. But I have the guy that's proven he can sort of, be a cheat code. He's 20. Yeah.
Would you take him over Burrow?
Yes, I would take Daniels over Burrow right now.
So we kind of consider, who would you think the second best quarterback is in the National Football League?
Got to start one right now and have him for the rest of his career?
Yeah, I mean, okay, take Mahomes out of it.
Lamar?
Would you take him over Lamar?
Jaden?
Yeah.
I think so.
To start a team.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I think
the only quarterback you wouldn't take him over is Mahomes.
Yeah, definitely Mahomes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of if there's anybody I was forgetting about, but yeah, I think, that's the guy that's proven I can elevate a team with a variety of circumstances. We've turned over my offensive line. You got rid of Tyreek Hill. Sometimes I don't even have good wide receivers,
The clutch
but
factor
bad
is
wide receivers
unreal.
come here and we produce. I think there's definitely something to be said for the defense.
Yes, 100%, and that does not go talked about enough.
Yeah.
Like he's got maybe the best defense in football. That does matter.
They've gone from being an offensive juggernaut to a defensive. Yeah.
So now Mahomes is playing quarterback.
They're a defensive team. They're not an offensive team
and
anymore.
he's doing what is asked of him to win said game every single week.
It's time now for What You Drinking and What You Thinking, brought to you by Martin House Brewing. Your phone calls are welcome at 877-881-1053, and we're back with them here on The Fan.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hey there, it's Mike Bassick, and I've got something important to share with you. If you're on the hunt for an incredible deal on a diamond, listen up. I've got the inside scoop. The place you need to go to is the Diamond Factory. I've been there myself, and I can tell you firsthand, they're the real deal. I've bought plenty of things from the Diamond Factory. Why? Well, they're the only jewelry showroom in the entire United States with an on-site diamond cutting factory. That means they control every step of the process, from rough stone to sparkling gem. At the Diamond Factory, you'll be blown away by their selection of exquisite diamonds.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Buzz, that's right, at 877-881-1053. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Only a couple of rules to the segment. Number one, you got to answer the questions. Number two, you're not operating heavy machinery, which includes a motor vehicle. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. And What You Drinking, What You Thinking is brought to you by Martin House Brewing. Salute to those guys, freshly on board. Crack a cold one for them. Okay, currently I'm drinking a 20-ounce Diet Coke, and I'm thinking Stephen Jones was just excellent once again with us today. And he pretty much confirmed Dak's going on the IR. I think it's just kind of they're leaving it up to Dak for the timing on it. But he says it's probably no way he can make it back in the 4-week time frame, so we'll put him over there, and we'll have that roster spot to use in terms of the next 4 weeks and go from there. Obviously a tough situation losing him for that period of time. Yeah, everything I've heard so far, like, Dak wants to try to tough it out, and he's just the exact opposite of things like, the James Jones or, whoever, Cowboy Wayne have said things about him. So, salute to everybody involved there, and best of luck to Cooper Rush. I think if he can beat one of the 3 difficult teams in the next month, Washington, Houston, and Philadelphia, and go 2-2 as the backup once again, then I think Dak comes back for that Cincinnati game, and who knows, maybe the rest of the league could all get more hurt by then or something. I don't know. Looking for hope any way I can find it. Brian, what you drinking? What you thinking?
Yeah, and it was a pleasure. You mentioned that Martin House is on board with us, and the guys over there dropped us off.
Oh, they did.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, beautiful cans, great designs.
Oh, the designs are brilliant.
Really good beer, this Bach, and I'll tell you what, I'm enjoying one of those from our guys at Martin House. So thank you very much for them coming by and being with us. What I'm thinking is I'm kind of torn because I don't know if I started the film work too early on the draft. I think
you might get burnt out.
No, I'm not worried about burnout. I'm worried about the Cowboy fan that I wonder if we're 50-50 on this. Some people have reached out and said, oh, you can't give up on the season. You can't start that until the season's over, that kind of thing. And I can understand that.
Yeah.
I can understand the Cowboy fan wanting to play it out. But then I could also understand the other side of the Cowboy fan once they saw their quarterback go down.
Yeah.
And they have no hope right now that Cooper Rush can, because the defense isn't as good as the last time that Cooper Rush did this.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just I'm kind of torn a little bit because I want to be able to get started on it because I know it's going to be a really important year.
Yeah.
But I also want to respect
the listeners,
the listener out there who's like, listen, Brian, I don't need you giving up. I need you to tell me how they're going to beat Philadelphia, how they're going to beat the Texans, how they're going to beat the Commanders.
I don't know how you feel about this, Wolchuk, but I would be torn on whether to let those fans just have their way or let them know that they're all in denial if they're holding out hope for this football season. And I don't know if we should be catering our content to fans in denial, although might not be a bad idea,
Yeah.
So, yes, I would say if you believe in the Cowboys right now, congratulations. You are amongst the most passionate and most loyal believers of this football team. Wolchuk, what are you drinking and what are you thinking?
Well, I've been sipping on some water. I just still have the taste of the mayo.
That payoff.
Yeah, that mayo flavor has just not gone away, and it's actually starting to bother me.
Mayonnaise is good.
Yeah, I like mayo, but this is not good. This lingering flavor is not good, and it's kind of just sitting, with the coffee there in my gut. But I am thinking this Cowboy season's done, Ski. Hey, maybe Cooper Rush can go on some unbelievable run, and then all of a sudden we'll have a conversation of what the hell have they done with the quarterback and how they've evaluated this. And overall, I just don't see that happening. I just don't think the team is very good right now. I think you've got massive issues along the offensive line. You're going through some growing pains. The talent at wide receiver clearly is an issue. That's why they've gone and made a move. The running game is a little bit inconsistent. Maybe if you feed Rico that'll change a little bit. I don't know. But defensively, you're still just without so many of your best players. You get Micah back, that's going to be a help. But the middle is so bad at defensive tackle. I just don't think it's going to matter. So, yeah, I mean, I can understand why you've kind of started looking at some players with the draft. It'd be awesome. I think as a fan, you're always optimistic and hope. It'd be great if you can beat the Eagles and maybe see what can happen. You got a lot of division games left, but I just think it's highly unlikely.
Yes, sir. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander's been screening up your phone calls. He's ready to tell us what he's drinking and thinking.
I've been drinking water. I got my sage with me. I don't know.
You're good?
Yeah.
Not thinking much?
Well, I am. But you guys have all like sporty thoughts.
Well, tell us the
this is your opportunity.
I don't know, man.
Maybe next week.
I don't know. I don't know. I do wonder what like Hunter S. Thompson or George Carlin would think about these days and times.
Okay.
That is what's on my mind right now.
Yeah.
It's been on my mind all week, in fact.
Yeah.
Yeah,
see some of those old comedians up there on stage talking about this.
Hunter S. Thompson, George Carlin. Oh, they were good at breaking down society.
I'm not that familiar with Hunter S. Thompson's work.
Oh, yeah, you got to read that.
Good
stuff, man.
I mean, some of the George Carlin stuff from the 70s sounds like he could have recorded it this morning.
Yes.
When the stuff he's talking about.
Yeah. He wrote something for, like, I think Sports Illustrated, Playboy. Like, he was just a freelance type of guy.
Yeah.
Read his stuff, man.
Yeah.
Especially, like, he covered the, Kentucky Derby.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, he did a great job at that.
He was a disc jockey, by the way, for like 6 months in Fort Worth one year.
Damn.
On his way, from New York out to Los Angeles. He wanted to be in radio for a while. I randomly listened to a podcast that he did with the guy from the Beatles, George something or another. He hosts a podcast. They talk about old entertainment stuff.
George Martin? The old Beatles producer?
No.
George R.R. Martin.
No, it must have been a different Beatle. Maybe his name wasn't George. Maybe it was Ringo or something.
Well, no, George Martin was the producer of the Beatles.
Really?
I thought George Harrison would be one of the Beatles, right?
I think I messed up on the George part.
Okay, my bad.
There's a lot of Georges.
George Martin was a producer, I think, of the Beatles.
Hey, Paul.
Yes, at 877-881-1053. I'll get to the bottom of that, but we do need to get to your phone calls. LA Live's coming up here in about 10 minutes, and line one is Polo in Garland. You're in the nation. Polo, what you drinking, what you thinking?
What's going on, fellas? Like you said, first of all, I'm drinking some Hennessy XO. I think I told y'all my attorney gave it to me last week. I got some Hennessy XO and some sweet tea minutes ago, so I tried to make my own Long Island iced tea. Now, Broadus, I got a question for you, buddy, since we're a little bit of old school. You remember the old movie, the original Psycho with Anthony Perkins?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm up here watching Reanimator. It came out in 1985, and as soon as the movie went off, the the songs that go on for a song, go do 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 do. I'm like, this is the same damn song from Psycho. So Reanimator really just copied Psycho's theme music.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, that's crazy.
I love the fact that it was a black and white one, though, the Psycho. I mean, that was crazy. They played with your mind on that one.
Great movie.
You
Yeah.
know what? After I watched Reanimator, I watched the original Psycho. Now I'm going to watch Men's Society, for everybody out there. It's been 31 years. I can't believe it's been that long, but that's one of my favorite movies, Men's Society. Now, I got a question for you, Gavin, because Tuesday, everybody's watching election and everything. I see California, Oregon, and Washington are all still blue. What do you think's worse for the next 4 years? Dak's contract or the new dude we just elected for presidency? Gotta go. Bye. I love you guys. Bye.
Dak's contract or 47/49? I don't know. That's a good question, Polo. I'll have to think about that over the weekend.
50/52.
Yeah, no doubt, dude. Yeah.
We're just changing the rules.
Rodeo Ron. Well, they might try. Rodeo Ron's on line 2. You're in the G-Bag Nation. Ron, what you drinking? What you thinking?
We're drinking that Jim Beam with a splash of Dr. Pepper. And what I'm thinking, Jerry Jones, you should call Donald Trump's campaign manager because they know how to win. Jerry, it's time for you to figure out how to make America's team great again or step aside and end your campaign because just like America said about Kamala, you're not the right person for the job. And remember, if you're not drinking Jim Beam, listen to 105.3 The Fan on the G-Bag Nation with Rodeo Ron. Where the F you at, baby?
Let's go, Ron. Thank you for the call. It opens the line at 877-881-1053. Yeah, Jerry's just in constant best for business mode. And, those politicians, they are for about 3.5 years out of the cycle, but they go for it, and I think Jerry could be inspired by that rodeo. I think that's a good point. Line 3 is Jake. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, Jake?
Well, I just cracked me open a cold Coors Light, but I'm thinking about it. I'm 25 years old. I ain't seen the Cowboys win jack in my lifetime. And I think I'm finally starting to understand old Mikey Bassick. I think I've completely given up on the Cowboys at this point.
There you go.
Thank y'all. Have a good evening.
He's out of there, Jake, heading into the weekend. Give it up with the Cowboys, and suddenly Mike is starting to make sense. I think when Mike's Cowboys takes start to make sense, you've arrived. You've become a man.
Hey, Lucius, this Hunter S. Thompson's fascinating.
He's amazing, dude.
I'm reading this biography thing about him. My gosh, this guy's amazing what he did. Crazy stuff.
Great writer. Stayed hammered most of the time.
That's what he said. He says no to lifelong use of alcohol and illicit illegal drugs. He said, I hate to advocate drugs, alcohol, and violence or insanity to anybody, but they've always worked for me.
Yeah, he would get blasted and start writing.
He followed the Hells Angels. That's one of his things. He wrote a story. He wrote like he spent a year with the Hells Angels is what he did, and it's like a publication in 1967.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can find some articles this weekend.
Wow.
For the Dome piece, just read.
But he's from Louisville, Kentucky, Lucius. I see why he did the thing about the Derby, because he's from Kentucky. Was that the thing about it? The whole thing?
Him being from Kentucky?
He's from Kentucky. He's from
No.
He's from Louisville. That's why maybe I thought he did a story about the Derby.
He was writing about the rich people.
Yeah, that's what he was writing about. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
Fascinating. I'm definitely jumping down that rabbit hole.
I'm already there.
Pull a rabbit out of the head.
I'm already there.
So this guy would just trip balls, drink, and write crazy stuff.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he did.
That's the way to do it.
Bats everywhere. Bats.
Line 4 is Dominique. You're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I'm drinking on me a bottle of water.
Okay.
Nice. And I got a comment and 2 questions, fellas. My comment is that Mingo trade was one of the worst draft trades I done ever. Draft picks, trade just, it was crazy for me.
Yeah.
I didn't like it. And my question is, okay, we got the Eagles coming in this week, right? And Kellen Moore's their offensive coordinator, right?
Yes,
and Mike McCarthy is our offensive coordinator, right? Well, he's calling the offensive plays, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's going to happen if Kellen Moore out-coaches Mike McCarthy?
Oh,
and
count
my
on
second question, and my second question is, fellas, I'm turning 34 next week. I don't do much for my birthday. I was wondering if I could get a shout out on the 15th of next week, because I don't do nothing, man. I love y'all. I listen to y'all every day. You know what I'm saying? I really appreciate that, fellas.
Dominique, we got you down.
Yeah, it's next Friday.
That's next Friday?
Next Friday the 15th, yeah.
Text in as well and remind us just in case.
But yeah, hey, I hope you have a good one, bro. Really,
Dominic.
seriously.
I'll put it on my phone. Hopefully I see that calendar alert. We'll get it one way or another. Happy birthday in advance, though, Dominic. Have a great weekend.
Yeah.
It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. What you drinking and what you thinking? I thought he nailed that point about the trade. One of the worst, and we didn't like it. Totally agree. Line 5 is Alan. What you drinking, Alan?
Man, Captain and Coke. How you guys doing?
Let's go. I love it. Sounds like you're getting the Friday started properly.
Alan.
We're doing great. What you thinking?
I'm 37 years old. I've been a diehard Cowboys fan, but guess what? I went to Texas Tech, and Mahomes is unstoppable now that they have D-Hop.
Yeah.
You still a Cowboy fan?
Yes. They're second now.
Wow. How about that? How many Tech fans would you say have done that with you?
Well, all the alumni. We all went Chiefs.
Yeah, I can tell you.
You should. Yeah.
We should all be that
I'm married
lucky.
into a Texas Tech family, Alan, and all of them are Chiefs number 2.
And I'm sorry, Lucius. I know you're OU, but, we kind of delivered against Baker over the weekend.
Oh, he's Lucius, Texas.
There he
Lucius
goes.
is Texas.
Lucius
Yeah, Lucius is
Texas,
Texas.
yeah.
CA and Corey are OU.
Corey,
peeps.
yeah.
Oh, sorry. Anyway,
Families from Oklahoma.
Tulsa, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Opens the line at 877-881-1053. Let's see if we can get through a few more of these before we get to LA Live. Family from Oklahoma.
Yes.
Went to UT, right?
Right.
Yeah. Line 6 is Eduardo. What you drinking? What you thinking, Eduardo?
Hey, man, I am drinking a Modelo Ranch water. If you haven't tried it, please do so. They are phenomenal. But secondly, what I'm thinking is I want to follow up on the point you guys made. I want to say it was Broadus about these diehard fans. I'm going to choose to use a different word. I'm going to go with gullible fans, because if I learned anything this week, it is the fact that, like, we have got to learn some critical thinking in this country. I am tired of, like, us giving the benefit of the doubt to the rich and the powerful just because they made one or two decisions that got them to that position. Because if we think about it, Jerry's done nothing in 30 years. And to follow up on that, at the same time, here we are with, I just saw a meme about the Cowboys starter pack. There was something that looked like some Nike Cortezes, long shorts, a little look to be a bald fade haircut. Yes, Lucius, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, bro.
But at the same time, it's the same thing. It's too many of us that do not think enough, and we're just being led down Lord knows where by these rich and powerful who just blow smoke up our rear. Because we're just going with, trust me, bro, I know what I'm doing. I'm the best GM. I'm the best businessman, all of it, And so I just want to throw it out there to the people. Hey, man, think for yourself. Do some research. And think of others, not just yourself.
Salute.
A big fan, fellas. Keep up the good work.
Salute. There he goes, Eduardo, into your weekend. That Modelo Ranch water's working for you, brother.
Yeah.
That might be your drink.
Keep drinking.
You dropping knowledge there for us.
Keep going, man. Yeah.
Line 7's Lewis. You're in the nation. What you drinking? What you thinking, Lewis?
Man, I am drinking on some water, but I'm smoking on some OG.
There you go.
All right. And what you thinking?
And I'm thinking about return on investment and how we're not getting any. Like every 31 other fan bases get to root for teams, and we're out here rooting for an organization. Like a guy who's told you that we're an organization first. Like we paid for the yacht, we paid for the stadium, and we're getting nothing in return. Like he's telling you, I'm going to give you something that's hopefully good enough to get to the playoffs and get lucky. Like, that's ridiculous, right? And I'm thinking about my grandfather who passed away over the summer. He was 56 when the Cowboys won their last Super Bowl. He died at 85.
Yeah.
Like, we may all die before the Cowboys win another Super Bowl, man. This is ridiculous.
Thank you for the call, Lewis. Sounds like another possible Chiefs fan in the making. I don't know. That was ripping his heart out, though.
It was dark. It got pretty dark at the end right there.
He did. He got really dark.
Relate. Felt like it was a good time to throw it to LA Live.
Shout out to him, though, for finding some OG out here, man.
Yeah.
Some classic OG, bro. What? Some New York sour diesels and stuff like that. They don't even have that out here anymore.
Retro week.
Nah, it's like pineapple flip pink burger. You're like, what? Man, come on, man. What is this?
Everyone's going to Taco Bell route. We're bringing back the classics.
Lost track.
The classics, baby.
Dope Sick Dave, line 8. What you drinking?
Hey, guys, I'm drinking ice cold Deja Blue. No, I'm just kidding. I would never drink Deja Blue or carry it in my stadium.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about, I don't know what you guys are talking about with the Jonathan Mingo trade. That was a hell of a trade. I mean, what a steal. He was a second-round pick last year, and we traded a third for him. All of our salary cap is tied up in guys who aren't even playing. We don't need a third-round pick. Like, draft picks, that's all we got. Why do we even need them, right? This week, I really think we got it. Jonathan Mingo, 250 on 10 catches, 3 touchdowns with Cooper Rush at the helm. I mean, we got this, guys. No more negativity.
Thank you, Dope Sick Dave. Appreciate that. Needed a pep talk.
We got this, guys.
Get some optimism.
Let's go.
And line 9 is our guy, Ryan. Finish us up, Ryan. What you drinking? What you thinking?
All right. Well, y'all, you normally know I drink Jack Daniels and Mountain Dew, but I think tonight I'm just going to stick with just the Mountain Dew. And everybody's already said all you said with the Cowboys, so I'm going to keep off of that. But I'm going to say I just want to give a shout-out to my wife, who's the mother of my 3 beautiful girls. I'm a girl dad.
Let's go.
And I don't know what I was thinking to getting all girls. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, it's crazy. And they're Latino. They're Latina, too. So
right on.
There's that. Last thing is, when another caller mentioned it, but my birthday is actually the 21st, the same day as Troy Aikman. So if y'all could definitely shout me out, I would really appreciate it as well.
There he goes, Ryan. You got it. Happy birthday to you and Troy Aikman coming up on the 21st. And into the Pimp Cup we go. It's time for LA Live. Here's Lucian.
Somebody on the fan text trying to give me some OG.
Right on.
That's a cop. That's a cop. I got you, LA. Hit me up.
Meet me down there at the McDonald's.
Yeah, meet me down there at the McDonald's.
Yeah.
There he is. Get him.
Don't do that, Lucius. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Conspiracy to acquire cannabis.
Oh, my God. And they got the text back with my thumbs up and everything. All right, man, let's get into a Feel Good Friday right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares.
It's time you smoke.
Fire up this funk.
And let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Name, first of all, is that your real name?
If Pope John Paul II was to come here, would you ask him what his real name was?
Well, but you have to, it's an interesting name, Mr. T.
Right, well, I changed it because I wasn't given respect before. You know, people have a tendency to always constantly call a man boy. For what reason, I don't know why, you know, so I changed my name to Mr. T, so the first word out of everybody's mouth would be Mr. as a sign of respect.
Now, do you have a first name?
First name is Mr. My middle name is that period. My last name is the T.
That's the type of energy we on right there.
Yeah.
Shout out to Tolo Jay-Z for sending that to me. Shout out to Tolo Jay-Z, bro. You already know the vibes. This is LA Live for Friday, November 8th, 2024. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. Oh my gosh, I hope you enjoy your 48 hours of liberty. Here we are on a rainy Friday. It is raining out there, right? Or are my eyes fooling me?
It is. It's raining.
Yeah,
all day.
On a rainy Friday. What do you do on rainy days on a weekend? Do you still go out, or you kind of like make it a house thing?
Well, being a man from the Northwest where it rains a lot, like you look outside today, this is probably like 65, 70% of the days.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Oh
yeah,
my gosh, I'm tapping out of that.
Dude, I mean, yeah, you stay inside, you go to restaurants and coffee shops, you know?
Yeah, Broadus is right. You OG it up.
OG.
Just OG it up, man.
I mean, you know, the only blessing is the rain doesn't come down like pouring, right? So you can kind of walk in the rain if you got stuff to do.
You're still used to it.
Yeah.
Hey, avoid the law dogs this weekend because the judge will now see you until Monday. That means you will have to sit in the jail cell all weekend, fam. And you don't know what time Monday. You might miss work Monday. You might have to be there at 6. So just cut the foolishness out. Mind your speeds. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. Your emotions get you to crash out. I do not want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW Scanner this weekend, folks. And if you're a Tolo, I don't want to see you in the comments of that DFW Scanner either. I don't want to see it. I'll block you, I promise. In other words, don't crash out like this young man did right here. He's in court, looking at the judge face to face, and the judge telling him the truth about jail.
So it appears that you want to go to prison and be passed around for cigarettes.
Monday is Veterans Day?
Monday is Veterans Day.
The judge won't see you until Tuesday.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
The judge will not see you until Tuesday.
That's right.
Darn near 80 hours in there.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. All right, now here's the judge talking to this young man.
So it appears that you want to go to prison and be passed around for cigarettes or dessert. Because that's what's going to happen to you. Because you're young and they will think you're attractive at the prison. And I'm just being real with you. You understand? And I can tell you right now, your grandparents, your mother probably doesn't have enough money to put on your books so you won't be passed around for ramen noodles, cigarettes, oranges, or whatever at the jail. And it appears to the court that that's what you want to happen to you. Doing all these little crazy little tattoos you got here, trying to be Billy Bad with gang tattoos and everything.
All that extra and carry it on, get you in the jailhouse, get passed around, get cheeks busted. You don't want that to happen, fam.
Man, that sounds like the most extra judge ever. Talking to me about doing too much. Do you know that this is the justice system you preside over?
Do you know?
You're sending me to be sodomized knowingly?
You know what's going on, and then you're not going to stop it? Yeah.
I mean, that's party law, fam.
I feel
you got a felony on you right now, Judge. I'm getting my lawyer.
You are always triggered by judges. I love it, dude.
I cannot stand some of these judges, bro.
As long as I've known you, you've been triggered by judges.
Power tripping, dude.
Anytime I have a G back in the day, that's a judge. I'm like, oh yeah, Dawson's gonna respond.
Let's see what Dawson has.
Let's see what Dawson has to say about this one too. And in sad news too about crashing out, man. 25-year-old YouTuber, One Stock F30.
Crashed his car?
You seen that?
I did.
Gosh, man.
I did.
Yeah, he passed away after crashing his car in Queens, New York.
Boy, it was bad too.
Yeah, it was nasty.
Accident.
It was nasty. Dude is super famous. He has some nice cars. I love car culture and car people, all types of cars. I'm all the way into that. He was going over 100 miles per hour. No roll cage in his fancy little old car. No seatbelt on. This is the second time he has crashed that same car, and this time he didn't come on out.